Chapter 1, The Arrival. So yeah, I know, I'm starting a new story here. I apologize for everyone who's waiting for the next installment of IATB, but the muse just isn't working with me right now on that arc. I am still working on it, believe me I'm trying, but I just can't get my mind on it. For those who are fans of my Song of the Master of Death, I am not happy with the way that one has been going. So I'm going to rewrite that one. There are parts that I liked, but if you've read my author notes, I went into that one without an outline and was just free writing it. So not my greatest. I'll probably go back to it at some point, but not right now. So, how this story started. A short time ago the talented Telemachus Sundance contacted me with an idea about a SW/GOT, AZOF, crossover. And funnily enough, I actually had a similar story bouncing around in my head. So, we decided that we would brainstorm with one another and beta read each other's stories. So please, if you've bothered to read this far into the A/N, please check out Telemachus Sundance's new story, The Jedi of the North. Now, seeing as how we are brainstorming with one another, and seeing as how the ideas were similar to begin with, if you read both you will more than likely notice some similarities between our two stories. But trust me, they will be a bit different. As for the cross, I'm going off more the AZOF rather than the TV show. Honestly, the main thing that I'll be using from the TV show is the increased age of the characters, meaning at the start of GOT Jon/Robb/Dany will be 16, starting at 299 AC. Also, there will be a pairing, and it's pretty much decided on how they'll go. The only thing I'm unsure of is if I'm gonna be given a little more love to some characters, more than one partner. Up in the air. And unlike Song of the Master of Death, I've actually outlined most of this story, plot points, dates, pairings, ending, just about as much as I can. So hopefully this one will flow much smoother than my previous crossover. Anyway, hope that you all enjoy, and again, a huge shout out to Telemachus Sundance for the help with brainstorming and proofreading. And please, check out their story as well. It's really good. One last thing, while I will be using the SI Darth Nox again, it is not Ziri Nox from IATB. I did play around with using her character again, but decided this time to use a male SI Darth Nox, Alam Nox. Chapter 1. Groaning against the pain coursing through his head, Darth Nox, Dark Lord of the Sith, head of the Pyramid of Ancient Knowledge, member of the Dark Council, heir of Tulak Hord and Kalig, master of death and figurehead of the cult of the Screaming Blade, shakily raised his hand to his head in an effort to stifle the immense throbbing threatening to implode his brain. Reaching out with the force, he felt his surroundings and was confused at what he found. A long-range starfighter. What the hell happened, he asked himself as he tried desperately to remember just where he was. Working slowly, he began to piece together his life before this moment. His enslavement at the hands of his masters. He remembered clearly the moment he'd lost his eyes. His master had ordered the death of his mother and he was forced to watch as his mother was stood up and shot by his master's houseguards without a second thought. But not before he'd had Alan watch as most of the household violated his mother in the worst possible manner. The action had caused a reaction in Alan, as his eyes had turned yellow and the guard that had killed his mother was suddenly and inexplicably choked to death where he stood. While he didn't know what the changing of his eye color meant at the time, his master sure did. And he wasn't about to let a lowly slave have the honor of being sent to Korriban. So, his master had taken a red-hot poker to his eyes and burnt away his sight. It was only after his sight had been stolen from him that he understood what he'd done. He'd used the Force. Something only the most noble and best of the Sith Empire were capable of. Not a handicapped slave boy. But despite his handicap, or perhaps because of it, Nox came into his own. He developed his Force attunement on his own, first in order to see. And second to bring revenge to his master. By the time the city guards arrived at the estate, his master and his master's mistress were little more than splats of blood coating the walls and floor of their bedroom. The other slaves showed their true colors, turning on him and ousting him immediately to the guards. But instead of being executed, as he'd expected, he was instead shipped off to Korriban. In a way, it was still a death sentence, he knew. A blind teenager with no training other than what he'd taught himself stood little chance of surviving the trials, and the other acolytes made sure to remind him of that every day. But he refused to simply keel over and die. He used the Force to develop his other senses to the point where he could actually see better than any other of the acolytes. Many even mistook him for a Myra-Lucan, given that he'd taken to wearing a strip of cloth around his head to cover his useless eyes. But despite those that doubted or laughed at him, he prevailed. He killed everyone who stood in his way in his quest to become the apprentice of Lord Zush. He particularly remembers the pleasure he felt as he killed his rival Fawn, after Zush had declared him her apprentice. The memory of the pure-blooded Sith screams and pleas for mercy still brought a smile to his face, even after all these years. Then there was his time under Zush, becoming her own personal errand boy as he went across the galaxy, fetching relics for her. Relics that she planned to use to switch their bodies as hers had become withered with age. But in the end, he'd gotten the last laugh as his faithful companion Kemval interrupted her ritual and her spirit ended up trapped with the Dasaid. Only later to be expelled from the ancient beast as well and trapped within a monolith for all eternity. A fitting end for his conniving master. After Zush, his next challenge came in the form of one Darth Van Aden. The arrogant Darth who had his head shoved so far up his ass that Nox was sure that the man could give himself an oral inspection. The man believed that just because Zush was defeated that Nox's life was forfeit as well. Well, he proved him wrong as well. It might have taken the binding of 4 Force Ghosts to utterly decimate the idiot, but Nox did not once regret his decision. The power gained from those contracts and their subsequent release was well worth the agony that binding them brought. And in the end, it was Van Aden whose corpse was thrown out of the temple, leaving Nox to take up his seat on the Dark Council. Then came the battle against Ravan. The Jedi-turned-Sith-turned-Jedi was a force to be reckoned with. It took the combined efforts of Nox, Darth Mar, Jedi Grandmaster Sately Shan and Jedi Knight Debris to stop the madman. Of course, it was Nox who truly ended the fight, by helping to merge the light and dark halves of the legendary Force user. An action which ended with Ravan accepting death, but not before leaving the Jedi Knight Debris his lightsaber and Nox his mask. Fuck, he cursed as he pulled his mask, the very mask worn by Darth Ravan and gifted to him upon the legend's defeat on Yavin 4, off his face. Running his hands over the surface of the ancient artifact, Nox felt for any damages or imperfections. Finding none, he set the mask aside and reached up to feel his face. He could feel blood coating the fingers of his gloves running freely from his nose. Carefully touching his broken nose, he channeled a light flow of energy into the cartilage, fixing it and stemming the tide of blood. That taken care of, Nox righted himself in the cockpit of the fighter and began to run a system check. The battle, he thought as he hammered his fist down on top of the ship's console as the display before him flickered on and off. I have to know if Darth Mar escaped. And Debris too, I guess. She is good looking enough that I wouldn't mind converting her. As the ship began running through its system check, he thought back on the past few hours. Or the past few that he could remember. Darth Mar's ship had been perched on the edge of known space, searching for the mysterious force that was stupidly attacking both the Republic and the Empire at the same time. He remembered Debris and her ragtag group arriving on board, and then chaos. The enemy arrived and outnumbered them by dozens, maybe even 100 to 1 in terms of ships alone. The battle, if it could even be called that, was a massacre. Half their ships were destroyed in the first volley alone while the other half were left mostly disabled. And then the boarding parties came. Nox remembered fighting the new enemy that fought mostly with droids and a few force-sensitive individuals. Not that it mattered to Nox either way. Force-sensitive or droid, he cut them both down easily enough. After he'd killed each of the force-sensitive individuals he took the time to collect their lightsabers and clip them onto his belt. He wasn't sure exactly why he'd done it, but something in the Force told him that they would be important in the future. He also collected the lightsabers from a few fallen Jedi and Sith that had been serving aboard the ship as well. After clearing out a few levels within the ship he'd almost managed to reach the access point to his ship. However, before he managed to get to his ship the destroyer took a massive hit to its broadside that collapsed his path. With no other option, Nox made his way to the hangar bay and managed to commandeer a long-range fighter. But just as he was about to enter the battle, Darth Mar came over the comm and told him to flee and warn the Empire about the new threat. Seeing that further battle was pointless, Nox agreed and turned his ship and was about to make the jump to Drummond Cos when his ship was hit. The last thing he remembered was his ship spiraling off course and then unmistakable lunge into hyperspace. And now here he was. Wherever here was. Hearing a low beeping coming from his console, Nox flicked through the diagnostics, his mood dampening with each line he read. Fuel, 0.5%. Hyperdrive engine, offline. Primary sublight engines, offline. Secondary sublight engines, operational. Positioning thrusters, online. Oxygen levels, 10%. Primary weapons, offline. Secondary weapons, offline. Navigational computer, offline. Long-range scanner, offline. Short-range scanner, online. Well, that's just fucking wonderful, Nox cursed internally, not wanting to speak in an effort to conserve what little oxygen he had left. Even if I could figure out where the fuck I am, unlikely as the navigation computer is shot and I have no idea just what trajectory I entered hyperspace at, or for how long I was even in hyperspace to begin with. I doubt I'll survive long enough for a ship to just pass me by and pick me up. Fuck, of all the ways that I thought I'd bite it, floating in an unknown region of space and slowly dying of suffocation, starvation or dehydration was certainly not in the top 10. Leaning back in his seat, Nox was just about to turn off the display to conserve power when he felt it. A slight disturbance in the Force. A feeling of darkness. One he hadn't felt since he'd last stepped foot on Korriban. Closing his eyes, he reached out through the Force and felt for the disturbance. There, just off to the starboard side was a planet. A garden planet if his senses told him anything. A garden world touched heavily in the dark side of the Force. Yet, at the same time, there was a light-sided touch as well. Fainter than the dark side, but still there. But, more importantly, he could sense life on the planet, intelligent life. Coming out of his trance, he immediately booted up the short-range scanner. It's not far. I should have just enough fuel if I make sporadic bursts from the sublight engine. He thought as he read the scanner results of the planet. Definitely a garden world. No satellites or ships in orbit. Pollution and radiation levels seem to place the world as pre-industrialized. Wonderful, thanks a lot, Force. You raise my hopes of salvation, only to dash them in the next instant. Still, if it's a choice between dying up here in this ship in the middle of empty space, or to live out the rest of my life on a garden world, there really isn't a choice there. And who knows, perhaps if they're not so developed yet that I can turn this situation to my advantage. Although, just getting there will be only half the battle. I'm then going to have to land this bucket of bolts with no navigation, next to no fuel, and with only positioning thrusters to try and arrest my descent. This definitely isn't going to be one of my better landings. Manually inputting his commands, Nox used the positioning thrusters to turn his ship in the direction of the garden world before setting off towards his new, and perhaps last, home. 283 AC Wolfswood, the north. Panting heavily with his back against a tree, 6 named day Jon Snow, bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, tried desperately to catch his breath while his eyes darted nervously around the dense forest surrounding him. The cold air of the north turning his breath to mist as he breathed. For not the first time that day, he cursed his luck for having caught sight of the falling star that fell into the Wolfswood a week past. I should have just listened to Maester Luwin, or father. Jon thought as he greedily gasped air into his body. There has only been one instance of a star falling to the ground. I must have just been seeing things in the night. But regardless of the doubts expressed by his father, the Maester, or even his own brother Robb, Jon couldn't shake the thought of being the one to find the fallen star. If he could, maybe he could bring it back to Winterfell. And then Mycon would have been able to forge a new blade for House Stark that could rival Dawn. And then, maybe, just maybe, he would be granted the Stark name. And it was with those thoughts in mind that Jon set off in the middle of the night while everyone was asleep to find the star. That was 4 days ago. 2 days ago, he'd run out of food. And yesterday he'd run out of water. On top of that, he was completely and utterly lost. Nan had told him and Robb both tales of children wandering into the dense forest only never to be seen again, but he hadn't believed her. Not really. But now, he truly did believe the tales. The trees were so tall and thick that even though it was bright out, he couldn't see the sun. And because of that, he couldn't tell east from west, or even north from south at this point. But being lost, hungry and thirsty weren't the worst of his troubles. No. The worst had occurred just this morning when he stumbled across the dying embers of a fire, only to find he wasn't the only one in the woods. There he is. Get him. I call his legs. The best meat is on the legs. Even if he is a little shit. Oh no, Jon wailed to himself as he forced himself off the tree and rushing further into the forest. Wildings, Jon thought as he pushed himself harder than ever to keep his legs moving as fast as possible. Nan once told us that they like to eat people, at least she did until Lady Stark forbade her from speaking of such things to Robb, but I never thought she was telling the truth. Who would want to eat another person? It's disgusting. Here little shite. We got a nice little campfire set up just to cook you. I know just how long to keep ya on the fire for to make sure you be done just right. Stop running, and we might just kill ya first, before we cook ya. They're getting closer. Jon thought desperately as he urged his legs to move faster. I need to get away. But, where do I go? I have no idea where I am. I need to hide. Maybe if I hide, they'll pass me by, and I can. A sharp pain in his leg ended his thoughts as he stumbled forward, falling headfirst to the ground as his left leg refused to move. Pushing his hands under him, Jon turned and looked down his body. His eyes widened as he spied fletching and a shaft sticking out from the back of his calf. I didn't, when did they? His questions were cut off as the wildlings came into sight no more than a few paces behind him. Each wearing a mismatched of animal pelts to keep them warm. Their faces and hands almost black from the dirt covering them and their hair wild and unkempt. And each were carrying a weapon of some sort. The largest of the group smirked as he approached Jon, his sword idly waving back and forth in front of him as he approached. His yellow crooked teeth on full display as he smiled down at Jon in much the same way that his Sansa stared at sweets. Gods, they really do mean to eat me. Well, little rabbit. That was a fun little hunt, eh? But now it ends, and our meal begins. Trying to get back to his feet, Jon instantly cried out and collapsed as he tried to stand on his left leg. Yay, that ain't gonna work, little rabbit, the big wildling laughed. I'da here be a hello a shot. And she put that arrow in ye. Doubt ya be running again anytime soon. Not that y'all get the chance to. Rolling over onto his back, Jon reached down and pulled out the small knife that his father had gifted him for his 5th name day. The blade wasn't long, barely the length of his fingers, but it was all he had. Stay back. Instead of being intimidated, the wildlings instead laughed. Be careful, Korea. A woman wilding with a bow, Ida he thought, laughed. The little rabbit still has some teeth. The big wildling with crooked yellow teeth smirked even wider as he stabbed his sword point first into the cold ground. Nice little knife you got, little rabbit. The man laughed as he reached out towards Jon. Maybe I'll use it pick you from my teeth when I'm fuck. Jon had waited until the wildling was in arm's reach, just like his father had taught himself and Robb, before stabbing forth with the knife, burying it to the handle in the wildling's outstretched arm. Fuck. The wildling screamed, stepping back and yanking the knife out of both Jon's hand and his own arm. Fuckin', fuck. Jon tried to run, he really did. But the moment he tried to stand, his left reminded him that he still had an arrow in his leg and he abruptly fell face first back onto the ground. And before he could get up again, a pair of rough hands had him by the neck and were lifting him off the ground. The wildling with crooked teeth was holding him clear off the ground so that his feet here left dangling helplessly in the air. That wasn't fucking smart, little rabbit, the wildling growled, his grip on Jon's neck tightening to the point where Jon was having trouble breathing. I was gonna make this quick. But now I'm gonna cook you, one limb at a time and make you watch as I feast on your flesh. Darkness started closing in on the edges of Jon's sight as he struggled against the hand around his throat. No. He thought weakly, trying to breathe and failing as the fight started to leave his body. I can't, not like this, father, Robb, Sansa, Arya, someone, please, help. A scream unlike any Jon had ever heard in his life echoed throughout the forest. The wildling holding onto Jon let go, letting Jon fall limply to the ground, pain shooting through his leg as he landed on it and his lungs burning as he gasped desperately for breath. What the fuck was that? One of the wildlings, this one wielding a club of sorts, asked as the group turned and started looking around the area. The wildling with rotten teeth stared at the other wildlings. Where the fuck be Tummer? The other wildlings looked at one another before searching around frantically. Fuck. The bow-wielding one, Ida, cursed as she notched an arrow. He was right the fuck behind us. What got him? Shadowcat? Dire wolf. There be no dire wolves south of the wall, another said, his voice as shaky as Jon felt. Shadowcat, maybe. No, the wildling with rotten teeth growled. Listen. No birds. No animals. Nothin'. There be someone else out there. Turning back to Jon. Without saying a word, the wildling lifted his boot and stepped down hard onto Jon's leg, breaking the shaft of the arrow off and driving the tip deeper into his leg. No. Jon screamed in agony as he tried to sit up, only to have the wildling press down harder on his leg. Shut the fuck up, little rabbit. The wildling yelled, a mad tint in his eye. Who else be with you in these woods? Fighting against the pain in his legs, Jon felt tears of pain roll down his face as he cried in pain. Please, no one. I swear by the old gods. I'm alone. I swear. He be fucking lying. Another spat. Kneelers wouldn't let a kid like him out on his fucking own. Someone else is with him. The boot left his leg, but before he could feel any relief, Jon was roughly pulled upwards by the rotten-toothed wildling. I have the boy Kneeler. The wildling yelled as he put Jon's own knife to his throat. Come out now or I spill his blood on the snow. Silence answered the rotten-toothed man as the rest of the wildlings began backing up so that they were all back to back and facing outwards towards the forest. Fuck. The wildling woman spat, her arrow pulled back and ready. I don't fucking like this, something ain't right. A flash of black followed by the cracking of a twig caught Jon's and the wildlings' attention, making all of them turn as one. Blinking, Jon thought at first that his eyes were playing tricks on him. But even after blinking, the figure didn't disappear. Standing less than a few paces away from them was a man, well, at least Jon thought he was a man. He was covered from head to foot in black robes and armor. He could see the metal coverings on his boots. And his hands and forearms were covered in gauntlets that extended past his fingers, slightly making it look like he almost had claws. The open cloak he wore exposed his chest, showing off a black steel chest plate of some sort. And his face was covered by the strangest visor he'd ever seen, with the black hood pulled up over the back of his head. It's one piece. No eye slits. How can he see? Who the fuck be you? The wildling holding Jon demanded, the knife pressing hard enough against his skin that Jon could feel his warm blood trickling down his neck. The newcomer didn't say anything. He just stood there staring at them. At least, Jon believed he was staring at them. It was impossible to tell just where he was looking with that visor covering his face. After several long moments, his head turned towards Jon. He didn't know how he knew, but Jon could almost feel the man's eyes on him. The moment their eyes met, Jon felt the breath in his lungs freeze. There was something terrifying about the man's gaze. As if he were looking upon the eyes of death itself. But as quick as the moment came, it passed as the man's head turned off Jon and back to the wildlings holding him. 8 of you to capture one young boy. Either he is quite the accomplished warrior or, and far more likely, the lot of you are merely incompetent beyond belief. His voice sounded so strange, distorted. Jon had heard men talking in their helmets before and knew that the visor on a helmet made a man sound different. But this was something completely different. Fuck you. The wildling holding Jon shouted, jostling Jon and removing the knife from his throat so he could point it towards the mysterious man. Who the fuck be you? Some southern kneeler knight here to save the boy. The man's head tilted to the side as he just continued to stand there. Kneeler? Can't say that I've heard that term before. But, given its general meaning, nope, still have no clue what you mean by that. And as for being a knight? I doubt you would understand, but I wouldn't be caught dead becoming a knight. Too restricting for my tastes. But as for who I am, my name is Darth Nox. Although considering that we are quite the distance away from my home, and you lot will never understand the underlying meaning behind my title, you can just call me Nox. Who the fuck cares who this fucking kneeler is? Another wilding woman screamed, stepping forward and lowering her spear threateningly towards the mysterious knight. I want to know where the fuck Tummer be. The mysteriously knight merely titled his head. Which half do you want? His upper body is that way, he said, pointing across his body to his left before moving his thumb to the right, and his lower half is that way. Fucking bastard. Don't Hilda, the wildling holding Jon shouted. The fucking kneeler is just trying to rile ya up. And if Tummer be dead, then he be dead. You'll just have to find a new cock to please ye. Well he fucking did just that. The woman wildling yelled, jabbing her spear at the strange man. What we waitin' for? There be more of us than him. Let's just kill this fucker and be done with it. Instead of being scared, the masked knight just laughed. Amusing. You think that just because you outnumber me means that the advantage is yours? How incredibly short-sighted of you. Do you not recognize the sensations running through you all? The cold tingling running down your back. Do you know what that is? Or perhaps the shaking of your hands. Or maybe that warm sensation running down that one's legs. Do you know just what that is? Let me help you, it's fear. It's because your body knows right now that you stand before death itself. Even if your minds are too feeble to comprehend just what that means. Despite his situation, being held at knife point by wildlings that were threatening to make a meal out of him, Jon couldn't help but feel awestruck at the mysterious man standing before them. He didn't look to be carrying any type of weapon that Jon could see, no sword nor spear nor bow. Yet still he stood his ground. This is what a true knight is. Just like that knight from the tales that Sansa always begs for. Ah, fuck this. The wildling holding Jon shouted, throwing him off to the side as if Jon was little more than a doll to be discarded. Let's kill this fucker and eat his cor. In the time it took Jon to turn over on the ground, the mysterious knight had somehow managed to cross the distance between himself and the wildlings and had driven his fist right into the much larger man's gut. What Jon couldn't understand, beside just how the man had managed to move so fast, was how he managed to throw the much larger wildling back at least 2 lengths of men and into a nearby tree so hard that the tree actually cracked and fell over from the impact. The wildlings, despite the suddenness of the attack, were quick to recover as the next closest one to the mysterious knight cried out and charged at the man's back with his spear lowered and ready to run him through. Watch out! Jon yelled. His warning though wasn't needed as just before the spear reached the dark stranger, he turned and dodged the attack. A strange hiss, much like the sound of a heated blade in a forge hitting water, came from the stranger and next Jon knew the strange knight was wielding glowing red sword that looked as if it were made of fire. The blade cut clean through the wildling's chest, cutting the man clean in two. The quick death of 2 of their members, not to mention the sudden appearance of a sword made of fire, brought the wildlings up short. Fuckin', how did he kill them so quick? And what the fuck is that thing? Who cares? Another wildling, this one holding a rusty and poorly kept sword. We kill him, we take that sword of his. Come on. He can't take us all at once. Let's kill this fucker. For a moment, just a moment, Jon felt despair as the 6 remaining wildlings all charged at the dark stranger. He was his only hope of surviving this. But that despair was short-lived as the mysterious knight jumped up and flipped clear over the head of the nearest wildling, his fire sword cleanly removing the man's head from his shoulders as he did. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the stranger was moving again, sliding to the side to avoid a spear thrust and stabbing the attacking wildling through the chest with his fire sword. The fight, if it could even be called that, Jon considered it more of a slaughter, was over in the amount of time it took Jon to sit upright on the ground. The stranger almost seemed to know exactly where and when each wildling was about to strike. The stranger also moved like water. One moment he'd been in one place and the next moment he'd be bending or twisting out of the way of a weapon and countering without a moment's hesitation. By the time Jon had fully managed to sit upright, the only wildling left still standing was the bow-wielding woman. She had an arrow drawn and pointed at him. But Jon could see that her arms were shaking so heavily that he doubted her aim would be true, even from the distance on only few paces. When the stranger turned towards her, the wildling threw her bow to the ground and collapsed. "Mercy! Please me lord! Mercy! I beg of you!" The hiss of water on hot steel sounded again as the sword of fire disappeared, leaving only a strange hilt in the mysterious knight's hand. "Why?" The almost detached way he'd asked the simple question made Jon turn to him. And the fact that he was still holding onto the hilt of the fire sword in his hand made Jon somewhat uneasy. He is going to accept her surrender, right? Father always said that there was no honor in slaying a surrendered foe. He's not going to hurt her, is he? She's surrendered and she has no weapon on her. There's no reason to do anything to her. The wildling woman slowly raised her head, her eyes wide and pleading. "Please, me lord, show mercy. I'll let you steal me. I won't fight back. I swear. I be yours, however and wherever ye want me. Please me lord, just show mercy." The stranger didn't say anything. He just stood there, staring at the pleading woman, his face impossible to read behind his strange mask. Jon could hear his own heart beating in his chest as he waited to see what the knight would do. He can't kill her. He can't, he's a warrior. A noble man. They don't kill those that have surrendered, even if they're wildlings. Jon wasn't sure just how long the two stared at one another, all but ignoring him. But after a long time, the stranger finally moved as he squatted down in front of the woman. "Tell me," he rumbled in the strange distorted tone. "The farmhouse that you and this lot came across a week pass. Did you show them mercy? Did you show the father mercy as you cut him to pieces and cooked him one piece at a time? Did you show the mother and daughter mercy as your male counterparts raped them repeatedly while you and other women in your group simply laughed as they cried and begged for mercy? Tell me, did you show them mercy? And if you're willing to be mine and do whatever I want, then tell me, why are you holding a dagger under your body waiting for the chance to run me through?" Blinking, Jon's eyes flickered from the stranger to the groveling woman. The wildling blinked and then her face morphed from the pleading look to a snarl as she lunged at the stranger. The dagger he hadn't even seen suddenly in her hand and going straight for the stranger's throat. The hiss echoed throughout the forest again as the sword of fire came to life once more. The blade appearing seeming out of nowhere and cutting the woman's arm off at the elbow. "That," the stranger said calmly, rising to his feet and holding the tip of the fire sword at the screaming wildling's head. "Was your last chance? Had you shown even an ounce of remorse or not tried to kill me, I honestly might have considered your plea. But now, I won't. Just be glad that a child is nearby and conscious. Otherwise, this would last a lot longer." Without a moment's hesitation, the stranger swiped his blade through the air, cleaving clean through the woman's neck and separating her head from her shoulders and ending her screaming. Jon couldn't take his eyes off the head on the ground. It wasn't his first time seeing a beheading. His father had taken himself and robbed to the execution of a Night's Watch deserter less than a moon's turn ago. Perhaps it was because it was a woman instead of a man. Or perhaps it was because of the suddenness of her shift from pleading for her life to trying to kill the stranger. Or perhaps it was the dispassionate way the stranger had killed her without giving her the chance to say her last words. But for some reason, the whole scene just seemed more brutal than when his father executed the deserter from the Night's Watch. Hearing the unmistakable hissing noise again, Jon forced his eyes off the lifeless head lying on the ground to the strange standing just before him. "I apologize for the brutality, young one. But there was no time to shield you from this sight. But for now, sleep." Jon wanted to say that he wasn't tired, that he had 100 questions for the stranger. But for some reason upon his command, Jon's mind went dark as his eyes grew heavy. "But, I'm not even tired," was the last thought that went through his mind before darkness clouded his vision as the ground rushed up to meet him. Kneeling next to the now unconscious boy, Nox carefully turned the child over so that he could examine him properly. Small cut on the throat, not critical. Clearly exhausted with how quickly he passed out. "I didn't even need to put much into the persuasion to put him under." Turning to where the arrow had penetrated his calf, he gently probed at the flesh around the wound. "The arrowhead has nicked the bone. It's going to take quite a bit to heal him. But he's young, and strong in the force. Very strong. Strong enough that his mere presence tells me that we are no longer in Imperial or Republic space. There is no way the Sith nor the Jedi would allow such a promising young individual to pass them by if he was within their domain of control. Even if he does come from a backwater planet with no discernible technology to speak of." It'd been 3 days since Nox had landed on this technology-forsaken rock. Or rather crashed. He knew that he didn't have the fuel for a proper landing, so he'd planned on setting down into the ocean near the coastline and then swimming to shore. But that didn't happen. Entry into this planet's atmosphere didn't go like he'd hoped. With no navigational computer to speak of, he had to do the entry by line of sight. By the time he was fully committed, he was too far off course to make the coast. So, with aid of the Force, and no small amount of luck, he managed to locate a small lake in the middle of forest. It'd then taken him nearly everything he had, but he'd managed to use the Force to not only align his ship, but to also slow himself enough so that when he did hit the lake's surface, his ship didn't fold like a deck of cards on him. After extracting himself from his now ruined fighter and the small lake he'd crashed into, began to assess his situation. He had no way of communicating with the greater galaxy, no ship, and he was apparently marooned on a pre-industrial world with only a single emergency survival bag and the few items on his person to his name. The survival bag wasn't promising either. Apparently whatever pilot was responsible for that long-range fighter had neglected his preparations duties as the bag contained less than half of the supplies that it should have. Deciding to make use of the excess space, he placed the dozen lightsabers he'd managed to collect from the foreign attackers as well as the fallen Sith and Jedi from Darth Mare's ship. Deciding that he needed to know more, much more, he knelt next to the water's edge and went into a deep meditative trance for two reasons. The first was that he wanted to see if there was any sign of Republic or Imperial forces, which there wasn't. And second, to try and learn as much about this new world as he could. Which unfortunately, even after spending days in his trance, wasn't much. As far as he could tell, this world was pre-industrial world. But just as he'd sensed out in space, the Force was very strong on this world. He could distinctly feel several dark side presences scattered across the world. However, none seemed to belong to a single individual. It was more like each presence was a collective. A collective that he intended to investigate as soon as he was able to do so. He'd fully intended on delving deeper into his trance to try and discern more, but his concentration had been broken by a disturbance in the Force. A cry for help. It was mere curiosity more than a sense of duty that led him to follow the disturbance. But now that he'd located exactly what the origins of the disturbance of the Force was, he was glad that he did. It wasn't every day that a Darth could find such a promising, uncompromised individual to potentially train. But first, he needed to see to healing the boy proper. And that is where you come in, my unfortunate friend, he said, turning around slowly and making his way over to the large man that seemed to have been the leader of this poor assortment of free folk, or wildlings as they were also known. Said free folk was currently trying to push himself up off the ground, but his broken back as well as 5 broken ribs, courtesy of his impact with the tree, was preventing him from doing so. Fuck, you, fuckin', kneeler. Sking, Nox made his way over to the fallen free folk and knelt down before him. You surely do like that word, don't you? Fucking. Your friend, Tummer, was it? Yes, he liked that word as well. He kept screaming it at me, even as I was siphoning what little I could from his mind. He wasn't a very bright individual, so, luckily for him, it didn't take very long. It is a very painful process, after all. And a weak mind will fold, break, and become useless rather quickly. But he did manage to last long enough for me to gather some bits of information. Including your recent actions. And after what you lot did just a week ago, I can honestly say that I'm sorry I didn't prolong his suffering. Unfortunately, that was the truth of the matter. The first individual he'd come across in his search for the disturbance had yelled something at him and charged at him with a spear. It was almost child's play to take the spear away and break his knee and arm. The siphoning of one's mind was a very dark technique, but it was one that had fallen out of favor due to its habit of breaking the mind of the victim, making it useless for interrogation purposes. But it was very useful if, say, you were on an uncharted world and needed to get a basic understanding of the local language and geography. The wilding he'd come across had only lasted a few moments before his mind broke, leaving him a drooling husk of a human. But in that time Nox was able to not only get a feel for the language, which allowed him to speak somewhat to the locals, but it also let him know that he was in a land called the North, unoriginal. And that his victim belongs to a group of people known as free folk or wildlings who came from beyond something called the Wall even further to the north. He also saw just what they had done to a small farmstead a few days prior. It wasn't the worst thing Nox had ever heard or even seen happen. But still, even though he was Sith, such actions filled him with disgust. But you, my large friend, he continued, enjoying watching the big man flail about as he tried in vain to get away from him. You will not be so lucky. You see, it just so happens that I need you for 2 reasons. One, is to help heal that young man over there. And the second is to try and learn more about this land. The free folk glared up at him with utter hatred, a look Nox had grown accustomed to over the years. Fuck you. I ain't helpin' a fucking kneeler. Smirking behind his mask, Nox stood up and rolled his neck. Unfortunately for you, your cooperation in this matter isn't required. Holding out his hand, Nox channeled his power into his outstretched palm, creating a miasma of dark side energy that flowed around his hand and arm. Ashura would not fully approve of this. But unfortunately for you, my light was taken from me some time ago. And given what you lot did to those unable to defend themselves, well, let's just say I'm not feeling very charitable at the moment." Lowering his hand, the miasma flowed out from his hand and encased the wildling in its dark grasp. Almost immediately the man started screaming in agony as Nox began twofold process of draining his life force to give to the boy so he could heal, and to also siphon what he could from the man's mind. "Do try not to scream too loud," he said casually, pulling more and more from the withering man. "The boy over there needs his rest, after all. And it'd be terribly impolite of you to wake him with your wailing." Kneeling on the ground, Lord Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, carefully inspected the small footprint that was inlaid in a small muddy patch before him. The cool air of the north froze his breath as it escaped his lungs. A stark reminder that while winter may have officially ended by the standards of the maesters, the cold never truly left the north. And another reminder as to why we need to find Jon quickly. He is of the north, but even the sturdiest of men can meet their end in a spring chill. "My lord, have you found something?" Jory Castle, nephew to Sir Roderick Castle and recently assigned captain of the Winterfell Guard, asked as he knelt next to Eddard in order to examine what he'd found. Eddard nodded, lightly touching at the single foot impression. "This track was not made by any animal nor a full-grown man, it's far too small." "No, this track belongs to a boy." Jory licked his lips as he nodded with the assessment. "Jon," Jory stated, giving words to Eddard's thoughts. "The track looks fresh, my lord. Less than a day old, maybe half a day at best. We're closing in on him." Eddard nodded, rising to his feet and staring off in the direction the single track was heading towards. A direction that would lead them even further into the depths of the unmarked Wolf's Wood. "He's still alive, my lord," Jory stated, stepping up beside him. "We'll find him, my lord, I swear it." Nodding, Eddard stayed silent as he stared off into the depths of the woods while Jory went back to gather the men. The well of despair that had been growing within him ever since he'd discovered Jon's disappearance grew even more despite the evidence of Jon's continued survival. "This is my fault," he thought to himself morosely as he made his way back to where Jory was giving out orders to the 24 house guards that had accompanied the two on the search. "I should have been paying more attention to Jon. I know that recently he has started to feel unworthy of being in Winterfell. No thanks to that bloody Septa and her abrupt and cruel explanation of just what a bastard, and by extent what Jon was in the eyes of the South. I should have realized that Jon was looking to prove that he wasn't just bastard, that he wanted to prove himself. And that this mysterious falling star of his was the perfect opportunity to do just that. But it wasn't just his failing to recognize Jon's need to prove his worth that had brought him into such a well of despair. No, what had truly brought him so low was the fact that it had taken him and those within his own house nearly a full day to discover that Jon was in fact missing in the first place. After Jon had failed to show up for dinner, Ned had sent a servant to fetch him, figuring that he'd spent the day in his chambers, but when the servant reported back that Jon wasn't there and that no one had seen him all day, Ned felt lower than even that day in the tower when he first held Jon in his arms. Ned had immediately called for a search party to head out and search for Jon. Kat had tried to talk him out of leading the search himself, but he would hear none of it. Her attitude towards Jon had always been a sore point in their otherwise decent marriage. And for not the first time, Ned seriously considered telling her the truth of the matter. But, as always, the words died on his tongue before he could give them voice. "I have to protect him. I swore to her that I would. And his best shield is his anonymity. The fewer that know the truth, the better. No good will come of it should people learn just who he truly is." Robb, unsurprisingly, had wanted to go with them. He'd even been sitting on a horse waiting for them while pointedly ignoring his mother's orders to get down. Jon and Robb, much to Ned's joy, were true siblings, even if they were secret cousins. They played together, learned together, fought together. Just about every first the two boys had experienced in their young lives had been in the presence of the other. Their bond was strong, despite even Kat's attempts to separate the two. It'd taken Ned nearly an hour to convince Robb that he needed to stay behind, that he was still young and that they would be moving too fast for him to keep up with. And that he needed Robb to stay and be the Lord or Winterfell while he was away. Robb hadn't been happy about being left behind, but in the end his son's budding sense of duty won out and he was left behind. Figuring out where Jon had set off to had been easy. He'd talked for nearly a full day about the fallen star that landed in the Wolf's Wood. But that was merely the start. Finding a single boy in the ancient and dense forest was the true challenge. They'd had to abandon their horses after the first day when the evidence pointed to Jon leaving the trail and heading deeper into the woods than any had ventured before. And now, 2 days later, they had still yet to find Jon. "He's out of food by now," Ned thought as he watched his guards spread out so that dozen or more paces separated each of them in order to cover as much space as possible but allowing them to keep track of one another. "And unless he's found a new source of water, he will be out of that as well. We need to find him, soon." Falling into step with the rest of his men, Ned kept a constant vigilance on the trees around him searching for any sign of Jon. "How much further do you think he could have gone?" Jory asked him as they continued searching. You Starks are made of sturdily stuff, my lord. But Jon, he's but a boy of 6. To think that he could have gotten this far out on his own with little supplies, it doesn't make much sense. Even a fully grown man would be slowing by now. But your son, he just seems to be keeping 2 steps ahead of us. Jory wasn't wrong. Ned had expected to be able to catch up with Jon within half a day at most once they'd set out. But now they were 3 days in and seemingly no closer to catching up to Jon than the day they'd set out. If Ned wasn't so frightened and worried, he would have been proud of the pace that his bastard son had set. Nearly half a day passed before they found their next sighting. Ned had been ready to call for a halt when one of his men had called out to him. Lord Stark. We've found something. Desperate for any sign of Jon, Ned had all but run over to the guardsman, leaving Jory and the others struggling to catch up to him. Please be Jon. Please gods of the north, let him be all right. Unfortunately, his prayers fell on deaf ears as he arrived at the guardsman who'd called for him. A small camp, unorganized and scattered, lay in a small clearing. 2 of Stark guardsmen that had been closest were inspecting the makeshift tents while a third was holding his bare hand over the remnants of a fire. The embers are still warm, Lord Stark. The guardsman explained the moment he laid eyes on Eddard. Nodding, Eddard looked around the makeshift camp with a critical eye. The small folk wouldn't dare venture so far into the Wolf's Wood to make camp. Nor would any bannerman of the north. The threat of wildlife was far too dangerous to venture too far from the road. Which meant that whoever made this camp didn't want to be near the road. Which left 2 options. Neither of which were appealing. Spread out. Ned ordered, making his way over to the still warm embers. Look for your tracks. Someone abandoned this camp in a hurry, and I want to know where they went. Yes, me lord. His guardsmen shouted before dispersing and searching the nearby area for any sign of tracks. My lord, Jory said lowly as he came up beside Eddard. There are only 2 types of folk who'd set up camp so far from the road. Bandits and wildlings. Eddard finished for his captain. I am well aware of that fact, Jory. He could hear the hesitation in his captain's voice as he continued. My lord, if they spotted Jon before us. I know, Eddard nearly snapped. Promise me, Ned. But I won't allow myself to think about that situation. My son is alive, Jory. I know it. Me lord. One of his guardsmen shouted, bringing an end to their conversation. Tracks heading west, me lord. 1 small and at least 6 others as well. They looked to be moving fast. A single shared look with his captain of the guard was all that was needed as Jory drew his sword. To arms, men. We'll track these fuckers down who dare to hunt a wolf. As his men drew their weapons and voiced their approval, Ned continued to stare blankly into the depths of the forest. The wind through the trees and the sound of the animals who made the forest their home died into nothing as the voice of his long-lost sister rang through his head like a mantra. Promise me, Ned. Promise me, Ned. Sitting on the stump of a fallen tree, Darth Nox, Dark Lord of the Sith, quietly contemplated the situation he now found himself in as he let the soft sound of the small fire he'd created wash over him. Directly across from him, laid out carefully so as to not disturb the freshly healed wounds, was the young boy he'd rescued from the so-called wildlings, of free folk as they preferred to be called, less than an hour ago. The boy was powerful in the Force. Completely untrained, but his potential was astronomical. A quick scan of the boy told him that he hadn't ate anything for days, but even still, he'd been able to push himself well past what should have been the normal limits for a child his age. Which meant he'd been unconsciously sustaining himself with the Force. Which was beyond impressive. With the proper training he could become incredibly powerful, perhaps even powerful enough to rival himself one day. So, sticking with the boy wasn't the problem. No, what was the problem was what he was supposed to do now. He could take the boy and go. But that idea didn't seem logical. For starters, he had no real power base on this world. Where would he even take the boy to? No. Simply grabbing the boy and disappearing wasn't an option. But then, what were his options? Pausing in his musing, he looked over the boy once again through the Force. Even though this world was clearly pre-industrial, and perhaps even pre-gunpowder-based projectile weaponry, given the weapons used by the wildlings, the boy was actually well groomed. His teeth were clean, little dirt even though he'd been in this forest alone for days. And the few calluses on his hands were obviously not caused by manual labor. And unlike the wildlings' mismatched furs, this boy wore tailed clothing that were designed specifically for him. Which meant that the boy had a relatively easy upbringing so far. Which meant he potentially came from a powerful family. That could be the solution, he thought, bringing his hand up to his chin. Given the potential era this world seems to be in, the more influential means the better. Rescuing a potential lord's son could help me make a place in this world in the short term. And once I get my foot in the door, so to speak, I can introduce some more modern concepts towards engineering, science, agriculture, and philosophy. It's not ideal and it will take a good amount of time and patience. But eventually I will be able to build a new power base on this world. I might even be able to gather a few promising acolytes. Yes. That is the best course of action. Feeling a slight tremor in the force, Nox reached out with his senses. Well, this is just convenient, he thought, his lips upturning underneath his mask. Over a dozen men are closing in on us. And one of them, he has a familial connection with the boy. Not direct. But there is definitely a connection there. Good. I can use that. Well, I guess that it's time to play the game once more. Chapter 2, Winterfell Part 1. So, here we go. Chapter 2. Just want to take a moment and thank everyone who reviewed, added this story to their favorites or chose to follow. Thank you all so much for the support. Quick shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner for this story, Telemachus Sundance. And if you haven't checked out his version of this scenario, The Jedi of the North, I highly recommend that you go and check it out. And a slight correction to the last chapter, so the year when Nox arrives is 289 AC, which makes Jon and Robb 6 while Sansa will be 4 and Arya just over 2. Hope that you all enjoy this chapter. And please feel free to leave a review. Any questions I try and answer, but please be respectful. And right now I've almost got the next chapter completed, so I'm going to try and keep a bi-weekly update schedule, but with full-time work, a huge project at work that I need to often take home, and a family at home it's often difficult to find time to write. So please be patient with me. Anyway, here we go. Chapter 2. Groaning in discomfort, Jon Snow forcibly opened his heavy eyes groggily as he slowly came to. Blinking dumbly, he found himself staring skywards and seeing only tress and leaves above him. What? Where? In a rush, it all came back to him. The falling star. His foolish venture into the Wolf's Wood. His encounter with the wildlings and the strange the wildlings. Jon shouted, shooting upwards into a sitting position, only to immediately fall back down onto his back groaning loudly as his head and the world around him started spinning uncontrollably. I wouldn't try to sit up again so fast, boy, a distorted voice said to him through the spinning world around him. It's amazing you even managed to maintain the strength to keep going for so long after running out of food and water. What limited energy you had left has been used in the healing of your body. And you have nothing to fear of the wildlings, boy. Kind of hard to be a threat when they're dead. Blinking and trying to stop the spinning, Jon groggily rolled onto his side in the direction of the distorted voice. The first thing he saw was a low burning fire made of twigs and branches. Resting above the fire on a makeshift spit was a hare, skinned and cooking. Jon's mouth watered greedily as the smell of the cooked meat reached him and his stomach roared, reminding him just how long it'd been since he'd last ate anything. Fighting down the temptation to lunge for the meat, Jon forced his eyes past the fire and to the figure sitting just beyond. The mysterious knight was sitting with his back resting against a nearby tree, his strange helm still in place and facing towards him with unseeing eyes. Biting his lip, Jon carefully and slowly made to sit up, taking care to avoid the world spinning on him again. You saved me, Sir Knight. I thank you. Think nothing of it, boy, the strange knight continued in his distorted voice. That rabble was hardly a challenge. My morning workout is more taxing. Now, eat. I did what I could to heal you without having to use your own energy reserves, but healing a body is taxing, even with help. Licking his lips, Jon hardly waited to be told twice before he all but lunged for the rabbit. Picking up the spit, he bit greedily into the side of, nearly moaning as the taste of meat hit his tongue after so long without food. Before he'd even realized it, he'd picked clean the little amount of meat on one of the 4 legs and had started in on the body of the hare. Not so fast, the mysterious stranger's distorted voice chided him, making him stop eating for a moment. You haven't eaten in a while. Resist what your body is telling you and eat slowly. If you don't, you'll only make yourself sick. Taking his words to heart, Jon forced himself to slow his eating, taking smaller bites from the hare instead of the large ones he'd started with. When Jon had finished off the last bits of meat from the small hare, his stomach felt much better than it had. Only to jump again when the mysterious knight held out a water skin for him. So, tell me, boy, the knight said as Jon slowly, but greedily, drank from the water skin. What is your name? I can't keep referring to you as boy. Jon immediately felt his now moistened throat run dry. Jon Snow. Jon Snow? Interesting name. The stranger replied, but not with the tone that Jon was used to hearing. Instead the way he said his name almost sounded like, he didn't care. Does he not know what the name Snow means? Does he not know that I'm a bastard? A stain on my father's honor. I suppose that turnabout is fair play. My name is Darth Nox. But you, Jon, may refer to me as Nox. Lord Nox, Jon greeted the lord. He had to be a lord after all. Only a lord or a king could afford armor like what he was wearing. Thank you for saving me. I was in the area. And I have a soft spot for those who cannot help themselves. A weakness many have said, but I find strength in it. Lord Knox replied with a shrug. Now tell me, do you feel any lingering pain from the injuries you suffered at the hands of the wildlings? The stranger's question caught Jon off guard. But, now that it was brought to his attention, he realized with a start that, no, he didn't feel any pain anymore. In fact, he felt better now that he'd eaten and drank for the first time in days. As soon as the thought hit him, his eyes widened. Almost fumbling in his haste, Jon reached down to the backside of his leg and felt where the arrow had struck him. He could feel the still drying blood on his pants and the hole in the fabric that the arrow had made. But when his fingers touched his skin, he felt nothing. There was no wound at all. Eyes widening even further, he turned his attention back to Lord Knox. There, I was hit with an arrow. I know it. I remember when one of guards took an arrow in the arm during target practice. It took Maester Luwin hours to cut the arrow out of him. And even then, it took weeks for the wound to even heal properly. But he, whatever the stranger did, made it so that it looks and feels like I was never hit with an arrow in the first place. There was only one explanation that Jon's six-named mind immediately jumped to. Magic. It was the only way the stranger could have healed him so fast. And it also explained how he was able to defeat so many wildlings with ease. And how he could create a sword made of pure fire. But that was impossible. Maester Luwin was adamant that magic no longer existed. That Valyria was the last ember of magic and that when the last of the dragons died, so too did magic. Even his father didn't believe in magic. Are you a sorcerer? You can do magic, can't you? He asked timidly, both afraid and excited about the answer to come. Across from him, Lord Knox tilted his head to the side. There are some who call me such. And given our current situation, the title shall suffice for now. And, yes, to put it in layman's terms, I can use magic. Although, calling it magic is a gross simplification of what the Force is. Jon wasn't quite sure just what he'd meant by that, but neither did he care. All that he cared about was the fact that Lord Knox, the one who saved him from the wildlings, could do magic. Can you show me? Jon exclaimed, jumping up to his feet and nearly bouncing in his excitement. And your sword of fire. Can you do that all the time? What else can you do? Can you lift objects with your mind? Can you bewitch people? Can you make fire from thin air? Are there others who can do magic like yourself in your homeland? Can you? Boy, Lord Knox said sharply, cutting off Jon and ending any questions he had. Slow down. The Force, or magic as you call it, is not a party favor to entertain children with. Yes, I can do most what you asked, but I will not show it. Not now. Because there is no need to do so. Should the need arise, I will gladly show you what I am capable of. But not now. And as for my homeland, suffice to say that it is now impossible for me to return home. As it is impossible for anyone from my home to find me. It was all Jon could do to keep himself from bursting with questions as he sat back down. But the courtesy that his father, and Lady Stark had drilled into him as of late demanded that he accepts the stranger's command and cease asking questions. Licking his lips, Jon drank a little more from the water skin, trying his best to hold it in but in the end unable to do so. Can you teach others to, well, do what you do? Again, Lord Knox tilted his head to the side. If an individual shows an aptitude for the Force, then yes, I can teach them what I know. But few have the conviction or desire to withstand the training one needs to go through in order to learn. Can you teach me? Jon asked before he could help himself. Then he quickly started folding in on himself as soon as he did so. You're a bastard, Jon, even if you could learn, he wouldn't accept you. A true-born, yes, but not a bastard. No one cares for a bastard. Lady Stark has made that point many times. Across from him, Lord Knox crossed his arms over his chest. Perhaps. You have the spark necessary. But the question is, do you have the will to do what I say when I say it? If I tell you to jump, will you jump? If I tell you to fight, will you fight? If I tell you to do the impossible, will you find a way to do it? Feeling hope swell in his chest, Jon eagerly nodded. Yes. Jon could almost see the upturning of Lord Knox's mouth behind his mask. We shall see if that is true. But that is a discussion for another time. For now, tell me, Jon, why does a boy of your age come into a forest like this unsupervised? Surely, your parents are worried about you. At the mention of his parents, Jon immediately curled in on himself again. Bastard. Stain on my lord husband's honor. I saw a falling star. But no one believed me. I had to come. I wanted to find it. I wanted to prove that I'm. That you're what? Swallowing past the lump in his throat, Jon turned his eyes away from Lord Knox, took the plunge. That I'm more than just a bastard. That was it. Now Lord Knox would never be willing to teach him anything. He was a bastard. He didn't deserve the same lessons as his true-born brothers and sisters. And he certainly didn't deserve to learn magic. A fairly foul term to use on yourself, Jon, Lord Knox commented, making Jon blink and turn back to him. Unless, oh, you mean the term quite literally. As you were born out of wedlock. I see. And you feel ashamed of this? Why? Because I'm a stain on my father's honor. Jon answered almost immediately, his lips moving before he even realized it as the words Lady Stark screamed at him not a moon's past came to him. I didn't mean to answer so quickly. Lady Stark, my father's wife, she has made it clear that I do not deserve the same lessons as my true-born brother and sisters. I see. And what does your mother say? I don't know. I don't know who she is. Jon answered again almost immediately. Why do I keep answering so quickly? My father, he won't tell me about her. No matter how much I beg or cry. It doesn't matter, he won't tell me who she is. Where she is. If she even loves me at all. All he says is that he will tell me when I'm older. I'm old enough now. I'm seen 6 name days. Yet still, he won't tell me. Breathing heavily after his tirade, Jon immediately felt ashamed of his outburst. He had no right to be angry with his father for not telling him. His father took him in and was raising him alongside his true-born children. Jon had no right to complain. None at all. If it wasn't for Lord Stark, he knew that he would be sent somewhere far away from home and never be able to return. Across the fire from him, Lord Knox merely sat with his hands tucked under his chin as he listened to Jon. I see. So, you were hoping that by finding a fallen star that you could somehow prove your worth to your father and this, Lady Stark. Yes, Jon nodded, sitting down heavily, words falling from his mouth faster than he could think them. The last star that had fallen to the earth was found by House Dane, and they forged the sword Dawn, the greatest sword in the land. I thought that if I did the same, then maybe, just maybe, my father would give me the Stark name. I don't care about the sword, or whatever they can make from the star, I just want to be a Stark. A true Stark. Not a bastard. By the time he was done, he was breathing like he'd just run through the wolf's wood again. Risking a glance upwards, Jon looked towards Lord Knox, waiting and dreading his rebuke. The rebuke he knew was coming. The same rebuke everyone gave him whenever he tried to prove that he was worthy of having the Stark name. But instead, the knight merely sat across the fire from him in silence, his hands folded before where he assumes his mouth was on his mask. Interesting, Lord Knox rumbled without warning. Keep that drive, young Jon. It will serve you well. And while I cannot help you find this star, I can perhaps still help you achieve your goal. But that will be a discussion for another time. For now, I believe that it is high time that I return you to your father. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Jon's joy at hearing that Lord Knox might be able to help him was quickly dampened at the reminder that his Lord Father was more than likely out searching for him. You're frightened, Lord Knox said suddenly, making Jon start. Why? Swallowing, Jon lowered his head in shame. My father. He's going to be so mad at me. Of course he is, Lord Knox answered, surprising Jon with just how quickly he did. He's your father. And you ran away and went off on a potential dangerous, and, quite frankly, idiotic quest to find some fallen star you may or may not have even seen. But do you know why your father will be angry with you? Biting his lip, Jon tucked his legs in close to his chest and wrapped his arms around them. Because I disobeyed him. No, well, yes, in part, Lord Knox nodded. But the true reason as to why he will be angry with you is because he is scared. Scared? Jon repeated, looking up at the man who'd saved his life and feeling slightly offended. My father is Warden of the North. Lord of the North. He fought in the rebellion against the Targaryens and won. He fought against Sir Arthur Dayne and won. He isn't afraid of anything. The stranger merely shook his head at the end of Jon's rant. Young man, there is still much you need to learn. First and foremost is that there are many, many types of fear. Just because one has courage to fight on the front lines or face a superior opponent does not mean that they do not know fear. The fear that you instilled in your father is the fear of loss. For it is our loved ones that can usually cause the greatest of fears to rear its ugly head. Blinking, Jon tried to piece together just what the masked lord was talking about. Many types of fear. Those we love can cause the greatest of fear? He isn't making any sense. But all of this philosophy is a discussion for another time, Lord Knox stated, bringing an end to the conversation as he rose to his feet and kicked some dirt over the small fire to smother it. I think it is high time that I brought you back to your father, don't you? Rising to his feet with the masked lord, Jon bit his lip as he turned around in a slow circle, trying to find any sign of the path he took to get to this point. After 2 passes and not finding any sign of how he got to where they were, Jon turned back to the masked lord feeling more than slightly embarrassed. Do you know where to go? I lost my way and don't know the way back. Picking up a single sack that was nearly half as tall as Jon was, the masked lord slung it over his shoulder and nodded off in a seemingly random direction. I don't think we need to worry about finding our way. There are over a dozen men less than a quarter mile in that direction. And one of them has a familial connection with yourself. Springing around quickly and facing off in the direction the masked lord had nodded towards, Jon squinted into the forest trying to see if he could see the men. But all he could see were trees. How do you know? He asked, turning back to the masked lord. I can't see anything other than trees. Jon wasn't sure, but he was pretty sure the muffled noise coming out from under the masked lord's helmet was him laughing. In time, Jon, you will learn that there are many ways to see. Now, come. If we're lucky, we can make this reunion short and make our way back to the camp the wildlings were using. They won't be using it again, and no sense in letting it go to waste. Deciding to trust the masked lord, Jon fell into step beside him as he led the two of them away from the smothered fire and off into a seemingly random direction of the forest. After a few minutes Jon was beginning to have his doubts about what Lord Knox had seen, because all he could see were trees and more trees. But just as he was about to say something, he saw a flicker of something between the trees a fair distance away. He felt his heart race as he spotted the flicker again, and then another beside it. And his heart went racing as he heard a faint but familiar voice calling his name through the trees. Father! Jon yelled, taking off like a bolt from a crossbow through the tress as he sprinted for what he was sure was his lord father. Jon! His voice. That was his father's voice. Which only served to quicken Jon's sprint even more. Jon didn't even notice the trees passing him by, nor anything else as he ran as fast as his legs could carry him towards the towering form of his father. Nearly jumping the last little of space between the two, Jon began crying openly as he clung to his father. I'm sorry, father! He cried, holding tightly onto his father as all the emotions he'd been holding back came to the surface. I should have never, I'm sorry. Gods, Jon, his father's voice and arms that were holding Jon tight against him were as comforting as a warm blanket in the middle of winter. Gods, Jon, I am so, gods. Feeling his father's hands move to his shoulders and gently push him back, Jon tried his best to hold back the tears falling freely from his eyes as he stared into his father's grey eyes. I'm sorry, father. Jon sniffed. I don't know what I was doing go. By the gods, that's for damn sure. His father growled in a low tone, making Jon flinch. Do you have any idea what you have put me through these past few days? You could have been hurt in these woods. You could have died, Jon. What in the name of the gods possessed you to come out here on your own? Feeling more than slightly ashamed, Jon suddenly found his feat incredibly interesting as he couldn't meet the disappointed look in his father's eyes. I wanted to find the fallen star I saw. I wanted to prove that I'm not just a bastard. I just wanted you to be proud of me. Hells, Jon. Look at me, son, Lord Stark breathed, on hand going underneath his chin to tip his head up and forcing him to meet his father's eyes. I am proud of you. I'm as proud of you as I am of Robb. Never doubt that. And never, do anything foolish like this ever again. Do you understand me? Yes, father. Jon sniffed, feeling conflicted as he felt happy that his father said he was proud of him, and ashamed at the anger and fear he'd caused in his father. My lord, a guardsman, who Jon recognized quickly as the captain of the guard, Jory Castle, walked up next to the two of them, his eyes wandering around the forest. We should leave quickly, my lord. The wildlings from the camp we just found cannot be far from here. There is no need to worry about the wildlings. They have been taken care of. Jon had never seen his father's men move so fast as they did when the distorted voice of Lord Knox spoke. Although, how the strange lord managed to sneak up on them in the first place was beyond Jon. The guardsmen of Winterfell quickly formed a line in front of Jon and his lord father, separating the two of them from Lord Knox while drawing their swords from their sheaths. Faith Lord Stark, Jon said, trying his best to keep his voice steady as his fought against his still raw emotions. This is Lord Knox. He saved me from the wildlings. He's an incredible sorcerer. He fought the wildlings off with a sword made of fire. And he healed my leg as well. His father stared first at Jon and then up to Lord Knox. After a moment's hesitation that almost seemed to last forever, his father nodded to the guardsmen of Winterfell, all of whom immediately lowered or sheathed their weapons and took a step back. Falling into step behind his father, Jon followed Lord Stark as he stepped towards Lord Knox. Once they were within a few paces of the strange lord, his father stopped, and Jon was left to stare with an ever-growing amount of worry as his father and Lord Knox just stood there staring at one another. Lord Knox, his father finally said, breaking the silence between the two. I am unaware of any lord carrying that name in the north or the south. Where do you hail from? I would be surprised if you knew, Lord Knox answered in his distorted voice. Suffice to say that it is a fair distance from these lands, such that I can never return nor can anyone from my home be likely to find me. He's lost, father. Jon spoke up, needing to stand up for the man he'd soon realize he was quickly coming to idolize for saving him from the wildlings. He has nowhere to go. His father spared him a quick look before returning to Lord Knox. I would ask then that you remove your helm, my lord. I would know the face of the man responsible for saving my son's life. Jon held his breath as Lord Knox moved his hand up to his faceplate and grabbed hold of it. A strange hissing noise sounded as the mask almost seemed to fall off his face. As his hand fell with the mask in hand, Jon couldn't help but gasp. The strange lord was young. Younger than his father. But even then, he had hair the color of silver. It was unlike anything he'd ever seen. But stranger still was the single black cloth that ran over the lord's eyes. A cloth that would have been impossible to see though. There was only one other person Jon had ever seen wear such a thing. One of the old blind men from Winter's town. Which meant, You're blind. Jon nearly shouted in surprise. Jon, his father chided him, making him flinch. But instead of seeming to be offended, Lord Knox merely smiled. If you mean that I cannot see as you do, then yes. I am blind as you understand it. But as I told you just a short time ago, young Jon, there are many ways that one can see. And I use those ways to compensate for my lack of eyes. Jon frowned until he made the connection. Magic! He shouted excitedly. You use your magic to see. That's how you knew my father and his men were close by. Jon, his father chided him once again, this time making Jon take a step back and slightly behind his father. I apologize, Lord Knox, for my son's behavior. There is no need to apologize, Lord Stark, Lord Knox responded with a wave of his hand. He is a child. An inquisitive nature is only natural. And something to be encouraged, as long as they understand that there are limits. His father nodded and then paused as he continued to stare at Lord Knox. You saved my son's life, Lord Knox, House Stark owes you a debt of gratitude. And as you are a stranger to these lands, I invite you to rest at Winterfell until such time as you can find your own way. Lord Knox bowed his head slightly in response and Jon felt his heart jump at the thought of the foreign lord staying with them for a time. Your offer is much appreciated, my lord. His father nodded before adding, despite you saving my son, however, I must ask that you aid House Stark in some manner as you rest in Winterfell. Everyone in Winterfell has a purpose, and I would ask that you find one as well during your stay. Again, Lord Knox's lips curled upwards. Don't worry, Lord Stark. I'm sure there are quite a few things I can offer you and your house to help earn my stay. Sitting before the low burning fire with his back set firmly against a tree and a soundly sleeping Jon tucked into a small ball next to him, Lord Eddard Stark stared across the makeshift camp at the one who'd apparently saved his son. The man was an enigma. First, there was the fact that he defeated a group of wildlings on his own while blind aside, a fact that Ned was still trying to come to terms with. And that he'd then brought Jon back to him had earned him Ned's gratitude. But even still, there was something almost off about the apparently sleeping man across from him that Ned just couldn't put his finger on. After finding his son and sending Jory and 2 others to verify that the wildlings were apparently dealt with, Ned had started asking the stranger a series of questions, trying to pry whatever information he could from the man without making it seem like he was interrogating him. He wasn't of Westeros, that much was obvious to anyone. But his accent, Ned couldn't place it. Essos was the most likely candidate, but of all the traders that Ned had spoken with over the years, which admittedly was a limited few, none had the same drawl as this man. Then there was his armor. Ned had never seen armor like it before, but it was obviously very well made. And obviously made to intimidate with its pitch-black coloring and spiked almost claw-like gauntlets. It also appeared to be almost too thin to be of actual use in battle. A good warhammer looked like it could still cave the man's chest in without much trouble. But what it potentially sacrificed in strength, it more than made up for in terms of allowing a wide range of movement. While heavy plate mail was good for taking blow after blow on the battlefield, it could be highly limiting. This style of armor was not. Then there was the mask. A solid piece of metal with a strip of Myrish glass for an eye slit. Another abnormality. How did he breathe in it without a way to let air flow through? Then there was his face, which Ned could admit was quite comely, enough so that many a maiden would swoon at the sight of him without his mask. But it wasn't his comely look that demanded attention. Nor his silver hair which instantly reminded Ned of the Targaryens. No, that belonged to the finely made black and gold cloth that covered his now ruined eyes. The fact that he was able to overcome such adversity and excel spoke volumes of his will. But even still, Ned had seen blind men before. Even if they'd had years to get used to their condition they would still fumble on occasion, especially through terrain such as the wolves would. But this Knox did not fumble once. His steps were sure and his movements precise. Gods, he was even able to catch the guard that had been walking next him when he'd tripped. Ned had no idea just how he was able to move as he did. But Jon apparently did. Magic. Magic, the very word stirred a complex well of thoughts within him. The North and the First Men have always been more open to the idea of magic than their Endel brethren. Hells, his own family's history was littered with tales of Starks that were supposed masters of the magical arts, including skin changing into wolves and the green sight. And Bran the Builder had supposedly used to magic, in conjunction with the Children of the Forest's magic, to help build his wonders. So, the northern aspect of him accepted that it was a possibility. But he hadn't been raised in the north, at least not entirely. His time in the Vale had instilled a sense of doubt, as it were. He didn't believe that magic was inherently evil, as many Andals believed. Magic was merely a tool, much like a sword. It all depended on the user. But at the same time, was magic even still around? And if it was, should it be used at all? Valyria had been reputedly to be rife with magic, yet that did not save the greatest civilization from collapsing in the Doom. Many maesters even accredited the Doom to some form of magic gone wrong. And then there was the dragons, the alpha predator and greatest of magical creatures. If magic still existed, did that mean that it was possible for the dragons to return as well? Such a thought did not bode well in the mind of the Warden of the North. Especially if the remaining Targaryens or their loyalists got a hold of them. If they did, they would no doubt live up to their house words and bring fire and blood to all those who were responsible for removing them from the throne. Well, maybe not all of them, he thought, his eyes almost involuntarily flickering to Jon before he forced his eyes away and back to Nox. Before he could ponder the enigma that was this mysterious Alim Nox, one of his guardsmen gently prodded him on the shoulder. "Milord, Jory has returned with the others." Nodding, Ned carefully extracted himself from Jon's side, taking care not to wake the boy as he stood up. After casting one last glance down at Jon and a sideways glance towards Nox, he turned his back on the camp and made his way towards his captain of the guard who was standing just outside of hearing range from the camp. As he got closer to his captain and the two he'd sent with him, he noticed something. Despite the steadily fading light of the sun, all three men appeared to be slightly ashen for some reason. "What did you find?" Ned asked the moment he was close enough to Jory and outside of hearing range of the camp. The three men looked at one another as if they weren't sure just how to answer his question. "We found the wildlings, Lord Stark," Jory answered after a moment's hesitation. "At least, what was left of them." Frowning, Ned looked around the woods. "Did an animal get to them first?" "No," Jory replied almost immediately. "Then what happened?" Ned asked, starting to grow impatient. These were grown men who, while they may not have been a part of the rebellion, had certainly bloodied themselves on bandits and wildlings in the past. It was a slaughter, my lord." Jory finally answered, swallowing deeply as if trying to find the words to explain what he'd seen. "The wildlings, they were cut to pieces. Literally. Some looked to have drawn and quartered. Arms, legs and heads all cut clean off. There was even a torso that had been cut in half with what appeared to be a single stroke of a blade. And that wasn't all, my lord. All the wildlings' wounds were burned. Cauterized. As if whatever had made them was red hot. What kind of weapon can do that, my lord? And it wasn't only their bodies, but their own weapons as well. Spears and even an iron sword were cut clean in half. What weapon is sharp enough to cut through bone, leather, flesh, wood, and iron while at the same time being hot enough to burn the flesh closed?" It was almost as if he'd used a sword made of fire, Ned answered for his captain, echoing exactly how Jon had described the weapon Nox had used just a short time ago. My lord," Jory nodded. "Exactly as your bastards said." "What should we do, my lord?" This, apparent sorcerer, he massacred 8 wildlings on his own while at the same time protecting young Jon and all without taking a single wound to his person. What manner of knight is he? Only years of practice kept Ned from bristling at the slight against Jon. He's not a bastard. But he has to be for his sake and the realm's. But Jon's status aside, Jory's question wasn't without merit. "We are not the South, Jory. We're the North. We do not bristle at the thought of magic," he said, doing everything in his power to keep his voice steady despite his own considerable doubt in his own words. "His abilities aside, the fact remains that he saved my son. Until he proves otherwise, he has earned the benefit of the doubt. And according to him, he has no way of returning home. So, once we reach Winterfell, he will be given guest rights and permission to stay if he can prove himself useful. We have no need for freeloaders in the north. But even still, I want a constant watch kept on him, but from a distance." "Understood." "Yes, my lord," Jory responded immediately, closing his fist across his heart in salute. "And what of his apparent weapon?" "This sword made of fire. Just from looking at him, unless he has somehow managed to fit a sword in that bag he carries around, he looks to be unarmed." At this, Ned scratched thoughtfully at his beard. "We will inquire to see his weapon on the morrow, before we leave the forest and ask for a demonstration of its capabilities. Better we learn now what he might be capable of instead of waiting for us to reach Winterfell. Now, you and your men get some rest." We've set a hard pace, and we will be setting the same pace on our trip back to Winterfell. Yes, my lord, Jory nodded, once again saluting him with a hand over his heart before setting away from Ned and making his way back to the camp. Watching his man head back to the camp, Ned stared up at the steadily darkening sky above his head. He'd felt something, almost shift the moment Knox had accepted his offer to stay in Winterfell. It felt, almost like something was glad that this foreign lord was going to stay in the north for some time. Is this a sign from the old gods? He thought as he made his way back to the small camp. I cannot say for sure. But one thing I know, even without a sign from the gods, is that this foreign lord is about to change things. I can only pray that the old gods are graceful and smile upon House Stark in the north, and that whatever changes this man brings about will be for the betterment of the north and the realm. Their journey out of the forest, or as Lord Stark had referred to the Wolf's Wood, was for the larger part uneventful. Save of course for the morning after Lord Stark and his men had come across Knox and Jon. That morning before they could depart, Lord Stark had requested a demonstration of whatever weapon he'd used to fight and kill the wildlings the day prior. Seeing no reason not to, Knox revealed his single-bladed lightsaber, the memento from his ancestor Lord Calig that he always carried on him. To say that Lord Stark and his men had been unimpressed and confused by the slightly curved lightsaber hilt he pulled out from within his robes would be an understatement. But those feelings were replaced immediately with wonder and fear the moment he activated his lightsaber, producing the blood-red blade. Those feelings were only exacerbated when Knox had then demonstrated the sheer power of the lightsaber as he cut down a tree nearly 2 feet in diameter with a single swing. The demonstration unfortunately had the unattended consequence of making the Northmen more than slightly wary of him. Something that he didn't need. Not if he wanted to rebuild his power base and make a name for himself. So, to begin earning the trust of Lord Stark and his men, Knox had voluntarily surrendered his lightsaber to the Warden of the North. Of course, he didn't mention the fact that he still had over a dozen more lightsabers and saber staffs hidden in the bag he was carrying. He needed to earn the trust of these men if he was going to rebuild his power base, but he wasn't stupid enough to leave himself unarmed in the presence of those who were still unsure of him. He'd also decided to forego his mask for the time being. He needed to be Knox, not Darth Nox, if he intended to win these men over at the start. After 2 days of navigating the forest, they finally made their way out of the trees and into an open field where, amazingly enough, Lord Stark had previously ordered another few of his men to remain camped with their horses for the ride back to Winterfell. Lord Stark had, of course, apologized for not having a horse for him and offered to have him ride double with one of the small guardsmen. But Knox had declined, stating that he'd be able to keep pace much to the disbelief of everyone. After nearly a full day at a slight trot, Knox almost found the men of the North's expressions amusing as he not only managed to keep pace, but at some parts of their trek he was the one making the pace, not the horses. His amusement however was cut abruptly short the moment the seat of House Stark, Winterfell, came into view. To say that Knox was struck speechless was an understatement. Knox had traversed most of the known galaxy. He'd seen some of the most beautiful and amazing architectural marvels in the known galaxy. But Winterfell, the castle no, the small city within a fortress was a true sight to behold. One that would make even the most pompous of Alderaanian nobles green with envy. Especially when taken in with the fading light of the evening sun. The first most notable thing about the fortress were the 2 sets of walls that served as the primary defense for the interior. The first of the 2 grey granite walls reached nearly 80 feet high on a low estimate, with the secondary wall behind it reaching even higher. The only access point he could spot on the north side of the fortress was large gatehouse structure built into the outer wall. As they passed through the gatehouse, Knox's amazement grew as he noticed that there was an actual moat that separated the 2 walls. Incredible, he thought as he followed the horses across the 2 drawbridges that connected the outer wall to the interior wall and into the castle ward proper. To an army on foot, Winterfell is nay unbreachable. The moment any army approached, they can raise the drawbridges connecting the 2 walls, effectively making it so that even if they could take the guardhouse, they would not be able to cross the expanse between the 2 walls. The only way would be to scale the walls, not an easy task. And even if you managed to claim the outer wall, the wooden bridges that connect the 2 walls up top look to be collapsible. Meaning the attackers would be stuck on the outer wall with no protection from the defenders on the second, more elevated wall. The only feasible way for an attacking army to gain access to the inner wards would be if they could fly. Not a hard task for the Empire or the Republic, but given the apparent technological placement of this world, it is doubtful they have any form of aircraft available to them. Once they'd passed by the inner wall, Knox was struck with his second surprise. The space within the fortress was warm, far warmer than should have been possible. The tall walls certainly did a number in preventing cold winds from reaching the interior of the fortress, but that alone could not account for the sudden increase in temperature. Reaching out with the force, he quickly found the answer for the warmth. A natural hot spring, he thought, more than slightly surprised as he felt further into the very walls of the innermost buildings and felt something unusual for a society of this technological level. Interesting. They've managed to channel the warm water from the underground hot springs into the very walls themselves using a crude sort of plumbing. And they managed to do so without sacrificing structural integrity of the buildings. Simply amazing. But the one thing that truly awed Nox about the fortress of Winterfell was what he saw when he looked at it with the Force. It was almost as if the Force had been used and integrated into the very construction of every building and every wall within the confines of the walls. The entirety of Winterfell was positively radiating with the Force. In all his travels, he'd only ever encountered such a phenomenon 4 times before. The Force temples on Korriban, Dramund Cass, Yavin 4 and Tython. But unlike those 4, which were steeped heavily in either the dark or light side of the Force, Winterfell was almost neutral in regard to the Force, as both the dark side and the light side of the Force flowed through it. Beautiful. Nox mumbled to himself as he walked side by side with Lord Stark as he guided his horse through the many buildings that made up the inner workings of Winterfell before passing through yet another gated wall within the fortress and into a large courtyard. As they entered the courtyard, Nox felt himself once again awed at what he sensed. Directly across from him was what could only be the primary keep within Winterfell. The keep stood twice as tall as any of the other buildings in the immediately vicinity. Attached to the keep was large hall which he could only assume to be some sort of dining hall, as he could only sense a scant few living bodies within. Frowning at the observation, he stretched out with his senses again and felt completely puzzled. Despite the massive size of Winterfell, the fortress and the small little settlement that laid outside its walls were sparsely populated. Most peculiar. Nox mused. So much space wasted. An opportunity, perhaps. There is room for growth. But there must be a reason why so few populate such a place as this. I'll just need to figure out what that reason is before I can begin working on changing it. Refocusing himself on the here and now, Nox straightened himself to his full height as the horses he was walking beside began to slow to a stop. As he righted his senses, he became aware of the line of people standing just before the entrance to the main keep. Lord Stark's family and servants, no doubt, he thought as he began running through the 3 lines of people spread out before them. The rearmost line was made up of servants to House Stark, small folk that had been granted the honor and privilege of working for a great house. Their thoughts and emotions almost screaming out that they were pleased that their lord had returned. A few, however, were not just ordinary servants. The second line contained only 3 men. But those 3 were as different from one another as possible. 2 of the men he could tell had keen intellects. But one, the one with a chain around his shoulders, was the more learned of the 2. The third man, however, while maybe not as intellectual as his counterparts, was martially trained. And well trained if the manner he held himself was any tell. Then there was the front line of 4, 1 grown woman and 3 children. Lord Stark's wife and children. Nox thought as he immediately felt the connection between the 3 younglings and the man he'd chosen for follow for the time being. Lord Stark's wife was definitely a sight to behold. Long red hair, high cheekbones, fair skin, and sharp blue eyes. But her beauty was immediately tainted for Nox the moment he sensed the maelstrom of emotions billowing within her. Sith embraced emotion, passion. But this woman, there was no pattern, no organization, no path for her emotions. Love, anger, faith, fear, relief, disdain, hope, self-criticism, but most of all was the immense feeling of jealousy. An emotion that was only amplified as she laid eyes on young Jon. An enigma to be certain, one to keep an eye on. But as Nox shifted his attention to the children of Lord Stark, he felt himself smile despite himself. All 3, to one degree or another, were Force-sensitive. The youngest girl was the most powerful of the 3, with the eldest being a close second, and lastly was the middle child. None were as powerful as young Jon, but each were easily strong enough to pass the trials of Korriban had they been born in the Empire. So many Force-sensitive children born into a single family. Nox thought, the wheels in his mind turning at near the speed of light. Had this been the Empire, Lord and Lady Stark would have been elevated to the ranks of the highest nobility for being able to bring such powerful individuals to life. But none of them are trained, not even in the basics of the Force. Perfect. If Nox hadn't already made up his mind to use Winterfell to rebuild his power base, seeing the children of Lord Stark cemented the idea in his mind. 4 Force-sensitive, untrained children. The prospect was simply too great to ignore. Now, to find a means to keep myself here. Keeping himself in the back, Nox observed Lord Stark and his family carefully as the Warden of the North dismounted his horse with Jon and greeted his family. True to what he'd sensed earlier, the woman in the lead greeted her husband warmly and with love. But the moment her eyes laid of Jon, those emotions evaporated quicker than a puddle of water on Tatooine. Replaced with the overwhelming sense of jealousy and self-criticism. The children, however, were completely different. They greeted their father and Jon with equal enthusiasm. Especially the young girl who waddled up to Jon and immediately demanded to be picked up. Found him several days' walk into the Wolf's Wood, he heard Lord Stark say as he forced his attention away from the reuniting children and their quietly disapproving mother to Lord Stark as he addressed the 3 men in the second line. He would have been done in if not for the actions of our newest companion here. I merely acted as any other would have, Lord Stark, Nox stated calmly, stepping forward and giving the Lord of Winterfell a slight bow. But you did. Lord Stark nodded as he proceeded to introduce Knox to the line of people. Alum Knox, this is my wife Lady Catelyn Stark of House Tully. A pleasure, my lady. Knox replied, bowing slightly and pressing a light kiss to the back of her offered hand, even if the act turned his stomach somewhat as her whirlwind of emotion nearly threatened to overwhelm him. Knox didn't mind that the Lady of Winterfell didn't deem him worthy of a reply. As far as he could tell, she was merely an obstacle that he would have to navigate around carefully as he worked to integrate himself into House Stark. It wouldn't be fun if there wasn't a challenge involved. These are my children, my eldest and heir, Robb Stark. And my daughters, Sansa and Arya. Lord Stark continued when it became apparent that Lady Stark had already dismissed Knox from her presence. An honor to meet you as well. Your brother Jon has had nothing but good things to say about the three of you. Knox greeted the children kindly, all the while ignoring the spike of hatred emanating from Lady Stark at the mere mention of Jon. The eldest girl did a curtsy, which was mildly amusing and clumsy coming from the young girl. Robb and Arya however both merely stared up at him in wonder. Interestingly, it was the youngest of them who asked the most obvious question. Why you, where dat? Arya. Lady Stark snapped, turning sharply towards her youngest child. Chuckling, Knox reached up and touched the cloth over his eyes. I wear this because my eyes do not work as yours do, my lady. For a time, I left them uncovered, but after a while, I decided that I like this better, makes me look more dashing, no? And it's a lot easier to catch others off guard if they simply assume I'm just another blind man that can't take 3 steps without tripping over his own 2 feet. Amusement trickled off the 4 children as they all smiled up at him. Good, first impressions are the most importantly. And these children, they are the key. I can sense it through the force. Come, children, Lady Stark cut in sharply. It is late, and you need your rest. You can speak to your Lord Father again on the Marrow. Righting himself, Knox watched as Lady Stark rounded up her children and led them back into the keep. Well, at least the children find me amusing. Or at the very least intriguing. This Lady Stark will be an issue. But I faced greater challenges than a scorned and hateful wife during my rise to the Dark Council. She won't be a problem. More a nuisance than anything else. Forgive my wife, Lord Knox. Lord Stark said as he watched his wife retreat into the keep, leaving Jon behind to catch up as she kept her 3 children in front of her. The hour is late, and it has been a trying experience for all of us since Jon disappeared days ago. Knox doubted that it was Jon's disappearance that caused the Lady Stark's foul mood. More than likely it was his return that did that. But he wasn't about to call the Warden of the North on it. Of course, my lord, I understand completely. And no offense is taken. Nodding, Lord Stark turned to the 3 men behind him. This is Maester Luwin, Winterfell's Master-at-Arms Sir Roderick Castle and my steward Vayon Poole. Vayon, see to it that Lord Knox here is assigned a room in the guest quarters for the time being. Of course, my lord. Vayon Poole said, bowing slightly before holding a hand towards the side building next to the keep. Lord Knox, if you will please follow me, I will have one of the servants prepare a room for you. Of course, Steward Poole. Knox nodded before turning back to Lord Stark once again. Lord Stark, I look forward to offering House Stark and the North whatever assistance I can in the future. After receiving a curt nod of dismissal, Knox turned and followed the steward away from Lord Stark and towards what he could only assume were the guest quarters. It irked him in no uncertain terms to be dismissed so easily, but for now he took it in stride. Soon enough, I will place my mark upon this world. But for now, I must be patient. Lord Stark isn't a bad man. In fact, he is quite the opposite, almost sickly good. He'd make a fine Jedi, but even Jedi can be corrupted. I just need to work at it. Slowly, to be sure. But nothing worth having is easy. If nothing else, this will be fun. It wasn't until the sun had fully dropped below the horizon that Lord Stark was able to find measure of peace as he entered his personal solar and sat down in the Lord's seat. Despite only being absent for a se'night, there had been dozens of issues that he'd needed to see to before he could rest. Master Mycon needed more metal. Ravens that required immediate answering. Shipments of grain that needed to be overseen and counted as the recent count was low. And dozens of other matters that required the Lord's attention that had been neglected during his absence. And to think, all of those were easy compared to what is about to come. He thought sullenly as he bent over his desk and began leafing through the numerous stacks of parchment that had been left behind by Maester Luwin. It will not be long until Cat and the others arrive. And whatever peace I've managed to find will be gone. True to his prediction, he'd only managed to get through 2 of the less serious ravens that had been left to him before Cat made her way into his solar with Maester Luwin, Sir Roderick, and Vayon close behind. Letting out the breath he didn't even realize he was holding, Ned set down the message from Ricard Karstark and gave his attention to his closest advisors. At least Cat decided not to do this in public this time. I assume this is about my decision regarding Lord Knox, is it not? Vayon and Roderick at least had the good graces to look slightly uneased, but Cat was having none of it apparently. Ned, he's a stranger, a foreigner. And you not only gave him guest rights but lodging in the guest house. Why? Because he saved Jon's life. Ned answered simply. Before we could find him, Jon was set upon by 8 wildlings in the Wolf's Wood. If not for that man, Jon would be dead, and I would have more than likely lost a few men in an ambush in the woods as well. Forgive me, my lord, Sir Roderick interjected. But how could an apparent blind man best 8 wildlings in a fair battle? Is it not more likely that he too is a wildling? And he turned on the others. The thought had crossed my mind, Ned nodded. But it is doubtful that he is a wildling. His manner of speech speaks of a learned man. And his accent is completely wrong for a man of the north. And then there is his armor. It's far too well made to belong to a wildling, unless he stole it from a lord. But even then, I have never seen its like before. Not even during the rebellion. But as for how he managed to defeat so many wildlings, I believe that his weapon made up for his apparent lack of sight. Pulling out the strange hilt that Knox had surrendered to him, Ned placed the weapon on his desk and sat back. Maester Luwin, I would appreciate your input on this weapon. With a reverence as if he were being handed a newborn babe, Maester Luwin picked up the metal hilt and began to closely examine it. This is most unusual, Lord Stark, Maester Luwin mumbled as his fingers began to delicately trace the intricate patterns that were engraved into the hilt. It's finely made, I know of no blacksmith capable of making such a piece. I doubt even the maesters who have forged their links in metallurgy could fully explain this. Yet at the same time, it appears to be nothing more than an artistic hilt without a blade. If you forgive me for asking so, Lord Stark, how is it that you believe that this Knox was able to defeat the wildlings with this? Rising from his seat, Ned held out his hand and waited for Luwin to pass the hilt back over. Once he had it in hand, Ned carefully looked the hilt over until he found what he was looking for. When Knox had first demonstrated this weapon to them, Ned had paid close attention to how he manipulated the handle. And after he'd surrendered the hilt to him, Ned spent every night on the trip back to Winterfell trying to figure out how to duplicate what Knox had done. Placing his thumb over the slightly raised portion of the hilt, Ned held it across and away from his body. The hilt hissed like quenched steel as the blood-red blade of fire extended outwards from the hilt. Luwin, Cat, Vayan, and Roderick were all struck speechless as they recoiled away in surprise, staring at the blade that hummed in air. By the gods! Vayan breathed, his eyes as wide as everyone else's as he nearly began to tremble. What manner of sword is that? Maester Luwin was the first to overcome his stupor, as he cautiously stepped forward and reached out to take the now existing blade from Ned. Be careful not to touch the blade. Ned warned as he carefully and slowly handed the weapon back over the maester. Knox gave us a demonstration the first morning he was with us. He felled an oak as wide as a grown man with a single, almost effortless, strike. How? Sir Roderick asked, overcoming his fear as he stepped forward and leant over slightly to better examine the glowing blade along with Maester Luwin. It doesn't appear to have an edge. How does it cut? Maester Luwin didn't say anything, preferring to stay quiet as he slowly moved the blade through the air, taking note of the strange hum the blade emitted as it passed him by. Eventually, Luwin reached out and grabbed a blank piece of parchment from Ned's desk and, after receiving an affirmative nod from Ned, held the parchment just above the blade and then let go. The parchment was cut in two the moment it passed through the blade, leaving 2 halves of parchment to fall to ground. Carefully taking the still humming weapon back from Luwin, Ned watched with a curious eye as the maester leaned over and picked up the 2 halves of parchment from the floor. Most curious, Luwin muttered, examining the cut edge of parchment, which had a distinctive black tint to it. I do not believe that this blade cuts, at least not in the traditional sense. If I had to guess, I would say that the blade burns through whatever it touches. Yet at the same time, holding out his hand, Luwin let his hand rest but a few finger widths away from the dangerous blood-red blade. There is no heat being emitted from the blade. Incredible. Frozen fire that only exists when called upon, how can such a thing exist? It was Cat who answered first. Her already pale skin growing ever paler as her eyes were wide with fear and anxiety as a single word left her lips. Sorcery. Sir Roderick's and Vayan's eyes both sparkled slightly in wonder even as Maester Luwin's narrowed in thought. I do not believe that to be the case. Luwin muttered, looking conflicted as he visibly tried to reason out what he was seeing. Valyria was the last ember of magic in the world. And when the last of the dragons died out years ago, so too did the last bits of magic. Maybe in the south, Maester, Vayan responded quickly, his eyes taking an almost childlike delight. A strange look for the older man. But this is the north. Magic still lives in the first men and in the weirwoods. Having gently taken the weapon back from the distracted maester, Ned pressed down on the same part of the hilt again and watched as the blade retracted into the hilt and disappeared. Jon believes Knox to be a sorcerer. Apparently before Knox came upon him, one of the wildlings put an arrow in Jon's leg. However, when we found the 2, there was no wound. His clothes were bloodied and there was an arrow-sized hole torn into his leggings, but his flesh was unmarred. Jon claimed that Nox used sorcery to heal his wound. And you've seen him move. Despite not having the use of his eyes, he moves with the grace of a skilled tracker. His steps never falter. And he has admitted that while he cannot see in the normal sense, he uses his magic to see for him. So, he admits to practicing sorcery. Cat nearly screeched. Ned, you can't let him stay. Think of the influence he will be on our children. He could corrupt them irreversibly with his mere presence. Setting the hilt down on his desk, Ned dropped heavily down into his seat. My decision is final, Cat. He has shown no reason for us to distrust him, magic or no magic. And until he does, and as long as he earns a place here in Winterfell, he will be welcome within these walls. I will not throw him out when he has nowhere to go for something that he might do, Cat. His actions in saving Jon's life has earned him the benefit of the doubt at the very least. Cat was clearly not happy about his decision, but she knew well enough that once his mind was set that there was no changing his decision. Doesn't mean that my bed will be warm for the foreseeable future. But perhaps she will find solace in my next decision. He thought to himself before speaking once more. However, I must admit that his arrival and saving of Jon was most timely. Therefore, until he proves himself fully useful, I want him watched. Discreetly. Vayan, assign a few of the house staff to keep an eye on him. But stress that they are not to interfere with his day-to-day activities. Vayan was quick to nod in agreement. As you wish, my lord. Maester Luwin, Ned continued, turning to the aged Maester. I know that the discovery of this weapon would be of great interest to the Citadel, however I must ask that for now you do not inform the Citadel of its existence. At least until we gain a better understanding of this weapon. My lord. Luwin exclaimed, clearly taken aback. Such a find should not be hoard. We don't even fully understand what this weapon is, Maester Luwin, nor how to replicate it. Ned stressed, cutting off the Maester. If we spread word that such a weapon exists and is in our hands, there would be many in the realm that would stop at nothing to get their hands on it. Can you imagine the devastation that this single sword could cause if it falls into the wrong hands? The mountain who rides, for example? Or the exiled Targaryens? How much gold could this blade fetch to the right people? No. For the moment, it is best that this weapon remains a secret in the north. Is that understood? Maester Luwin was clearly not pleased, but in the end, he proved true to his oaths to Winterfell and agreed to Ned's request. Sir Roderick, Ned continued, turning to the Master of Arms. I want you and Jory to test Nox in the yard. I want to know if his defeat of the wildlings was fluke or not. It will be done, my lord. Sir Roderick responded with a curt nod. Good, Ned nodded, moving his attention away from the four in front of him to the mountain of paperwork that lay scattered across his desk. That is all. Cat was the first to leave, her head held high as she marched out of his solar with Maester Luwin close behind her. Once he was alone, Ned buried his head into his hands and prayed to the old gods that he wasn't making a mistake. But no matter what he thought, he knew that he was making the right choice. It was a feeling he had. Almost as if the gods themselves were speaking directly to him, telling him that this stranger needed to find a home amongst his house. If he can do even half of what I believe, then he is far too valuable to let him leave. A fighter of his potential caliber is rare thing to find. And add his potential abilities with magic, he goes from being just rare to invaluable. After being shown to his room by the steward of Winterfell, a relatively modest room that measured maybe 10 to 15 paces across and wide with a bed and desk as the only furnishings, Nox went to work immediately to make it more suitable to suit his tastes. The bed he moved to the far corner of the room and the desk he moved to the other corner in order to make as much room for movement as possible. When he noticed the chamber pot behind a partition, Nox just barely kept himself from shuddering. All right, first things first. I think I'm going to have to introduce these people to the wonders of indoor plumbing. Because there is no way I'm pissing and shitting into a bucket for the rest of my natural life. After making sure he had adequate space in his room, he slung his bag off of his shoulder and dumped its contents out on the bed. Setting aside the dozen lightsabers and saber staffs, Nox stared down at what he had left. First aid kit. Flashlight. Some seeds. Charcoal water purifier. Lighters. Compass. Personnel locator beacon. Not like that will be much use. And a Durasteel knife. Not a lot to go with, but better than nothing. Stepping away from the bed, Nox raised his hands to shoulder height straight out to his sides and slowly began to turn. Reaching out with the force, he examined every square inch of his room, the dimensions, how thick the walls, floor, and ceiling were, how many other people were situated near to him. And most importantly, to see if there were any spies looking in on him. He was almost disappointed to find that there wasn't. Lord Stark was smart enough to assign a tail to me during the trip to Winterfell. But he isn't smart enough to put me in a room that can be spied upon? Although, it doesn't seem like any of the rooms have any hidden passages or compartments in this part of the keep. Foolish. Walking to the nearest wall, Nox pressed his palm against the warm stone. Through the force he could feel the flow of the warm water running through the walls of Winterfell like blood running through the veins and arteries of a body. An architectural marvel, especially when one factored in just how long Winterfell has stood for. Water has been running through the walls of this keep for centuries. No. For several millennia. And yet there has been no erosion within the walls. If one didn't know better, then it would be easy to believe that Winterfell is only a few years old. The force truly is a wonder. That was the only explanation that Nox had for the phenomenon. Somehow, whoever had built this keep had carefully woven the force into every aspect of it to keep it from decaying to erosion or other natural factors. And they did it without using any advanced technology. Simply brilliant. Walking the length of the room, Nox kept his hand on the wall as he searched for a section of wall that was deep enough and far enough away from the flow of water to suit his purposes. After completing half a circuit around the room, he found a spot. Kneeling, he carefully used the force to break the mortar holding a group of stones in place and then pulled them out. Setting the section of wall on the floor, he summoned one of the lightsabers on his bed to his hand. Moving with the delicacy of a surgeon, he slowly and carefully carved out the back of the stone section until he created a pocket 3 feet across, a foot deep and 2 feet tall. Satisfied, he summoned the other lightsabers one at a time and carefully arranged them in the newly formed pocket and, once he'd set the last one in, placed the section of wall back where he'd gotten it from. There will come a time when I will have need of those. He thought, running a finger along the broken mortar and doing his best to reseal it enough so that no one would notice. But for now, it's better to keep them in a safe place. With that taken care of, Nox made his way to the center of the room and sat down. Removing his chest armor, gauntlets, and greaves, Nox made himself comfortable on the floor. Straightening his posture and relaxing, Nox let his emotions fuel him as he began to meditate. But the moment he felt the force coming to him, his focus was abruptly and almost violently wrenched from him. That tremor in the force. What caused that? Rising from his spot, he approached his shuttered windows and threw them open with a push. Tilting his head, he reached out through the force trying to find the source of the disturbance. There, it's within the walls of Winterfell. But it is not human in origin. What could it be? His curiosity getting the better of him, Nox stepped up onto his windowsill and out into the night, plummeting the 3 stories down to the ground and using the force to soften his landing so that he hit the ground with barely a sound. Following the steady pulse of force energy, Nox made his way around to the back of the keep, making sure he stayed in the shadows to avoid any prying eyes. As he rounded the back of the keep, he found himself faced with yet another wall, this one only 20 or so feet high, but still. Fuck, you can lock this place down tighter than a Hut's credit chip if you wanted to, Nox thought ruefully as he leapt off the ground and up onto the top of the wall. Well, that is something I didn't think I'd see, he thought as he gazed out over the small woods that was encased within the walls of Winterfell. Scanning the tops of the trees, he focused in on the steady pulse that was emanating from the large red-leafed tree that dominated the center of the wooded area. A god's wood, or weirwood I believe the wildlings called it, he thought, stepping off the edge of the wall into the wooded area beyond. No guards save for the ones at the entrance, he noted as he made his way through the trees and towards the weirwood. I'm going to have to read up on these weirwoods first chance I get. They obviously hold great significance to both the wildlings and the people of Winterfell. But what that significance is remains a mystery to me. A memory siphon, much like the one he'd used on the 2 wildlings in the Wolf's Wood, was useful to learn bits of information that could be considered common knowledge, like language or names. But it wasn't useful for prying out secrets of information that the victim held onto. Prying into those would often result in destroying the mind of the individual being questioned. And if the subjects did not have an organized mind, or if they weren't educated, then deciphering any meaningful information from them was infinitely more difficult. As it was, he was fortunate to gain a basic understanding of the language, let alone any other useful bits of information about this land. Coming to the center of the woods, Nox found himself amid a small clearing. The weirwood standing tall and proud, acting like a beacon in the force across from him with a deep dark pool of water separating them. Making his way around the reflective pool, he stood before the weirwood. Red sap falling free from the face that had been carved into its bark. Interesting, he thought, stepping forward and reaching out to touch the beckoning tree. The moment his fingers touched the white bark, he was forcibly pulled into a force vision as darkness surrounded him. When the shadows cleared, he found himself staring at a game board. One end was situated with a throne made of thousands of swords that had been melted together. As the vision progressed, he watched as stags, wolves, lions, dragons, roses, falcons, spears, fish and dozens of other animals and symbols fought over the right to sit upon the throne, while all the while a spider and a mockingbird spread discord on all sides of the conflicts, each growing ever stronger. In the end, one did sit on the throne. A proud lioness who stared down with a smile at her fallen adversaries. But as she sat, a darkness formed in the far reaches of the board, north. How he knew the direction he didn't know. But he knew the darkness came from the far north. and that the darkness had been watching the symbols fight and die while it waited to pick over their scraps. As he watched, powerless to interact, the ancient darkness spread south and consumed all life, eventually toppling the arrogant lioness off the throne and turning the swords to dust that scattered on the winds. With the fall of the throne, the darkness spread until it consumed every living thing on the planet. As it moved, darkness from all across the world also began to rise and joined with it, helping the ancient being to achieve its goal. And once it had, it set its eyes on the stars overhead, ready and willing to reach out for what lay beyond. But before it could, the board was reset. The pieces returned to their starting places and a new game began. The moves were different, but the war was inevitable. Dozens of symbols were erased and in the end a dragon sat on the throne, smiling vindicatively at the smoldering embers of its enemies. Yet again, the darkness emerged and came south. And once again it consumed all life one piece at a time until all life was extinguished. The board reset again. This time there was no war. Peace reigned throughout the land with a lion wearing the skin of stag sat on the throne of swords with a she-wolf at his side. But once again, the darkness emerged and began its conquest, slower this time. But the end was inevitable as once again it consumed all life in its path. Another reset. And Nox was more than slightly surprised as he took note that on this cycle, he himself was in the mix of symbols. He watched on, curiously, as his figure stood against the spreading darkness, only to become consumed by that same darkness and take part in bringing an end to all life on the planet. Again, and again, Nox watched as the future played out, dozens, hundreds, thousands of configurations and outcomes. And each time the end was the same. No matter if there was war or not, no matter who sat on the throne of swords, no matter if he ate it or not, the darkness consumed everything or turned it to its side. The visions came quicker and quicker as more and more options were presented. And, without fail, each one met the same outcome as the original. What does it mean? Nox raged in frustration as he watched another failed attempt to stop the darkness, only for the board to once again reset. This time, something was truly different. He didn't know how he knew, but something this vision was unlike the others. Most of the details to end were obscured, but the end was clear. A wolf had shed its pelt and become something else entirely, now sat on the throne with wolves and dragons and, another at its side. And behind this new figure he saw himself, guiding and aiding him. And with the new piece's ascension, the others bowed down in reverence. And this time, when the darkness came south, it faltered against the new piece that had not been present before. He'd seen this figure before. It'd been present in numerous visions. Sometimes as a wolf, sometimes as the piece it was meant to be. But it always failed before. But this time the ancient darkness was defeated, its presence erased from existence. Why was this game so different from the others? Why was my sight of the moves blocked this time when it wasn't blocked before? With a rush, Nox was forced out of the vision and back into the waking world. Rocking back on his heels, he raised a hand to his head and fought against the wave of vertigo that threatened to overcome him. Hundreds of thousands of outcomes, but only one that leads to victory, he thought, rubbing his head trying to, and frustratingly failing at it, remembering the specifics that led to the path of victory. Nothing is ever easy. But one thing is for sure. The path to victory requires the wolves, dragons, and one other to survive the necessary war to come. If those three are not situated on or around the throne, then the others will not submit and the darkness from the north will prevail. Pausing in his musing, he turned to the east and the slowly rising sun. Well, if I wasn't already set on aiding House Stark during my rise to power, my path is now set. For I have no intention of becoming just another disposable pawn in the ancient darkness's plan. Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, power. Through power, victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall set me free. By this creed, the creed of the Sith, I will never be bound again. Far away from Winterfell, in the lands of always winter, an ancient and long-forgotten darkness slowly began to awaken. And as it did, a smile graced its lips as the time of reaping was finally approaching. Chapter 3, Winterfell Part 2. So, here we are again. Now I was debating whether or not to say this, but last chapter I pretty much got an essay about how much the chapter sucked and going into detail about everything I'm doing wrong. Now, I could go off on a long tangent, but I'm not going to. All I'm going to say is that I do have a plan, and that things that may seem strange were not put in simply because I wanted to put them in. Well, I did, but everything here has a plan. I've outlined pretty much this whole story that I'm writing now. So even something that may seem insignificant will mean something down the road. For those who've read IATB, you know what I mean. There is another thing I want to address though. Nox is the main character, but much like Martin I'm going to be bouncing around from character to character so that you, the readers, can get more than one viewpoint as to what is going on. Also, I'm going to kind of skim over explanations of the Force and history of Westeros, mostly because I could spend chapters on outlining each and not go anywhere. so, we're going to keep such things short and sweet here in the opening chapters. Again, reviews are more than welcome, but if you have criticism please keep them constructive and concise. And again, big thank you to my beta reader and brainstorm pal for this story Telemachus Sundance. Chapter 3. After receiving the more than slightly cryptic Force vision, Knox made haste to leave the Godswood and return to his room within the guest house of Winterfell. Although to call it cryptic was a misnomer. The vision was quite clear, which was an oddity in and of itself. Most Force visions gave the seer a glimpse of a possible future. But this vision gave him untold numbers of possible futures, each ending in failure before giving him one that succeeds. It was strange. Not even the Voss for all their ability of foresight could have such a vision. He was going to have to spend hours in deep meditation to figure out just the hell the vision meant. He managed to make the return unseen by any of the waking staff and had just managed to step foot back into his room as he felt a servant approach his room. The young girl who hesitantly knocked at his door was a pretty little thing with dark hair that was pulled back and tied into a single braid that nearly reached the small of her back. She held herself with confidence, but despite her apparent confident appearance, he could sense her nervousness and slight awe as she inquired whether he wanted to break his fast. Apparently, his actions in saving young Jon had gotten around the keep since they'd arrived the night prior. He declined the offer of food the Force would provide for him for the moment, and instead inquired about if Winterfell had a library and if so, where was it located. The young servant, Nyra as she introduced herself, proudly informed him that not only did Winterfell have a library, but that it was also one of the oldest in all of Westeros and was located within the tower adjacent to the Godswood and was attached to both the guest hall and the main keep. After giving the girl his thanks, he made his way to the library, setting his expectations low considering the state of this world. But when he arrived within the library, he quickly changed his opinion. The library tower was positively massive on the inside. And it seemed as if every square centimeter of shelf and table space was being used to house books, scrolls, and even stone tablets. The part of Knox that remained the head of the pyramid of ancient knowledge was nearly salivating at the prospect before him. He knew many a Sith that would kill for the chance to claim this library for their own, himself included. Making his way deeper into the library, Knox found a small out-of-the-way table and cleared off the few books that were littered across its surface before heading in between the shelves, holding his right hand up and running it across the shelves as he let the Force guide him. Within the span of a few minutes, Knox had collected nearly a dozen tomes regarding the history of this continent, Westeros, both ancient and recent as well as an in-depth history of the Northern Kingdom. Setting the books down heavily on the table, he pulled down the first book, one detailing the great and lesser noble houses of Westeros. If he was going to make sense of the vision he'd had in the Godswood, then he needed to understand the major players in Westeros. The wolves were easy enough as they represented House Stark, the oldest of the great houses of Westeros that had been ruling the north for nearly 8,000 years. An admirably impressive accomplishment. They managed to unite all the kings of the north under one banner, creating the largest kingdom in Westeros and repelling dozens if not hundreds of invasions from the southern kingdoms. The dragons were the next house that he was interested in. But what he found disturbed him. The Targaryens had been the ruling monarchs of Westeros for nearly 300 years after one Aegon Targaryen and his sister wives defeated the individual kingdoms of Westeros and forced them into one unified land. And they must have had some inherent Force abilities as they were said to be able to control the alpha predators of this world. The dragons. And combined with the fact that some were said to even be immune to burning, his interest was definitely piqued. But as he read on, he found his disgust with the Targaryens grow quickly. Firstly was the fact that they somehow managed to fuck up and lose their greatest advantage and the means to which they kept the rest of Westeros in line. Their dragons, who were now supposedly extinct. And then there was their practice of breeding almost exclusively within their immediately family. Which was honestly completely idiotic. Genetic diversity was essential for the continued survival of a species, not to mention all the genetic disorders that can come about through inbreeding. And the Targaryens proved to be an almost textbook example of this. Each ruler seemed to either be a great ruler, or an insane one. And more often than not, they fell onto the latter half of the equation. And in the end, it was their inbreeding to madness that led to their destruction as the Mad King Aerys Targaryen and his son Rhaegar Targaryen each contributed in separated events of stupidity and insanity that led the rest of the realm to rebel against them. Moving on from the Targaryens and the Starks, he began sorting out the other noble houses that had been represented in his vision. The lion represented House Lannister, the rulers of the Westerlands, the rose was for House Tyrell, the rulers of the Reach. Two of the wealthiest houses in the kingdom, but for two completely different reasons. While the Lannisters made their wealth and fame from their gold mines, the Tyrells did it through food production. And while gold was useful, no mine was infinite. And according to what he'd read, Westerlands had been mining gold ever since before the Lannisters came into power. But no mine was infinity deep. If the mines hadn't already run dry, they had to be close. An advantage that he was going to have to investigate. The Tyrells, however, were the smarter of the two in his opinion. They were named Wardens of the South after bowing to the Targaryens after House Gardner was destroyed and proceeded to make a name for themselves by cultivating their food production. Until he could better spread food production around the land by introducing new techniques, he would have to keep close relations with that house. It was never a good idea to spit in the face of the ones who provided most of the food to a kingdom as large as Westeros. Moving on from those two, he investigated the remaining great houses. The Tullus, rulers of the Riverlands and Lady Stark's family. House Arryn, rulers of the Vale of Arryn. Rather pretentious, even for a Sith, to name the land they ruled over after themselves. Then there were the Baratheons, rulers of the Stormlands, cousins to the Targaryens and now the ruling family of Westeros after the fall of the Targaryens. And lastly there were the Martells, the rulers of Dorne. The Martells and Dorne in general surprised him. For a patriarchal society, Dorne was the outlier. Their women could inherit and were also trained to fight side by side with the men. Impressively progressive given the era and worth looking into. Then there were two other groups that warranted his attention. The Night's Watch and the Maesters. The Night's Watch was little more than a glorified penal colony that manned a wall that was, to be blunt, almost obscene. He hadn't believed the description of the wall the first time he came across it. But after cross-checking the supposed dimensions of the wall in 3 other works, he was forced to conclude that what he'd originally read was true. After he was done looking at all the major players, he began studying each of the individual regions of the land. Their estimated population, their exports and imports, their military prowess. Anything and everything he could find. 100 leagues long, over 700 feet tall and 300 feet thick. And apparently, according to every source he could find, the wall was built to keep out the wildlings. Ridiculous, Knox thought as he read another book stating the same thing. You do not build a wall like that to keep out an insignificant rabble like the wildlings. No, the only reason you build a structure like that is to keep out something else. Something that could threaten all life on the other side. The darkness that I saw in my vision, the wall is the key to discovering just what that darkness is. Making a mental note to come back to the wall, Knox moved on to the next group, the Maesters. He was impressed at first to discover that this land had a dedicated learning system in place. Even if the culture on this world had not progressed enough to realize that women were just as capable as men. But as he read further and further into them, the more he began to question the motives of the Maesters. They say that they swear oaths to the cities and castles, but not to the lords. He thought as he delved deeper into the Maesters' ideology. What a load of bantha shit. Their oaths are just a cover for their true motives, nothing more. There was said to be one Maester in each keep in Westeros, acting as advisors and teachers to the lords, ladies, and their children in each keep. But when the order was viewed through the eyes of a Sith, they became much more insidious. A single order who would be left alone no matter if a keep was razed and the family butchered. The Maester would remain and serve the next lord or lady of the castle. A single order who could whisper into the ear and give advice to each lord and lady of the realm, as well as the king and queen. He would have to keep a close eye on these Maesters as well as keeping the Maester here at Winterfell at arm's length. Setting aside his first pile of books, Knox got up from his spot once more and began to wander through the shelves. If there is an organizational principle to this library, I've yet to find it, Knox thought grumpily as he wandered through the shelves, letting his fingers brush lightly against the spines of the books. Outside of arranging the books, scrolls, and tablets by dates, there is no other organization here. No genres. No authors. Nothing. Though, I suppose that the sheer size of this library can afford a forgiveness in the lax on organization. But if I'm going to be making any headway in the near future in this place, I'm going to need to have this library properly organized. Perhaps, yes. I'll write up an organizational structure of the library and give it to Lord Stark. The problem will be in finding those literate enough to help with the organization. After selecting another armload of books and scrolls, Knox made his way back to his workspace and dropped the books down heavily onto the tabletop. Turning his back on the pile of books, he set off into the depths of the library once more, this time searching for something to write on and something to write with. It took him nearly an hour, but eventually he managed to locate a pile of blank parchments as well as an inkwell and a quill. I swear, Knox sighed, shaking his head as he resumed his seat and dipped the tip of the quill into the ink. I think I'm the first Sith in thousands of years to actually have to lower themselves to writing with a quill and ink. Putting quill to paper, he began writing out improvement ideas as well as other potential plans or observations. While some of his more immediate and easier ideas he spent the time to write out in the written word of this world, most of his own writing meant for himself was done in Orbesh. Not because he wanted to hide what he was doing, but mostly because while he could read the written word of this planet, he was by no means an expert. And trying to write out the unfamiliar language for all his ideas and plans would slow him down considerably. After filling out his 4th sheet of parchment, Knox leaned back in his seat and rotated his wrist, cracking his wrist in several places as he did so. You can come out from behind the shelf, Nyra. I won't bite despite what some may think of me. The sound of a gasp coming from behind him, followed quickly by the jostling of a tray and the scampering of feet told him all that he needed to know. Not that he had any doubts. It'd been a long time since anyone had managed to sneak up on him. I'm sorry for disturbing you, my lord. The young serving girl stuttered nervously as she slowly approached him. You're not, he responded, pushing aside a few books and clearing a space for her. Your timing is impeccable. Please, place the tray right here and have a seat if you wish. Far easier to watch me while you're sitting down instead of pretending to clean the same 3 bookshelves over the past few hours. He could almost hear her heartbeat as she approached, setting the tray down next to him. The smell of the warm bread and warm soup made his stomach lurch as it decided to remind him that he'd skipped eating this morning in favor of getting to work. Picking up the bread, he tore off a piece and dipped it into the soup, being careful to keep both away from the pages he was working on as he took a bite. Are you going to sit? He asked of the serving girl after taking another bite of food. I'm sure the seat will be much more comfortable for you. Biting her lip, Nyra stood still for a moment as she visibly weighed her decision about whether to stay or go. In the end her curiosity about him won out and daintily sat down across from him. The two sat in silence as Nox finished off the last of the offered meal. Tell you what, Nyra, how about we play a game? A game, m'lord? Yes, he nodded, picking up his quill and picking up where he left off on his notes. You're obviously curious about me, and I'm sure the rumor mill is abuzz about me as well. So, here's the game. You ask me a question, any question you wish, and I will answer. And then I will ask you a question. Seem fair? Nyra considered his offer for a moment before nodding. Yes, m'lord. Splendid, Nox smiled while motioning for her to proceed. So, ladies first. Are you truly blind, m'lord? Nyra asked without hesitation. Smirking, Nox reached up and untied the cloth from around his eyes. Across from him, Nyra gasped loudly as his eyes were revealed to her. Not a pretty sight, are they? Nox asked rhetorically as he put the cloth back around his eyes. I don't just wear this because it makes me look dashing. I'm sorry, m'lord. Who would do such? Waving his hand, Nox cut her off. It doesn't matter. It's the past and I can't change what happened. But now, it's my turn in our little game, no? So, what is your opinion on the Starks? And feel free to be honest. Nothing you say will leave the two of us. Not wanting to take any chances that the young woman might skirt around the truth, Nox gently probed her with the force, encouraging her to speak more freely than she might have otherwise. The Starks have ruled the North for thousands of years. Nyra replied almost immediately, her voice taking on a note of respect and awe. They are always just and fair, especially during the winter years. It was such a terrible thing that happened to Lord Ricard, Lord Brandon, and Lady Lyanna. I was barely a woman flowered when they all died. But I remember clearly how the North mourned for their loss. And, in the end, the dragons paid dearly for thinking they could do what they wanted to the wolves. And Lord Stark has been a great lord for the North so far. And little Robb is such a good boy. Even Lord Stark's bastard son, Jon, is a nice boy. It's such a shame that lad I shouldn't say more. Her answers intrigued him greatly. Not because of the events around the Targaryens and the Starks, he already knew about that. No, what truly piqued his curiosity was the comment she made when describing the Starks. Winter years? Nox asked, seeking clarification. Do you mean to say that winter here in the North can last for years? And does winter affect only the North, or is all of Westeros affected by the season? Nyra seemed taken aback by his question. Yes, m'lord. The last winter lasted nearly 3 years and ended just a year past. And, yes. All of Westeros is affected by the winter years. Rocking back in his seat, Nox hummed. That changes things. If winter lasts for years, that means that these people have excellent storage and preserving techniques for their food. But even with the best of techniques, fresh produce and livestock are a necessity. The greenhouses they have are insufficient to feed all of Winterfell and the small settlement outside the walls. Which means they either ration greatly during these years or they import their food from outside lands. This means that my first project will be to better their greenhouse techniques and expand their operations to better suit the needs of the people during winter. Forgive me, m'lord. Is this not how winter and summer is in your homeland? No, Nox answered, shaking his head. But that's neither here nor there. Your turn now, ask me any question you wish. This time, Nyra took a moment before asking, do you have a family back in your homeland? Had, Nox replied, fighting against the ache in his chest as a face came to mind. A woman with orange skin and white markings that meant everything to him. Nyra seemed almost taken aback by his one-word answer, but she caught on to the reasoning by his simplistic answer quickly enough. I apologize, my lord. I know that losing a loved one is painful. My own parents passed during the previous winter. And my older brother, he followed the Starks south during the rebellion and never came home. My condolences, Nyra. Knox replied almost automatically. But what surprised him was the fact that he meant it. He was used to death and had become almost numb to it. As a Sith you had to be in order to survive. And he couldn't remember the last time he'd offered the sentiment at another's passing and meant it. I believe it is my turn again. You've spoken of Lord Stark and his boys. But tell me, what do you think of Lady Stark? Again, Knox sent a gentle force nudge in her direction. Only this time he applied a slight bit more pressure than he had before. She'd stopped herself from revealing something she didn't want to last time despite his persuasion, and he wasn't about to let that happen again. Her presence in the Force is nothing extraordinary, no more so than any other person in the galaxy who isn't a Sith or Jedi. Perhaps living in this fortress that was built using the Force, not to mention that tree which acts a focal point, has given her some sort of mental defenses that she otherwise wouldn't have? Another thing I'll have to look into later. As if to add credence to his theory, Nyra visibly struggled for a moment before answering him. Lady Stark is, of the South. And she has made no attempt at conforming to the ways of the North. Instead, she expects us to conform to her. Lord Stark had a September built for her, a September. In the heart of the North. Had it been ordered by anyone other than the Warden himself, people would have outright refused the request. Even the Manderleys, who worship both the old gods and the new, have never tried to build seps further into the north than White Harbor. She even went so far as to strongly suggest that all the serving staff begin worshipping the Seven if they wanted to truly please her. And her daughters, so beautiful. True daughters of the North. She won't allow for a proper northern lady to teach them. Instead she's insisted on a septa to teach them. Ha! How is a septa supposed to teach the she-wolves of the North? Then there is the way that she treats Lord Stark's bastard son. She goes on and on about her housewords of family, duty, and honor. And yet she... Oh gods! Please, don't tell Lady Stark I said any of this. I beg you. Her tirade was cut off so abruptly that Knox hadn't even realized she'd ended it until she was on her knees before him, almost in tears and clutching onto the hem of his robes. Well, shit. Guess I pushed it a little too far. Enough of that, Knox said firmly but not unkindly as he held out his hand for Nyra to help her stand. I told you what is said between us stays between us. And I am a man of my word. The relief was evident on Nyra's face as she sagged slightly. Thank you, my lord. Think nothing of it. I asked a question and you answered truthfully, for which I am grateful. But her response is quite telling. Apparently, the Lady of Winterfell rules this castle with an iron fist and isn't afraid of going behind her husband's back on some issues. And she's also highly religious by the sounds of it. I'm going to have to study the faith of the Seven more. She might prove to be more problematic than I originally thought. Pushing himself away from the desk, Knox rose to his feet, cracking his back in several places as he did. It is a beautiful day out today, isn't it, Nyra? He asked, changing the subject. Yes. It is, my lord. For an autumn year, it is unusually warm out today, Nyra replied, her voice still lacking the confidence it held before her outburst. Well, it seems a shame to waste such a day, Knox commented as he faced her. So, why don't you show me around Winterfell? Taken aback, Nyra stuttered as she looked around. I'm not sure if I have time to. Nyra, Knox said firmly. I thought that we agreed not to lie to one another. You were sent to watch over me and what better way to keep an eye on me than by giving me a guided tour of Winterfell. The young woman still seemed hesitant, but in the end she nodded. As you wish, my lord. Splendid, Knox smiled, offering his arm to Nyra, who hesitated only for a moment before taking it. So, tell me, is there anything of interest happening around the castle today? Nyra thought for a moment before nodded. Yes. The young Lord Robb and young Jon Snow are supposed to be training in the yard today. They train every other day. Is that so? Knox smiled, an idea forming in his mind about how to integrate himself into the citizens of Winterfell and specifically the future heir and his bastard brother. Well, this should be quite a show indeed. Deep within the crypts of Winterfell, Ned Stark stood silently before the three statues marking the graves of his family. To his far left stood the silently staring form of his father while next to him was the statue of his elder brother. A sword laid out across their laps is tradition for the Starks since the time of Bran the Builder. Even if their bones were never recovered, Ned still had had their statues created to honor his family. But it was not his father nor his brother that he came to see. No. As usual the reason he wandered down into the crypts this day was to stand before her statue. His sister, Lyanna Stark, the she-wolf. Or as only a few knew her, the Knight of the Laughing Tree, or the second Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. As it so often did, Ned's mind aimlessly wandered back to 8 years ago at the tourney or Harrenhal. He remembered vividly being so excited about the tournament. He'd be able to see his family again after years of separation. But more importantly, he would be able to formally introduce his friend Robert to his sister. But that excitement was dampened slightly by his friend's actions. Ned loved Robert as a brother, he truly did. But the one aspect that was a strain on their friendship was his constant betting of anything and everything with 2 legs, a pair of tits and a cunt. He could still recall the day Jonathan had arrived with the news that the betrothal between Robert and Lyanna had been agreed upon. They'd both been happy and proud, Robert even called him his soon-to-be true brother. But then Ned's excitement lessened as Robert proceeded to celebrate by taking Ned to a brothel and purchasing 2 whores for himself before telling Ned to enjoy himself as well. That was the day that the small grain of doubt wedged its way into Ned's mind. He couldn't believe the audacity of his friend. He'd just been told that he was betrothed, and the first thing he did was get 2 whores and offer a third to his soon-to-be good brother. It went against everything Jonathan had taught them over the years about responsibility. Then the second grain of doubt entered his mind just after the announcement of the tourney at Harrenhal, and Ned discovered that Robert already had a bastard daughter in the Vale. That she was nearly a year old. And if the fact that he had a bastard wasn't bad enough, Robert was completely uninterested in her at all. But despite what he'd seen, he kept his doubts ruthlessly pinned down. Robert would change after he married his sister. Ned was sure of it. But then the tourney happened. Robert, after meeting Lyanna for the first time ever, proceeded to spend the entirety of the tournament in the company of whores when he wasn't participating in the events or trying to court Lyanna. Then Rhaegar won the tourney and crowned Lyanna the Queen of Love and Beauty. And then all the smiles died. And a year later the rebellion began when Lyanna was taken and Ned's brother and father were executed by the Mad King. Robert, Ned, and Jon raised their banners and brought down the Mad King and Rhaegar. And in return, Ned lost the one thing he truly and only wanted in life. Her. His desert son. But you were never abducted, Ned thought ruefully, almost glaring up at his sister's statue and despising himself for the anger he felt towards his sister. You went with Rhaegar willingly. To be his second queen. But why did you not contact us? Why did Rhaegar not? I know that I was not the best brother to you when you needed it. But could you not tell us of your plans? Especially when said plans had the potential to alienate 2 of the great houses of Westeros. Shaking his head with a tired sigh, Ned banished thoughts of the past. The past is the past and the ink is dry. I cannot change what happened as much as I cannot stop the sun from rising on the morrow. Pausing, he pulled out a single blue rose that he'd taken from the glass gardens and placed it at the feet of his sister's statue. My carelessness nearly cost me my last tie to you, sister. But what am I to do? I cannot proclaim to the world that Jon is not a bastard and reveal his true name. Robert, friend or not, would seek Jon's death. And I cannot dishonor my wife any more by giving Jon the Stark name. Please, Lyanna, tell me. What am I to do? Ned wasn't sure why he even bothered to ask any more. His sister was long gone, and the old gods of the north did not provide direction or answers like so many Andals believed that the 7 could. I know that you can't tell me what to do, Lyanna, but I hope that you know that I'm doing my best to keep my promise. I'm keeping him safe. Placing his hand against the cold stone of his sister's memorial, Ned spared his brother and father a last parting glance before making his way out of the crypts. Coming out of the crypts, Ned cocked his head to the side as the sound of cheering reached him. Following the noise, he soon found the source as it seemed that nearly a quarter of Winterfell had descended upon the training grounds. Now what is going on here, he thought to himself as he quietly made his way towards the crowd. Robb and Jon should be training today. And while it is not unusual for the Lord or his heir to garner a crowd while they train, it should not warrant this much attention. Moving carefully through the crowd, Ned was more than slightly surprised at what had drawn their attention. It wasn't his son nor Jon that had called for their attention. No, his boys were both standing side by side on the outskirts of the training ring with Sir Roderick as they both cheered for what happening before them. Nearly 24 of Winterfell guards were littered across the training grounds. Most were nursing bruises or in other cases a cut here or there associated with an intense sparring match. Even Jory Castle, his captain of the guard, was down on one knee, gasping for breath while he leaned heavily on his tourney blade. And standing amid the carnage was the newest addition to Winterfell, Darth Nox. Unlike the guards of Winterfell, who were all scattered, wounded, and exhausted, the foreigner appeared barely winded as he stood calmly in the center of the ring with his tourney blade lazily relaxing across his shoulder, and the only sign of obvious exertion on him was the light sheen of sweat across his brow. Come now, Jory, Nox sighed, as Jory struggled to rise to his feet and bring his sword up. This is almost getting tedious by this point. Why don't we just call it and end this charade? Rising shakily to his feet, Jory brought his tourney blade up into a midguard and set his feet. But even from the distance he was at, Ned could see that Jory was struggling to even keep hold of the blade, let alone to attack. I will never back down. Sighing, Nox raised his blade off his shoulder and settled into a stance Ned had never encountered before. His feet were spread wide and his body turned slight with his left hand and arm extended straight out while he held his blade above his head in his right hand so that it was almost perpendicular to his arm. Very well then. Let us end this then. With a cry, Jory lunged for Nox, his form perfect and his blade steady as it traveled the distance aiming to pierce Nox in the chest. But at the last second Nox moved, his blade slicing down and altering the direction of the lunge to pass him by. Jory tried to pull up, but he was committed, and his momentum wouldn't allow him to go any other direction than forward. And as he passed Nox by, the foreigner slashed back up, striking Jory unimpeded into his chest. The force of the strike, combined with his captain's forward movement, lifted Jory clear off his feet and brought him down onto the ground hard flat on his back. And before he could even make a move to recover, Nox had brought his tourney blade back down so that the tip was now pointed directly at Jory's exposed throat. "I yield." Pulling his sword away, Nox held out his hand for Jory while around the yard the men and women of Winterfell either cheered or groaned as more than a few pulled out a few coins and passed them to people around them. But before Ned could make his presence known, Nox turned directly towards him and inclined his head before announcing his presence in a loud and clear voice, "Lord Stark." All noise in the courtyard died as everyone turned towards him. Holding his head up, he steadily made his way towards the ring, taking note of the guilty look in the eyes of his guards and especially in the eyes of Jory. Regardless of what caused this little spar, all of them have just been defeated by a foreigner. A foreigner that they outnumbered by a large margin. And in front of their liege lord no less. "Nox," Ned greeted the man, still unsure of just how to address him properly. He was obviously a highborn given his manner of speech and dress, but he'd yet to give himself a title. Only Jon had done that. "May I ask what brought this about?" Nox merely shrugged. "Just a minor dispute on the viability of different training methods and what can be introduced to increase the combat effectiveness of your men, my lord." Looking around again, Ned took careful note of all his beaten and bruised men. They were his best. And they had all just been humiliated by a man who didn't even look like he'd exerted himself at all in taking them down. Deep within him, he could feel wolf's blood he constantly kept him check come to life. His man, this stranger, came into his home and embarrassed his best without hardly breaking a sweat. He could not let this stand. "I see," Ned said simply, reaching up and unsnapping the clasps that held his overcoat in place and removing it from his shoulders. The entire courtyard began muttering again as he made his way over towards Robb and Jon. Handing his cloak off to his son, he took the tourney blade that Jory offered him and made his way to the center of the training yard while giving the blade a few almost lazy swipes through the air to get used to the weight. While he did, he could feel the wolf within him starting to stalk back and forth as it always did before Ned fought. No, he thought back, forcing the wolf within him back down as the lessons taught to him by Jonaran came to the forefront of his mind. "I must be calm. Collected. I cannot let the wolf's blood control me." He could almost feel the wolf within howl in agony as he forced the beast back into its cage. Now was not the time. He had to focus. Be calm. It was the wolf's blood that got him into this situation before he could even realize it. He would not allow the same wolf's blood that caused his sisters' and brothers' deaths to cause any more trouble here today. Across from him, Nox tilted his head slightly to the side, his covered eyes staring at him without looking almost as if he knew the conflict raging within Ned. "Interesting," Nox commented before resuming the same stance he had against Jory, feet widespread, sword held in the air and left hand extended. "Let us see what you can do, Lord Stark." Sliding his front foot forward, Ned made an exploratory thrust at Nox. His opponent immediately countered with the same move he'd used against Jory just a moment ago, bringing his blade down to redirect his thrust before countering with a reverse slash aimed for Ned's chest. But unlike Jory, Ned was ready and moved his body to side enough to evade the slash and counterattack. His attack met nothing but air as Nox skillfully sidestepped his attack and reset himself just out of range of Ned's reach. For the next few minutes, Ned continued to make probes at Nox, trying to find some sort of weakness or flaw in his technique, yet he found none. The man's defense was perfect. His stance, while strange, positioned Nox to deflect and counter everything Ned threw at him. And his footwork was beyond excellent as he deftly moved around Ned while they fought. Yet for all his defense and evasion, Nox had yet to launch a single attack against him. The wolf within him was howling in rage, struggling against the binds Ned had placed on it as it stalked back and forth, begging to be let loose. "No," Ned thought viciously. "I let you lose once before. And I lost my head and it cost a life. It made her turn from me, I can't let you out again." Deflecting yet another of Ned's attacks, Nox planted his foot clearly in Ned's gut, forcing the wind from his lungs and making him take a step back to avoid his follow-up attack. An attack that never came as Nox just stood there, his sword lowered, and his guard gone. "You can't win like this, Lord Stark." Coughing and catching his breath, Ned righted himself and brought up his guard. "What do you mean?" He could almost see the eye roll behind the man's covered eyes and for a moment, he was back as a boy in the air being tutored by Jonaran and his master at arms. "You can't fight us both and hope to win, Lord Stark." Ned was brought up short by the comment. He can't know, can he? The wolf, Lord Stark." Nox continued, confirming that, somehow, he did in fact know about his inner struggle. "The wolf, if you want to call it that, wants to be let free, Lord Stark. It's part of you." Call it your instinct if you will. You cannot fight me while trying to keep a rein on the wolf at the same time. And if you want any hope of besting me, then you will need the wolf. Swinging his sword around almost lazily, Nox resumed his stance. Only to change it a moment later as he held onto the blade with two hands while bringing the hilt to his back shoulder with the blade pointed at the sky. And if you won't let go willingly, then I will force it out of you. The next instant, it was as if Ned was fighting a completely different opponent as Nox dropped all defense and went on the offensive. His blade was little more than a blur as Nox swung the blade almost wildly, his body twisting and turning as it went with the momentum of his blade. And it was all Ned could do to keep his guard up against the seemingly unending onslaught of attacks that Nox was raining down on him. Eventually Ned could no longer keep up with the onslaught and one of Nox's swings caught Ned clear in the gut, knocking the wind out of him and sending him to his knees as he coughed, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. Holding his hand out, Ned stopped the servants and his guards from rushing to him, as he no doubt knew that they were. Raising a hand to his mouth, Ned wiped at the blood forming on his lips and looked down at his own hand in wonder as he stared down at his blood, that coated his hand. Within him, the wolf howled in anger and for once, Ned did nothing to stop it as he slowly rose to his feet. He'd been humiliated in his own home. Bested by a man he didn't know. A man who knew nothing of the north. A man who knew nothing of winter. Who knew nothing of House Stark and the wolf's blood. Yet who dared to say that Ned stood no chance against him? Deep within the cage he kept it in, the wolf howled again, this time in freedom as Ned let go and unleashed the wolf within. He wants to see the wolf. Ned thought as he spat a wad of blood out of his mouth and reaffirmed his hold on his tourney blade. A smile coming to his lips as he reveled in the fight to come as the wolf's blood took hold. Then that is what he'll get. Rushing forward, Ned met Nox's attack with one of his own. Their blades locking for the briefest of moments before separating as the two began dancing around one another, their blades striking one another with the strength of a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil. As it did back when he fought Arthur Dane, time seemed to almost slow as Ned seemed to know exactly where and when Nox would attack and where and when he would be open. But unlike his fight years ago, when he last let the wolf be free, this time not only did Nox keep pace with him, but he almost seemed to be pushing him. Whenever Ned would match Nox blow for blow, the man almost seemed to speed up slightly, forcing Ned to call on the wolf's blood more and more as he fought harder than ever before to keep pace with the foreigner. Everything around the two of them disappeared into nothingness, leaving only Ned and Nox as he focused in on his opponent while the wolf within him continued guiding him, letting him match Nox blow for blow. As Nox changed from one move to the next, he saw it. A slight opening when he turned to his left. Waiting like the patient wolf he was, Ned lunged for the opening the moment he saw it once more. But Nox defied all laws of logic as his body bent backwards until his head nearly touched the ground behind him in order to avoid his attack. And then he twisted, his body never leaving its angle as he twirled around and behind Ned. Pain exploded through his legs as his knees collapsed as Nox's blade struck him in the back of the leg. Before his knees could hit the ground, Nox's hand was on his shoulder and the tip of the tourney blade was pointed at his throat. "Well done, Lord Stark," Nox stated, his breath coming and going in rapid pants. "Well done indeed." Blinking, Ned felt the rush of the wolf's blood leave him, leaving him lightheaded enough that he would have fallen forward if not for Nox holding him steady. "You as well, Master Nox." Ned wasn't sure if master was the correct term to call Nox or not. But he was without a doubt a master with a blade, so the term seemed adequate for now. Doing his best to hide just how much he was relying on Nox to steady him, Ned rose shakily to his feet. Taking a deep breath of the cold northern air, it was all Ned could do to remain standing as he turned towards Nox. "Your training is, indeed, most impressive," Ned conceded. "If you are willing to train the men of Winterfell, I will be grateful for your aid." Nox merely nodded, no sign of bravado nor superiority showing on his face. "I will have a training regime drawn up and delivered to you by the end of the week, Lord Stark." "Good," Ned nodded, turning away from Nox and facing the crowd. It seemed as if the crowd surrounding them had grown to the point where everyone in Winterfell had watched the duel. Even his wife Cat and his young daughters, Sansa and Arya, were in attendance. And everyone was staring at Ned and Nox in complete silence. Cat was looking at him like he'd grown two heads, and Sansa and Arya were staring at him in the much the same manner. Jon and Robb however, they were both staring at the two of them with open mouths and shocked expressions on their faces. Blinking, Ned turned around slowly to survey crowd. Just about every face was a mirror of Cat or his children's. "Hells, when did everyone get here? How long were we sparring for? And, why are they looking at us like we are two of the old gods come back to life?" "All right," Sir Roderick called out, saving Ned from having to say anything as he stood awkwardly before the assembled crowd. "You all have duties you need to see to. Now clear out." Everyone in the yard immediately began to disperse save for Cat and his children. Robb was the first to speak up, running up to him with a large grin on his face as he nearly bounced with excitement. That was amazing, Father. Is that what your fight with Arthur Dane was like?" Was Nox tougher than Sir Dane? How did you move so fast? Did it hurt when? Rob, give your father some space, Cat cut in sharply, reprimanding their son who backed down under his mother's gaze. Husband, are you all right? That man seemed to have landed a few hard blows. Given her tone, he could tell that she wasn't pleased by that. Not by the fact that Ned was bested, but more by the fact that Nox dared strike him. He did land a few good ones. Ned acknowledged, rolling his shoulders and his knees slightly to try and lessen some of the pain in them. But it was as expected. I would have been insulted if he'd held back against me. A few bruises are the cost of training in the yard. And a lesson for the future. Remember that, boys. Yes, father. Yes, Lord Stark. Ned didn't miss the way that Jon quickly corrected himself, nor did he miss the slight twitch in Cat's eye at Jon's correction. Good. Ned nodded. Now, off with you lot. You all have your evening lessons before dinner. I expect to hear good things from the Maester and Septa on your progress tonight. Bidding his children and wife goodbye, after taking a moment to reassure Cat that he was in fact fine, Ned made his way back to the yard, searching out Sir Roderick. He quickly found the man talking with his nephew near the weapons rack. The two were talking in harsh, whispered tones, with the younger of the two frequently motioning with his arms in a manner that suggested he was trying to figure out some of the techniques and moves that Nox had used during the spar. Sir Roderick, Jory. My lord, both men bowed, cutting off their conversation as he made his presence known to them. Hanging up his tourney blade, Ned faced the two men he trusted more than any other when it came to martial prowess here in Winterfell. Tell me what you think of Nox. The two men looked at one another, seemingly unsure of just how to answer him. My lord, his skill is undeniable, Sir Roderick replied cautiously. But there is something off about him, my lord. When he started sparring against myself and our men, my lord, Jory continued, I could have sworn for a moment I felt cold. As if the stranger of the seven had descended upon us and taken form in that man. It lasted only a moment, but for that moment I honestly felt like I was going to die just from standing before him. And then there was his fight with you, my lord. Sir Roderick continued slowly. This time taking his time as if he were measuring each word before speaking. Forgive me for asking, my lord, but have you been holding back when you train with our men? That brought Ned up short. No. He answered simply. He didn't believe in holding back when it came to training. You did yourself and your sparring partner no good if you held back. Shifting his weight, Sir Roderick looked more than slightly uncomfortable as he continued. I didn't mean to give offense, my lord. But that man took on over a dozen of our best and bested them while hardly breaking a sweat. And then you were able to keep pace with him. A pace that, quite simply, my lord, was unbelievable. You two were moving so fast that I could hardly track your blades. And there was one more thing, my lord. I don't believe anyone else saw but myself and Jory, but we both saw what we saw and what? Ned pressed, growing slightly agitated at the hesitation in his master-at-arms as the wolf within him was still prowling, angry at its recent defeat. Your eyes, my lord. Jory picked up for Roderick. Your eyes were yellow. Like a wolf. The wolf within Ned quieted as shock swept through Ned. My eyes, changed color? Ridiculous. Yet as he stared at Sir Roderick and Jory, there was no lie in their eyes. They meant what they said. And he trusted them. The wolf's blood, he muttered, turning and staring off in the direction that Nox had departed in. Sorry, my lord. The wolf's blood, Sir Roderick. Ned repeated, turning back to the two men. Nox, he said something during our spar to me. That I needed to stop holding the wolf in. That I needed to let it out, otherwise I would have no hope of defeating him. The two men blinked and looked even more uneasy. My lord, Sir Roderick said slowly. Neither you nor Nox uttered a single word during your spar, my lord. You both kept quiet and focused on one another. And that was it. Hours later, when the sun had sunk well below the horizon, Ned found himself in his solar indulging in a horn of ale. He wasn't necessarily one for drinking. But tonight, after his fight with Nox and the subsequent conversation with Jory and Sir Roderick, he felt that it was more than warranted and needed. My eyes turned yellow like a wolf. And Nox and I talked without talking. How could such things happen without my noticing? Taking another drink from the horn, Ned settled deeper into his chair as he stared into the fire burning in the hearth before him. The wolf within him seemed almost content now. It was no longer pacing nor howling. It was at peace. Perhaps because Ned had done as Nox had suggested? He'd set the wolf free from the cage he'd built around it during the spar. And afterwards, he'd simply forgot to put it back. But now he almost didn't want to put it back. What he felt during the spar was turbulent. Anger, fear, excitement. All surged through him in a rush, giving him strength and speed he didn't know he possessed. And afterwards, when the wolf had quieted, he'd found a peace he hadn't known since before he'd been sent to foster at the Eyrie. "Come in, Vayan," Ned called out without looking over his shoulder. The door to his chamber opened and he heard his steward shuffle in. "My lord, forgive me but, how did you know I had arrived?" Ned was about to answer that he'd heard his knock, but then stopped himself. He hadn't heard a knock. There'd been no knock. He'd simply known that Vayan was outside his solar. "I was expecting you," Ned lied, finishing off the last of his ale and rising to face his steward. "Has Nox completed the training regime?" Vayan recovered quickly from his shock and nodded, handing Ned a roll of parchment. My lord. He's written up quite the regime. While I am no expert in the field, my lord, I worry just how many of our men would be able to complete such training." Unrolling the scroll, Ned's eyes widened as he kept unrolling more and more. When the length of the scroll had surpassed the length of his arm with still more to go, Ned stopped and rolled it back up. "Give this to Jory and Sir Roderick," Ned commented, handing it back to Vayan. "They will have to change some of the suggestions. But if this training can produce warriors even half of the caliber of Nox, then few will dare to challenge the North again." "I agree, my lord," Vayan nodded, taking the scroll back before handing Ned another. "This is a list of supplies that Nox wrote up. He says that he needs what's written on here in the quantities written or greater to begin several projects that will benefit Winterfell and the North." Taking the scroll, Ned unrolled it and began reading. Clay, bone ash, limestone, straw, coal, mortar, fine grained sand. Dozens of other building materials but nothing expensive. But the quantities that he's requesting will take more than some time to collect. "And has he mentioned what projects specifically he needs these for?" "No, my lord." Vayan responded by shaking his head. "But I did not ask either." "I see," Ned replied, rolling up the scroll and setting it back down on his desk. Turning his back on Vayan, he faced the fire once more. "Tell Nox I wish to speak with him at first light in the Godswood before the Heart Tree. I will ask what his plans for these materials are. And if I deem them worthy cause, then you will see to having them delivered." "Very well, my lord," Vayan bowed. "Will there be anything else, my lord?" "No," Ned replied, resuming his seat before the fire. "You are dismissed for the night." "Thank you, my lord." Hearing the door to his solar shut, Ned closed his eyes and tried to find the wolf within him again. He found it easily. Relaxed and at peace. Which brought Ned no small amount of peace as well. Conjuring up the cage he'd kept the wolf in for years, he was about to put it back but then hesitated. Why did he need to cage the wolf? Jonathan had known of the Stark's wolf's blood when he'd arrived, and he'd always stressed that Ned couldn't let it control him. That he needed to keep the wolf contained at all times. Yet, letting the wolf out had allowed him to go strike for strike with both Arthur Dayne and now Alan Nox. And he felt, at peace with the wolf released. So, why should he cage the wolf again? But at the same time, it was the wolf's blood that convinced Lyanna to run off like she did and subsequently start a war. It was the wolf's blood that caused his brother to run down to King's Landing and call out the Mad King and his son and demand justice against them. Little good came from the wolf's blood. Within him, he could almost see the wolf perk up, its eyes staring at the mental cage Ned had made for it. As the minutes ticked by, the wolf did nothing but stare at him and the cage, waiting for Ned to make his move. No, Ned thought, dissolving the cage within his mind, which almost seemed to make the wolf happier as it resumed its rest. "I will not let fear rule me." Waking the next morning, Nox slowly extracted himself from the warmth of his bed. The cold northern air kissed his naked flesh as he rose. While this land was not the coldest that he'd ever been in, that was and would always be Hoth, it was still slightly colder than what he was typically used to. But despite the chill, he had slept completely naked. That was a habit he'd picked up after spending more than a few nights with his light, and they'd even occasionally ended up literally destroying each other's clothes by morning. And thus, he couldn't sleep well while wearing clothes. "Okay, I really need to rethink my priorities on how to advance this world," Nox thought with a frown as he bent backwards and cracked his back in several places at once, relieving the stress that had built there. "A proper mattress is now high on my list of things I need to teach this world." After completing his morning exercises, he made his way over to the small desk and picked up his clothes. "I'm going to need new clothes soon too," he thought, staring down at his Sith robes. After days of wearing them, their stench was starting to become most noticeable. He'd just finished putting on his pants when he felt the presence of the serving girl Nyra just outside of his door. "No need to knock, Nyra. You are free to come in." "Milord, I brought you a change of oh my. Forgive me." Smiling, Nox could almost hear the young woman's thoughts as he focused in on her. Her back was firmly turned towards him, but he could feel the embarrassment and, more than slight desire that was coming from her. Deciding to have a little fun with the innocent young woman, Nox didn't bother to finish getting dressed. "There is no need to be shy, Nyra. I'm not." Unless you believe that I have something to be ashamed about. No. Nyra nearly shouted. The wave of desire within her thickening as her determination rose and she turned back towards him. Like I was saying, I by the old gods. What happened to you, milord? There was no need to ask what she'd meant. His chest, back and arms were covered with dozens of scars due his time as both a slave and a Sith. Ah, yes, Nox nodded as he could feel the woman's desire dim. Mementos of my past life. My life has not been easy. I would say that you should see the other guys, but they're all dead now. The young woman didn't say anything as her eyes roamed over the dozens of scars adorning his chest before becoming locked on one. The one that should have ended his life. Nox didn't stop her as she took a tentative step forward, her hand rising seemingly of its own accord. He stood still as she reached out, her fingers lightly tracing the scar just to the right of his heart where Thanaton's lightsaber had pierced his chest after their first meeting. By the gods, how are you still alive? Her touch, her voice, the look in her eye. They were the same as hers when she'd first seen it. Ashura. His light. His love. The one who'd been taken from him by the infighting of the Sith. Almost involuntarily, he stepped back away from her touch. His own playfulness gone as the painful reminder that his light was gone brought him back to reality. Sheer luck, or the will of the gods, if you will. Nox responded far more coldly than he'd intended. It doesn't matter now. It is in the past. And the one who did this is dead. Killed by my hand. Nyra seemed frozen to her spot, her hand still raised with her fingers extended. After a moment, she shook herself and took a step back, her eyes widened with a slight fear. Forgive me, milord. That was far too forward of me. Again, her thoughts were as clear as day to him. She was afraid that he would mention this moment to the headmaid and then it would get back to Lady Stark. And if that happened, then the Lady of Winterfell would throw her out of the castle on her ear with nothing but the clothes on her back. There is nothing to forgive. And what happened here will not be spoken of. Nox said, her fears lessening with his assurance. And the fault is mostly mine. The last woman to touch me there. Recognition dawned in Nyra's eyes. The woman that you... Yes, Nox answered not unkindly. I'm sorry, milord. Nyra responded, her voice laced with sorrow. You must have cared for her greatly. I did, Nox replied, walking towards Nyra, who froze in place as he approached her. The hammering of her heart easy for his enhanced hearing to pick up as her breath quickened. It had been a long time since he'd had a woman. But as much as his body craved the warmth of a woman in his bed again, his heart was not ready. Not yet. The wounds Ashura's death left on him were still too fresh. So, instead of taking the young girl as his body yearned to do, he merely took the clothes she'd brought with her and turned his back on her. Was there anything else? Yes, Nyra breathed, trying her best to compose herself before him. Lord Stark wishes to speak with you in the Godswood when you are ready. I see, Nox nodded. He'd expected this. The awakening of Lord Stark's force sensitivity had no doubt been a shock to the Lord and he was sure that the man had more than a few questions for him. Setting the clothes aside, he reached for the top of his pants before stopping and turning back to Nyra. Well, my dear, unless you want more of a show, I suggest you take your leave. But if you do want a show, then I think it'd only be fair to show me yours as well. Her face went red as she quickly backpedaled her way out of his room. No. Yes, Good day, milord, she stuttered before making a hasty retreat out the door, almost slamming it shut on her way out. Chuckling to himself, Nox went about the task of undressing himself and redressing in the clothes that had been provided for him. As he pulled on the rough woolen and leather clothes, Nox's mind inevitably went back to what had just transpired, and what had almost transpired. The serving girl was attractive, there was certainly no denying that. And she was obviously responding well to him. The Sith within him was yelling and screaming at him to take her and take his pleasure that he wanted. But a stronger part of him, the part that laid within the light, the part that allowed him to love Ashura held him back. It'd barely been a year since his light was taken from him. And while his body was more than willing, as evidenced by how difficult he currently found it to undress, his mind and soul just wasn't ready to move past Ashura. Not yet. Once he'd finished dressing, he made his way out of the guest quarters and towards the Godswood, as the locals seemed to call the miniature forest they kept within the confines of the castle. Has to be of religious importance, Nox thought as he passed by the two guards standing vigil near the entrance to the Godswood. The books I found stated that the Northmen believe in the old gods. Spirits that can see through the faces that had been carved into the weirwood trees. Yet these gods have no names. And given that the weirwoods act as focal points for the Force, it can easily be assumed that the early first men mistook the old gods for the Force itself. Entirely possible. And something to dig into when I have more time to conduct proper research into this world's history. Walking into the center clearing in the Godswood, Nox caught sight of the Lord of Winterfell sitting on a large stone placed before the weirwood tree, his somber grey eyes focused unseeingly on the reflective pool before him. Strangely enough, the tree didn't seem as vibrant in the force today as it did the day prior. In fact, the presence of the force was almost muted completely. Much like when he'd first arrived. Curious, the tree was almost burst with the force when I first stepped foot into the God's Wood. But now it is so muted that only those highly adept in sensing the force could recognize it. Most peculiar. And one more thing to look into later. A heavy expression for so early in the day, Lord Stark. Knox, Lord Stark responded, his eyes not leaving the reflective pool. I knew you were there before you even spoke. Even though you approached without a sound, I still knew you were there. Sights. Sounds. Tastes. Textures. Everything is more intense. As if I'd been living my life in a fog until today. Pausing, the Stark tore his eyes off the reflective pool and met Nox's covered eyes. I asked you here today for answers. I do not know if you believe in the old gods or not, but it is that when in the presence of the old gods through the weirwood, one must tell the truth or be cursed by the gods themselves. So, in presence of my gods I ask you Nox, what did you do to me yesterday during our spar? Fairly blunt, Nox thought, somewhat amused as he held his hands behind his back and began to calmly and slowly walk around the reflective pool towards the Warden of the North. I did nothing, Lord Stark. I merely encouraged you to open the cage, as it were. You were the one who did so. And from what I can sense, you haven't closed it off again either. But before we travel down this path any further, Lord Stark, let me ask you a question if you will. Do you know what it was that you had locked away within you? Ned turned pensive as he went back to gazing upon the reflective pool. My family calls it the wolf's blood. It isn't well defined. But it's been associated with my family since the time of Bran the Builder. It was said the Bran used the wolf's blood to help design and create the wall in Winterfell. It was said that it was the wolf's blood that helped the Starks to defeat all the other kings of Winter and unite the North. And some even say that it was the wolf's blood that made Torrhen Stark kneel to Aegon the Conqueror. It's as good a place to start as any, Nox nodded. The wolf's blood as you know it is a metaphor for something far greater. The Force. Blinking, Lord Stark brought his attention back to Nox. The Force? What is that? Everything and nothing. Nox replied, as he started to pace back and forth in between Lord Stark and the reflective pool. The Force is the Alpha and the Omega. The beginning and the end. It surrounds us, binds us, drives us. Everyone is affected by the Force, whether they know it or not. But those who are strong enough in the Force can use it and bend it to their will. I suppose, to put it simply, the Force is magic. Although that is a great undersimplification of what the Force truly is. One could spend their whole life looking to understand the Force. And at the end of their life, they would have only begun to scratch the surface of the mystery that is the Force. Leaning forward with his hands on his knees, the Lord of Winterfell gave Nox his undivided attention. What can you do with this, Force? Is it possible for anyone to learn? Unfolding his hands from behind his back, Nox raised his right hand and reached out with the Force. On his command, several of the smaller rocks, no larger than a man's head, began to rise and circle around Nox and Lord Stark. The Lord of Winterfell watched with wide eyes as Nox guided the dozen or so rocks in between the two of them and began to stack them on top of each other. Only those who are Force-sensitive can utilize the Force. Lifting rocks is merely the beginning and a good exercise for those who are learning, he explained. But, as I said, lifting rocks is merely the beginning. You yourself used a typical Force technique the yesterday that all Force adepts learn, Force precognition. In short, the Force was allowing you to see glimpses of what was to come. That was how you knew when and where I was going to attack and how to counter it. And you've also been using another technique where you reach out through the Force to know your surroundings without seeing or hearing them. That is how you knew that I was approaching. As of now, you are using these abilities involuntarily and without focus. In time, you can hone these abilities to better utilize and control them. Unfortunately for you, while it is possible for you to learn some abilities, it is far too late for you to begin formal training. You are too old. Your mind is too set. Perhaps if you were younger or if you hadn't denied your connection with the Force for so long, it would be possible to fully train you. But now it is too late. Formal training must begin during the early years of a Force adept's life while their mind is still malleable. The longer one waits to begin the training, the harder it is to train their mind to do what must be done to utilize the Force. The Lord of Winterfell appeared pensive as he kept his attention firmly on Nox. But there are those who can learn here in Winterfell, is there not? You catch on fast, Nox nodded. Your children, and Jon, they are all Force sensitive. Jon is the most powerful, but there is no doubt that all of your children can be trained. The wheels in Lord Stark's head were visibly turning as he sat there before the weirwood tree. Obviously, what Nox could offer was invaluable to him and his house's future. But despite the obvious benefit that the Force could offer, he could see that Stark was still hesitant. And what does it take to teach someone this, Force? Rubbing at his chin, Nox could see clearly what Lord Stark's concerns were based around. Obviously, he could see the benefit, but his children had responsibilities as future warden and ladies of the north. They couldn't afford to spend all day every day learning from Nox. Learning to use the Force is a lifelong commitment, Lord Stark. But where I came from, those who were Force sensitive also had a heavy hand in the running of the Empire. Leaning back on the rock, the Warden of the North looked intrigued. Tell me what these lessons would entail and everything you can about the Force, and of your home. You said that you cannot return and that there is no possibility of those of your home coming to us, but I want to know as much as you can tell me about this empire of yours. Manipulating the Force to arrange the rocks he'd been moving around into a place to sit, Nox sat down in front of Lord Stark. That will take some time. My schedule is clear for the day. Lord Stark countered. Now, talk. The rest of the day passed with the two of them sitting in the Godswood before the Weirwood tree discussing the Force and aspects of the Sith Empire. When answering questions about the Empire, Nox kept his answers as vague as possible while constantly reassuring Lord Stark that there was no way that the Empire would ever grace the shores of the North or Westeros. Besides, he doubted that Lord Stark would truly believe him if he told the truth about the Sith Empire and that they could travel between the stars at will and controlled a fair portion of the known galaxy. When it came to aspects of the Force, Nox was more forthcoming. Every question Lord Stark asked, Nox answered. He explained the differences between the light and dark sides of the Force. When he sensed the man's apprehension at the title of dark side, Nox spent quite a lot of time explaining how while there were many aspects of the dark side that could be considered evil, it was all in the way that the Force was used. After all, a sword could be considered both good and evil pending how it was used. So too was the Force. And by utilizing both aspects of the Force, one could negate the negative aspects of each side to a high degree. By the time the sun had nearly set, the two men had nearly exhausted almost all the Lord of Winterfell's questions, and now Lord Stark was silent as he sat staring off into the distance. You've given me a lot to think on, Nox. I cannot say that I am ready to have my children learn this art. But I am not saying that they will not either. Nearly growling at the resistance of the man, Nox did his best to keep his anger in check. Forgive my bluntness, Lord Stark, but that decision may no longer be yours to make. Lord Stark turned sharply towards him, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Explain. Folding his hands under his chin, Nox met the Lord of the North's grey eyes with his sightless eyes. Jon and the others are all highly Force sensitive. Perhaps in another life they may have gone their whole lives without doing anything suspicious that couldn't be passed off as dumb luck. But now with my presence and your awakening to the Force, that option is no longer viable. Your children will learn. The Force will come out in them, whether you want it to or not. It will start with small, almost unnoticeable things. But eventually the children will begin to hear the Force calling out to them and they may start to experiment. At which point, if they do not have access to a proper instructor, they could become a hazard to themselves and others around them. And you are the only qualified instructor in all of Westeros and Essos, I take it. Lord Stark questioned, or more correctly stated, with a harsh edge. Yes, Nox shot back simply. Take it as you will, Lord Stark. But it was not my intention to come to this land nor to fall into your lap, nor to find that all your children can use the Force. Had I the choice, I would be back in my homeland, far away from here, and you and yours would remain completely oblivious. But I no longer have that choice. The Force brought me here, and now I am stuck here. So, I might as well do what I can while I'm here. Lord Stark didn't say anything more as he continued to meet Nox's unseeing stare. I need more time to decide. And I will say no more on the matter until I've reached a decision. Lord Stark declared. Again, it was all Nox could do to keep his anger in check. He doesn't understand fully what I'm offering him and his children. I need to make an example, but how and where? As you wish. Nodding, Lord Stark rose to his feet, prompting Nox to follow suit. There is something else I wish to discuss with you. You sent a list of requested building materials to my steward. What are they for? Good, he took the bait. First, tell me this, Lord Stark. Winter lasts for years here, does it not? If so, then why do you have so few greenhouses? Or glass gardens as you call them? Because Myrish glass is expensive. The expenditure to create another such garden would cost most of the revenue of the north. Lord Stark answered. It is cheaper to buy our crops from overseas or from the south. In the short term perhaps, but not the long term, Nox countered. But that's a topic for another time. You wanted to know what I need those materials for? It's simple. I'm going to give you in the north the means to create glass. That brought the Lord of Winterfell up short. You know how to make Myrish glass? Myrish glass? No, can't say I do, Nox answered. But I do know how to make glass. Perhaps of even higher quality than what's been used to create those glass gardens of yours. Lord Stark was silent as he took in just what Nox was offering him and the people of the north. If you can hold true on your promise, Nox, then you will have made a friend of the north, and of me. And your place in the north will never be questioned again. Hook, line, and sinker. Then I shall do my utmost to keep my word. Nodding, Stark began heading towards the path leading out of the Godswood before stopping after only a few steps. Tell me. You were a Sith in this empire you were a part of? Did you have a title? Nox couldn't keep the smile off his face. He was beginning to get Stark to his side of things. Yes. I was part of the Dark Council, think of it as your small council here in Westeros. As such, my position allotted me several other titles, Lord, Darth, Master. Head of the Pyramid of Ancient Knowledge. I held a lot of titles in my tenure. Master Nox, the Warden of the North stated, officially granting Nox said title as he turned back towards him. I will see to it that what you've requested is delivered within a moon's turn. Keep true to your promise and offering, and I will see to it that some of your titles are restored. I assure you, my Lord Stark, I intend to keep true on my word, Nox bowed, deferring to the Lord of Winterfell. Without another word, Lord Stark turned his back on Nox and made his way out of the Godswood, leaving Nox alone. Once he'd felt Lord Stark's presence completely leave the woods, Nox turned his attention to one of the rocks nearby. With barely a thought, the rock floated into the air, and then was pulverized into dust as Nox closed his fist. That was infuriating, Nox growled to himself as he banished the dust of what was once a rock to the air. Part of him, the Sith part, wanted nothing more than to call Lord Stark back and dominate his mind and turn him to his way of thinking. With his Force attunement as it now stands, simple persuasion is out of the question. His mind was strong to begin with. But now with the Force aiding him, persuasion will be next to impossible. I'd have to outright dominate his mind and turn him into little more than a thrall. But such domination would destroy who he is, and what happened would soon become obvious to not only his family, but all of his vassals as well. However, another part, a part that Nox had thought destroyed until he'd met Ashura, was saying something completely different. No, she wouldn't approve of that. Many in the Sith Empire thought him weak for falling for Ashura. Not only because he'd truly fallen for her, his apprentice, but then there was the bonus of her being neither a human nor a Sith pure blood. But in truth, Nox didn't care what his Sith brethren thought. He'd never felt more powerful than he did after Ashura taught him some of the light and started to thaw his blackened icy heart. And his battle with Ravan only confirmed what he thought. True power laid not within the dark nor the light side of the Force, but within both. Turning to the heart tree, Nox let his conscience flow out as he reached through the Force and touched the ancient focal point. I'm trying, Ashura, he thought, hoping that his thoughts and feelings would reach his light through the Force. I'm trying to change into the man you saw me as. It's hard. You know how hard it is. And living amongst the Sith made it seem impossible. But perhaps, that is why the Force brought me to this place. To start anew. A new order both Sith and Jedi. I wish you were with me, my light. To share in this. I need you now, more than ever. The wind picked up in the Godswood as the red leaves of the heart tree swayed in the wind. Yet it was only the weirwood that was affected, as none of the other trees nor leaves in the Godswood stirred. Tilting his head back, Nox felt the cool air brush against his face. He couldn't hear her voice, nor feel her presence, but he knew that his light was reaching for him through the Force. Thank you, my love. We will see one another again. But not yet. Not yet. Standing within the covered bridge that connected the main keep of Winterfell to the armory, Lord Stark stared down at large crowd that had gathered below. One moon, Ned thought to himself as he watched as Master Nox weaved his way through the crowd, leading 6 of House Stark guards who were carrying a large sheet of glass, the first glass ever produced in the north, between them. The panel was nearly the length of a full-grown man on both sides. And the glass was thick, far thicker than what currently made up the glass gardens. Yet it was still just as translucent as Myrish glass. He could also spot Robb and Jon nearly hanging off of Nox's arm as the two asked question after question of the foreign man. Simply amazing, my lord. He actually did it. Beside him, Lord Wyman Manderley was staring down in open awe as he watched the guardsmen of House Stark carefully position the sheet of glass onto 4 logs that had been placed under each corner of the glass panel. After sending the request for supplies and the reasoning for them to White Harbor, Lord Manderley had all but raced to supply Winterfell with whatever they needed. He'd even gone so far as to personally oversee the delivery as he too wanted to see if Nox could do what he said he could and had managed to deliver everything that had been requested in little more than 2 weeks instead of a full moon's turn. It is, Ned nodded, watching as Nox instructed the guardsmen to step back, leaving the glass panel braced on the logs alone. But now it is time to see if he spoke true about the strength of this glass. Lord Manderley merely shrugged. Even if it is not, the fact that we now know how to make Myrish glass is a gift from the old gods and the new. Conceding the point, Ned watched as Nox raised right hand. As if he were a puppet master pulling the strings of a puppet, a nearby boulder the size of a man rose steadily into the air and began floating over the glass. It was a testament to the mentality of the North that no one below seemed to even bat an eye at the obvious display of magic. Of course, this wasn't the first time Nox had used his strange magic in front of the denizens of Winterfell, so that had to be considered as well. The first time Nox had outright used his magic in front of everyone was on his 4th day within the walls of Winterfell when a cart was having a wheel replaced and the supports gave way, nearly falling on the man who'd been working on it. But before the cart could crush the man, it stopped in midair and then rose and floated off to the side, sparing the man any injury. It was fortunate that his first open display of his magic was to save a man from harm, Ned thought as he watched the rock hover over the glass panel. That, combined with the North's somewhat neutral stance on magic, has allowed him to be quickly accepted by the people of the North. Nox's second display of magic was when he built the furnace necessary to heat and make the glass. The structure was much like a bloomery, only several times the size. It was almost large enough for a grown man to crawl within. But what should have taken several men a couple of days to build, Nox finished in less than half a day. And on top of that, he'd also presented plans to make a much larger version that he called a blast furnace. And if he claims about the amount of steel that could smelted using this supposed blast furnace was true, then the North could soon outpace any of the other kingdoms in terms of steel production. The only thing that would slow them down was procuring the raw materials needed. Below them, the noise of the crowd died down to a bare whisper as Nox held up his hand with his fingers extended. The boulder was the length of a man's arm from the glass. His raised hand closed into a fist and the boulder dropped freely. The impact with the glass was heard throughout the yard. Yet despite its size and the distance it'd been dropped from, the glass held strong. The people in the crowd exploded as they began shouting in celebration as the men who'd been assisting Nox with the creation of the glass suddenly found themselves surrounded with those offering their praises. Well, I'll be. Lord Manderley chuckled. The son of a bitch actually did it. Not even the best Myrish glass could have survived that. Ned nodded, doing his best to keep his face stoic instead of showing the surprise and elation he was truly feeling. Down below, Nox took a moment to break away from those celebrating him to look up at himself and Lord Manderley. No words were exchanged, but the knowing look was enough for Ned. He truly is a man of his word. Beside him, Lord Manderley was less reserved in his thoughts and feelings. Has he explained how his magic works, my lord? Can anyone learn it? I'd give my right arm if either of my sons could learn to do even half of what he's done. Hells, I'm even considering betrothing my eldest daughter to him so that their children might inherit his gift. Do you know if he has a woman or not, my lord? He has explained his magic and there are those who can learn. But I have yet to let him begin teaching my children. Cat's fears of his magic corrupting them still weighs heavily on my mind, he thought before speaking aloud. He has. Apparently, one needs to be born with the ability. It is not something that can just be taught to anyone. And as for him having a woman, those that ve talked frequently with him have mentioned that he had a woman, but only that something happened to her and she is now dead. As for a match to your daughter, that is up to him. He is not of House Stark, so his betrothal is not for me to decide. But won't his magic cause problems for you and yours? Lord Manderley seemed taken aback by the question before snorting and shaking his head. My family may worship the new gods, my lord. But we worship the old as well. And we are of the north. We are not like those southern cowards. Magic doesn't scare us. It's a gift from the gods, something to be embraced. And can you imagine it, my lord? If your children or any others could learn it here in the north, none would dare threaten the north again. Manderley's words nearly made Ned wince. Here is a man who worships the seven, yet he is not only accepting of magic, but he wants Nox to wed into his family. No doubt hoping that Nox's magic will be passed on to his children. So, why am I so hesitant to allow my own children, who will one day lead the north, to learn the art? Before he could respond, a flutter of grey in the corner of his eye caught his attention. Maester Luwin had just entered the bridge from the keep, his steps hurried, and a raven scroll clutched in his hand. Maester Luwin, Ned greeted the aged maester as the man all but ran to them. You missed the demonstration, maester. But the glass held just as Nox predicted it would. Luwin paused then, his gaze going down to the crowd below before shaking his head. I'm sorry I missed it, my lord. But there was a raven from King's Landing, sire. It's not good. Taking the message from Luwin, Ned unrolled the small scroll and read the message. His heart filling with dread and anger as he read. He knew, Nox fucking knew it. But how? I remember that day well, I'd felt something strange through this force power that Nox is always talking about, but I didn't know what it meant and Nox wouldn't tell me outside of informing me that I would know soon enough. I need to know how he was able to interpret that sensation to this. My lord. Lord Manderley said cautiously, quickly catching onto Ned's worsening mood as he lowered the message. What news? Dark wings and dark words, Lord Manderley, Ned responded solemnly. I must do my duty. No matter how much I want to stay here in Winterfell. Especially with Kat's recent announcement that she's 2 months along with child. The Krakens have sacked Lannisport and are raiding up and down the western coast. Balon Greyjoy has declared himself King of the Iron Isles and is in open rebellion with the Iron Throne. King Robert has called for all the banners to assemble and attack the Iron Isles in order to bring the Greyjoys to heel. Chapter 4, Greyjoy Rebellion Part 1. So, yup, still around. I apologize for taking so long with this. Won't make excuses. I just hope that everyone out there is taking this current crisis seriously. COVID-19 is a big deal, so everyone please, don't risk it. Stay home and stay safe. And remember, it isn't just about you during this time. It's about everyone else as well. Social distancing isn't just about keeping yourself safe, it's about helping to try and stem the spread of the virus as well. Anyway, on to the story. One thing I want to bring up is several reviewers have asked how Nox plans on recharging the lightsaber's power cores. Honestly, this thought never really occurred to me, so I looked it up. And from what I read on Wikipedia and a few other sources, it sounds like that if a lightsaber is properly made, it will continuously recharge the power cell while it's activated. So, that's what I'm going to be going with. And honestly, probably won't even really touch much on the topic because I have way too much other things to focus in on and, as some have pointed out, I can be a bit wordy at times. And as always, a big shout out to my beta reader / brainstorm pal Telemachus Sundance. Also, putting this in there but trigger warnings for depiction of rape, violence, gore and language. This is Song of Fire and Ice / Game of Thrones. The tags are probably a given, but felt the need to put them in there for this chapter. Chapter 4. The crowd from the presentation of Nox's glass, which had been dubbed Ice Glass due to its color and strength, had barely begun to disperse before an errand boy had run up to Nox and informed him that Lord Stark wanted to speak with him in his solar immediately. Even before the boy could finish speaking, Nox knew exactly what Stark wanted to speak to him about. He'd felt it over a week ago now, but outside of telling Stark to order his bannermen to start gathering their men, he'd kept his thoughts to himself. He wanted to see if Stark had sensed it as well. Apparently, he hadn't. Or if he hadn't been able to place what the feeling was. Arriving at Ned's solar, Nox gave the wooden door a singular knock before calmly striding in. The Warden of the North was sitting behind his desk, a raven's note laying on the wooden surface before him. "How did you know?" Ned asked as Nox calmly shut the door. "You will have to be more specific, my lord." Ned's grey eyes turned on him and narrowed. "You know of what I speak of, Nox. 2 weeks ago, you advised me to begin telling my men to call their banners and ready themselves. And now today I received a raven from King's Landing. The Ironborn have sacked Lannisport. Balon Greyjoy has declared himself King of the Iron Island and no longer under the jurisdiction of King Robert Baratheon. The king has called all the banners to bring the Ironborn to heel. How did you know that this was going to come to pass?" "I didn't." Nox answered simply. "At least I didn't know the specifics of what had happened. All I know is that 2 weeks ago I felt a disturbance in the force. Such a disturbance is usually associated with a great loss of life, like a terrible battle, or rather a slaughter. I merely assumed that someone attacked someone else on a grand scale. And given the king's eagerness for a fight, I assumed that he would be answering whatever had happened with a show of force." The Warden of the North stared at him for some time, as if trying to decide whether he truly believed him. "I felt this disturbance as well," Lord Stark stated, bringing Nox up short. He hadn't expected Stark's force attunement to be quite so well refined already that he could sense the death and destruction of at least 1,000 miles off. "At least, I thought I did." It was a chill, a slight shiver. One that I shrugged off as nothing more than a chill brought on by the morning air. "But then you came to me and advised I begin gathering my banners, and I began to wonder if that slight sensation was truly something after all." Pulling up a seat, Nox fixed the Lord of Winterfell with his full attention. "Your force attunement is quite amazing for only having just reawakened your affinity. It makes me wonder just how powerful you could have been had you been discovered earlier and been trained properly." Stark didn't necessarily seem entirely comfortable with the prospect. "Perhaps. But the past is the past and not the reason that I asked to speak with you today." "No, of course not." Nox nodded. "You called me here because you are calling your banners and heading off to war. And you want me to come with you?" Stark nodded. I do. I've seen the way you interact with the men in the yard. You might not have led a war before, but you've led in battle, haven't you?" "You have no idea," Nox replied ruefully, thinking back to the many campaigns he participated in during his time as a Sith Lord of the Empire. "And I will go with you, Lord Stark. However, I must make you aware of something. I'm not going with you to fight in this war, I'm going with you to win this war. And to do so, I cannot be Master Nox. I must reclaim my old moniker and become Darth Nox once again." "And what does that mean?" Stark asked seriously. "You have explained before that your title amongst your people was Darth Nox. But what is so special about this title that you must hold it to fight in a war? The title of Darth is not one that is handed out without cause, Lord Stark. In order to become a Darth, one must become death incarnate. Pausing in his explanation, Nox drew deeply on the dark side, letting it fill him as much as possible. While he couldn't see what was happening to the physical world around him, he'd done this enough in order to intimidate his subordinates that he knew exactly what was happening. The air in the room dropped several degrees, to a level where Stark's breath started to mist. And despite his usual stoic facade, Stark let out a slight shiver. "I will fight for you, Lord Stark. I will fight for the North against your enemies. But I will do so my way. I will not defeat the Ironborn. I will destroy them. I will leave such a lasting impression on them that the next son of a bitch reaver that even thinks of picking up a blade and turning to a life of piracy will shit themselves out of fear of retribution. And by the time this war is done, there will be no hiding what I am nor what I can do. After this, there will be no going back to the way things were. So, having said that, Lord Stark, do you still want me to march with you?" Stark remained silent behind his desk as he absorbed the ultimatum that Nox had handed to him. Without saying a word, Stark pulled open one of the drawers on his desk and reached inside. Nox's lips turned upward slightly as Stark pulled his ancestor's lightsaber out of the drawer. "In truth, Nox," Stark began, staring down at the lightsaber in his hands before placing it on the desk between them. "Things changed the moment you saved my son's life from the wildings over a moon ago. Why should we stop the change now?" The moment Stark offered him his lightsaber back, Nox could feel a slight shifting in the Force. Stark handing Nox his lightsaber back meant something to the Force. Something that was supposed to happen. And Nox knew in that moment that he had truly started to earn the trust of the Warden of the North. "Now all I need to do is to start training his children, and Jon, there is one more thing I must inform you of, Lord Stark." Nox began, mentally preparing himself as he knew he was about to delve into a pain part of his past. "I can and will tolerate a lot during war. But there is one thing I will not tolerate, and that is the act of rape. Should I find any man committing this act, regardless of their rank or station, I will kill them." Stark didn't bat an eye as he stared at him. "I can respect your vigor, Nox, but I cannot condone such an act with. I assure you, Lord Stark, there will be nothing for you to condone." Nox countered, "This will happen. But do not fear, I will make sure that my actions do not come back to tarnish you in the North." Stark sighed while shaking his head. "Men lose themselves in battle, Nox. Especially when a castle is raided. Lords cannot control all of their men at all times." "No, but you can make a statement to make it so that when their blood does rise, they think twice before tackying out their dicks." Nox once again countered. "You've never once asked me about my eyes, Lord Stark." The abrupt change in conversation made Stark start. "No, I respected your decision not to tell me. Then perhaps it is time I tell you why I am like this, and perhaps then you will understand why I will kill every rapist I come across." Nox began. "I've told you that in the Sith Empire there were slaves, correct? Well, my mother and I were born into slavery, no idea who my father was. But despite my station, I never once fought back, I accepted what I was. But then one day when I was no older than Jon and Robb, I discovered I could use the Force. Per the law of the Sith, every Force sensitive was to be tested and sent to the Temple of Korriban for training. My master, however, did not like the idea of a mere slave joining the ranks of the Sith. So, the night before I was to be tested by the temple guards, he summoned myself and my mother to his chambers." Pausing, Nox had to calm himself as he felt the dark side steadily encroaching on him as he told of his past. "He had his men hold me down and watch as his guards violently violated my mother in every way conceivable right in front of my eyes. They could do whatever they wanted to her just short of killing her. It took nearly half a day before the last man finished. And once he had, my master gutted my mother like an animal right in front of me. And then to make sure that my mother's defiled gutted corpse was the last thing I ever saw, he took a red-hot poker to my eyes and removed my sight. And sadly, his plan worked. The next day when the temple guards arrived, my emotional state was such that I could not use the Force in front of them, and then after giving one guard a hefty pride, they left me. I was then thrown into the locals' mines to die." Taking a deep breath, Nox made sure he had Stark's full attention. "I've done a lot in my time that many could consider bad. But I've never once taken anyone against their will, and I've always made sure to punish those that do so. And I am not about to stop now." Frowning, Stark held his head in his hands, weighing Nox's words. He could almost see the debate going on in his head. Rape was more than likely going to happen during the war, in which case Nox would act. And probably force Stark to do some damage control. But it was either that or leave Nox behind and fight the war without him. "Very well, Nox," Stark declared after a long moment. "I will agree to you handling of the rapists. But only if their guilt is without question. And they must be offered the chance to take the black first before you legally deal with them. Deviate from this, and you will no longer be welcome in the North. Am I understood?" "Yes." "Good. Now come," Stark said, rising to his feet as Nox gathered his lightsaber. "Lord Manderley, Jory, and Sir Roderick are awaiting us to discuss plans in the Great Hall." Will Jon and Robb be joining in the discussion? Knox asked as the two left the room and walked through the halls. Stark hesitated slightly at the suggestion. They are both boys. Not even old enough to start growing hair on their faces. Yes, yes. Their balls haven't dropped yet. I understand that. Knox replied dismissively. But Robb will be acting Lord of Winterfell while you are gone, won't he? Acting in name only, of course. But still, it is never too young to begin teaching them about warfare. And any lesson is a good one. Stark seemed to consider the suggestion for a moment before stopping a random servant that was passing them by. You, go and collect my sons from their lessons with Maester Luwin and bring them to the Great Hall. The older woman didn't seem fazed by the command as she obediently bowed. Aye, my lord. The rest of their walk passed in silence. For Stark, the silence was expected. No doubt the man was thinking about the dozen or some plans he would have to set up in order to make sure Winterfell ran without him, while at the same time thinking of potential battle plans for the north. For Knox though, his mind was purely on the fight to come. From what I've read, the Ironborn are little more than glorified pirates. But to attack and make such a brazen declaration, it doesn't make much sense. Surely, Greyjoy must know what kind of reaction he'd garner from this. Which means one of two things. The man has a plan, or he is an incompetent idiot. Definitely something to ponder. Arriving in the Great Hall, Knox and Stark were greeted with the sight of three men standing around a large table that had a map and wooden pieces scattered across its surface. Jory and Sir Roderick, he knew right away. But the third man was one he'd never met. Lord Manderley, no doubt. Knox deduced as he observed the Lord of White Harbour through the eyes of the Force. He may be one of the fattest men I've ever met, but his mind is keen. Very keen. And he's very accepting to new ideas and a daughter. And he, I see. I was wondering how long I'd be able to last before I'd have to start skirting around marriage proposals from grasping lords and ladies. Lord Manderley, Stark greeted the fat man as he motioned for Knox to take a step forward. This is Master Knox. Master Knox, this is Lord Wyman Manderley, Lord White Harbour. Master Knox. Manderley greeted him cordially, his tone bright and welcoming. It is an honor. Word of your prowess has reached us even in White Harbour. And I for one am glad to see that they were not overstating things. Nodding his head, Knox quickly thought back to everything he'd learned about the Lord of White Harbour, arguably one of the most important lords in the north next to the Starks, as they controlled the largest harbour in the north, not to mention the fifth largest city in Westeros. How are your sons, Wayley and Wendell, my lord? And your granddaughters, Wynerid and Willa? Are they in good health? Manderley seemed shaken for a moment, but he quickly shook it off as a large grin nearly split his face in two. Yes, they are, Master Knox. Thank you for inquiring. Wynafrid is 3 years older than Lord Robb, and my youngest, Willa, is but 2 years younger. Both are a handful, but I love them dearly. If you have time, I'm sure that my sons and lovely granddaughters would be thrilled to have the chance to meet you. A real-life sorcerer. It's something we only read about in ancient history or fantasy. Knox couldn't help but notice the way Manderley had accented lovely when describing his granddaughters. Nor did he miss the less than subtle jab with the eldest one's age. The eldest may be of age in this world for him in a few years, but Knox would never entertain the notion of marrying and bedding what he still considered to be a child. But there was a second hidden hint in discussing their age. And that was their prospects for Robb and the potential to become the future Lady of Winterfell. Perhaps, when time permits and after the Ironborn have learned their place, I will need to take a trip and explore your wonderful city. Lord Manderley agreed before his face turned serious. But as you said, that can wait until the Ironborn have been dealt with. Forgive me, Lord Stark, for taking your time during this session. There is no need to ask for forgiveness, Lord Manderley. We are still waiting on a few more to join us. Lord Stark explained, waving off the fat man's concerns. Before anyone could question, the doors to the hall opened once more. Robb was in the lead, his young eyes wide and full of concern as he walked into the hall with Jon, his eyes fixed firmly on the ground, followed behind with Maester Luwin coming in last. Lord Stark. Maester Luwin nodded in greeting. We are here as you requested. Good, Stark nodded, motioning for Robb and Jon to approach. Boys, come here for a moment. We have much to discuss. Robb strode forward confidently, but Jon always kept a pace back. Knox could feel the emotions rolling off the boy. The stench of fear and a sense of unworthiness rolling off him in waves. I'm going to have to work on that if he's to reach his full potential in the future. Father. Robb greeted Stark before his eyes cast a quick glance down at the table. What's happening? War, son. Stark responded simply, drawing quick looks from both Robb and Jon. The Ironborn have rebelled and King Robert has called the banners of Westeros to deal with them. And as his Warden of the North, I am bound by oath and honor to respond to the call. Robb's eyes widened to an almost impossible degree as he became ripe with fear. You're You're leaving? You're going to fight? Stark answered simply again. And while I am gone, you, Robb, will be the Lord of Winterfell. At this, Robb's eyes very nearly fell out of his young head. Father, I don't know, I'm not ready. Sighing, Stark knelt next to his son. No one ever is ready for this, my son. But you are my son. A true son of the North with the blood of the first men running through you. You can do this. And you will not be alone. Sir Roderick will be staying behind, as will Maester Luwin, your mother, and Steward Vayen. And if it is not an inconvenience, Lord Manderley, I would ask that you stay here in Winterfell until my return to help advise my son as well. Manderley blinked, but quickly nodded. Of course, my lord. It would be my honor to help your son during this time. Good, Stark nodded before motioning Jon forward. Jon. You may not have my name, but you are of Stark blood and my son. The same blood that flows in Robb flows in you as well. And he will need your help, whatever help you can give him. Support your brother at all times. Jon's back straightened, the feeling of inadequacy and fear being replaced slightly by a sense of purpose as Jon quickly nodded. Yes, father, I will do everything I can to help Robb. Good. Stark nodded again, rising to his feet and ushering both boys forward to the table. Now both of you stay, watch, listen, and learn. Sir Roderick. Leaning over the table, Roderick began moving various pieces around the board. The squids have attacked Lannisport and several other ports along the Westerlands and even a few in the northern areas of the Reach and the Riverlands. Mostly raids and runs, but they are proving effective at cutting us off from the sea. Lord Stannis has set sail with the royal fleet from King's Landing and is making his way around Westeros and, from the King's message, intends to meet up with ships from the Reach before continuing. They will then work to ferry men from the Westerlands and the Reach to the Iron Isles. Stark nodded, taking in the map laid out before him. Maester Luwin, send out the ravens to all of the keeps in the north. King Robert has made a call, and we will answer it. Timing is of the essence, so tell each house to gather only their bests for this war. All houses that lie north of Winterfell will make for Deepwood Motte and set sail from there. The rest will converge on Torrens Square and set sail from that point. We will then set sail south and converge with the rest of the southern houses around the Iron Isles. Yes, Lord Stark. I will send the ravens immediately. Maester Luwin. While everything seemed simple enough, Knox didn't like it. Something wasn't right. Tell me, Lord Stark. The Iron Islands can only field a few thousand at best, no. Stark paused before answering. 10 at most, and that is if they arm just about every man and woman on the islands. Their true strength lies within their boats and on the sea. Leaning over the map, Knox immediately plotted out several attack plans that could be in play. Tell me, boys, what do you make of this? Both Robb and Jon hesitated. Make of what, Master Knox? Robb asked after a moment. This war, Knox responded. Seemingly out of nowhere, Balong Greyjoy sacks Lansaport and burns it nearly to the ground. Not the smartest move in my opinion, as Lord Tywin Lannister is a man that is known not suffer slights lightly. And then there is the Queen to consider as well. She is a Lannister as well. Attacking her homeland so brazenly would not only prompt an immediate response from the Westerlands, but from the Crown as well. So, why did he attack? Why are they only raiding and then retreating instead of trying to make inroads onto the mainland? The two youngsters frowned as they both thought on his question. Because he's trying to lure the armies out to see where the Ironborn are stronger. Robb answered hesitantly after a while. That is a good possibility, and more than likely correct in this instance. Knox agreed, earning a smile from the young lad. But there is another potential piece to this plan. Can you boys spot it? Both lads leaned over the table, examining the map as closely as they could. When neither could answer him, Knox decided to give the two a hint. Tell me, boys. In warfare, do you want to strike where your enemy is looking? Both boys shook their heads, but neither could come up with an answer. That was until Jon's eyes widened. King's Landing. All the men in the room blinked, save for Knox, who wouldn't have even if he could. Jon, suddenly unsure at finding himself the center of attention, backed off slightly. No need to be shy, boy. Knox said, patting on Jon on the back and encouraging him to speak up. Say what you see. Swallowing hard, Jon stepped up to the table. It's like Master Knox said. You don't hit your enemy where they think you are going to. Everyone is looking at the Iron Islands and the Westerlands, then who is looking at King's Landing? The men around the table all looked down at the map, considering his words. A good thought, Jon. Eddard agreed, earning a bright smile from Jon. But it is doubtful. It would take an army of considerable size to lay siege to King's Landing. And even with Stannis bringing the fleet away from port, the city is still heavily defended and a few reavers will not be able to take, let alone hold the city. Unless that is not their goal in the assault. Knox countered, drawing quick looks from everyone in the room, which he ignored as he turned back to Robb and Jon. How does one win a war? Robb and Jon both looked at one another as if confused. You, defeat your enemy. Robb half stated, half questioned as if the answer was obvious, but he wasn't sure. That is one way, yes. Nox nodded. But there is another, and more common way for a war to end. Your enemy concedes defeat. This can be done by either defeating their armies, outmaneuvering them and forcing them to admit that continuation of the war would not be in their best interest. Or, you can hold something over their heads, something they value enough that they are willing to concede defeat. So, having said that, and going back to what Jon and Lord Stark just stated, how could the Ironborn win this war without ever having to really fight? Neither boy could put it together, but the experienced men around the table quickly did catch his meaning. And Lord Stark was the first to give words to them. You can't mean, the royal family? You think they mean to try and kidnap a member of the royal family and force Robert to concede defeat? Why not? Nox asked. It's a strategically sound move. Balon cannot win on land, so he must keep everyone at sea. Not possible in a prolonged war. So, the next best option is to hold something that King Robert values enough that he would back off. To my knowledge, there are 2 royal children, Joffrey and Myrcella. Children to the king, grandchildren to Tywin Lannister. Holding either would allow Balon to force 2 the main parts of the army attacking to hold back. And also, they don't need to hit King's Landing. Dragonstone is the seat of Stannis Baratheon, no? He too has a young daughter, and now with Stannis leaving Dragonstone and taking the royal fleet with him, the island has little more than a token defense guarding it. That's dishonorable. Robb nearly shouted, which only made Nox chuckle. Rule of warfare, young man. Never expect your enemies to hold to your ideals. Across the table, Sir Roderick was eyeing him wearily. And how do you know the Ironborn would enact such tactics? I don't, Nox responded, unconcerned by the tone in the elder man's voice. But I've fought plenty of pirates or raiders or whatever you want to call them in my day. And while cultures and beliefs may differ, they are relatively similar no matter where you go. Stepping back from the table, Stark turned to Lord Manderley. Whether Nox is correct or not, it is a possibility we must consider. Lord Manderley, I would task you to send your fleet south to guard both Dragonstone and King's Landing while the royal fleet is away. Aye, my lord. Lord Manderley nodded. I'll send the Raven myself and order my son Wendell to depart immediately. There is one more thing we must consider, Lord Stark. Nox interjected. Right now, the Ironborn are reaving up and down the southern lands of Westeros. But they know, with your public friendship with the king, that it is more than likely that you will march to war against them. It's logical that they will be seeking a way to stall your advance. If they were to try and sink a good portion of your ships, where would be a good place to hit? Pausing, Stark stared down at the map. Barrowton. It's not heavily defended, the voyage upriver from the Salt Spear. Torrens Square is another possibility, but the trek upriver is longer, allowing for a greater chance of being spotted and thereby allowing the men of the land to prepare a defense. Then I suggest that we head there immediately and reinforce the town. I agree. Stark nodded before turning towards Jory. Jory, organize 100 of our best and 100 horses. We set out at first light and ride hard for Barrowton. Aye, my lord. Jory saluted, fist over his heart. As Stark began listing off a series of responsibilities and do's and don'ts for Robb and Jon, Nox remained still studying the map laid out before him. Not necessarily how I imagined I'd announce myself to this world. But it will do. And besides, it has been some time since I've been able to let go like one can during a war. Hopefully I'll come across an Ironborn that might prove a challenge. That would make this diversion somewhat worth it. It took Nox less than a day to decide that he really didn't care for riding horses. In the Empire, almost all travel was done via speeder bikes or speeders or some form of cushioned ride. Riding animals was an extravagance. And while some worlds still depended on using animals for transit, due to world conditions that made them more efficient than mechanical transportation, Nox tended not to use them if he could. He'd never seen the point. But now, after riding for over 10 days at the brutal pace Lord Stark had set for them to reach Barrowton quickly, Nox was regretting his decision not to get used to animal transit. His thighs ached and his ass was killing him. The only relief he was able to find were the brief moments when Stark would call a halt in order to rest and water their horses momentarily. On the 11th day into their trek, Barrowton came into view. And as it did, Nox found himself shaking his head even as the other men of House Stark began muttering in surprise and outrage. Sometimes it's almost painful to be right all the time. In the distance, plumes of smoke were rising from within town of Barrowton. Over a dozen longboats were stationed just outside the harbour that was connected to the river that flew into the Salt Spear. Each sail of the longboats was decorated with emblems belonging to a house that owed their loyalty to the Greyjoys of the Pike. He could almost hear the cries of battle coming from within the town as the defenders within tried to fight back against the pirates that had stormed their shores. It seems that you were right, Master Knox. Lord Stark stated angrily as he brought his horse alongside his own. The Krakens have indeed decided to attack the north as well as the south. Yes. Knox nodded as he reached out through the force, trying to ascertain what was happening within the walls of Barrowden. And it looks as if Lady Dustin didn't take your words to heart when you told her to ready the defenses of her city. Foolish. I'll be having words with her. A personal vendetta is no reason to neglect one's subjects. Lord Stark muttered, anger lacing his voice. But that can wait. First, we must liberate Barrowden. The north gate is still open, we can ride in. No offense, Lord Stark. Knox muttered, sliding easily off his horse and shaking his legs to get the blood flowing to his limbs. But I work better alone. You and your men should secure the town. The pirates have made it about halfway to the keep, and Lady Dustin has sealed the gates and put her best men on the walls, keeping her safe. But the Krakens don't care her or the keep. They're merely raiding the city, taking what they want and killing whoever gets in their way. I'll make for the harbor and cut off their retreat. Stark looked at him with a look of disbelief, but he nodded nonetheless. Very well, I'll leave the harbor to you. But shouldn't you take your horse? You'll be able to cover ground faster if... Knox didn't give Stark the chance to finish what he'd been saying before he took off like a shot towards Barrowden. The force fueling his movements and allowing him to move faster than any human had a right to move. After not using the force for so long in such a manner, Knox almost felt euphoric as the force flowed through him, strengthening his body and fueling him. Once he reached the base of the wall surrounding the town, he jumped, using the force to throw himself skywards and sailing clear over the tall wall and onto the roof of a house that was stationed nearby within the confines of the wall. He could hear the guards that were stationed on the wall behind him shouting at him, but he tuned them all out as he sunk deeply into the force, feeling out where the fighting was taking place within the town. He could sense multiple small skirmishes all over. But there was one in a heavily populated area that drew his attention. He could sense dozens of iron-born pirates and untrained Northmen trying desperately to hold them back. Humph. And the guards of this town are all sitting on their asses protecting the inner keep. How pathetic. His course set, Knox turned and ran across the roof, jumping when he reached the edge of the house and landing on the house next to it. Making his way quickly across the town, he homed in on the fight happening in the populated area. The Ironborn were pushing the untrained militia back at a steady pace, the untrained men and boys no match for the hardened pirates. Reaching the edge of the square, Knox jumped off the house he was on, aiming for the thick of the fighting. Channeling his hatred and his excitement at the prospect of the battle to come, he propelled himself downwards, slamming into the ground directly before an Ironborn pirate who'd just been about to run a fallen northern man through. The force of his impact sent a shockwave through the ground, sending both Ironborn and northern men stumbling backwards away from him. That's tough on the knees, Knox winced, channeling the force through his body to alleviate the slight pain emanating from his knees. Need to rein it in a bit. It's been so long since I've been able to truly let go like this that I'm forgetting the basics. Stupid and amateurish. Ashura would have handed me my ass pulling such an idiotic stunt without compensating for the landing. Turning his head to face the northern men behind him, Knox found that the militiamen had yet to recover as most were staring at him in open-mouthed shock. It'd be for the best if you all sit this one out. Knox calmly informed them, I cannot guarantee that I won't kill you by accident if you get in my way. Who the fuck are you? Turning the other direction, Knox faced off against the Ironborn. The pirates had been much quicker to reorient themselves. The nearly 24 pirates had managed to form a shield wall of sorts, leaving 3 men wearing steel-plated armor between himself and them. Who I am is of no consequence to you. Knox replied calmly, addressed the Ironborn in the lead, a rather unfortunate-looking man who had a scar running across his face from temple to mouth. After all, my name will do you no good once you're dead. The unfortunate-looking Ironborn grinned as he reaffixed his grip on his axe and brought his shield up. Ha! Finally, a worthy opponent. Come at me. And let me send you to the DRO. The hiss of Knox's lightsaber activating cut the man off as Knox disappeared from his sight, only to reappear behind him. Pathetically slow, Knox muttered. The unfortunate-looking Ironborn didn't even have time to react as Knox's lightsaber bisected him, putting him to the ground in 2 pieces. The other 2 Ironborn fared little better as the sudden death of their leader stunned them, giving Knox more than ample time to cut both men down with his lightsaber. Shaking his head at just how easy it'd been to dispatch 3 of the pirates, Knox faced off against the dozen Ironborn making up the shield wall. Well, who's next? 3 men separated themselves from the others, shooting war cries, something along the lines of what is die may never die as they charged at him, their swords or axes raised and their shields held slightly off to their sides. You're full of openings, Knox commented dryly as settled into a Sorcerer guard. You're all full of openings. 3 quick steps followed with 3 equally quick cuts, and Knox felled 3 more Ironborn before the first even knew what had happened. I thought that you Ironborn were supposed to be ruthless pirates who fought with the strength of 10 men, Knox lamented as he idly twirled his lightsaber in a slow circle to his side. I'd actually been looking forward to this. I'd hoped that you lot would prove to be something resembling a challenge. But now I see I was sorely mistaken. Such a pity. I guess I'm just going to have to kill you all for wasting my time like this. The Ironborn broke their line as they all charged him as one, battle lust and anger clouding their judgment. Keeping his movements to the bare minimum, Nox deftly weaved his way in between the charging Ironborn, his lightsaber a blur of motion around him as he cut them down one by one. Time lost meaning as each death he wrought fed into the dark side flowing through him. All too soon for his tastes, it was over. Over a dozen Ironborn lay dead at his feet, limbs separated from bodies and shields and weapons cut into pieces. Rolling his neck as he allowed the almost euphoric sensation of the dark side coursing through him to subside, Nox turned his attention to the last two remaining Ironborn. They were young. And scared shitless. Literally by the smell emanating from one of the two. Had this been the Empire, he would peg the two as just barely being old enough to be enlisted into the Imperial Army. But that didn't bother him. He'd killed younger. No, what bothered him was the fact that the fight was all but gone from the two. How pathetic. Nox groaned, shaking his head. You two were so eager to kill, rape and reave just a moment ago. But now that you are facing an opponent of my caliber, you're both shitting yourselves. Pathetic. Did it not occur to you that you both might be putting your lives on the line when you came to pillage this town? Or did you think you'd be able to do as you please and leave without harm? Both boys turned towards one another, sharing an unspoken conversation before turning back to him. As one, they dropped their shields and weapons and fell to their knees. Please. One of the boys whimpered, don't kill us. Scoffing, Nox deactivated his lightsaber and clipped it onto his belt. Pathetic. Turning towards the remaining townsfolk, all of whom were staring at Nox in open-mouthed awe, he motioned towards the two kneeling boys. Bind them and bring them to either Lord Stark, who's just passed by the outer wall, or the leader of this town. Lady Dustin, if my memory is correct. Then create a barricade here to protect you from both directions and hold up as best you can until the fighting is over. Lord Stark should be arriving momentarily with reinforcements to aid you and your people. Not wanting to give the Northerners a chance to argue against his orders, Nox leapt back up onto the roof of a nearby house and began moving towards the harbor. Arriving at the docks, Nox found that the Ironborn ships were relatively undefended. The only pirates visible were those that were loading whatever they could carry onto their longboats. Scanning the rest of the docks, Nox grimaced as he took note of the Northern Sea vessels. Or rather what was left of them. Damn it. I really hate it when I'm right sometimes. The Ironborn had obviously made disabling the northern ships a priority before they began to raid the town. Almost all the ships were at the very least partially sunk, and those that weren't were put to the torch. Well, Nox thought, summing his lightsaber hilt into his hand. Good thing that we the Ironborn were so nice to provide us with replacements. Drawing on the force, Nox leapt off the building he'd been standing on, activating his lightsaber in midair and bringing it down onto an unsuspecting pirate, cutting the man clean in two. The dying scream of the pirate he'd bisected alerted those nearby to Nox's presence. The men all started yelling as they dropped whatever they were carrying and began to scramble for whatever weapons were nearby. Well then, Nox smiled beneath his mask as he rolled his shoulders. Let's have some fun. Riding through the gates of Barrow Town, Ned felt the familiar rush of the wolf within him howling at the prospect of a fight. In the past he'd always suppressed the wolf within. But this time he did the exact opposite. He didn't suppress the wolf, he let it free. Sights, sounds. Everything was clearer to him as he and his 100 men rode through the gate with their swords drawn, ready to liberate Barrowton. The first Ironborn they came across didn't stand a chance, as his back was turned towards Ned and his men. A part of Lord Arryn's teaching screamed at him to give the man a warning, a chance to fight back, but the wolf was louder. This man, this Ironborn, dared to attack the north. His people. Like hells was he about to give him a chance. The thundering of the horse's hooves brought the Ironborn man around, but it was far too late as ice sliced through the air, cutting clean through the man's neck. Pulling tightly on the reins of his horse, Ned brought himself around in tight circle, surveying the town around him. Jory! He shouted. Take 20 men with you to the keep. The rest of you, with me. We liberate Barrowton of the Ironborn and throw the bastards back into the sea. Yes, my lord. Jory shouted, his sword already bloody and the body of an Ironborn near the hooves of his horse. You 20, with me. The rest of you ride with our lord. The Warden of the North. The Quiet Wolf. The men of House Stark shouted. Their swords raised as the lust for battle took hold. Ned could almost taste their desire to fight on the tip of his tongue. And for once, the thought didn't disgust him. He wanted to fight. He wanted to throw these bastards back into the sea. He wanted them to bleed for daring to attack his people. And by the old gods, he was going to see that through. Digging his heels into his horse, Ned set off deeper through the wide streets of Barrowton, the 80 men still with him close behind and forming up. The deeper they went into the town, the more and more Ironborn they encountered, but never more than 10 or 20 at a time. And while the Ironborn could never be considered cowards, they were not stupid either. The moment those 10 to 20 men found themselves facing 80 heavily armored and mounted adversaries, most turned tail and fled. Or rather, they moved into the town and off of the main roads where the men of the north lost their advantage of being on horse in the tight quarters of the side streets. Damn it, Ned growled. Yet another group of Ironborn turned tail and ran into the narrow back streets the moment Ned and his men descended upon them. The only silver lining to the Ironborn tactics was that they were slowly being funneled out of the town and towards the harbour. But that raised another concern. If the Ironborn managed to retreat to their ships, they would surely set sail immediately and then they would be gone. And while Nox stated that he would be taking care of the harbour, how much could one man truly do against this many? Turning towards his men, he raised his voice to shout so all could hear him over the sounds of fighting. Half of you continue this pace through the town and funnel the Ironborn towards the harbour. The other half will ride with me to the harbour. We'll cut the legs out from these Ironborn cunts and send them to their drowned god after facing northern justice. Riding hard, Ned and the remaining 40 of his men rode as fast as they could through the streets, heading for the harbour. As they came upon what Ned knew to be the main market of the town near the harbour, they came upon a curious sight. Near 24 Ironborn pirates were held up in the middle of the street, by a makeshift barricade that had obviously been hastily constructed in the middle of the street to cut off any retreat. Rising in his stirrups, Ned cleared his throat and held ice aloft. Ironborn. There is no hope for retreat now. Surrenderin'. A sensation, a warning from the wolf's blood made Ned drop down and roll out of his saddle, just in time for a crossbow bolt to pass right where his chest had been and pierce through the armor of one of the men behind him, making the man tumble out of his saddle with a cry of pain as he clutched at the bolt sticking out of his shoulder. Quickly rolling to his feet, Ned brought ice to bear as he stared down the Ironborn that were quickly trying to arrange themselves into some sort of formation to face off against the Northmen. As much as Ned wanted to just end this, his time in the Vale and under the tutelage of Jon Arryn demanded that he give the doomed men a chance. Men of the Iron Islands. This is your last chance, surrender now and you may live the rest of your life at the wall. Do not, and your lives end here and now. What is dead may never die. One of the Ironborn near the front of the pack shouted, to which several behind echoed. Shaking his head, Ned motioned for his men to form up. So be it. The fight, if it could even be called that, lasted for less than a few minutes. Stuck between the makeshift barricade behind them and the northern cavalry in front of them, the Ironborn stood little chance. Within a single pass, nearly half of the Ironborn were dead and the other half quickly lost their nerve, nearly tripping over themselves in order to surrender to the northern forces. With the remaining Ironborn either dead or surrendering, Ned picked up a discarded cloak and carefully wiped the blood off of ice as he watched his men round up the remaining reavers. Lord Stark. Turning his attention off of the gathering of the prisoners, Ned spied one of the residents of Barrow carefully making his way over the barricade, pausing only for a moment to put the club he'd been using to fight down before stopping a respectful few paces away from Ned. Ned nodded, sheathing ice once he was satisfied, he'd gotten all the blood off of the ancient blade. And what is your name, good man? Thomas, my lord. The man said, bowing his head respectfully. You truly are Lord Stark? You came, just like he said you would. Ned questioned, giving the small folk man his full attention. The man nodded, my lord. A strange man he was. Dressed all in black, even had a black hood over his head. And he was wearing a mask that covered his face from the eye. And he wielded a sword made of fire. And said sword cut though anything it encountered, didn't it? Ned finished for the man, to which Thomas nodded. Where did he go? The man blinked, then turned and waved towards the south. He went that way, my lord, towards the harbour. Said we'd go with him we would, but he told us to stay here and wait for you, my lord. Said it'd be safer. And he was right on that assumption. Ned muttered to himself before turning towards his men. 10 of you, stay here with the people and aid them in fighting off any lingering Ironborn reavers. The rest of you with me, we ride for the harbour and aid Master Nox. Climbing back onto his horse, the small folk of Barrow made quick work in creating a narrow path that would allow the cavalry to pass through their barricade 2 at a time. Strangely enough, their time between the barricade and the harbour passed without incident with nary an Ironborn in sight. A fact which set Ned on edge, as well as many of his men. But when they arrived at the harbour, the reason for the lack of Ironborn became very apparent. God save us, one of the men near him muttered as the harbour came into view. It was a sentiment that was echoed by many of his men. Ned was of mind to agree with his men. The harbour had been turned into a graveyard. Dozens of Ironborn lay dead across the docks, some in pieces. Worst of all, almost all the northern vessels that had been anchored on the docks were scuttled. But thankfully enough, the Ironborn longships were still intact. Abandoned, yet intact. My lord. One of his men shouted, pointing westwards down the docks. Movement over there. Pulling his horse around, Ned followed where his man was pointing. To arms, men! Ned shouted, raising eyes as he spotted a lone reaver running towards them, a crazed look in the man's eye. But despite expecting more to appear behind him, the reaver stood alone against the men of House Stark. What drives a man to attack such numbers alone? Without warning, the reaver froze mid-step. His eyes widened with fear as he was suddenly hoisted into the air while clutching at his throat as if some invisible force had a hold of him. The man flailed about in the air for a second before flying backwards away from Ned. His movements ceased when a bright red blade erupted from the center of his chest, ending his life. The blade was wrench-free and the body tossed aside, revealing Nox to be the one that ended the reaver's life. Ned was not a follower of the Seven, no matter what some believed. But in that moment, seeing Nox in black garb and mask, blood-red sword held at his side and the cold feeling of death that almost seemed to be radiating from the man, Ned honestly would have sworn that Nox was the stranger incarnate. This is what he meant when he explained that a Darth is death itself. He was not lying on that matter. Lord Stark, I regret to inform you that the Ironborn managed to destroy most of the northern vessels before I could arrive. Nox's voice was calm, almost devoid of everything, as if he were merely discussing the weather with him instead of delivering a report on a battle while surrounded by dozens of dead. However, I have managed to procure the north a fleet of Ironborn longships. They won't be needing them anymore. I can see that, Ned nodded, taking note of the dead reavers scattered throughout the harbor. Sheathing ice, an action which prompted the rest of him men to follow suit, Ned pulled his horse around. You men will stay here and secure the harbor and take any Ironborn still alive prisoner if possible. You there, give your horse to Master Nox. I need to have words with Lady Dustin. His men immediately moved to follow his commands. The soldier he'd told to dismount did so immediately, allowing Nox to take his horse in turn. So, what can we expect from this Lady Dustin? Nox asked him as the two rode away from the docks and towards the main keep of Barrowton. When you mentioned her before, I sensed trepidation in you. Why would that be? She is your banner lady, is she not? She is, Ned nodded. But there is history between Bethany Dustin and House Stark. Unfortunately, it is not a pleasant history. And that is all that I will say on the matter for now. As you wish, Nox conceded, as the two continued in silence. As they rode up the hill that housed the main keep of Barrowton, Barrow Hall, Nox took the time to carefully examine the seat of House Dustin. While the keep itself was made of stone, the walls surrounding the keep were made primarily of wood with stone square towers. Not that ideal for defense, but its position upon the hill did give it the defensive capabilities to fight off invaders. As Nox and Stark rode through the main gates of Barrow Hall, the dozens of men milling about the courtyard immediately ceased whatever they were doing and turned towards them. Almost as one, the men of the yard began cheering for the two. Their relief that the assault on their town had ended was so thick in the air that Nox could almost taste it. But despite the joyful atmosphere surrounding them, there was a black spot. A pool of, well, hatred was not quite the right word. Disdain was more apt. The black whirl of emotion stood in such contrast to the rest of the people celebrating in the yard that it stood out like a searchlight in the dark. Lady Barbary Dustin, no doubt. Nox thought, focusing in on the tall and relatively attractive woman standing with her back straight at the entrance to the main keep. A complicated, unpleasant history indeed, Stark, if this is her reaction to your mere presence. Even after you and your men helped to liberate her city from Ironborn reavers. Despite her internal feelings towards her liege lord, Lady Dustin kept her outward appearance completely devoid of all emotion as Nox and Stark dismounted from their horses less than a few paces away from the entrance of the keep. Lord Stark, Lady Dustin greeted her liege lord coolly, her eyes briefly passing over Nox before dismissing him and refocusing on Stark. Your assistance is welcome. I'm glad to see that you brought more than a stallion with you this time. The remark was spiked with utter contempt from Lady Dustin and brought about a quick ping of remorse within Stark. Lady Dustin, Stark returned her greeting just as coolly. Barrowton is of the north, as I am. I will do whatever I can to defend its people. I am heartened that we were able to arrive before the reavers managed to do too much damage. Keeping his distance, Nox carefully observed the verbal volleying between Stark and Lady Dustin. While he hadn't truly considered Stark to be completely politically savvy, this interaction alone proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that he wasn't a complete novice. Yes, heartening indeed, Lady Dustin acknowledged. And tell me, how many reavers managed to escape from the harbor and how many northern ladies have they taken to rape? Or northern men to turn into thralls on their ships? None, Stark countered quickly, drawing Lady Dustin up short. Master Nox here managed to cut off the Ironborn's escape long enough for the men of House Stark and your own house to bring the raid to complete end without a single reaver ship managing to escape. At the mention of his name, Nox could hear several murmurs of Sorcerer being muttered about the yard. Interesting. It seems that my reputation has indeed spread throughout the north quickly. Amazing, considering this land's lack of quick information exchange. As for Lady Dustin, she turned her attention back to him, her disdain diminishing and being replaced with a bot of curiosity. "Ah, you're foreign sorcerer. We've heard tales of him. Each more unlikely than the last. A challenge." Despite her obvious disdain for all things related to the Starks, Knox found himself taking a liking to the woman. Not one individual since he'd made an example of the Stark guardsman on his first day in Winterfell had dared to talk to him so. It was refreshing, after a fashion. "I assure you, Lady Dustin," Knox replied, stepping forward and taking a slight bow with a smirk firmly in place. "If anything, the stories that you have heard of me have been greatly watered down." Lady Dustin stared at him, as if she were trying to figure out if he was trying to play her for a fool. "Time will tell, Master Knox," she said, cutting his title sharply before moving back to Stark. "I'm afraid that with your sudden arrival and the turmoil that we just experienced, I cannot have rooms prepared for you and your men within Barrow Hall at this moment, Lord Stark." Nor did she want to have rooms available either, Knox noted, seeing through her ploy with relative ease. Stark didn't seem to mind in the least however, as he merely nodded. "You and your people come first, my lady. I see we'll see to it that I and my men are situated in town. And we shall pay for our time here as well." Obviously whatever reaction Lady Dustin expected from Stark, him simply going along with her denial of giving him rooms and offering to pay for his stay as well was not among them. "I see," Lady Dustin nodded slowly. "Well then, if there is nothing else, Lord Stark, I must beg your leave. There is much work still to be done in the aftermath of this attack." "Of course, Lady Dustin," Stark agreed. "Should you have need of my men, you need only ask." Without waiting for another word, Lady Dustin turned heel and marched back into the keep, leaving her men rushing to keep up with her retreating form. "Well," Knox chuckled once the doors to Barrow Hall closed. "That's an interesting woman. And I can see what you mean by a complicated history. That woman hates me," Stark finished for him. I know. "No, I wouldn't say hate," Knox replied. "That's too simple a word. Disdain I think is more apt. And, if I do say so, Lord Stark, such feelings are usually not garnered without reason." Turning away from Barrow Hall and Knox, Stark easily swung himself back up into his saddle. "That is a long story, Knox." Shrugging, Knox hefted himself back up into the saddle, wincing slightly at the saddle sores that he knew were developing on his thighs. "Well, we have a week at best before the closest of your bannermen begin to arrive. I'd say we have time for a long story." Flicking his reins, Stark led the two of them away from Barrow Hall and back into the streets of Barrowden. "I suppose to tell the tale correctly, I need to go back to when I was but a boy and fostered in the Vale and my elder brother Brandon was sent to foster in the Rills under House Ryswell, Lady Dustin's house of birth." While Knox and Stark had been hoping to spend only a week or two at best in Barrowden, they'd ended up spending nearly 3 before the last of the northern lords who were to ride with Stark managed to all arrive. Thankfully the time had been well spent repairing what few northern sea vessels were salvageable and altering the iron-borne longboats to better suit their needs. But even after spending nearly a month in Barrowden, that was only the start of the waiting. They then had to spend another week on the seas before they managed to arrive at the Iron Isles. And after over a month of doing next to nothing, Knox was growing more than slightly anxious. Anxious for the chance to finally cut loose once more. To utilize the force to its fullest. The fight once more. "I'm going to have to develop a new means of faster travel," Knox thought to himself as he stood near the bow of the ship carrying himself, Stark and the men of House Stark. "The problem is, what type of propulsion would be feasible in this era? A piston engine, perhaps. But therein lays the problem. No one has used such a propulsion system in many thousands of years. The idea is simple enough, but how to execute it is another matter completely." As the ship slowly pulled towards the docks, Knox put aside thoughts for the future and refocused himself on the here and now. He had a war to win after all. Stepping off the northern sea vessel, Knox took in the town of Lordsport, the main port town belonging the island of Pike, the home of Castle Pike and the seat of House Greyjoy. The town was, to put it mildly, a shithole. But that wasn't necessarily the Iron Icelanders' fault. The forces belonging to the Crown, the Westerlands, the Reach, and the Riverlands had done a number on the settlement. Numerous buildings had been burned down to the ground and the dead were still laying in piles in the streets while the victors drunkenly celebrated in the streets. "I hate war," Lord Stark mumbled next to him as the two men made their way off the docks with Jory Castle and Sir Roderick Castle flanking them on either side. Several of men at arms stopped their celebrating as they noticed their arrival. But besides that, they did nothing to stop them from entering the ruined remains of the town. "Pathetic," Knox mumbled, not caring the least that the drunken celebrators could hear him. "Not one person has tried to question our arrival. Even though over half of our fleet were made of iron-borne vessels, they did nothing to halt us from approaching their main camp. Incompetence doesn't even begin to describe it." "I would not have put it so," Lord Stark said back. "But you are correct. Victory is no reason for watchers being lax in their duties." Rounding a building, the two men and their escort found themselves before a small castle. Although again, to call it a castle was being generous. The building was little more than a stone mansion that had a wooden palisade surrounding it. King Robert will be in there, Lord Stark stated, turning towards Knox. I'll go and announce our arrival. Try not to get into trouble. You wound me, Lord Stark, Knox replied almost mockingly. I don't get into trouble. Trouble just has a habit of finding me wherever I go. Stark snorted in mild amusement. I'll believe that when I see it. Jory, stay with him. Sir Roderick, you're with me. Yes, my lord, Sir Roderick and Jory said at the same time before the elder marched to follow his liege lord. Once the two men were beyond the palisade, Knox turned on his heel and marched back into town. He'd sensed something the moment they docked, and he was not about to let what he sensed continue any longer. Not while he was around. Gods, Master Knox, slow down. Jory called out to him as the younger man had to nearly jog to keep up with him. Where are you going in such a hurry? The battle for the town is long over. The battle may be over, Knox replied. But the fighting has not yet ceased. Coming to the outskirts of town, the two men found themselves staring at a larger house just beyond the border of the town near the shoreline. Standing just outside the house were two men dressed in leather armor and armed with one-handed swords that were hanging off their waists. Both men were filled with glee and pride, and complete lack of caring for what was going on behind them, save that they wanted a chance themselves. He didn't need to reach out with the force to know that this house was the source of the disturbance he'd felt. Jory, you might want to go and fetch Lord Stark. The young captain looked first at Knox and then towards the house in the distance. Those are Westerland men, Master Knox, what are you? You'd best run, Jory, Knox remarked as he began marching towards the house. Lord Stark will want to know that I'm about to start some trouble. To his credit, Jory didn't hesitate. The moment Knox had finished speaking, the young captain was already making for the small castle as fast as his legs could carry him. As he got closer to the house, he could hear them. A pair of cries and screams for mercy coming from within the house. Civilized society, my ass, Knox growled as he let the dark side fuel him as he marched closer and closer to the house. The two men standing outside remained completely oblivious to his presence until he was almost right on top of them. And even then, the only reason they noticed him was because they both shivered as Knox extended his presence outwards. Halt, one of the men said nervously as Knox continued to channel more and more of the dark side into himself and forcing his presence outwards to the point where both men were visibly shaking. Who are you and YAR? He didn't give the man the chance to finish. The moment he reached them, he lashed out with his right fist, burying it into the man's diaphragm. This forced all the air out of his lungs and made him collapse in a heap on the ground. The second guard managed to only get an inch of steel pulled from his sheath before Knox's right hook caught the man in the jaw. Like his counterpart, the man went down in a heap as he cradled his more than likely broken jaw, leaving Knox with no opposition. Stepping up to the door, he raised his foot and kicked out. The door didn't just give way. No, the force of his kick tore the door clean off its hinges and flung it clear across the small room beyond. For just a split second, Knox stared at what he'd done with more than a hint of embarrassed surprise. Okay, maybe a little too much anger there. Stepping into the house, Knox surveilled the scene beyond in a split second. And his anger reached a level he'd not felt in a long time. There were 4 men in the room. 1 was dead and 3 were without pants. 1 man was holding an older woman face down while a second was thrusting into her from behind. And the third, their leader judging by the better armor he was wearing, was forcing himself upon a girl who looked as if she had just entered her teenage years, if that. What the fuck? The man who'd been forcing himself up the young girl yelled. His pig-like face contorted into a snarl, but he kept going at the girl. If you want a fucking turn, then you'll have to fucking wait. Knox crossed the expanse in the time it took most to blink. Grabbing a fistful of the man's armor, the steel folding in on itself within his grip, Knox turned and hurled the man through the wall of the house, creating a man-sized hole in the wall. The other 2 men started to scramble for their weapons, the older woman laying forgotten in a pile of her own tears. Lashing out with his foot, Knox caught the first in the jaw and the second in the gut, putting both men down. Grabbing a leg of each man in each hand, Knox dragged the 2 offenders to the entrance and threw them both on top of their lording leader who'd yet to right himself. Turning his back on the 5 groaning men outside, Knox took in the sight of the 2 women before him. The older woman had managed to recover enough to cross the room to the younger girl and had wrapped her up in her arms, her modesty completely forgotten as she laid bare before him. Knox took a half step towards the 2 women, but then stopped as the young girl started crying again. The older woman flinched at his presence. Squatting down slowly, Knox picked up one of the discarded red cloaks on the floor and tossed it over to the older woman. Cover yourselves. But stay close to me. I'm not done yet. Turning on his heel, Knox marched out of the house. Just outside, the 3 pantsless men and 2 still fully clothed men had managed to get back to their feet. Predictably, all were now sporting bruises and cuts from where he'd hit them. You fucking idiot! The leader screamed at him. Do you have any fucking idea who I am? I am a dead man, Nox monotoned, cutting the lord off mid-rant. A naked dead man with incredible small cock at that. The pig-faced man went completely red-faced. Give me a fucking sword. I'm cutting this fucker down right here and no. What the fuck is going on here? The 5 men in red armor all immediately dropped to their knees, but Nox remained standing as a group of 10 men approached. He could make out Lord Stark near the front, but the man in the lead made Nox nearly scoff. His first impression of the King of Westeros's presence was not encouraging. This is King Robert? The man is rage, pride, and lust that is barely able to be contained. He's nothing more than a berserker. A blunt instrument you point at your enemies and then stand aside and let him kill them and himself to save yourself the trouble of having to do it later. And he's drunk. Wonderful. Just as he was about to dismiss the party for the moment, he sensed it and refocused his attention back in on the group. One of the men was a balding red-haired man that was a few paces behind the king, and he was force-sensitive. Not only that, but he'd had formal training. Admittedly, rather poor formal training, but nonetheless it was training. Once they were close enough, King Robert took his time staring at Nox before giving a passing glance towards the 5 kneeling men. For fuck's sake, Lorch, get some god's damned pants on. No one wants to see that pathetic excuse for a cock you have. Yes, your grace, the newly named Lorch mumbled, scrambling to his feet and back away with the others in search of clothes. Don't go too far, Nox called out, making the 5 men hesitate. We are not finished yet. Not finished yet. King Robert mimicked him, taking a step towards him. And who exactly are you? And what isn't finished yet? Your Grace, Lord Stark stated, stepping forward beside Robert. This is Master Alam Nox. A foreign wanderer from beyond Essos who entered my service after aiding House Stark by saving the life of my bastard son over a month ago. Alam Nox? King Robert questioned, looking back and forth between Lord Stark and Nox. What a strange fucking name. But a friend of Ned's is a friend of mine. But regardless of that, foreigner, you stand before a king. Remove your helm and show me your face. Unless you're as ugly as the hound here, then keep it on. Deciding that it simply wasn't worth the effort to argue, Nox lowered his hood and removed his mask from his face. The instant his face was revealed, harsh whispers broke out amongst the crowd as anger and confusion spiked throughout the crowd. The most prominent of sensations belonged to the King of Westeros, whose anger and rage almost threatened to boil over. And for once, it wasn't because of the black cloth that he had wrapped around his eyes. Silver hair, Ned, what the fuck is the meaning of this? He may have the look of a Valyrian, your grace, but I guarantee you that he is not a dragon. Lord Stark responded immediately. And he is no supporter of the dragons either. Do you truly think I would allow him to stay in my hall if he was after what happened? The king looked pensive for a moment before shaking his head. No. You know better than to treat with those sister fucking dragons. Nox could feel something come from a young man that was standing beside the king. Something almost like amusement mixed with hatred. It was a strange combination and one that he couldn't fully decipher. That I do, Ned said simply, but again Nox could pick up on something coming from the Lord of Winterfell. Something almost like shame. Stark had become increasingly skilled in hiding his emotions from him ever since he'd stopped holding back his force potential, but every now and then Nox could still pick up on the overwhelming feeling of shame. Usually when he was staring at young Jon. You have your secrets, Lord Stark. But no secret is safe from me. So, tell me, Robert cut back to him. Why the fuck are you wearing that shit around your eyes? You blind or something? Smirking, Nox reached up and untied the cloth, revealing his scars and unseeing eyes. Yes, I am. One of Robert's eyebrows rose before he let out a loud laugh. Ha! Fucking blind, and he still handed 5 of your men their asses, Tywin. Perhaps, your grace, an older man that was bursting with pride stated, stepping forth. We should focus on just why this man felt it prudent to attack my men. This would be Tywin Lannister. Of all the lords in Westeros, the old lion was the one he'd wanted to meet the most. Mostly because he wanted to see the man that he considered to be more Sith than anyone else. Interesting. While he is mildly aggravated at someone assaulting his men, he seems more aggravated with the fact that his men not only let it happen, but that they were caught in while doing something unbecoming as well. What? Robert questioned, clearly confused for a moment before remembering what it was that had brought him here. Oh, right. Well? What do you have to say for yourself, foreigner? Looking over his shoulder, Nox motioned for the 2 women to come out. Muttering broke out as the mother and daughter, still dropped in red cloaks, cautiously stepped out of the house. Their eyes were fixed firmly on the ground as the mother kept a firm hold on her daughter. Simple, Nox replied. I was stopping crime from being committed. Unless I am mistaken, rape is still a crime, is it not? It is, a voice sounded immediately, sounding much like the king's only, stricter and more rigid. As is striking a lord of Westeros. The penalty for which is 10 lashings to the back. This must be the king's brother. Their auras are familiar enough. However, where the king is relaxed, this man, hell, he could make a Jedi seem lenient. The day that I take lashings for stopping a rapist, regardless of his station, is the day that you can kiss your own ass. He could sense the king's brother tense, but the king just laughed again, as did several of the men around them. Fucking hells, Ned. I like this man. No wonder you brought him into your home. And Stannis, fucking shut it. This man has the right of it. The newly named Stannis remained stoic, even though Nox could sense the brewing storm beneath the surface. If there was ever a man who needed to get laid, it's him. Although, judging by his brother's character, he probably spends most of his time running around trying to clean up his brother's mess. Regardless, Stannis growled. If he is to cite the law as precedence for his actions, then he too must abide by it. Lord Stannis is correct in this matter, Your Grace, Lord Tywin cut in, although Nox could detect the slight note of distaste in his voice at having to address the king with such deference. My men committed a heinous act and should be reprimanded, but this man committed a similar act by striking a lord when he holds no title. At least not one that is recognized by the crown. Nox nearly laughed at the somewhat obvious ploy in Tywin's scheme. He didn't give two shits that his men were raping a mother and her daughter. He could sense that much. But Tywin was obviously interested in him and wanted to see what he would do once backed into a corner. Well, if he wants a show, then I'll be glad to give it to him. Besides, it'll be a good way to work off some pent-up energy thanks to that excruciating boat ride. Honestly, I think I need to put in proper propellant systems for ships onto my list of things to help Westeros invent. It seems that we are at an impasse then, Your Grace, Nox shrugged as the king looked back and forth between Lord Tywin and himself. So, I propose a solution. Two parties have committed a wrong, although neither side will admit to such. So, let us solve this amongst ourselves, a trial by combat. Myself against those 5. He could see Lord Stark sag in defeat, while Lord Tywin's curiosity began spiked once more. And the king almost looked giddy. A trial by combat, eh? Robert asked before chuckling. I got to admit, you have balls, blind man. You do know that per Westeros law, a trial by combat has only one outcome. Death. Are you really willing to take on those odds for those two? Turning his head so that it seemed he was looking behind him, Nox watched as the mother and daughter, both still trembling in fear after the ordeal they suffered, looked on with a sudden hope. Yes, I am, Nox replied simply, turning back to the king. Robert's grin was nearly wide enough to split his face in two. Ha! I love that fucking confidence, blind man. Tywin, get those fuckers over here. They have a trial to participate in. Tywin gave a curt nod and left to go retrieve his men while the other lords and soldiers backed away to create a ring around Nox. All save for Lord Stark. Instead of backing away with the rest, the Warden of the North approached Nox, his anger barely held in check. Nox, Stark hissed lowly so that only the two of them could hear. I thought I told you not to make any trouble. Shrugging, Nox rolled his shoulders and twisted to loosen the muscles in his back. And I told you, Lord Stark, that trouble usually has a way of finding me. Lord Stark's frustration mounted as he turned and cast a glance towards the king. I haven't told Robert or the other lords about your abilities yet. Good, Nox smirked slightly more broadly when he felt Ned's confusion spike momentarily. Then they won't be ready for it then. Groaning, Stark pinched at the bridge of his nose. Nox, why are you doing this, truly? Is this some way of making your mark on Westeros and the other lords? To show off what you can do? Tell me now or I will end this farce here and now. Dropping his good mood, Nox met the stern look of the Warden of the North with one of his own. I told you before we left Winterfell, Lord Stark, that I can tolerate a lot. But there is one thing I cannot tolerate. And that is rape of any form. I warned you of what I would do should I discover anyone committing such a vile act. Did you think that my words were in jest? Scanning the crowd, he could feel the resignation set in within Stark. Just, don't do anything too flashy. Nox asked, regaining some of his good humor, especially at the prospect of killing rapists. One of his favorite pastimes. Don't worry, Lord Stark. I could end these 5 with both arms tied behind my back and my legs bound together. I won't need to do anything fanciful to end this. Good, Stark nodded as he turned to depart, only to stop after taking a single step. And between us, I approve of what you're doing. That man, Lorch, he has had this coming for a long time. But I was powerless to see it happen. So, while I chastise you for doing this, in the same breath I thank you for those who can no longer speak. There was no need for Stark to elaborate further, Nox knew exactly what he was talking about. The death of Elia Martell and her 2 children at the end of the rebellion at the hands of Lorch and another named Gregor Clegane. Once Lord Stark was safely out of the circle of men, Knox stepped into the center and waited as Lord Lannister reappeared with his 5 men in tow. Well then, let the fun begin. Making his way out of the makeshift ring that had been formed just outside of Lord Sport, Ned took his place beside Robert just as Lord Tywin returned with Sir Lorch and the other 5 men. Part of Ned, a part that he fought to keep buried, was a little jealous at what was about to happen. Knox was about to dispense a long overdue justice. A justice Ned had wanted to have a hand in for years. Well, Ned, sorry that you are going to be losing a man sworn to yourself so soon. Robert sighed as he took a swig from an ale horn. When did he get that? He'd downed 2 before coming out here. And now he has a 3rd. Lord Stark won't be losing anyone, your grace. Looking to his side, Ned spotted the man who'd just spoke. Like the king, he too held a horn of ale, but that was where the similarities ended. The man was tall like Robert, but he was mostly bald and had a rough red beard that was dripping with wine. But what was more interesting was the fact that none of the king's guard were preventing his approach. A new drinking friend more than likely. Ah, Thuras, your red god tell you that Knox is going to win in some fire vision, or whatever shit you believe in. No, Thuras shrugged, taking a long drink. I can sense it. There is something about him. Something that I haven't felt in a long time. He will win. In fact, I'll put 20 dragons on him. Ha! You're on. Robert laughed, clapping the man on the back. In fact, I'll even throw in a bottle of Arbor Gold as well. This isn't a fucking game, Robert. Ned wanted to curse his friend, but he held his tongue. It wouldn't matter what he said. His friend would do as he pleased. Always had and always would. After Lorch and the other 5 Lannister men arrived in the center of the ring, Lord Lannister left the men and made his way to stand near the king. They managed to get ready fast, Ned thought, observing the 6 men, all of whom had donned boiled leather armor save for Sir Lorch who was dressed in full plate steel. Not that any of it will matter much. If Knox draws his lightsaber, this battle will be over before it can begin. Well, let's get started. Robert announced loudly, taking a step into the ring. I, King Robert I of his name do hereby proclaim this trial by combat for the crimes of rape and assaulting a lord of the Westeros and fuck it. You all know the rest. Get going before I piss myself already. Upon the king's command, Knox reaffixed his mask while the 5 Westerland men all drew their swords. Knox had to give the men credit, they were not idle during their brief departure. All 5 were fully dressed once again. 4 of the men were wearing what looked like boiled leather with bits of steel woven in to reinforce vital points on their body and each were wearing a steel helm. Lorch on the other hand, was fully dressed in plate steel armor and was wearing a helm that was looked to have been fashioned after some sort of creature that looked to be a cross between a lion and a bat. But before anyone could move, Knox held up his hand. If you permit it, your grace, I wish to ask 2 things. The king grumbled, displeased that they hadn't started killing each other yet, but nodded his consent. Thank you, Knox nodded, making to face the Lord of the Westerland. Firstly, Lord Lannister, I apologize for the loss of your men. But I will not suffer rapists to walk free, no matter their status or the colors they wear. And the second, is to ask if you men have any last words you wish to speak. Or if any of you wish to take the black, this is your last opportunity to do so. The 5 Westerland men seemed taken aback for a moment. But then Sir Lorch began to laugh, a full gut laugh that prompted the other men to start laughing as well. Last words? Take the black. Sir Lorch laughed. That's fucking rich coming for you, blind man. The trial hasn't even started yet. And you're outnumbered 5-1. And you don't even have a fucking weapon on you. But if you want last words then how about this? Once I kill you, I'm taking your fucking helm and hanging it on my wall. Rolling his neck, Knox let his anger run through him as the dark side of the force permeated his being. I am afraid you are mistaken. Knox growled, the dark side tainting his voice even more than his helm did, while around him the men nearest to him began to shiver slightly as they felt the residual effects of the dark side. This is no trial. This is your execution. Like fuck it is. The man closest to Knox screamed before he raised his sword and charged at him, looking to cleave him in half with an overhead swing. At the last moment, Knox stepped almost casually to the side, letting the sword fall past him. Using the force to augment his speed, Knox moved faster than most could follow. Before the man could recover from his wild swing, Knox kicked out with his right foot onto the side of the fool's knee. The tendons and ligaments snapped beneath the force of the blow and made the man scream in agony as his knee gave way and brining him to the ground. Then, before the man could scream a second time, Knox reached out with both hands and took a firm hold of his chin in one hand and the back of his head in the other. Then, with a quick jerk, he snapped the man's neck with enough force to actually turn his head around backwards. That's one, Knox drawled, letting go of the man as he fell to the ground, dead. The 4 remaining Westerland men had gone stiff as a board, as did most of the assembled crowd, as they all stared at the corpse at Nox's feet. Nox could feel the fear emanating from the 4 men remaining, as well as the awe, fear, and curiosity that was pouring out from the crowd. "Well?" Nox asked, beckoning the remaining men forward with his right hand. "Are we going to fight? Or you lot just going to lay down and die?" His words snapped the remaining 4 men out of their stupor as they all started approaching him far more cautiously than the last fool. Stepping forward, Nox remained completely passive as the 4 men separated and slowly began surrounding him. Once he was surrounded, Nox turned in a slow circle so that he could face each man one by one. "What are you all waiting for? An engraved invitation?" he asked mockingly, holding out his arms to the side. The man to his back struck first, no doubt hoping to catch him by surprise, his blade aiming for his neck. But instead, all it found was air as Nox calmly ducked under the swing and backpedaled. Once behind the man, he grabbed him by the back of his armor near his neck and physically moved him to his right. And put him right in the path of Sir Lorch's blade, which pierced through the man's leather armor and sunk into his heart. Kicking sideways, Nox put his foot into the back of the dying man and forced him into Lorch, putting both to the ground. Twisting his body sideways, Nox evaded the thrust from another Westerland man. Spinning in a tight circle, Nox lashed out with his hand, his fingers curled slightly which allowed him to extend the claws on his gauntlets. The claws dug into the soft flesh of the man's throat up to Nox's third knuckle. Curling his fingers, Nox ripped his hand out, taking the man's larynx with him. Still holding onto the bloody piece, Nox calmly sidestepped as the man fell forward, clutching at his ruined throat. As the man fell, he reached out and ripped the cloak off the man's back. 2 and 3. Dropping the larynx, Nox started calmly wiping the blood off his right hand as he faced the last remaining foot solider. The man was positively shaking where he stood. And the wet spot in the man's pants gave testament to just how scared he was. Not to mention the smell that was emanating off him indicating he'd soiled himself in both manners. Unbelievable. "Well," Nox sighed, checking his hand over. "We going to fight or what?" The man stood stock still for a long moment before he made a move. And that move was to turn tail and run as fast as he could away from Nox. Shaking his head, Nox slipped his foot underneath one of the fallen men's swords and kicked it up into the air. With a single motion, Nox turned, caught the sword by the hilt and then sent it end over end, chasing after the fleeing man as the surrounding ring parted around him. The man let out a single gurgled scream as he clutched at his ruined throat when the blade buried itself into the back of his neck and exited the front. Turning his back on the dying man, Nox faced off against Lorch, who'd only just now managed to regain his footing and was holding his sword in a middle guard across his body. "And that's 4. Now, it is finally one-on-one, Sir Armory Lorch." He could practically smell the terror that was coming off the man. His legs were quivering, and the tip of his sword was wavering ever so slightly as he stood before him. Lorch's beady eyes flickered from one corpse to the other before coming to a rest on Nox. "You think I'm scared of you, fucker? You think the fact that you killed these men makes you better than me? You're not." Shaking his head, Nox folded his hands behind his back, completely at ease even though he and this man were in a fight to the death. "Bravado. Pure bravado. You can shout all you want, but you and I know the truth. You're scared shitless. So much so, that you can barely even keep your blade steady." Growling, Lorch reaffixed his grip on his sword, some of his shaking leaving him. "Believe what you want. But I've killed men far greater than you." "No, you haven't," Nox nearly laughed. "But I will forgive your lack of understanding. You see, you were raised with a very narrow-minded view of power. You think that your name gives you power. Or perhaps it is your muscles, or your high-quality armor, or your castle-forged sword, or even your skill with said sword. Or perhaps you believe that gold holds true power. While many believe these things define power, they are not my definition of power." Turning his body slightly with his right foot forward, he regarded his opponent. "Come, I will educate you on my definition of power." He didn't have to wait long. His words had riled Lorch up to the point where most rational thought had left his mind, not that there was much there to begin with. Bellowing out a vicious cry, Lorch charged Nox with his sword held high, ready to cut Nox in two. Despite his cry and charge, Nox didn't move. When less than 5 paces separated the two, Lorch's eyes narrowed as Nox held his ground, his hands still behind his back. With less than 2 paces between them, Lorch brought his sword down in a vicious arc. Yet still, Nox kept his hands behind his back. Only when the blade was within arm's length did Nox move. His left hand snapping out from around his back and reaching out. Lorch's eyes widened as his movements were brought to an abrupt stop. Around the ring, every man and the few women present looked on with wide eyes at the impossible feat they were watching. Nox, still standing calmly, had his left hand outstretched. And in his hand, pinched between his fingers and thumb, was the edge of Lorch's sword. "Pathetic." Nox growled, wrenching the blade to the side before backhanding Lorch across the chest with his right hand with enough force to throw the armored man onto his back 10 feet away from Nox. Do you see no? Nox asked as Lorch stared up at him from his spot on the ground, a hand-sized dent in the chest of his armor from where Nox struck him. The difference between us stems from our definitions of power. And you can never even dream of reaching my level. This fight is over. So, do us both a favor and fall on your sword already. I really don't feel like expending the energy it would take to end your life. It's like asking the king to throw out a shit bucket. Shaking his head, Lorch rolled back onto his feet, his sword held firmly before him. Fuck you, you foreign bastard. I'm not fucking dead yet. I'm going to fucking gut you just like I did that little dragon whore. Sighing, Nox shook his head. Well, so much for mercy. He muttered, letting the dark side fill him. Letting out another war cry, Lorch charged again, this time his sword held level with the ground, aimed right for Nox's chest. When he'd managed to cross half the distance, Nox raised his hand and reached out with the force, grabbing and holding Lorch frozen mid-step. Dozens of voices, most of them being southern, called out in surprise at Nox's almost casual display of magic. The air around them became saturated in emotion as some men even dropped to their knees and began muttering praise, asking for safety. Even the king seemed surprised, his eyes widened, and his jaw lowered. Only 3 men maintained their calm. Lord Stark, Lord Stannis Baratheon and Lord Lannister. As I said, Nox remarked, taking a step forward, his hand still outstretched as he ignored the mutterings going on around him. The difference between us is one that you could never hope to cross. I had planned on granting you a quick death, but not anymore. No. I think you are going to have to suffer a bit first before I allow you to die. Stepping up so the two were almost face to face, Nox held up his open hand and slowly began to close his fist. At first, nothing seemed to be happening. But then Lorch's eyes twitched and he grunted. His armor on his body began to dent as Nox applied more and more pressure onto the would-be knight. Lorch held on for a time, but soon enough he couldn't hide what was happening as his own armor began crushing him. A loud snap was echoed with Lorch's cry of agony as the man collapsed when the bones in his legs all broke nearly simultaneously. Lord, Tywin! Lorch cried, spitting blood from his mouth as he desperately searched for his liege lord as his armor constricted around him, crushing him to death. Help, me! Despite the cry, the Lord of the Westerlands merely watched on as his man was slowly crushed to death before his eyes by a seemingly invisible force being controlled by Nox. But unlike most, who were staring at Nox in horror, Tywin seemed contemplative. The gods have spoken, Sir Lorch. Lord Lannister called out over the cries of his bannermen. And you have been found guilty. May you find peace with the gods. Betrayal. Fear. Anguish. All passed through Lorch as he stared at his liege lord while his armor crushed him. Lord Tywin! Lorch screamed as his ribs began grinding against one another before breaking. Mercy. Enough. A loud clear voice cut through the cries of Lorch, making everyone turn towards its source. Lord Stark was standing just before the king, a look of anger on his face as he stared down Lorch and then up towards Nox. The gods have decreed, Nox. The trial is over. End it. Soft-hearted, Nox sighed. He hasn't yet come to realize that sometimes a statement needs to be made as you wish, Lord Stark. Nox nodded, releasing Lorch. What was left of the knight collapsed to the ground, blood running freely down his mouth as he moaned in agony. Reaching into the folds of his robe, Nox pulled out his lightsaber. A snap hiss sounded through the ring as all the gathered southern men save for Lord Stark and Lannister involuntarily took a step back in response to the sudden appearance of Nox's lightsaber. Stepping forward, Nox made 2 quick slashes. The first separated Lorch's hands from his arms. And the second separated his head from his neck. Deactivating his lightsaber, Nox used the force to pick up the severed hands, followed by the summoning of a cloak to wrap the hands in. Once they were secured, he walked purposefully over to Lord Stark. Once he was standing before the Warden of the North, he held out the cloak-covered hands. We'll need to eventually establish trade dealings with Dorne to make some of our projects come to fruition. Try offering them the hands of the man that brutally murdered Rhaenys Targaryen. Stark looked less than pleased, but the logical side of his mind eventually won out and he nodded, taking the hands from Nox. Turning his back on the Warden of the North, Nox made his way back to the center of the ring. Once he was standing over the dead bodies of Lorch and his men, he raised his voice and addressed the assembled crowd. My name is Alim Nox. I am a Lord of the Sith and current resident and servant of Lord Eddard Stark, Warden of the North. And as you can all clearly see, I am a sorcerer of no small talent. There is much that I can and will tolerate, but rape will never be among them. So, keep what you've seen here today in the forefront of your minds. Because if your dicks jump out of your pants and into an unwilling participant, then you had best pray to whatever gods you follow that you reach the safety of Castle Black before I reach you. Because I can assure you all, that I will not be this merciful again. His piece said, Nox purposefully turned his back on the corpses and made his way towards where he knew the Northerners were planning on setting up their camp. Chapter 5, Greyjoy Rebellion Part 2. Hey everyone, I'm back, finally. Firstly, I want to thank everyone who has followed, favorited, and / or reviewed this story so far. Your support truly helps me get on with my writing, even when I have little to no free time to speak of. On that note, I do want to state that I unfortunately will probably only be updating once a month or so from here on out. Mostly, setting this guideline so I don't stress myself out too much. So please, be patient. If I happen to get a hit of inspiration, perhaps we can see 2 chapters a month, but for now just plan on the 1 a month. Also, I used to do this all the time in the past, but recently I haven't had the time. But I plan on paying much more attention to the reviews received, so feel free to ask questions or offer suggestions and I will try and respond in a timely manner. And a huge shout out to my brainstorm partner / beta reader for this story, Telemachus Sundance. Thank you for all your help on this and the quick turnaround time. Lastly, standard disclaimer, I do not own Game of Thrones, A Song of Fire and Ice nor Star Wars. Hope that you all enjoy. Chapter 5. Following his friend, brother in all but blood, and king back to the main keep of Lord Sport, Ned was internally preparing himself for the discussion that was about to transpire. He knew that Knox was going to be the main talking point for days, perhaps even months to come. And he doubted that such conversations with Robert would be pleasant, and it all stemmed around one aspect of Knox. And amusingly enough, it wasn't his magic that put Robert off of the man. Nor was it his brutal method of executions. Without saying a word, Robert led Ned and Stannis through the small keep and into the solar that had been provided for the king. With barely a word to Sir Selmy, Robert threw open the doors of the solar and marched in. The moment Ned and Stannis crossed over the threshold, the king's guard quickly shut the doors behind them, leaving Ned and Stannis alone with the more than slightly irate king. "All right, Ned," Robert growled, turning towards Ned. "What in all fucking 7 hells was that?" "A trial by combat, Your Grace," Ned answered back, keeping himself calm before Robert. He'd weathered his friend's rages often enough during their time under Jon Arryn, so he knew how to deal with his friend when he was in such a state. "A trial that should have happened years ago after the Targaryens fell." Robert scoffed before turning on his heel and marching to a nearby pitcher. He didn't even bother to grab a cup as he started to drink heavily from the pitcher itself. "That was no fucking trial, Ned. You know it and I know it. It was a fucking execution. But that isn't what I want meant and you know it. What I want to know is why the fuck you have a Valyrian dragon-loving fucking sorcerer amongst your people." Holding himself upright, Ned kept himself composed. "He is not a Valyrian, Your Grace, despite his looks. He's told me much of his people, and they are unlike any civilization I have ever heard of. And despite his looks, there is no doubt in my mind that there is not a drop of Valyrian blood running through his veins. Is it not possible, Lord Stark, that he has merely sold you on a mummer's tale?" Lord Stannis asked, not with anger like his brother, but with cool indifference. "Unlikely," Ned answered. "The amount of detail he's gone into far surpasses any mummer's tale that could be spun." Growling, Robert threw himself into the chair in the center of the room. "Fine. If he isn't a fucking sister-loving dragon spawn, then where the fuck is he from?" At this, Ned just barely managed to hold in a wince. "Honestly, I do not know, Your Grace. The land and culture he described as his people are unlike anything I have ever heard of before. It is more than likely that he is from Sothorios or perhaps even beyond the lands of Asai. But wherever he hails from seems to matter not to him as he has no intent of ever returning." Appending the rest of the pitcher, Robert let out a loud belch. "Because he can't return or because he doesn't want to?" "The latter," Ned answered immediately before elaborating. "Before he left, he had a wife, for lack of better terms I suppose. She was killed by a rival of his within their leadership. After she died, he wanted nothing more to do with them. So, he left. And ended up in the north." "A likely tale, Lord Stark," Stannis stated, doubt still in his voice. "But again, I must ask. How do you know that this is not a mummer of some kind?" Because there was no mistaking the pain in his voice when he spoke of her, Ned answered back immediately, meeting Stannis's challenging look with one of his own. "Her death may not be the only reason why he has decided he wishes not to return to his homeland. But it is one of the primary driving forces. Any chance that others from his homeland will come to our shores eventually?" Stannis followed up. "If there are more like him, then the might of the 7 kingdoms might not be enough to hold them back." "Truthfully, I do not know," Ned answered honestly. "But as we have not even heard of his people before, if they do mean to grace our shores, it might not be for a long time. Time which we can use to prepare to potentially face those like Knox." "What in the 7 hells do you mean by that, Ned?" Robert asked, a gleam of light entering his eyes. The same gleam that always appeared whenever a prospective fight was presented to him. "I mean that we can learn from Knox. Learn to do what he can do." Ned elaborated further. Leaning back, Robert scratched at his lengthening beard. "You think he'll go for it? Teaching others to do what the hell he can? Right now, he seems to be at an advantage over all of us. It would seem silly for him to give up such an advantage by risking teaching others how to use the same magic as he. He already has started, Ned answered, taking a breath to steady himself before continuing onwards. But before I say more, I need an oath from you, Your Grace. And you as well, Lord Stannis. That what I say next will not leave us. I have a plan in place, but I want as few people to know about it as possible until the time is right. Robert looked confused, but still nodded. All right, you got my oath, Stannis as well. Now talk. What in the seven hells is your plan? Breathing in and out, Ned took his time to answer. Nox has already offered to train certain individuals in the usage of his powers. But it is not as simple as you might think. Not everyone can learn how to use this power. They have to be born with the ability to use what Nox calls the Force before he can teach them. And he has a stipulation that those who can train must start early, when they are still children. He says that it is because the mind of a child is easier to mold into being able to utilize his unique type of magic. And Nox has located said individuals. Stannis asked, before his eyes narrowed. And they are in Winterfell, are they not? They are, Ned answered. Nox has determined that both of my sons, my heir and my bastard, are capable of learning to use the same magic as he. For a moment, Robert stared at him in silence as the weight of his words settled. But once they did, instead of asking questions, Robert merely threw his head back and laughed, a belly-rumbling, rafter-rattling laugh. Ha 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 ha. That's fucking hilarious, Ned. The blood of the first men certainly runs strong in the Starks, don't they? Ha. If only my love was still with us. She would have given me a son that could learn this magic as well. A son I could be proud of, instead of the spoiled little shit I have now. Not wanting to push into that topic, Ned pressed on. When I return to Winterfell, I intend to grant Nox's request to take my bastard on as his apprentice, as he called it. Robb will attend lessons with Nox as well. But after listening to the outline Nox gave of the training required, I fear that Robb will be unable to have the time necessarily for full training. Why? Stannis pressed, while Robert merely motioned for him to continue. From what Nox has told me, being a Sith as he called himself, is a lifelong dedication. And not something for the faint of heart. While I have no doubt that Robb would be able to complete such training, there is a good possibility that the training may take the boys away from Winterfell for extended periods of time. And as my heir, Robb does not have that luxury when he must learn how to follow in my footsteps as the future Warden of the North. And what of your bastard son? Stannis asked, his eyes narrowing. What is to stop him from coveting his brother's position as Warden of the North? There was no accusation in Stannis's voice, rather his question seemed to be out of curiosity than genuine concern. Because I am raising Robb and Jon as if they were true-born brothers, Ned answered. Jon loves his true-born siblings, and I am encouraging such relations. And more importantly, even at a young age he understands his place as a bastard. I am confident that should it come to it, Jon will choose his family over Nox or someone else. Throwing his head back, Robert let out another belly-rumbling laugh. Haha. Fucking seven hells, Ned. When did you get so devious? Having Nox train a potential weapon to use against himself or his people should they attack us. Ha. Hells, Ned, that's brilliant. I was forced to become this deviant when I was forced to hide my sister's true-born son and the rightful king of Westeros from your rage and Tywin Lannister's ambition, Ned threw as Robert rose to his feet. All right, Ned, you've convinced me. I'll leave Nox in your hands and we'll keep quiet about your son and bastard for now. But, Ned, I want that fucker watched. I might like him, but he's far too fucking Valyrian looking for me to be able to trust fully. At the slightest hint of treachery, I want his head on a fucking pike. As you wish, Your Grace. Walking into his tent with his brother Kevin and his loyal bannerman Gregor Clegane behind him, Tywin Lannister uttered not a single word as he walked towards the small chest at the back. Opening the lid, he pulled out a single bottle of wine and poured himself a glass. He wasn't like his son, Tyrion. He rarely indulged in wine simply because he could. But after what he'd just witnessed, a glass of wine was warranted. Give me the word, my lord. And I will crush that bastard's head with my bare hands. Tywin just barely managed to keep himself from scoffing. It would not do for the head of House Lannister to scoff so openly in front of his bannerman, even when confronted with such stupidity. Clegane was an excellent killer, a monster, a rabid dog. One that had no problems with any order if it allowed him to kill. He was useful to keep around, primarily as a warning and an enforcer. But at the same time the lack of brain power made Tywin wonder if he was worth keeping around for the long term. After all, rabid dogs often turned on the hands that fed them. You will do no such thing, Tywin answered coolly, fixing Clegane with an even look. In fact, you will leave this tent now and inform the men sworn to House Lannister that we will be acknowledging this sorcerer's demands during this campaign. Any man who rapes will be presented with two options. Take the black or face the sorcerer. And before you get ahead of yourself, Clegane, don't. If you rape just for the chance to fight against the sorcerer, I will kill you myself. Understand? I lost one good man already today. I cannot afford to lose you as well. And if you think that you cannot control your urges, then tell me now and I will send you back to the Westerlands on the next ship that sails. Clegane looked less than pleased by his ultimatum. His gaze one that would make any other man soil himself. But Tywin wasn't any other man. He knew Clegane and knew him well. He knew exactly how to handle the man. One had to be strong and have several contingencies in place just in case the mad dog decided to go off the leash. As you wish, my lord, Clegane growled, clearly unhappy with his second favorite pastime being taken from him before turning on his heel and storming out of the tent. No doubt to go and train against a few Ironborn prisoners Tywin kept stowed away for just such an occasion. Once they were alone, Tywin refilled his glass and then poured a second for his brother before taking his seat. Silently, his brother picked up the offered cup and sat down across from him. You have words for me, Kevin. I would hear them. Taking a drink, his brother visibly considered his words carefully before speaking. Forgive me for saying so, brother, but this is unlike you. You are not one to let a slight like this slide without consequence. Taking a slight slip, Tywin set his glass down and began to fetch out a quill and ink before looking for a piece of parchment. Slighting House Lannister was not that man's intent. Tywin responded simply, already seeing what game the sorcerer was playing. That man was merely looking to send a message. I do not know if he truly cares about rape as he so claims, or if he was just using it as an excuse, but he knew that he would be able to find someone committing rape of some kind within the town. After that, he set it up perfectly in order to legally and brutally kill them in a very public manner that would also allow him to utilize his magic. It was almost painful to say the last word. For the entirety of his life, he did not allow himself to believe in such superstitious nonsense. Magic was gone, dead with the last of the dragons. But now it had returned. And in a rather violent fashion at that. Across from him, he could see his brother still trying to put the pieces together. He cared for his brother. He was a loyal man and an excellent battle commander. But he did not have Tywin's head for the great game. I don't follow, brother. It wasn't about justice. It was about making a statement. Tywin explained. As much as he hated losing a man like Lorch, one with little morals that was easy to command, he had to applaud this Knox fellow's command of the game. And his message is that he does not care about our rank or our gold or what we could possibly offer him. He has his own agenda. And if anyone gets in his way, he'll kill them. Kevin leaned back, absorbing what Tywin had told him. But what is his agenda? I do not know. And that was the truth of it, and irked Tywin something fierce. He prided himself on knowing everything about his opponents, both on the battlefield and in the great game. And now, there was a new skilled player in the game that seemed to be was just as equally skilled on the battlefield. But one thing is certain. We cannot allow such a man to simply rot away in the cold north. And we cannot allow him to remain under the control of the Starks. His talents would simply go to waste. Kevin's brow perked up as understanding dawned in his eyes. That is why you are not seeking repercussions against him for slaying Sir Lorch. You want him as a bannerman of House Lannister instead of House Stark. Of course, Tywin answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. The man possesses magic. The very thing that helped to create the Valyrian freehold, aside from dragons. Although stories tell that it was magic itself that first gave birth to the dragons. If such abilities were to come under the control of House Lannister, then our position as the premier house of Westeros would be unquestioned. The problem though was just how was he to go about such a task. Marriage was the simplest answer. Well, marriage and a title. Castamere was still empty. And despite it being in ruin, the land was still very viable to whoever could drain the ruins, a task he was sure would be mere child's play for the sorcerer. But even if he had a daughter of House Lannister to offer him, which he did not as those in the main branch were either far too young or near the end of their childbearing years, he didn't know if such an offer would be accepted. He could offer the man Castamere, and Stark could turn around and offer the man the abandoned Moat Cailin in return. No. He couldn't make his offer yet. Not until he knew that he could offer the man something that he would not turn down. Which meant that for now, he needed to gather information. He needed a set of eyes and ears in Winterfell, one that was loyal to House Lannister. And fast. But due to his presence here in the Iron Islands, he could not set up such a person. Which left him with one choice that was fast and easy to arrange, no matter how galling as it was. We have the advantage at the moment, in that neither the Queen of Thorns nor Doran Martell nor Jon Arryn know of the sorcerer's existence yet, he stated, finishing up the letter and dusting it before letting the ink dry while pulling out a stick of wax and his house seal. We must act before they do. Should either gain an insight on how to gain the sorcerer's loyalty, then House Lannister will fall. We cannot let that happen. Rolling up the letter, he heated the wax in a nearby candle, dripping the hot wax onto the edge of the letter before pressing his seal down upon the red wax. There is a ship leaving before nightfall that is heading back to Lannisport. You will give this to a man you trust and give him the explicit instructions that he is to deliver that to Tyrion's hand alone. Tyrion? Kevin questioned, surprise evident on his face. Yes, Tywin growled, hating having to rely on the little creature. He may be the lowest of us, but he is still a Lannister. And he claims to have the knowledge to keep it that way. This will be his little test. Should he succeed by the time we return, then perhaps I will start giving him other tasks around the rock other than managing the shit of the castle. But should he fail, I'll find a worse hole for him than the cisterns of the rock to throw him into. As you wish, brother, Kevin nodded, taking the letter from him. I know just the man to entrust with this. Good, Tywin nodded before waving his brother now. Now go. I wish to think in peace. My lord, Kevin bowed back before making a hasty retreat from the tent, leaving Tywin to think in peace about the new piece that had just been placed on the game board. Sitting in the tent that had been set up for him, Nox sat cross-legged on the floor in a deep state of meditation as he stretched out his senses towards the western end of the island where the keep of Pike, the stronghold of the Greyjoys, stood. He could sense thousands of souls rushing about the keep doing their best to prepare the defenses while they still had time to do so. But despite his deep state of mediation, he couldn't discern the Greyjoys amongst the mass gathering of individuals. There were some that had a slightly higher than normal presence in the force, but none were at the level where they could be considered force-sensitive. The slightest of sensations at the corner of his senses brought him out of his trance as he rose just in time for a Stark guard to duck his head into his tent. Forgive the intrusion, me lord. That was one thing that Nox had been more than pleased with. Ever since his duel with the Lannister men, all the soldiers in the camp had been treating him as if he were a true lord, even if he didn't technically hold the title in this land. But your guest is here as you requested. Good, Nox nodded. Show her in and then make yourself and the others around this tent scarce. Me lord, the Solitaire mumbled, nearly tripping over himself in his haste to leave the tent and see to it that his orders were carried out. He didn't have to wait long for his guest to arrive as the tent flap was still for but a second before being pulled aside again and letting her in. Through the force he could tell that the woman was attractive, no doubt the reason why she'd been the target earlier in the day. But that beauty was now marred by a swelling of a fist-sized bruise on the side of her face. Despite that though, and despite what had happened to her and her daughter, she held herself with a strength that said that she would not be broken. But under that strength there was something else entirely. A heavy weight in her soul. And a feeling of, reservation yet, acceptance. How curious. You asked for me, my lord. And she has now given herself away. Nox thought to himself as he turned and faced the woman proper. Yes, I did. He could feel her nervousness, but regardless of how she felt, she kept herself firm. Admirable. What do you require of me, my lord? Kicking open a folding stool, Nox arranged his robes around him and sat down. I'm not one to beat around the bush, so I'll be blunt and honest. And wish for you to do the same. Now, let's start with your name, your daughter's name, and where you hail from. The woman hesitated, but not for long. My name is Bethany and my daughter's name is Hilda, my lord. And we hail from the island of Black Tide. My family was poor but they managed to arrange a marriage for me to my husband. Not bad. But still a lie. Nox remarked. Your accent betrays you, as well as your hatred for the Iron Islands and the man that was your former husband. Your accent, no matter how faint, has betrayed you. You are not from the Iron Islands, nor from the north. If I had to guess, I would say the Riverlands as they are frequently raided by the Ironborn. And you are educated as well, it shows in the way you speak. Which means you are noble-born. Not very high nobility or your absence would have been well known, possibly even enough to start this war earlier. A knightly house sworn to a lesser house. And by your sudden spike of anger towards your family and your bout of nervousness, your family more than likely gave you away as some sort of tribute to prevent a raid on their lands. More than likely without informing you until you were already on the boat and on your way to become a fish or a salt wife. How am I doing so far? Bethany stood stock still. Her fear, anger, and nerves warring within her tearing away at the wall she'd formed around herself. I thought that I said that we will not be beating around the bush with one another, Nox cut her off, leaning forward and resting his elbows on his knees. Given what happened today, I will let this slide and we will start again. Her resolve returning, Bethany nodded. You are right, my lord. About everything. I was born to small knightly house sworn to House Frey near the border of the neck. Years ago, during the reign of the Mad King, a small contingent of Ironborn came to my father's lands and delivered an ultimatum. Give them tribute or be raided. My father didn't have much, but he did have me, a second daughter. So, he gave me to them. By the time I came to, we were halfway to the Iron Islands. By the time we reached the islands, half the crew had had their way with me. The past is painful, Nox acknowledged. But it is what helps shape us into what we are today. But I have not called you here to speak of the past, but rather the future. Your future, and that of your daughters, to be precise. The woman's nerves returned tenfold as she began shifting her weight from foot to foot. What of our future, my lord? Rolling his neck, he took a moment to let her anxiety build before speaking. You cannot stay here on this island. You know that as well as I. If you did, you and your daughter would more than likely be taken by someone worse than your late husband. Nor do you wish to return to your home, as they more than likely believe you to be dead, and even if you did return, they would force you to get rid of your daughter, and then your father or brother would turn around and sell you off like a broodmare, as nobility often does. You can make a go of it on your own in a new land, of course. But with no money nor connections, you'd more than likely end up selling yourself on a street corner or begging just to get by until your true skills can be utilized. And as for I am not necessarily one for charity. Not unless it can benefit either myself or my long-term plans in some manner. So, what options do you think you have? Not only for your future, but for your daughter's future as well? And remember, I am not one to offer help unless I can be benefited as well. With each word, he could feel Bethany sinking slowly into a melancholy state of being. But by the time he was done, despite being in a such state, she had resolve of iron as well. Her hands, shaky though they were, slowly rose to either of her shoulders and began pulling down on her dress, exposing herself to him. Stop, he said, his words freezing her in place as surely as if he'd cocooned her in the force. Your resolve is commendable, but I am not one to take an unwilling to my bed. Especially one that has had such a traumatic event such as rape happen to them. Perhaps in time such a thing between us could develop, but not today. Selling your body to me is not why I called you here. I'm far more interested in your particular skill set that you've used to keep yourself and your daughter safe on these islands. Shame burned through the woman, as well as curiosity and a touch of anger at being rejected, so as she scrambled to redress herself. What do you mean, my lord? Pointing to a small table near the wall of his tent, Knox drew her attention to the two items upon it. A throwing axe and a familiar small book. Your husband was, at best, a mediocre smith. Yet lords from all over the Iron Islands came to him. Not necessarily for the axes, but rather for the delicate runic work that had been etched onto the surface. Your work. Yours and your daughter's. And then the book, financial summaries, loan amounts, business transactions, all of it written in a delicate hand. Your hand. And most recently, a second set of hands just as delicate but slower and more deliberate. Your daughter's hand. You're an artist and you've taught your daughter how to read and write. That is what I'm interested in now. Rising from his stool, he slowly approached the woman. Lord Stark has given me free rein to improve Winterfell in several different areas as I see fit, as long as such improvements benefit the North. The problem is, I'm only one man. And despite what some may think, I am not all-powerful. But with your help, I believe I might be able to continue onwards with some of my more mundane objectives. Work for me, and I promise you safety in the North at Winterfell for not only yourself but your daughter as well. And you will not have to worry about some man deciding to sell you or your daughter off to some random lord or other just so they can benefit. So, those are your options. Return to your home. Go on the run. Or come north and build a new life for your family with my backing. He didn't need to wait long for an answer, as Bethany almost immediately nodded her agreement. A life in Winterfell with his backing and without a fear of either herself or her daughter being sold off again. The offer was far too good not to accept. I accept your offer, Lord Knox. Tell me what you need of me, and I will do my best not to disappoint you. Splendid, Knox nodded, picking up the small journal from the table and giving it back to you. I've outlined the plans I want you to help me with in here. You will spend the remainder of our time here on the Iron Islands familiarizing yourself with such plans and adding your own details to them. The moment we return to the north, I expect you to begin implementation. Is that agreeable? Taking the journal, Bethany immediately nodded. Yes, my lord. Good, Knox nodded before motioning her towards the tent flap. Oh, there is one more thing. Do you have any of your husband's clothes left? Watching the last of the Mormont men unload from the boat that had brought them to the Iron Islands, Ned Stark quietly pondered what had transpired over the past 3 days. Or, more specifically, he pondered just where Knox had disappeared to the very same night after he killed 5 of Tywin Lannister's men. The morning after he'd gone to confer with Knox as to the next potential step and was met with an empty tent. Knox had somehow managed to disappear during the night without leaving any note as to where he was going, nor had he alerted any guards. He'd been moments shy of heading to Tywin Lannister and demanding answers before the woman Knox had saved, Bethany, managed to get word to him that she spoke with Knox the night before and that she wished to speak with him. Thankfully, the woman had answers, although far fewer than Ned wanted. Knox had apparently talked to the woman the night before and had made her an offer to stay under his protection and to see her and her daughter back to Winterfell where they could begin a new life, free from the Ironborn. While Knox offering such a thing without Ned's knowledge or approval did irk him more than slightly, he trusted Knox's judgment. He'd earned that much. But he would still have to talk to the sorcerer about not overstepping his authority in the future. Especially as Ned was about to allow Jon and Robb to begin taking lessons from the man. But besides informing him of the offer from Knox, the woman had little to no explanation about Knox's whereabouts. All she could tell him was that Knox asked for a change of her late husband's clothes, changed into said clothes, and then disappeared into the night with hardly a word nor glance back. It was utterly confusing and more than a little frustrating. Robert had been just a hair's breadth away from picking up his warhammer and giving chase the moment Ned informed him of Knox's disappearance. He managed to calm his friend, if only momentarily, by telling him that it wasn't uncommon for Knox to disappear for days at time, which was a mild truth as Knox disappeared once or twice during his moon stay at Winterfell, and that the most likely scenario was that the sorcerer was merely scouting the island. A tale that Ned hoped to the old gods was true. Robert, while interested in Knox for what he could do, was still uncertain about him due to his very Valyrian looks. Ned needed the man to prove himself a valuable asset to his liege despite his looks. And the sooner he did so, the sooner Ned would be able to breathe easier. But now Knox was out of time. He'd been gone for 3 days and the last of the northern forces had arrived, which meant that on the morrow they would march for the Pike and to bring an end to the Greyjoy rebellion once and for all. "My lord, are you well?" Nodding, Ned turned his back on the unloading ships and towards Yoram Mormont. While of the same height as Ned, Yor lived up to emblem of his house with his stocky build and thick black hair that over most of his body that was visible. Just a lot on my mind is all." Ned replied dismissively as he made to move back to the keep in Lord Sport. "See to it that your men are set for the night, but don't allow them to become too comfortable. You and yours are the last of our forces to arrive, and I have no doubt that King Robert will be ordering a march first thing on the morrow." My lord." Yoram Mormont nodded, turning back to the disembarking Northmen. "All right, lads, get your asses moving. Lord Stark wants camp before nightfall. But don't get too comfortable. We've got some Krakens to kill in the morning." Marching through the town and back into the keep in Lord Sport, Ned made his way into the great hall of the keep just in time to watch as the other lords of note that had answered Robert's call make their way in as well. Lord Tywin was the first to arrive, with his brother Kevin close on his heels. The Lord of the Westerlands gave him but a passing nod of acknowledgement before taking a seat at the table that had been set up near the head where the king would be expected to sit. Of course, he would take the seat of note. Ned thought as he took a seat, leaving room for Stannis to sit next to his brother as protocol dictated he was supposed to. He is father to the queen though, so such a position is his right to take. Next to arrive was Stannis, with a familiar face behind him who looked severely uncomfortable with being there. Sir Davos Seaworth, Ned recalled the former smuggler as Stannis took his position next to the king's seat while Sir Davos took a place in along the wall, away from the lords. A good man, despite his past. A valuable asset to have during a naval campaign. Stannis was wise to keep him around. Next to walk in was Lord Mace Tyrell, with the true military power of the region Lord Randyll Tarly who was right behind him. The two had not changed much since the last time Ned had seen them, Randyll on the field and Mace ready to accept the Reach's surrender at the end of the rebellion. Lord Tyrell stopped in the entryway, took one look at the table and frowned heavily before taking a seat down from Kevin Lannister, several places away from the king's seat. Right behind the two Reach lords was the Lord of Sigurd, Lord Jason Mullister. Ned wasn't surprised in the least when he heard that the Lord of Sigurd had come personally to deal with the Ironborn. Considering Sigurd, along with Lanny Sport, were two of the first targets in the Greyjoys' initial assault of the mainland. After Lord Mullister, several other lesser Riverland lords made their way in before quickly moving to the side walls. Surprisingly, Lord Mullister was the only true Riverland lord of note to have answered Robert's call. Ned understood that Hoster was getting on in his years, but Ed Muir should have at least answered the call. He would have to send a raven to his lady's family after returning to Winterfell to make sure all was well with his wife's family. Finally, Robert made his appearance along with his Kingsguard Sir Barristan Selmy, Sir Jaime Lannister, and Sir Aerys Oakhart, prompting all the lords in the hall to quickly rise to their feet. Sit the fuck down, Robert grumbled, making his way past the lords. Save your bloody feet. We'll be marching in the morning and feeding the Krakens their own asses soon enough. The jest earned a chuckle from the lords present, although Ned could tell that many had to force it. Save for Lord Tywin and Lord Tarly, who both remained completely stoic as the king took his seat as Sir Selmy took his place behind him. All right, Robert bellowed, waving with his hand. Let's get this shit on with. Ned, have the last of your men finally arrived? They have, Your Grace, Ned nodded. The Mormonts, along with the Glovers, Umbers and some Karstarks have just finished unloading the last of their men and supplies from the ships and are currently setting camp. Good, Robert nodded, his eyes lightening and his manner shifting serious as it always did when matters of war were concerned. Say what one would about Robert as an individual, but in matters of warfare there were few that truly took the matter as seriously as him. We march in the morning. Tywin. Your fucking men have been here longer than anyone else. What have your scouts told you of the fucking squids? The Greyjoys have pulled their forces back behind the walls of the Pike, Lord Tywin responded levelly. It seems that the Greyjoys have decided to put their faith in the walls of the Pike. And as such we will face little to no opposition on our march. Good, Robert nodded as his eyes roamed the table of nobles. It's to be a siege then. Who here can tell me about the Pike? Ned noticed out of the corner of his eye that Mace was about to rise, but Randyll Tarly beat his liege lord to the matter as he quickly rose to his feet. The Red Wine fleet managed to scout the Pike and its immediate lands and have reported back, Your Grace. Leaning over the table, Lord Tarly pointed at a portion of the walls of the Pike facing south. We lost nearly half of our scouts, but they report that the wall here is weak from more of the island falling into the sea. A few days or mayhap a week of bombardment with trebuchets and catapults will create a breach that we will be able to use to gain access to the castle. Once the walls fall, the Krakens will have no choice but to surrender to our forces. The lords around the room started mumbling to themselves, before silencing as Lord Stannis stood up and stared down at the map of the Pike. Taking the walls will only be the first step. Stannis shot back, almost glaring at the Reach Lords. Time, it appeared, had not given Lord Stannis the ability to forgive the Reach Lords for the siege of Storm's End during the rebellion. The Pike itself is divided upon the mainland and 4 islands. We will have to take care with our advance through the walls and the gatehouse portion of the keep. Should they find a way to take out the bridges connecting the mainland to the other islands, it will take weeks to months to get the Greyjoys to surrender. Then we hit them hard and fast. Don't give them the option to retreat across the bridges, Lord Mullister growled. The squids fight like shit on land anyway. It won't be difficult to break their ranks. Then that's exactly what we'll do, Robert bellowed, rising to his feet. Prepare the men, we leave at dawn. In a week, the Krakens will be dead, or part of the 7 kingdoms once more. A good strategy, Your Grace. But unfortunately flawed in more ways than one. The 3 Kingsguard drew their swords almost as one as they made to form a ring around Robert, while the rest of the lords quickly shot to their feet, hands on their hilts and eyes scanning the room. Only Ned remained seated, his eyes traveling upwards towards the rafters. Master Knox, he groaned, spotting the sorcerer perched upon one of the rafters eating away at an apple. Did you really feel it necessary to announce yourself thusly? Necessary? Knox asked, finishing off the last of his apple and letting it drop down onto the table, splattering the core against the wood. No. But insightful. Bloody insightful. Robert bellowed, his face reddening. How the fuck do you find this bloody insightful? Knox merely tilted his head before rolling back. With a flourish, the man flipped backwards through the air before landing onto the ground as gracefully as a cat with just as little sound. Simple, the sorcerer shrugged, nodding towards the Kingsguard. These 3 are supposed to be the best in the land and your personal protectors, no? Yet not one of them noticed my presence. Granted, if I don't want anyone to find me, they won't, but I wasn't necessarily trying to hide just now. You people need to look up more often. The other lords started grumbling, but in the end, it was Stannis who brought them back to the topic at hand. Master Knox, you said that our strategy is flawed. Perhaps then you can offer a better one? And as you do, perhaps you can explain why you felt it necessary to disappear and ignore the summons of your king for the past 3 days. Knox, either ignorant or simply ignoring Stannis's tone, merely shrugged. I was scouting Pike. Once more, the lords started mumbling, which ended only when Lord Lannister spoke. You felt the need to scout the island? And what could you have learned in 3 days? I didn't scout the island, Knox replied before waving at the map of the keep. I scouted the Pike Keep. The main gatehouse and the other islands that the keep is situated upon. I must say, Your Grace, your presence surely does have the Ironborn nearly shitting themselves out of fear. Hell, from the mumbling I heard, about a third of the inhabitants are ready to storm the other islands, capture the Greyjoys, and present them to you as a peace offering. That quieted the other lords to the point where one could hear a mouse squeak. You mean to tell us, Lord Tywin began slowly and lowly, that in 3 days you managed to not only cross the distance from here to the castle on foot, but you managed to infiltrate the keep, get a read on all of the facets and the moral, and return here unnoticed? Is that what you are saying, sorcerer? Knox merely shrugged. Yeah, sounds about right. But honestly, I arrived back about half a day ago. I wanted to get a read on our forces as well. Much easier to do that when the men think you are one of them rather than a lord that they have to be all prim and proper in front of all the time. Again, Knox amazed Ned. And his resolve to have his sons learn from the sorcerer only strengthened. Cat will rant and rave, but his training will help Robb and Jon lead the North to a new and bright future. You say that our plan is flawed, Master Knox, Ned cut in, wanting to get back on topic. How so? Walking up to the table, Knox pointed down at the map directly where the weakness in the walls of the Pike had been discovered. For a blind man, his sight is impeccable. A weakness, Lord Tarly, is only truly a weakness if your enemy doesn't know it exists. If they do, then an apparent weakness can be turned into a trap. And that is exactly what the Ironborn have done. They've decommissioned 2 of their wrecked ships and used them to reinforce the wall at the weak point. They've also set up barrels of oil and 4 scorpions, all stationed around where the breach would potentially be created. You can breach the wall here, that is true, but the Ironborn are ready for you. And you'll lose a lot of men in the process. Not to mention, attacking from this point puts the troops unfortunately close to the coast. And why would that be an issue? Lord Tyrell scoffed. Looking down at the map, Ned thought he knew where Knox was going with this, but instead of interjecting, he let the man continue. He needs to prove himself to Robert, and this is a good way for him to do so. Simple, Knox shrugged, gesturing towards the several islands that made up the Pike. The Ironborn have hidden ships between the islands that separate out the Pike. Once our men are in place, they will more than likely conduct night raids by ferrying their men in behind us or using whatever they can on board their ships like ballista or scorpions or whatever else they can fit onto the decks of the ships. Impossible, Lord Tarly growled, rising to his feet. No one can navigate between those islands. They're a mess of rocks and shallow waters. They would sink their ships in a matter of hours. And the Red Wine Fleet have not reported spotting any Ironborn vessels around the Pike. And that in and of itself convinces me more than anything that the Ironborn are there, hiding and waiting for us, Lord Tarly. Think of it, this is the heart of the Ironborn, the seat of their king. Why would they purposefully leave it undefended from sea? They wouldn't. Knox counted, making a good point, enough so to even make the near-legendary field commander hesitate. Sir Davos, your former profession makes you the closest thing we have to an expert in this particular situation. Tell us, if the Ironborn were to hide ships around the Pike, where would they do so? All eyes turned to the former smuggler, who suddenly looked very nervous at finding himself the center of attention. Only after receiving a nod from Lord Stannis did Sir Davos rise and make his way towards the map. The elder man looked over the map but once before pointing out several small outcroppings surrounding the Pike. I would place ships here, here, and here, me lord, your grace. They'd have to use longboats to avoid bottoming out on the rocks, but they could do exactly as the lord, master, sorcerer says. Tarly, Tyrell. Send the red wine ships around to the other side of the Pike and have them scout for these longboats and have them set anchor just offshore to where we're going to be camping. I'd rather not give the Ironborn the chance to fuck us in the ass when we're asleep at night. After the 2 lords acknowledged the orders, the king turned his attention fully to Knox. All right, sorcerer, you've proven Tarly and Tyrell were half asleep or partially drunk when making up this plan. So, what's your alternative? Ned winced at the insult, throwing a passing glacé towards the 2 lords as he did so. Tyrell flushed red out of embarrassment, but Tarly remained stoic save for the tightening of his fists. Damn it, Robert. Has 7 years of kingship taught you nothing of watching your fucking tongue? We're not boys in the Vale anymore. I do, Knox nodded. We faint. Make the Ironborn think we are going to do as they suspect but do something completely different. Leaning over the table, Knox rearranged the figurines representing their army around the Pike on the map, dividing their army up into 3 parts. We will set up the siege engines like planned, only with only a quarter of our forces. Make the Ironborn believe we are still trying to breach the wall at the weak point. Half of our forces will arrange themselves before the main gate and the remainder of our forces will be here near the northern wall where defenses are the lightest. I can breach the wall, and with the forces with me we will storm into the castle. Once we do, the forces will clear the battlements and make for the main gate. We will open the main gate, allowing the main force to enter the first part of the Pike. The lords of Westeros were silent as they thought over the plan. Do you mean to say that you plan on breaching the strongest part of the Pike's walls by yourself, with no siege equipment? Lord Tywin asked disbelievingly, but more from curiosity than anything derogatory or dismissive as he previously would have done. How? Wave your hand and make a magic door appear. Slightly more complicated than that, but yes, Knox answered. And if I'm wrong, our siege engines will still be in place and you can revert back to your original plan. Seeing the disbelieving looks on the lords and king's faces, Ned rose to his feet. My lords, your grace. While I admit that Master Knox has only recently entered my service, I can vouch that he is a man of honor and a man of his word. If he says that he can create a breach to let our men in, then I believe him. Turning towards Knox, Ned prayed to the old gods that he was not making a mistake. Master Knox, I will dedicate my forces to you during this assault. The men of the north shall be under your command during the battle. Knox merely nodded, as if he expected Ned to do just this. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Lord Stark. Now, my lords, if you will excuse me, it has been a long time since I've bathed and I smell like a bantha's backside. It's getting to the point where I'm starting to offend myself. And as we will be on the march first thing in the morning, I don't know when the opportunity will present itself again. Your grace, my lords. And without waiting for a dismissal, Knox merely bowed lowly and marched out of the hall, no doubt much to the surprise of the guards outside who never even saw him enter. Well, Robert bellowed, rising to his feet, prompting everyone to follow suit. You heard the pretty fucker. We go with his plan. Tarly, Tyrell, send out the orders to the fleet. Everyone else, inform your men of the plan. We set off at first light. Now, someone get me a fucking whore. I need to feel a good cunt around my cock before we set out. Striding forth between the lines of northern soldiers waiting for the battle to start at the foot of the walls of the Pike, Knox was hit with a wave of nostalgia. How long has it been since I've led men into battle like this, he thought as a slight feeling of elation flowed through him. Not long. Yet still, I have missed this sensation. The fear. The lust for battle. The desire to destroy one's enemy. The unknown before a battle. It's so thick in the air, it's almost intoxicating. Walking to the front of the battle formation, Knox stationed himself between the towering figure of the great Jon and the only slightly smaller figure of the young Bear Yoram Mormont, who were both staring at the imposingly high wall of the Pike that was a mere 400 meters in front of them. Knox had to hand it to the people of this world. When they built a castle or a stronghold, they did it right. When one studied the keep with a critical eye, you could tell that at one point the separate parts of the keep had once made up a singular whole keep. But, according to what he'd read and heard, years of erosion of the island cliff face that the Pike had been built upon had separated the keep into several smaller keeps that were situated on different islands and connected by rope bridges. First one had to get over or through the walls of the first keep on the mainland, and even once that was accomplished, you had to navigate through the different keeps that made up the Pike and hope that the defenders didn't destroy the bridges that connected the keep together. It would be a tough fight for sure. But Knox had faced far tougher in his time. Well, Sorcerer, here we are, the great Jon mumbled, spitting on the ground. Standing before the strongest part of the fucking gatehouse of the Pike with no siege equipment, ladders, or even enough men to scale the fucking walls. So, what's your great plan, huh? Going to give us all wings with a wave of your hand and let us fly over the walls or some horse shit? Giving the larger man a smirk, Knox moved a few paces towards the keep before stopping and rolling his shoulders. He hadn't done what he was about to in some time. When it starts, my lords, I highly suggest that you and your men not approach any closer than you currently are until I'm finished. The larger man huffed. And why the fuck is that? Because I cannot guarantee that I won't kill you by accident if you do, Knox responded emotionlessly as he tilted his head back and breathed deep through his mask. Now shut up and witness the true power of the Force. Memories flooded through Knox's mind as he opened himself to the Force. His mother being violated before him. The death of Fawn at his and Zish's hands. The death of Zish at his hands. The meeting of Ishara. Of their first time together. Of learning of her death. Every memory that invoked a powerful feeling within him flowed through his mind like a vid reel, and he was merely a spectator to the best and worst moments in his life. And with each memory that passed, his emotions deepened as his connection to the dark side, as well as parts of the light, grew stronger and stronger. Around him, wind started to wisp as the nearby horses whimpered while the men began nervously shifting their weight from foot to foot. As their movements became more and more anxious, Knox felt the Force condensing around not only himself, but in the very earth and sky around him. He could feel the dark miasma of the Force, a physical manifestation of the dark side, forming around him as his feet left the ground while small arcs of electricity flowed around his body. By the gods! He vaguely heard more than one man cry out over the rush of the Force in his ears. What is he? Smiling beneath his mask, Knox fed greedily on the fear and wonder of the men behind him as he began hovering several feet of the ground. The arcs of electricity growing more frequent and increasing in their intensity, connecting him to the ground briefly before disappearing. Raising his hands to the side, Knox began gathering the Force into the palms of his hands. The dark miasma and electricity bounding around his hands and arms as he brought them forward. Gritting his teeth, he pulled deeper and deeper on the Force. Calling forth the one memory that invoked the greatest emotion of all. The last time he'd awoken in bed beside Ishara. Just before he felt himself reach his physical limit, Knox let out a cry and thrust his hands forward towards the walls of the Pike. The resulting wave of Force lightning surprised even Knox in its intensity. The very earth became scorched and scarred as the bolt of Force lightning flew from Knox's hands and impacted the walls of the Pike. Connecting the two together. Turning his hands, palms out and hands back to back, Knox channeled the Force lightning into the mortar of the wall, chipping away at the binding agent and forcing the lightning between the rocks that made the wall. Gritting his teeth in concentration, Knox slowly pulled his hands apart, separating the lightning into two separate beams that began eroding away at the wall, creating a growing opening. After what felt like an eternity, Knox let go of his connection to the Force, dropping down to the ground heavily as he just barely managed to keep himself from falling flat on his face. Taking several deep breaths, Knox surveyed what he'd done. A stretch of ground nearly 5 meters thick and stretching from himself to the castle wall had been scorched to the point where the dirt had begun to crystallize from the heat. And the wall of Pike was no longer complete. Where Knox's lightning had impacted, there was now little more than large pile of rubble that stretched nearly 20 meters across. Well, my lords, Knox breathed, doing his best to keep himself steady and his voice strong. I promised you and your king that I would create a breach in the wall, and I'm a man of my word. Now, are you lot going to attack or just stand here with your thumbs up your collective asses? The sorcerer is right. Yoram Mormont yelled, his sword leaving its sheath as he turned to face the assembled northern host. He's given us the chance to pay these ironborn fuckers back for years of them raping and pillaging our lands. Let us show these fuckers what the North remembers. And that we will make them pay their own iron price for all their sins. For the North. A cry of "For the North" went up through the assembled men. Then, like a floodgate had been lifted, the men of the North charged headlong for the breach that Nox had created for them. Soon, it was only the great Jon and Nox still standing, watching as the men of the North led by Yoram Mormont ran for the keep. Well, sorcerer, it appears you are a man of your word. And I'm not one who admits it easily, but I can swallow my pride today and admit that I was wrong about you. Lord Umber muttered as he stepped up beside him. But you look like shit. Need me to carry your pretty ass into battle, or can you hold your own? Scoffing, Nox drew himself up to his full height and pulled out his lightsaber and held it loosely to his side. Amusing. As if such a thing like this would be enough to slow me down. No, it's far more likely that by the end of this battle, I'll be the one having to carry your ugly ass out. Lord Umber's smile was vicious as he drew his blade. Ha! How about friendly competition, sorcerer? A barrel of good true northern ale to the one who kills the most ironborn fuckers. Activating his lightsaber, Nox smirked beneath his mask. You're on, Lord Umber. And do try not to cry when you lose. Sitting atop his horse alongside his king, Ned could do little more than stare dumbly at the wanton destruction that had just descended upon the Pike. I knew that Nox had been holding back before. But to think that he has had this kind of power hidden under the surface all this time. By the old gods, just how powerful is Nox? Just how powerful will he make anyone who follows him? I know I said that I was going to allow Jon to become his apprentice, but is such a thing even wise now? If Jon becomes as powerful as Nox and learns of his birthright, his true birthright, will he want to take the throne? And if he does, will anyone be able to stop him from doing so? Form up. Shields in front. Archers behind. Steady march towards the gate. Forward. Lord Tywin's thunderous commands brought Ned out of his stupor just in time to watch as the Lord of the Westerlands drew his sword and kicked his heels to his horse's flanks, urging the beast forward. Ned was about to join the man, but Robert's outstretched hand stopped Ned in his tracks. Ha, fucking hells, Ned. That sorcerer of yours is something else. Robert laughed. If only we had him during the fall of the dragons, the war would have been over a lot sooner. If only, Ned agreed absent-mindedly, looking out over the sea of Northmen approaching the breach, his eyes searching for one soul in particular. He wasn't very difficult to find. His blood-red glowing sword standing out like a bright torch in the middle of the night amongst his men. Keeping his eyes on Nox, Ned tracked his movements as he ran at his almost impossible speed towards the walls, passing by his men as if they were standing still. And just as Ned didn't think Nox could surprise him anymore, the man leapt from the ground to the top of the walls of the Pike without breaking his stride. Haha! Look at those ironborn cunts! Robert laughed as the two watched the glowing red blade steadily move across the battlements towards the main gate. If only the fucker didn't look so Valyrian, I'd be tempted to steal him from you, Ned. But I can't look at the fucker without picturing the mad dragon fuck who ruined my love. Again, Ned had to bite his tongue. This time almost to the point where it bled. How can you truly love someone you met once and only spoke with a handful of times? Did you truly love her, Robert, or merely the idea of her? And if it was the idea of her, what part did you love? The potential challenge she would bring in trying to tame her? Or would you have let her be who she is? Hearing the king's hammer being raised, an action that was mimicked by the king's guard stationed just behind the two of them, Ned left thoughts of his sister behind as he brought himself back to the battle at hand. Come on, Ned. Robert laughed, kicking his horse forward. We can't let that sorcerer of yours have all the fucking fun. Let's go kill some ironborn. Cutting his way across the battlements, Nox found himself becoming bored with the whole battle quickly. This wasn't a fight. It was a slaughter. Even more so than the brief skirmish that had been held at Barrowton. At least there the men had some morale and were willing to fight. Here, the defenders on the castle walls were damn near pissing themselves out of fear. Some of them couldn't even hold their weapons or shields steady before Nox cut them down like a farmer scything through wheat. Unbelievably pathetic, Nox thought as he opened the back of an ironborn that had decided running was preferable to standing his ground. I had such high hopes upon reading up on these people that at least one of them would be able to at least provide me with some sort of challenge. But so far, they've been nothing but a disappointment. Walking up to one of the towers along the wall, Nox sent a burst of force energy into the wooden door, blasting the door and the surrounding frame inwards and leaving them little more than splinters in the wind. Stepping through the destroyed door, Nox immediately stopped and leaned back, just barely avoiding the axe that had been aimed for his head. Swinging his lightsaber up, Nox bisected his would-be attacker vertically and then sidestepped to avoid his falling corpse. Swinging his lightsaber around himself slowly, as the dozen defenders worked to regain their footing. Now then, gentlemen, why don't you simply make this easy on yourselves and tell me what I want to know, and I'll be on my way. Where are the Greyjoys? Fuck you, Greenlander. One of the men shouted before rushing at Nox with a throwing axe in hand. Pathetic, Nox calmly stated as he sidestepped the charging man and with one swing cut clean through the man's leather and chainmail armor before readying himself as the rest of the Ironborn regained their feet. One by one the defenders of Castle Pike charged at him, and one by one they fell before they could even come close to reaching him. With the span of a few seconds, Nox stood alone within the tower, with only 2 surviving Pike defenders left alive. The elder was clutching at the stump of an arm that he had left, courtesy to Nox. And the younger, obviously related to the man, was clinging to the elder in desperation and fear. Deactivating his lightsaber, Nox kicked up a nearby stool and sat down across from the two. Now, there are 2 ways things can go from here. He explained calmly to the 2 near trembling men. First, I kill you 2 slowly and painfully and then walk out of here and tear apart the Pike brick by brick until I find the Greyjoys and bring them to heel. Or 2, you tell me where they are holding up, and this all ends much sooner and with a lot less death and destruction. You have 30 seconds to decide. Fuck you, Greenlander. The elder near shouted, before groaning as the pain in his severed limb spiked, forcing him back down. We tell you, and our liege lords will find out and they'll make examples of us and our families. Possibly, or you suffer now, Nox replied disinterestedly. But I can understand wanting to protect your families. So, tell me what I want to know, and I can assure you that the Greyjoys will know nothing of your duplicity. 15 seconds. They're in the Great Keep just across the stone bridge. The younger man all but shouted, drawing a sharp look from the elder. Thank you, Nox nodded, rising to his feet. Now, to keep my end of the bargain. Jerking his right hand, Nox quickly snapped the 2 men's necks with the force. Never leave an enemy behind to stab you in the back. Nox thought as he stared down at the corpses. A lesson all Sith learn at a very early stage. Hearing war cries and the thunder of thousands of footsteps, Nox tilted his head to the side as he reached out with his senses. It appears that the king's vanguard has wasted little time in beginning their approach. Nox thought as he felt the unmistakable presences of the king, Stark, and Lannister all slowly approaching the castle main gate with most of their forces before them. Well, I suppose I should hold up my promise and open the door for them before continuing on to find the Greyjoys. Walking out of the tower and back onto the ramparts, Nox took a moment to cloak himself in the force before jumping off the ramparts and onto a nearby roof before anyone could notice his presence. The cloak didn't make him invisible like a true stealth field generator. But it did make it so anyone that gave him a passing glance would simply dismiss his presence immediately. Not a good trick for deceiving those who were force sensitive. But in a city battle like this with thousands of non-force sensitives, it might as well have been one. Once he was on the roof, it was a simple matter of jumping from one roof to the next as he made his way across the condensed buildings towards the main gate. Once he was in line with the gate, he took a moment to scrutinize it. Reinforced steel. Layered with thick treated wood. And 24 defenders arranged in a half-moon formation just within, ready to fight back against the first ones to breach the gate. A fine gate for this era to be sure and a decent plan. But in the end, useless against the force. Reaching out with the force, he grabbed hold of the old sturdy gate around the edges. The defenders that were standing ready all started yelling as the steel gate groaned as the metal bent inward seemingly without cause. The groaning stopped as the gate reached its structural limits. Then all hell broke loose as the gate's wooden beams and steel gave way, showering the defenders with a hail of wooden splinters and broken steel pieces. That should be enough for now. Nox threw, watching in mild amusement as the defenders began yelling over one another as they tried to form some semblance of defense. Don't want to take all the glory for myself. And besides, I still have some Krakens to hunt down. Turning his back on the now opened gate, Nox quickly and quietly made his way across the rooftops that composed the buildings within the gatehouse portion of the Pike. Once he reached the cliff edge that separated the mainland portion of the Pike from the Great Keep, Nox took a moment to kneel and observe his surroundings. The only way to access the Great Keep of the Pike was by a single large stone bridge that crossed from the mainland to the keep. However, that bridge was now littered with makeshift barricades and well over 100 defenders, all of whom were frantically trying to reinforce their defenses as defenders from a main gate came filtering to the bridge and began to spread word of the gatehouse's fall. Well, could go for the brute force approach, Nox thought as quickly assessed the fighters beneath him. But that would just be a waste of time. Instead, let's go for a more unconventional approach. And seeing as how all of their attention is focused solely in front of them, none of them are looking up. All the better for me. Backing away from the edge of the house he was standing on, Nox carefully considered the Great Keep before him. Finding a spot that he deemed suitable, Nox backtracked to the opposite end of the house until his heel was on the edge. If nothing else, this will be interesting. Running forward as fast as he could, Nox focused the force into his legs as he approached the opposite end of the house. Right as he reached the edge, he pushed off with the force and flew into the air. None of the defenders on the bridge paid him any heed as they were more worried about what was in front of them instead of what could possibly be above them. As he quickly approached the great keep of the Pike, he curled himself into a tight ball and rolled himself forward just before he crashed through a closed wooden window shutter. The sound of a woman screaming and frantic scrambling around was the first thing to register in his mind as he rolled across the floor of the room before managing to stop himself before he collided with the wall of the room. "Damn it," he muttered, slowly rising to his feet and rolling his shoulder while using the force to assess himself. "That hurt like hell. Right shoulder is dislocated. Cracked, 1, 2, 3 ribs. And a fractured radius in my right forearm. Lovely." Turning his attention from himself to the other occupants in the room, Nox couldn't help but scoff and shake his head as he took in the 2 others that were using the room he'd just crashed into. Both of whom were frantically trying to redress. "Really? We're in the middle of a siege, and you two decide that now would be the perfect time to fuck? Force, the men in this land really do think with their cocks instead of their brains, don't they?" The woman, a simple serving girl he would guess, had managed to cover herself mostly before trying to make herself as small as possible in the far corner of the room away from him. The man, however, after lacing up his pants, had picked up a throwing axe and was now advancing on Nox. "I don't know who fuck you are, Greenlander, nor how you got here, but I'm gonna shove this fucking axe so far up your arse that..." Not in any mood to hear such blustering, Nox simply lifted the man off the ground with the force and slammed him into the wall directly in front of Nox. "I'm in no mood to listen to your crude language at the moment," Nox growled as the man started clutching at his throat as Nox began choking the life out of him. "And unfortunately for you, I have need of something you possess. So, your death won't be quick nor painless." The air around Nox's left hand condensed, forming a dark miasma of force energy that shot out like spears and impaled the man before him. The Ironborn had a moment of realization of something going wrong before he screamed, an ear-piercing scream that Nox quickly silenced by filling his mouth with a ball of force energy. "Quiet!" Nox grumbled as he began to pull the man's life essence out of his body and into his own. "This takes a great deal of concentration." Nox could feel himself becoming revitalized as he absorbed the man's essence. His right arm twitched as his dislocated shoulder went back in place while simultaneously his forearm cracked as the bone righted itself and healed over. Once his wounds were healed over, he released the no longer struggling man and watched dispassionately as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "I hate doing that," Nox mumbled to himself as he checked himself over, noting how 2 of his 3 ribs were still not completely healed. While some Dark Lords reveled in stealing the life force of others, to Nox the technique always left a bad taste in his mouth, which was why he didn't bother to master it. Which was also why he usually ended up killing his victims when he used it. Feeling a slight sensation from the force registering a threat, Nox didn't even bother to turn around. "That would be a very poor decision for your health, my dear," he said, his words stopping the servant girl that had been trying to sneak up behind him dead in her tracks. "Now, drop the knife, go back to your corner, and I'll let you live." The knife that had been in the girl's hand clattered to the floor as the serving girl scurried quickly back to the corner she'd been hiding in. "Good girl," Nox praised the young woman as he made his way towards the door, stopping as he reached out and grabbed the latch to open it. "I have no doubt that you will go and raise the alarm about my presence here. It's your duty to do so, so I will not begrudge you that. However, you will count in your head to 10 a total of 20 times before you do so to give me a head start. Do so, and you will live to see tomorrow. Do not, and I will hunt you down when this is over and kill you, your parents, your siblings, and even your family pets if you have them. Understand?" The young girl was practically hyperventilating as she nodded frantically. "Yes, me lord." "Good," Nox nodded, opening the door and stepping out before giving her a wave goodbye. "When you leave, tell the other servants to stay out of my way if they wish to live to tomorrow." After leaving the room, Nox began wandering the mostly deserted corridors of the Great Hall of Castle Pike while reaching out with his senses. This keep is mostly deserted save for the serving staff and a few defenders that are setting up choke points within the keep. But there seems to be a decent number of men congregating in a large space just up ahead. There is no other clustering of men of that size anywhere, so if Balon is anywhere in the keep, it has to be there. Reaching the uppermost floor of the keep, Nox found himself before a set of doors nearly twice as tall as himself that were slightly ajar and no one guarding them. Hearing voices coming from within, Nox leaned against the wall and listened to what was going on in the room beyond. "Telling you, uncles." It was the storm god himself. He threw lightning from his hands and destroyed the northern wall of the gatekeep. A young man was shouting desperately between desperate gasps of air. "And so, instead of holding your position on the wall, you turned tail and fled back here like a craven Greenlander. How pathetic, nephew," a second, slightly older voice said. "Perhaps we should save the Greenlanders the trouble and send you to the drowned god now. We can simply tell your dear father that you fell in defense of the wall. A much better tale than telling him the heir to the Iron Islands ran with his tail between his legs from battle. Enough, Euron, a third, harsher voice cut in, ending the tirade of the newly named Euron. Maron did right in retreating back so that we can have time to prepare against this, supposed sorcerer. There's nothing supposed about this sorcerer, Uncle Victarion. I saw what he did with my own two fucking eyes. We need to get father and get on the ships and get out of here before he gets to us. The young man, Maron, shouted desperately. So, your plan is to simply leave the Iron Islands to King Robert, a fourth, slightly more cultured voice chimed in. You would abandon your people to his wrath just to save your own skin? If that is your plan, then tell me why my men and I should not simply kill you now and present your corpse to Robert as a peace offering. Deciding he'd heard enough and that he wanted to have a little fun, Nox knocked on the door with enough force to open the heavy door, revealing himself to the occupants on the other side. Oh, excuse me, Nox muttered, looking around the room. Maron, Victarion, Euron, the noble cultured voice one and a dozen men at arms. This might possibly prove to be a bit entertaining. I'm looking for a pathetic cowardly weasel named Balon Greyjoy. I've been tasked him bringing him to King Robert alive, or at least partially alive that is. If you gentlemen could kindly point me in his direction, I'll leave you to your bickering. It was almost comical to watch as the dozen men at arms tried their best to form a human shield between Nox and the lords while the lords themselves did their best not to act surprised. So, the one he identified as Euron, drawled while stepping forward. You must be the sorcerer that turned my beloved nephew into a coward. You've got balls, I'll admit that. But apparently all that power has rotted your mind. That's the only reason as to why you are here, alone. In the heart of our power. The moment Nox was able to get a good read on the man, he immediately put this Euron Greyjoy on his list of others keep an eye on. His comments were crass, and his manner was that of a prankster. But Nox could see beyond those facades to the keen mind beneath. A mind that was far more open than others he'd met. Yes, he would have to keep a close eye on this man. Provided he lived the day that was. Who can say for sure? Nox shrugged before pointing towards a table near the side windows that held several dozen pitchers and glasses. Mind if sate my thirst? Slaughtering all of your men on my way here has made me quite parched. Nearly all the Ironborn shifted their weight forward to charge at his comment, but Euron showed the respect and command he held amongst his brethren as he stopped them all with a simply outstretched hand. Of course, I'm not one to deny a dead man his last request. Walking over to the table, Nox took his time in examining each pitcher for poison or any other nefarious chemicals before picking up a pitcher of red wine and pouring himself a glass. After his failure to spot the poison cup offered to him by Lord Palladius on Nar Shaddaa, Nox had made a point to learn how to detect contaminants in drinks to prevent himself from being taken unaware like that again. Uncoupling his mask, he held it loosely off to the side as he took a long drink. This isn't bad, he remarked. Would this be Arbor Gold by chance? I'll have to have a case delivered if it is. All the Ironborn were staring at him in stunned silence as his face was revealed to all. Euron was the first to overcome his surprise. The Reaver threw his head back and laughed a full belly laugh. Ha ha ha. This is too fucking much. A blind man. A fucking blind man made my beloved nephew run like a fucking coward. This is too funny. Finishing off the cup, he set it back down on the table and turned so he was facing Euron and the nobles. With his supposed handicap now exposed, he wasn't surprised as Euron and the cultured noble to begin directing the other Ironborn with hand signals to quietly surround him. Not as dumb as I thought. This is proving more and more promising with each passing minute. Blind I may be, Euron Greyjoy, but I still see better than most. Just in a different manner is all. And I'm not dead yet, so why do you assume having a drink was a last request, as you call it? Your nephew saw me destroy the strongest part of your defenses and I cut my way through your men to get here. So, knowing that, what chance do you think you and your men have? Even if you are the supposed best the Iron Islands have to offer. He could practically feel the cockiness radiating off of Euron as he drew himself up to his full height. I've sailed across most of the known world, blind man, all the way to Qarth and back. I've met and talked with the warlocks of Qarth and I've seen a shadow priestess perform rituals while other red priestess use their power to discern the future from the flames. And while the power is unquestionable, it all comes with a similar cost. It's exhausting. The warlocks would sleep for a day after performing a ritual. And the shadowbinder I watched had to be half carried away after she was finished with her task. And you destroyed a wall. Fought through dozens, maybe hundreds of our men and made your way here. I'd be surprised if you even had enough power left in you to defeat one of us, let alone 24. 16, Nox corrected. There are 16 of you. Yourself, Maron, Victarion, another noble and a dozen men at arms, totaling 16. Not 24. I'm blind, not inept. Euron recovered quickly. Apparently so. I like you, sorcerer. So, I'll make you a deal. I let you live, and you teach me how to throw lightning from my hands like my nephew claims you can. Reaffixing his mask, Nox shook his head. And you still think that you are in control? Foolishly naive. The men now had him fully surrounded, 4 of whom had crossbows aimed at his back waiting for Euron's signal to end his life. While what you said about mystical powers exhausting those who use them is technically correct, your reasoning is flawed. Because whoever said that I use the same type of power as these warlocks and shadowbinders? Kill the bastard. The young Greyjoy, Maron, shouted, his sword clearing its sheath. A new galleon captaincy to the one who ends this fucker's life. Foolish, Nox growled, lifting his left hand. In response, the 4 men behind him with crossbows all rose into the air, clutching their throats as Nox cut off their air with the force. Clenching his fist and twisting it, he broke all 4 of their necks simultaneously while using the force to draw his lightsaber into his right hand and activating it before their bodies could hit the floor. Now, who wants to die next? The sudden death of 4 of their comrades halted the Ironborn, but only for a second as Victarion gave off a vicious war cry and charged at him, his 2-headed axe held high and ready to cut him down. You're full of openings. Nox commented quietly, using the force to carry his voice so that all of the men could hear him despite his tone. Sliding his left foot forward, Nox brought his lightsaber down on an angle, cutting through Victarion's right arm before following the attack up with a swift kick with his right foot into Victarion's chest. Victarion's chest armor folded like cheap metal beneath the force of the impact. The impressively sized Greyjoy was sent flat onto his back. Winded, armless and weaponless. You're all full of openings. Nox remarked further as the rest of the Ironborn charged at him. Moving in a blur of motion, Nox cut down one attack after another, exploiting every opening he could find in the men's armor and form. One foolish idiot got it in his mind to try climb atop a table and make a jump at him, but he didn't even get the chance to start his descent before Nox ended his pathetic life with a bout of force lightning from his left hand. Within seconds, the Ironborn number had been reduced to half. Soon after there were only 4 left standing, Euron, Maron, the noble and 1 man at arms. Euron was skilled, there was no doubt about that. But his movements had been honed to fight on the rocking of a ship, not on land, and it showed as the man was incredibly off balance as he unconsciously tried to constantly correct himself while swinging wildly at Nox. You're good, Nox remarked as he dodged the wild attacks. Eventually, Euron overextended and Nox was able to step within Euron's reach, brining his knee up into the pirate's gut and doubling the man over. But not good enough. Raising his lightsaber, he brought the blade down intent to cleave through the man's head. But at the last moment he threw himself back as he felt a tremor in the force. The bolt of a crossbow passed through the air where he'd been not a moment before. While he managed to avoid the bolt, his movements redirected his lightsaber, so instead of cutting through Euron's head, his lightsaber merely grazed across his face and over his left eye, leaving Euron to scream in agony as he clutched at the burning wound. Die, sorcerer! Using the force to support himself, Nox managed to spin in a tight circle despite being bent backwards to the point of being nearly parallel to the floor. Circling around his opponent, Nox broad slashed at Ironborn's back, cutting deep and making the man collapse face first onto the cold stone floor. Prince Maron. Righting himself, Nox brought his lightsaber back around ready to end the cultured noble, only for something unexpected to happen. Instead of having his lightsaber cut through the metal of the man's sword, the 2 blades, locked upon meeting one another. The fact that his lightsaber had been blocked completely floored Nox as 1001 questions immediately raced through his mind. It was only because of a warning from the force that he was able to avoid the follow-up attack from the noble, but even then, only just as the man's blade left a slight scratch across the surface of his chest plate. Get the prince and the injured out of here. The cultured noble yelled over his shoulder to whoever was still able to move while he stood before Nox, his sword held in a midguard and, surprisingly, unblemished. I'll deal with the sorcerer cunt. Tracing a finger along the scratch on his chest, Nox did nothing to stop the man at arms and Victarion Greyjoy as they helped Maron and Euron Greyjoy to their feet and carried them out of the hall. Interesting, he thought, focusing in on the blade in the noble's hand. There are very few substances that can stand against a lightsaber, Beskar being the most well-known and most sought after. But even then, it will yield after prolonged contact. But that sword. That sword is completely unblemished after locking blades with a lightsaber. Most interesting. Tell me, is that Valyrian steel by chance? The noble hesitated. And what if it is? Just curious, Nox remarked. I've only seen one example of Valyrian steel since coming to these lands and that is the Stark family sword, Ice. And, as remarkable as the weapon is, I couldn't exactly ask my host to let me experiment on a basically priceless family heirloom. But now, here you are with a Valyrian sword. So, let's make a deal. You hand it over, and I let you live. Refuse, and I take the sword from your corpse. Like hells you will. The noble shouted, taking up an absurd stance, but one that the noble no doubt found heroic. I am Lord Dunstan Drum, the Bone Hand. The captain of the Thunderer and Lord of Oldwick of the Iron Islands. I've been killing men twice your age and skill since before your father squirted you into your whore of a mother's cunt. And I will be damned to the depths of the drowned god before I see my family's sword in the hands of a Greenlander cun. To Lord Dunstan's eyes, Knox must have seemed to have moved from his several paces away to right by his side in the blink of an eye. In truth, Knox had simply used the force to subtly make the man believe that Knox was still standing in place when in truth, he'd been approaching the man throughout his tirade. The hissing of his lightsaber cut through the sudden silence as Knox activated his weapon while it was pressed firmly against the man's side. The lightsaber easily cut through the Lord's body, sticking out the opposite side from where Knox was standing. A lightsaber doesn't truthfully cut in the conventional sense. The blade in fact burns through whatever it touches. I can only imagine the agony you must be feeling at this moment, forced to stay standing as my lightsaber slowly burns you from the inside. Knox's voice was completely devoid of emotion as he held his position, lightsaber piercing through the Ironborn Lord and using the force to keep him in place. Normally, I would relish the opportunity to fight one as skilled as you. Especially as we were on equal footing with you having a Valyrian sword. And while I would have still killed you in the end, I would have made your death quick. But you made a fatal flaw. And that was insulting my mother. A woman who was tortured and brutalized before my very eyes simply because I was born with the force. And now, not only will you die a slow agonizing death, but I'm going to take your sword and melt it down and experiment on it to my heart's content. Lord Drum's eyes bulged as he tried to fight a quickly losing battle against the pain coursing through his body. Don't talk. Knox growled, twisting the blade and ripping it out of the man, just die. Sidestepping, Knox let the Ironborn Lord fall face first to the ground, dead. Deactivating his lightsaber, Knox used the force to summon the Valyrian sword, Red Rain, along with its sheath and the belt the Lord used to hold the sheath to his waist. It took him a minute, but Knox managed to configure it so that the belt crossed his chest from his shoulder to his hip, leaving the pommel of the sword over his right shoulder. Reaching out with his senses, he quickly found the 3 retreating Greyjoys and their 1 surviving man-at-arms. Now that he had seen them, fought against them, he could easily pick up their presences through the force and track them. They were moving as fast as they could out of the keep and making their way across a stone bridge to the next keep on the island chain. Run, little mice, Knox smirked beneath his mask as he set off on a leisurely pace, letting the Greyjoys run freely from him. Run back to your brother and king. It'll make finding him all the easier once you lead me directly to him. Chapter 6, Greyjoy Rebellion Part 3. Well, here we are folks, a bit earlier than I had anticipated, but this chapter was easy and fun to write. Again, despite the early release of this chapter, I still plan on releasing new chapters on a monthly basis, unless I get ahead of myself and get a chapter done and get a good head start on the next chapter. Like always, thank you to everyone who has added this story to their alerts, favorites or who have taken the time to review. Thank you all very much. And please, feel free to continue reviewing if you feel so inclined, it really helps to motivate writing when you know that you are making something that people enjoy reading. And a huge shout out to my brainstorm partner / beta reader for this story, Telemachus Sundance. Thank you for all your help on this and the quick turnaround time. Lastly, standard disclaimer, I do not own Game of Thrones, A Song of Fire and Ice nor Star Wars. Chapter 6. Standing near the bedside that housed his eldest son, Balon Greyjoy, King of the Iron Islands and Lord of the Seas, watched on as the Maester of the Pike wiped the dried blood off his son's back with a wet cloth. His son's skin had grown pale, deathly pale. His eyes would not open. And the only indication that he even still lived was the very slow, very erratic rise and fall of his chest as he gasped for his last breaths. You will save him. Balon stated emotionlessly. He'd already lost 1 son in this war, and he would be damned if he would lose another. The Maester paused mid-wipe and gave him a fearful look. My lord your grace. I don't know if I can. Whatever he was hit with cut through his clothes and plate armor like they were nothing. His wound is deep and already cauterized. I've never seen a weapon that could do this. At this point, I believe all that we can do is make him comfortable. Balon crossed the room and grasped the Maester by the throat, squeezing tight and lifting the trembling old fool up to his feet. You will save him, Balon commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. I have no need for a Maester that cannot even perform the most basic of instructions. Heal him. Or share his fate. Letting go of the old fool, Balon turned his back on the Maester and his son and left the room. How did it come to this? Balon cursed as he marched down the hall towards the main hall within the sea tower towards the small gathering hall while his 2 Kingsguard fell into step behind him. Euron has lost his eye and is out of the fight. The Maester shoved enough milk of the poppy down his throat to ensure that much. Victarion can still fight, but the man is now lame and next to useless. How could this come to pass? Sure, Balon knew that his succession from the Iron Throne and subsequent raids on the Westerlands and the rest of Westeros would provoke a retaliation, but he had not expected this. Dorne had not joined, as he'd expected. But the fact that the Tyrells and the rest of the Reach had joined the fight so readily had not been what he'd planned for. That in the north arriving so fast. Even after he'd sent a fleet to cripple their few pathetic ships. All the northern raids had been delaying tactics, to be sure. But they were strategically planned to draw everyone's attention away from Balon's true goal. The one thing that would truly allow him to win this war and have Robert all but begging for him to keep his crown. How did it all go wrong? He knew the answer to that question though, even if he did not want to accept it. The Northern Sorcerer. A variable he had not accounted for, and rightfully so. The man had not even existed in Westeros until just before Balon launched his war. If not for that magical fuck, then the northern armies would still be stranded in the north and Balon would not be reduced to hiding like a fucking coward in the sea tower, using his last option to try and buy as much time as necessary for the men he'd dispatched to complete their task. And his son would not be on the plank, fighting to stay out of the storm god's embrace. Walking into the hall, he took stock what few men he had left between himself and Robert's armies. A crippled Kraken and 36 men. Not much of a fucking army, he thought bitterly as he made his way towards his makeshift throne. He would have preferred the sea stone chair, but as his brothers lost the Great Hall to that sorceress fucker. So, this was now his throne. Captain Hugo, Balon barked, ignoring his brother, who'd wrapped his stump of an arm in a cloth bandage. Take 24 men and secure the hall. Knock down the rope bridge. Make sure that sorcerer fuck can't reach us. His captain of the guard nodded and saluted him by slamming his fist against his chest. It will be done, Your Grace. The man said before turning and barking out orders as he and 2/3 of Balon's remaining forces went with him. Once they were out of the hall, Balon turned to his brother. Seal the door. His brother's brow twitched, but he nodded and rose to his feet to see the orders done. His brother knew the plan. Knew that at this point, they were only trying to buy time. Should the fallen rope bridge prove enough to keep the sorcerer and Robert at bay, then he would unseal the door. But should it not, then the 24 men looked outside the hall would make sure the sorcerer did not leave the hall alive. Leaning back in his throne, he watched as his remaining 12 men shut the heavy doors to the hall before using tables, chairs, and whatever else they could find to barricade the door from this side. Just as the last piece of furniture was being upended and brought to the doors, the maester of the Pike hobbled his way into the room. His pace and constant fidgeting told Balon everything he needed to know. His son had entered the embrace of the drowned god. Your Grace. The maester stuttered, clearly trying to find the words. Your son, he is healed, is he not? Balon asked, knowing full well the answer. This war may have turned on me, but I will find my satisfaction one way or another. Even if it is just by fucking with this cunt. The maester was visibly sweating. Your Grace, your son, Prince Maron, he has passed, Your Grace. Leaning forward, Balon rested his elbows on his knees and fixed the maester with a glare. Tell me, maester. You were trained in the art of healing, were you not? And the purpose of a maester is to treat and keep the ruling family members alive, is it not? The maester visibly swallowed. Yes, Your Grace, it is. So, Balon continued. You're either a failure or a fraud. And I have no use for either. Snapping his fingers, his 2 Kingsguard marched forward. One of the men slammed his gauntlet fist into the old man's gut, doubling him over before each grabbed an arm and hoisted the man up. Had we been at sea, I would order you keel-hauled for your failure. But as we are not, I have to get creative. Rising to his feet, he grabbed the maester's chin and forced the man to look up at him. Put him in a fish barrel, pound a few nails in to drive the point of his failure home. And then throw him out the tallest window to the sea. Returning to his chair, Balon watched on with no slight amount of amusement as the maester screamed and pleaded for his life as his 2 Kingsguard shoved the withered old man into a nearby barrel and sealed the top. The man's muffled screams only intensified as they began pounding over a dozen hand-length iron nails into the sidewalls of the barrels. And as they tipped the barrel over and began to roll it out of the hall, the maester's cries reached a fevered pitch as he begged for mercy and beat his fists against his cramped wooden prison. Brother. His amusement cut short, Balon fixed his lame brother with a glare. That is Your Grace, lame Victorian. His brother sneered, as you wish, Your Grace. Better, Balon nodded before waving with his hand for his brother to continue. Now, tell me everything you saw when battling this, sorcerer. Before he turned you into a lame failure, that is. Victorion's sneer only intensified. As you wish, Your Grace. Walking with his men, the captain of the guard for Greyjoy House, Hugo Pike, kept a weather eye on his surroundings at all times, even as they simply walked from the gathering hall to the rope bridge that served as the final connection point from the sea tower to the rest of the islands that made up the Great Pike Keep. Based on what Victorian Greyjoy had managed to tell them about this sorcerer's abilities, Hugo wouldn't have been surprised if the man suddenly materialized out of the shadows. And judging by the way his men were near jumping at every little sound and the way their eyes kept moving towards each new shadow they passed, their thoughts were similar to his own. Once they reached the balcony that led to the rope bridge, Hugo scanned the bridge and the other two stone bridges that led up to the rope bridge carefully, trying to find any clue as to the whereabouts of the sorcerer. But there was no sign of the man at all. "You four," he called out, pointing to 4 of the 24 with him before motioning towards his 2 best archers. "Start cutting the bridge supports. You two, keep an eye on the other bridges. If that fucker shows his head, I want each of you to put 2 arrows in his fucking skull and then 1 in his balls." "Aye, Captain," the 6 men he signaled out responded before setting about their respective tasks. "The rest of you sorry cunts, with me," he ground out, turning his back on the rope bridge. "We're gonna set a few surprises for this fucking sorcerer should he manage to reach us." "But, Captain," one of the men called out, clearly confused. "If we be cut in the only bridge to the tower, then how is the fucker gonna reach us?" Stopping in his tracks, Hugo fixed the idiot with a glare that'd make battle-hardened men nearly piss in their pants. If what Lord Greyjoy said be true, then that fucker destroyed the walls of the Gatekeep and managed to get to the Great Keep without anyone fucking noticing. Do you really think a simple thing like not having a bridge will stop that fucker from reaching us? His men didn't have anything to say to that as he led them back down the corridor towards the Gathering Hall and King Balon's Solar. Thankfully, they had the advantage in terms of terrain within the tower. The circular corridor that wound around the tower leading up to the Gathering Hall was a one-way passage, with several guest rooms situated within the tower. "Keep these doors open," he commanded, motioned towards the rooms they passed. 2 men will be in each room, hidden from view. Once that fucker passes you by, fuck him up the assin. Screams of death and the unmistakable fading scream of a man falling to his death echoed throughout the corridor, making all his men turn quickly and draw their weapons. "I am possible." The youngest of those in his guard stammered. He wasn't on the bridge just a moment ago. He wasn't on any of the fucking bridges. He couldn't fucking hell's fuck. "We're dead. We're fuck. Shut your hole before I shove my axe in it," Hugo growled, slapping the boy across the face with enough force to send him to the ground. "No time to set fucking traps now, fall back to the Gathering Hall." But as they made their way back to the Gathering Hall, Hugo felt his already low heart sink into the pit of his stomach at finding the doors to the Gathering Hall shut. No doubt sealed from the inside on orders of King Balon. "No," the same youngster from earlier whispered, his lip coated with blood from the slap. "His Grace, he's left us to die. We're going to fucking die. He's leaving us to fuck." Drawing his dirk, Hugo stepped up behind the lad, clasped a hand over his mouth and shoved his dirk through the boy's back and into his heart. Letting go, he let the dying body fall face first to the ground. "His Grace hasn't abandoned us," he growled, cursing his king for leaving him in this situation. But it was true, after a fashion. He knew his king well enough to know that Balon hadn't abandoned them. He'd given them 2 options. Kill the intruder. Or die trying. His Grace has given us the chance to prove that we truly are the toughest fuckers in the land. Once we kill this sorcerer cunt, our legend will be such that whenever we enter a room, every cunt will be dripping just waiting to get our cocks in them. And every man will only be able to wish they could have the honor we have. But that reward comes with a price. The iron price. Let us pay the iron price upon this fucking cunt sorcerer to ensure our reputation as the best fighters in the fucking realm." He could see some of his men's eyes harden as their backs straightened. The thought of killing the one who maimed the Greyjoys and potentially killed their prince by itself was very enticing. But their captain was right. Once they took him down, they would be fucking legends. And anything they could imagine would be theirs. Salt wives, rock wives, ships, gold, anything. "Form up!" Hugo shouted, sheathing his dirk and raising his axe. "Shields in front, archers behind. Swords and axes at the ready. Let's kill this fucker." His men quickly formed ranks. 6 men with heavy shields took a knee in front of him while 3 archers notched arrows behind them and waited for their enemy to show himself. "Come on, you fucking coward!" Hugo cursed, casting glances at his men and noting their slight shifting in place as their nerves began to return with the longer they were forced to wait. "It took you no fucking time at all to cross the bridges, so why the fuck are you taking a leisurely stroll now?" He received his answer in the form of the sound of something slamming shut. Then another. Then another. It took him a minute to place, but as he noticed the slowly darkening hall before him, he realized what was happening. "Light the torches. Now!" he shouted, drawing surprised looks from his men, not surprising seeing as how it was midday and the sun was high in the sky. "The fucker is shutting the shutters. Light the fucking torches now!" His men, finally noticing the hall darkening as another shutter slammed shut, began frantically searching themselves for a piece of flint. Mercifully, one of his men had a piece on him and he only just managed to light a single torch as the shutter just down from the window they were standing next to slammed shut. "Don't let that fucking thing close!" he shouted, motioning towards the shutter that, with the now lit torch, was their only source of light in the hall. "I got it," one of his men shouted, laying down his axe as he stuck his body half out the window and used his arms to brace the shutters open. "Get some fucking wood. We need to." Whatever his man was about to say was lost in his screams and a splattering of blood as the shutters he'd been holding open forcibly shut, breaking several bones in the man's arm and removing his head from his shoulders. For a long moment, the body remained standing before it toppled limply to the side and went still completely. By the fucking deep, Hugo cursed, staring down at the headless corpse of one of his best. Throw his fucking body down the hall. Can't have it tripping our feet. His men looked at one another, fear evident on their faces even as they bent over to roll the headless body a few feet down the hall away from their formation. Once the body was clear, Hugo stared down the darkened corridor. This isn't right, he thought, noting just how dark the corridor had become. It's midday. At best, those shutters should have only been able to cut out some of the sunlight. But instead, it might as well be the dead of night in here instead of midday. We need more light. You, he ordered, motioning towards the man with the torch. Get your ass down there and light the other torches. The man looked from him, to the torch in his hand and then to down the hall. No way in the deep fucking hells am I going down the fuck there. Cowardly cunt, another man with a shield cursed, ripping the torch from the man's hand. Guess we know who fucks and who gets fucked between you and your rock wife. Pausing to light a second outstretched torch, the man readied his shield in front of him, held the lit torch above his head and out of his eyesight, and slowly walked down the hall. After a dozen or so paces, he came to the first wall sconce. Raising the torch, he quickly touched the flame to the top of the sconce, setting it alight and giving light to more of the hall. See! The man shouted over his shoulder, keeping his eyes firmly focused on the darkness in front of him. There's nothing to be sca. His sudden scream was followed as his body jerked forward. The sudden movement jarring the torch from his outstretched hand as it fell uselessly to the floor. What came next was something straight out of any man's worst nightmare. Screams. Screams of suffering and the unmistakable sound of bones snapping over and over came from the depths of the shadows. His men made to charge and save their fellow Reaver, but Hugo held out his hand, stopping them in their tracks. Hold the line, you dim-witted fucks. He shouted, trying to get his voice over the sounds of the screams of agony from the dark. He fucking wants us to come after him. Stand your fucking ground. Without warning, the screaming stopped, and the hall was cast in silence as Hugo and those he had remaining stayed in formation, waiting for the sorcerer to come out of the darkness. A slight movement in the light caught his eye. Before he could issue the command, the three archers he had all released their arrows as one towards the disturbance. Hold! He shouted, holding up his hand. Strange, the arrows didn't clutter to the ground, he thought, his eyes desperately searching the darkness. The slightest whistle was their only warning as the three arrows that had been released by his archers were suddenly coming back at them. No one, not even Hugo, had time to react as the three arrows whistled past them and pierced each of his archers through the heart, ending their lives. And before their bodies could even hit the ground, a wet sound, like a bag of wet clothes, hit the ground half the distance between Hugo and his remaining men and the second lit torch down the hall. It was the man he'd sent down to light the torches. His body twisted into knots, literally, and his face frozen in a scream of dying agony. Fucking coward! Hugo shouted to the darkness. Show your fucking self, sorcerer. You think this shit scars us? We're fucking ironborn. We see shit like this during the breaking of our fast. If that is indeed true, and I highly doubt that it is, then I truly feel sorry for your people. Hugo, and the rest of his men, all snapped up straight as possible, their weapons held aloft and ready for a fight as they faced off against the voice in the darkness. Strange, I heard him. But I can't tell where his voice was coming from. It was almost as if he's fucking everywhere at once. You think your little tricks scare us, sorcerer? He shouted, putting on a brave front for his men. You don't. You hear me, you fucking cunt. You don't scare us. These little tricks mean nothing. A laugh, slow and menacing, came from the dark. Judging by the fact that the man next to you has literally pissed himself, I believe that I am doing a fine job of scaring you. Risking a glance downwards, Hugo's lips curled up in disgust as he could see in the dim light of the torch that the man next to him had, in fact, pissed himself. But if you are not scared just yet, then perhaps I should actually start trying. Let me show you, Captain Hugo Pike, what it truly means to fight against a Sith. Tightening his hold on his axe, Hugo waited with bated breath for the bastard to finally show himself. Only, he didn't. Fuck me, look at the fucking walls. Eyes flickering towards the torch, Hugo's eyes widened at what he saw. That's impossible. The shadows were, moving around the torch. Elongating. Stretching. Almost as if they were. The shadows were forming into tentacles. And just like a kraken reaching from the depths of the sea to capture a ship, the darkness reached out from the shadows, wound up the torch and snuffed the flame out, darkening the hall again. Don't let that fucking torch go out! Hugo shouted, pushing the man holding the torch back and doing his best to keep the fear from leaching into his voice. Is is this what he meant? He wondered as he watched the shadows slowly crawl across the wall and the up to the torch to snuff out yet another light. This, fear? Is this, how these strange fuckers fight? Fucking cowards. Fuck. Whipping his head around, Hugo's eyes widened even further as he turned just in time to watch the shadows grab hold of the last remaining torch, wrenching it free from the man's hand and bringing it up to the ceiling before snuffing out the flame and leaving Hugo and his last remaining men encased in total darkness. Dead, we're fucking dead. Hugo didn't correct the man. His fear had taken hold as soon as the darkness surrounded them completely. He could hear his own heart hammering in his chest and found the sudden darkness only slightly welcoming as it meant his men couldn't see the axe shaking in his hand. Then he felt it. The cold. It stabbed at his heart and his gut, almost doubling him over as fear ran rampart through him. His body shivered against his wool and his heart hammered as sweat began to run free down his face. The silence and darkness were broken as a hiss of quenched steel, loud as if it were a hammer on an anvil. The darkness was broken as the hall illuminated in a red glow that took the shape of a sword in a man's hand. A man wearing all black with a mask over his face. Hugo was not one for religion outside of the drowned god. But here and now, he swore that he was looking at the avatar of the stranger himself. And all he could think was one final thought as the stranger advanced. We're so fucked. Sitting in his makeshift throne, Balon fixated his gaze on the barred door on the opposite end of the hall from him. Beside him stood his daughter Asha, wearing leather armor and holding an axe. If only you had been born a man instead, Balon lamented and sneered at her. Perhaps then I would have actually had a son I could be proud of. But no matter, she will serve her purpose here. I didn't summon her here to fight, as amusing as that would be to see. No. She's here for one reason only. To serve as a woman should serve, on her back or on her knees. And if that's what it takes to delay this, sorcerer, that I need to offer my want-to-be son of a daughter to this fucking man, then so be it. On his other side stood Victarion, his stump of an arm wrapped in layers and holding an axe in his remaining hand. And beside him was Euron, who was standing on his feet but still under the effects of the milk of the poppy. A lame brother and a second dulled by the milk of the poppy? Pathetic, he thought, casting a look around the room at what was left of his men. And a dozen fuckers left. That's all I have. All I have left of my kingdom now. But all is not lost. Not yet. We may not have been able to buy as much time as necessary during the siege. But my men should have completed at least one of their tasks by now. I may have to be humiliated before Robert, but, in the end, he will come back to me, on his knees, begging for me to take back my crown. Just as the thought passed through his head of Robert on his knees before him, the screaming started. Screams. Pleas for mercy and for help as fists banged on the door from the opposite side. He got here faster than I thought, Balon sneered, watching as his men cranked their crossbows and aimed them at the door. Perhaps there actually is something to the fucking far-fetched tales that Euron and Victarion spun to excuse their failure in stopping him. All too soon, the screaming and pounding on the door abruptly ceased, leaving only silence. Fucking deep hells, his daughter cursed, her stance fidgeting as she reaffirmed her hold on her axe. He killed them so fucking quickly. On his other side, Euron chuckled as he swayed in place. He's the fucking avatar of the storm fucking god. Simply, amazing. What secrets he holds, I need to know. Before Balon could reprimand his brother and daughter, the strangest sight happened. A red, glowing blade jabbed clean through the wood and steel of the door. Then the blade traveled down, slowly, cutting through every brace that was sealing the two doors shut. What fucking sorcery is th? Without warning the blade retracted, disappearing as it reached the bottom of the doors. Then, the doors flew open without warning. The sudden force of them opening tossed the tables, chairs, and wooden beams that had been holding the doors shut across the room as if they'd been shot out from a scorpion. Balon ducked, as did his brothers and daughter. But some of his men were not so lucky as the wood and steel from the door and its braces impaled or knocked back over half his remaining men. Kill the Fuka. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. But lightning and thunder shot forth out of the now open door, striking the man who'd shouted in the chest and throwing him back into the far wall with the force to break every bone in his body. Two more of his men managed to recover and made to charge, but both stopped in their tracks as they suddenly grabbed their throats. Then they rose into the air, clutching at their throats as if they were being lifted by an unseen force. The sounds of their necks snapping hastened Balon's breath while he watched on helplessly as their limp bodies dropped back to the ground they lay motionless. By the time Balon managed to get to his knees, his men were all but gone, leaving only himself, Asha, Euron, Victarion and two others. Then he saw him. And his breath caught in his lungs as he did. His boots echoing against the stone floor with each step he took. Cloaked in black, with black armor and gauntlets and mask that completely obscured his face from view. But it wasn't just his appearance. No. It was his presence. It felt as if Balon was staring into the deepest abyss in the land. He never been one to admit his fear, but in this moment, Balon had never been more scared in his entire life. Fucking deep hells, his daughter gasped, her hand visibly shaking. Die, you fucking sorcerer. Before he could stop her, his idiot daughter charged headlong at the sorcerer. Stupid fucking cunt. Balon wanted to scream as he watched his daughter run headlong to her death. That isn't why I brought you out of your fucking room. When she was just a few paces away, Asha swung her axe, throwing all her weight behind it as the steel aimed straight for the man's neck. But just as Balon predicted, the steel never connected with flesh. But strangely enough, the man didn't use his magic to stop her. No, he simply caught her arm by the wrist, stopping her cold. Interesting. The man's voice came from beneath the mask as if he were examining some strange oddity. You have strength, girl. More than you know. But you are not ready to challenge me yet. In the next instant, his fist flashed out, slamming into Asha's gut and doubling her over and sending her to all fours as it drove all the wind out of her lungs. And if you stay as you are, then you never will be. Balon had to give his daughter credit as she held onto her gut and glared up at the sorcerer. You killed my brother. The sorcerer's head tilted to the side. Oh, I see. So, you are a Greyjoy. And your brother, Maron, yes? He did not survive the wounds he received then. But should you really be so surprised? Your brother tried to kill me first, after all. Enough. Balon shouted, finally finding his voice. Standing up to his full height, Balon took a moment to straighten his robes as well as swallow his pride. I need this to work. You have clearly bested my men, sorcerer. You have made your way through the labyrinth that is the Pike unscathed. That is commendable and impressive. So, let us make a deal. The sorcerer stilled his hand, which Balon took as a good sign. A deal? The man questioned, his stance relaxing, which in turn made Balon relax ever so slightly. Good, he's open to the idea. This is the opening that I need. This should be interesting. Alright, Greyjoy, let's hear it. What kind of deal could you possibly offer me when I'm a few seconds away from ending your pathetic excuse for a rebellion? Straightening his clothes to buy himself a moment to collect his words, Balon made sure to look the man directly into his, well, where he assumed the man's eyes were located based on his helm. The deal is this, sorcerer. We cannot beat you, that much is certain. But neither can Robert and his allies. All of whom are conveniently located here in my keep. Ripe for the pruning. You kill all of them, which I am sure you can do, then together we can wipe out the few straggling ships they have left, and the mainland will be ours to take. The helmed sorcerer said not a word. He just stood there, silently. He hasn't outright rejected the offer, Balon thought with hope. Which means he's considering it. And who wouldn't take the offer? This will raise him far above his status that he currently has as a Stark lapdog. Of course, the moment he finishes off Robert and the mainland lords that are here in the Pike, I'll simply kill him while his back is turned, but he doesn't have to know that. I see what you get out of this offer, Balon, the sorcerer rumbled. But I fail to see how such an offer benefits me. Especially as I would have to be the one to do all the work, and you would be the one to reap all the rewards. Why should I even begin to entertain this offer from you? Because, through me, you will raise far above your current station, Balon said greedily. I have him, hook and line. Now I just need to add the sinker and it will be done. Once the mainland is under my control, I will name you warden of whichever plot of land you wish. And I will give you my daughter at your feet to do with as you wish. Be it a salt wife, rock wife, or just something to take out and play with once in a while. She will be yours to do with as you please. The sorcerer's head turned down towards his daughter, who was glaring back at Balon with anger and betrayal written across her face. Your daughter doesn't seem pleased with your offer, Greyjoy. Balon merely shrugged. She is a woman. She has a good head on her shoulders, it is true. And she can fight as well or almost as well as boys her age. But in the end, she is still a woman, and this is her purpose. Well, sorcerer, what do you say? Do we have a deal, so? Coughing, Balon reached up to rub at his throat. But as he did, his throat closed. It felt as if something invisible had taken hold of him and was squeezing his throat. Gasping desperately for air, Balon fell to his knees, clutching at his throat as he tried to remove whatever it was that had a hold of him. Looking around the hall, he tried to call out for help, but no one came. His brothers were both standing completely still as they watched him struggle to breathe. The men around the room were refusing to meet his eyes as they tried to stay as insignificant as possible. Lastly, his eyes desperately sought out his daughter. But Asha. Asha was just watching him struggle with the slightest of smiles on her face. Lastly, his eyes went to the sorcerer, who had his hand held up, cupped as if he were gripping something. How? Balon thought desperately as he struggled to get even the smallest amount of air into his lungs. His vision was quickly starting to darken as the world around him began to get fuzzy and incoherent. How is he doing this? Be careful that you don't choke on your ambitions, Greyjoy. Somehow, the sorcerer's words managed to pierce the darkening fuzzy of his mind. Then, finally, the pressure let off of his throat, and Balon collapsed forward onto his hands and knees, greedily sucking in air. What, fuck? Balon had been flogged in the past. He'd been beaten bloody by the captain of the first ship he'd served on for overstepping his bounds. But never had he felt anything like what happened next. There was a flash of light, and then pain shot through every part of his body. He could hear someone screaming. Someone that turned out to be himself. A scream he didn't even realize he'd given because the pain was so overbearing. Without warning, the pain stopped. Gasping for air and trying to fight through it, Balon slowly tired to scoot backwards away from the sorcerer. Glancing around, he desperately sought out anyone to help him. But all fight had left his men in the face of the sorcerer. By the drowned god, he has been blessed by the storm. You forgot something very vital when trying to make a deal, Greyjoy. The sorcerer's voice was deep and menacing as he advanced on Balon. You need to have an advantage to hold your position. Right now, you have none. The only thing you can offer me is a plot of a land and your daughter to basically be my sex slave. The first I can get on my own. I need only ask. And the second? Well, I have never been one to force someone into my bed. I never will take someone against their will. And, quite frankly, I find those that are willing to sell their daughters into such a life to be the lowest scum imaginable. Unworthy of the very air they breathe. He felt something grab him around the chest, but when he looked, he found nothing. Even as he was hoisted up into the air like a sail on ship with his feet just barely off the ground, Balon still couldn't figure out just how this was happening. Or even what was happening to him. The claw-like gauntlet of the sorcerer grabbed him by the chin, forcing him to stare into the unseeing eyes behind the man's helmet. Impossible. How can he see? Luckily for you, Balon, King Baratheon ordered me to bring you to him alive. Balon felt an undeniable surge of relief for a moment, but that moment passed quickly as the sorcerer's grip, both visible and invisible, tightened. However, he failed to specify in just what shape you were to be in when I brought you to him. So, my advice to you, Balon, is to pray to your gods. For that is the only thing that you can do now. Standing on the bridge on the mainland side of the Pike, Ned Stark stared up at the fairly imposing side of the great keep of the Pike. It wasn't the structure itself that made it imposing, but rather its layout. The only way to reach the Great Keep was to cross the large stone bridge that connected the keep to the mainland. The problem was that the bridge had no cover and the Great Keep had more than a few places that Ned could spot that could easily hide archers or scorpions. Well, the gatehouse fell quickly enough, Robert sighed, almost seemingly disappointed with just how simple the siege had been to this point. I expected better of the Ironborn than this pathetic showing. I believe we have the sorcerer to thank for the low morale of the Krakens, Your Grace, Lord Tywin said, standing on the other side of the Robert as the three men surveyed their next target. If not for him and his initial assault, the fight would have been significantly more difficult. However, without him with us, the taking of the Great Keep will be costly. Yet, you're right on that one, Tywin, Robert grumbled, spitting off the side. Well, Ned, where the fuck is that fucking sorcerer of yours? I'm sure he could take this fucking keep just as easily as he took the damned gatehouse. Ned felt something, a stirring of the wolf's blood. Someone was coming towards them from within the Great Keep. And Ned only knew of one individual that could cause such a sensation within the blood. I do not believe we will have to worry about that, Your Grace, Ned stated, pointing towards the Great Keep. If I am not mistaken, I believe that the Greyjoys have already fallen. Before either Robert or Tywin could question him, one of the shuttered windows over 20 feet directly above the stone bridge flew open as one, then another, and then a third body were thrown out of the window and down to the stone bridge below. Looking back up towards the open window, the two lords and king watched as Nox's frame filled the opening. Then, as if he didn't care about the distance, Nox simply stepped off the edge and dropped down to the bridge, his fall slowing unnaturally at the last possible moment and allowing him to land as gracefully and quietly as a cat. Well, pay me a gold fucking dragon and call me a whore, Robert grumbled, shaking his head. The fucker apparently did it. Well, what the hell we waiting for, eh? Barristan. Kingslayer. Get your useless fucking asses up here already. At the name, Ned saw the quick look of contempt Tywin gave him before the Lord of the Westerlands focused forward and proceeded to ignore him. Ned regretted many things in his life, and one thing he mildly regretted was giving Sir Jaime the moniker that had stuck with him. The man had killed the king he was sworn to, so he'd earned the title. But at the same time no one, not even Ned, had ever actually questioned why the man had done what he did. Not that Kingslayer even seemed of mind to tell them even if they had. The man didn't seem to simply care what he had done nor what people called him behind and in front of him. And his uncaring attitude, not to mention Ned's feeling of being robbed of the justice that he was due, was what stayed his tongue. With the two Kingsguard in front of them, along with over 24 knights of House Baratheon forming a shield wall in front of the king, He, Lord Tywin, and Ned made their way across the stone bridge towards the sorcerer. As they drew close, Ned noticed something strange about Knox. He had a sword pommel sticking out over his right shoulder. A sword that Ned knew full well Knox didn't have at the start of the battle. Knox never carried a sword before. He has no need of one with the lightsaber he carries. So, why does he carry one now? Well, Sorcerer, Robert called out, pushing his way past the King's Guard and his men to stand before Knox and his 3 prisoners. Where the fuck have you been? And who the fuck are these 3 sods? Reaching up, Knox disengaged his mask from his face, the metal making a strange hiss as it released, revealing his face to all. Gods, he doesn't even look tired after all of this? Just how powerful is he? Your Grace, Knox responded, bowing his head slightly in a show of respect. I've been winning this war for you and your men. And as for these 3, may I present to you Balon, Euron, and Victarion Greyjoy? Alive and in one piece, as requested. Well, mostly one piece. Looking down at the 3 prisoners, whose arms were shackled with what looked like metal rings that had been repurposed and bent around their arms, Ned took note of their condition. Each man was not in good shape. Euron had a seared slash across his face that had clearly destroyed one of his eyes, the wound more than likely from Knox's lightsaber. Victarion was battered and bruised and was missing an arm. And for Balon, the Lord of the Pike's neck was starting to bruise and was twitching periodically as if he couldn't fully control his body. Gods, perhaps Robert should have been more specific about what condition he wanted the Greyjoys to be delivered to him in. Although, I can't find it in myself to pity them. Not after all of the innocent deaths they've caused in this ill-conceived rebellion of theirs. Fucking hells, Sorcerer, Robert chuckled, looking the 3 prisoners over. If you keep this shit up, I might just have to find a spot for you in my council, despite your Valyrian looks. Knox merely nodded as he took a step back. I gave you my word that I would see this war over quickly, Your Grace. And I'm a man of my word. That you are, Robert nodded before stepping up to Balon Greyjoy. The Lord the Pike was still twitching slightly as Robert squatted down in front of the would-be king. Well, Greyjoy, here we are. I would love to know what possibly made you think that you could say fuck you to me in such a fashion. But truth is I don't care. You fucked up, and now you are going to pay for it. Balon glared hatefully at Robert for a full minute, and then he started chuckling. A low growling noise that quickly grew to a full laugh. You think you've won? Ha! What a fucking joke. Balon spat. This victory is not yours, Robert. You had nothing to do with it. This is all because of him. The sorcerer fuck that your pet dog has on a leash. And, even then, you still haven't won. Because before you leave my island, you will come to me on your hands and knees begging for me to take my fucking crown back, you whoremongering drunkard. Ned cast a quick look towards his king and friend. Robert's face was starting to turn red as he glared at Balon. Sorcerer, this piece of shit is talking. Shut him up for me. As you wish. The moment Robert gave the command, Knox idly pointed a finger towards Balon. A small bolt of lightning, almost insignificant compared to the bolt he'd summoned at the start of the battle, shot forth out of his finger and hit Balon in the chest. The Lord of the Pike screamed in agony, an ungodly sound that Ned was sure would haunt his dreams for nights to come. The torture, for that was what it was, lasted for only a moment before Knox let go of his attack and Balon slumped forward, his body twitching. So that is why, how many times did Knox use that magic against him before he brought him to Robert? As a rule, Ned despised torture, especially after what happened to his father and brother, but he wasn't a fool. He knew that as a lord and especially a king sometimes you needed to go to extreme lengths. He himself had ordered a few men tortured since his ascension to Warden of the North. But while he might understand its usage, it didn't mean he liked it in the least. Robert seemed surprised, but even more than slightly pleased at seeing the Lord of the Pike and leader of the Greyjoy rebellion suffering so. And as for Lord Tywin, the man was completely stone-faced. But Ned could see the interest clear as day in the Warden of the West's eyes. I cannot let Knox fall into his hands. No doubt Tywin will offer him something in the future to try and tempt him into his service. But I cannot let that happen. I'll need to think of how Tywin might approach him, and what I can do to counter any offer that Tywin will give him. Hey, well, that's one way to shut him up, Robert chuckled, leaning over the twitching Greyjoy. Now, Balon, kneel. Your fleet is destroyed, and your army scattered. You have nothing left. Kneel, and I will show you and your family mercy. Glaring up with hate-filled eyes, Balon spat at Robert's feet. I will never kneel to you. You've already lost. You just don't know it yet. But soon, oh, so soon, you will know. Perhaps I'll order you to kill this fucking sorcerer first before you give me back my crown. Scoffing, Robert stood back up. I don't fucking play games, Greyjoy. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, how forgetful of me, Knox suddenly spoke up as he began patting at the outside of his clothes and armor before reaching into the inner recesses of his robes. Ned may not have known him for long, but he did recognize when Knox was doing something for performance's sake. And this was such a time. Ah, here it is. Withdrawing his hand, Ned saw he had a raven scroll in his hand. He couldn't make out the emblem on the scroll as Knox handed it off to Robert, but Ned had a feeling he knew what contents of the scroll were. The night before our forces arrived at the walls of the Pike, I made a trip back to Lord Sport. When I arrived, the Maester of Lord Sport informed me that he'd just received a raven from Dragonstone, and I offered to take the message to you. Breaking open the seal, Robert unrolled the small scroll and read its contents. His eyes grew wider and wider with each word read, and by the end his eyes were as wide as Ned had ever seen them and his face was an impressive shade of red. Kingslayer! Robert bellowed. Get my brother Stannis here now. Sir Jaime, sensing Robert's clear displeasure, immediately set off to do as commanded. While he did, Balon's smile grew even wider and Ned could swear he could feel the sensation of victory coming off the man. Are you going to beg yet? Sorcerer, Robert cut in, making Balon quiet with the one word. He opens his mouth again, do that lightning thing again. Only next time hold him under for twice as long. And each time he opens his mouth again, hold him under for even longer. Within minutes of being sent away, Sir Jaime returned with Lord Stannis's tow. Your Grace, Stannis bowed slightly as he approached. You sent FO. Read this. Robert demanded, thrusting the raven scroll at his brother. And then tell me how the fuck you missed this. As Stannis read the raven, his expression remained the same. But just like how he could sense victory coming from Balon, the wolf's blood was telling him that Stannis was angry. A burning anger that could rival Robert any day. And you, Ned, Robert continued, rounding on him. How the fuck did you know to send the Manderley fleet south to help reinforce the few ships Jon had stationed in the bay? The sense of victory fluttered within Balon, replaced by one of concern. Your Grace, Lord Tywin cut in, clearly not pleased with not knowing what was happening. What does the raven say, Your Grace? The Greyjoys hit a dozen ships along the eastern shore, Stannis answered before Robert could. The moment the royal fleet was well and truly clear of the waters, they launched an assault on Dragonstone. An assault that was broken by the timely arrival of the Manderley fleet, who took the Ironborn by surprise and managed to sink or capture every ship that made up the fleet. The captains were then put to the question. And it was discovered that the Ironborn were tasked with the infiltration of Dragonstone too. Stannis's anger clearly started to get the better of him as he couldn't finish what he'd been saying. But he didn't need to, as Robert continued for him. They were sent to take Shireen, my fucking niece and a babe, hostage. Robert spat. And then they were to try and infiltrate King's Landings and try to take one of my fucking children as well. Balon's face paled at the news of his assault having failed while Tywin's eyes narrowed. The attackers were fully rooted then. Tywin half asked half demanded. Yes, thanks to the Manderleys, Robert nodded, turning once more to Ned. All right, Ned, how the fuck did you know they were going to do that? I didn't, Ned answered honestly, surprising everyone as he motioned towards Knox. Master Knox strategized that the Ironborn could not defeat our armies through conventional means. So, he reasoned that they had an alternative means to achieve their goal. And after studying the initial assaults, he theorized that they would be after Lord Stannis's daughter or your own children, Your Grace. Robert stared at him for some time, weighing his words before turning to Knox. Well, Sorcerer, it seems you've more than proven your worth so far. You ended the siege of the Pike in less than a fucking day and figured out a plot that none of our most skilled battle commanders, including myself, could see. The crown owes you a debt, it would seem. Pausing, Robert took a moment to consider Knox. That sword over your shoulder. You weren't wearing it before. Where did you get it? Reaching over his shoulder, Knox drew the sword out of its sheath. The moment the blade was clear, everyone knew what it was. The distinctive red tint and rippled patterns along the blade clear as day. Valyrian steel, Lord Tywin stated, his eyes growing hungry as a wave of pure desire emerged from the stoic man. Red Rain, the ancestral sword of House Drum. Lord Dunstan Drum would not have parted with the blade willingly. He didn't, Knox answered simply. Seeming to come to a decision, Robert approached Knox. Honor dictates that such blades should be ransomed back to their houses once the war is over. However, as the Ironborn decided to rebel, including House Drum, not to mention trying such a backhanded tactic like kidnapping my niece or children, a plot you smelled out, you can keep the blade. Consider it payment for your services. Ned highly doubted that Knox would have given the blade back in the first place, which would have caused more than a few problems. But now with Robert's decree, none could argue with Knox taking the weapon. Although judging by the hungry look from Lord Tywin, Ned was sure the sorcerer would not be able to escape the island without receiving at least half a dozen offers and requests for the blade. You have my thanks, Your Grace, Knox nodded, returning the blade to its sheath before nodding towards the defeated Greyjoys. Now, what about these three? Want me to kill them? The almost causal way he suggested executing the three men nearly made Ned do a double take. He couldn't mean it. Could he? I can't sense anything from him, so I honestly don't know if he was being serious or not on the offer. Robert however waved the offer off. No. No need for that. They're defeated. But that doesn't mean they're going to get off lightly. Even more so now that you tried that fucking stunt with my niece and children. So, here's what you're going to do, Greyjoy. For each ship that was destroyed, you will fucking replace them with ships of your own or your own gold. You lost one son to my brother around Sigurd, right? What does that leave you with? 3 children. 2, Your Grace, Knox interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Unfortunately, his eldest decided to try and run his blade through my back. He didn't survive the attempt. 2 then, Robert nodded. A son and a daughter, right? Both will be wards of the North until they turn 20. At which point they will be returned to you. Perhaps they can actually learn some fucking honor if they live with the most honorable man I know. Right, Ned? Ned wanted to protest but knew he couldn't. Robert had made his decree, and all he could do was accept it. As you wish, Your Grace, Ned nodded. Good, Robert nodded before turning back to Balon. Now, swear your allegiance to the Iron Throne and me again, you useless cunt. Before I decide to toss your ass over this bridge. A moment, Your Grace, Knox said, stepping forward before Balon could retake his oath. What is it, Sorcerer? Robert asked, clearly displeased with being interrupted. You've been paid for your services. Yes, and I appreciate your generosity. And I seek to aid where I can. Knox acknowledged. I will preference my words with the knowledge that I am still new to these lands. But, in my homeland, we are no strangers to dissidents. Dissidents that are put down fast and made an example of to prevent others from following in their footsteps. Children to be raised as wards, taxes increased, and ships confiscated. These are things that in a short time, perhaps a decade or less, will be forgotten. Others will see this and take note. They'll begin to weigh the risks associated with rebelling against you again, and conclude that they are not that steep. Your Grace might wish to make a more permanent reminder. Ned did not necessarily like where Knox was going with this. Even more so when he could see approval in Lord Tywin's eyes at what Knox had said. It wasn't honorable. The Greyjoys had surrendered. There was no need to escalate things further. But Robert, and even Stannis, seemed to be considering his words. What do you have in mind? Robert asked, much to Ned's dismay. Knox turned to the 3 kneeling men. Killing them would be too easy for them. However, simply exterminating their house would leave a power vacuum here in the Iron Islands as the Lords would begin a new war to claim dominance. So, an alternative. Under their orders, the Iron Fleet raided Lannisport, Sigurd, Barrowton, and 4 other settlements on the Reaches coast, making 7 in total. 8, if you wish to include Dragonstone. 8 settlements raided. 8 cuts upon their flesh. A constant reminder both to themselves and others of what will happen they choose the path of violence again. Scratching at his beard, Robert considered the suggestion for all of a few seconds before nodding. Sounds fair. Kingslayer, Barristan. Get Lord Greyjoy to his feet and strip him of his armor. The 2 Kingsguard complied without question, grabbing Balon under the arms and hoisting him to his feet before removing his chest piece and tearing off his shirt, exposing his chest and back to the king. Well, Sorcerer, you made the suggestion and you're serving the Starks now. So, what's that saying in the north, Ned? The man who passes the sentence swings the sword. So, you'll do this. And if he dies, then so too shall you. If Robert expected Knox to revoke his suggestion, it failed. As you wish, Knox complied, stepping in front of Balon. Lord Tywin. Lannisport was hit the hardest of the towns and villages raided. For justice to your people, I would use your dagger. My lightsaber is not delicate enough for what is about to happen. And I have not had practice with this sword yet to truly use it effectively. Without a word, Lord Tywin immediately pulled out the dagger from his waist and held it out hilt first towards Knox. Thank you, my lord, Knox nodded, taking the offered dagger before spinning the blade around his hand and through his fingers as if he were in a mummer's show. This is a good blade. He moved in a blur of motion that Ned could hardly follow. Within the space of a heartbeat, Balon's chest was marred with 6 deep cuts. Deep, yet non-fatal from what Ned could tell. The last 2 cuts were delivered to Balon's face. One cutting diagonally from hairline to the opposite cheek across his nose. And the last was delivered vertically, from ear to the corner of his mouth. Every time I think he cannot surprise me again, he does so. Ned thought, frowning as he took in Balon's bleeding form. To move so fast and with such accuracy to inflict the most damage yet to avoid a fatal injury. Just what type of training did he endure? And what type of training have I resigned Jon and Robb to? Well, that's a statement, hey. Robert gaffed, taking in Balon's bleeding form. Someone fix this fucker up and then he'll swear his allegiance back to the crown. And someone break out the ale and whores. It's time to do the two best things after winning a battle. Fucking and drinking. The men around them, save for Nox, Tywin, Stannis, and Ned, all cheered as the king turned his back on the bleeding Balon and made his way towards the great keep of the Pike. Stannis was quick to follow his brother, with Tywin and the king's guard close on their heels. The servants arrived quickly and, under escort of a mixture of Baratheon, Lannister, and Stark men-at-arms. Ned however didn't move. He remained on the bridge. As too did Nox. Soon enough, the two were alone as could be on the bridge, with the nearest man well out of hearing range. You don't approve, Lord Stark? Frowning, Ned's eyes flickered down to the small pool of blood. Balon's blood. There was no honor in what you did, Ned stated. He was defeated. Nox didn't say anything as he turned his unseeing eyes towards the ocean. Tell me, Lord Stark, what is the sigil of your house? Taken slightly aback, Ned answered immediately. The dire wolf. And tell me, Lord Stark, when the pack is threatened, does the dire wolf merely slap the ones who threatened them on the wrist and think they will just go away? Or do they destroy all threats to their pack? There is a difference, Ned countered. They are beasts. And we are men. Yes, that is true, Nox conceded. But the idea is sound. Do you truly think your ancestors were able to conquer let alone hold a land as vast and as inhospitable as the North by simply patting everyone who dared to go against them on the head and sending them to bed without dinner? No, it took more than a wolf to conquer and hold the North. It took a dire wolf. One who will do whatever is necessarily to protect those within its pack. And one willing to do whatever is necessarily to keep anyone from threatening said pack. Turning on his heel, Nox took 2 steps towards the great keep before stopping. Honor has its place, to be sure. But I have seen honor get the better of many and make them blind to the world around them. And when that narrow world they erected around themselves was brought low, they were not the only ones to suffer for their mistakes. Be a wolf, Lord Stark. Not a stag, nor a falcon, nor a trout. No, not even a wolf. Be more than a wolf. Be a dire wolf. For winter is coming for us all. And when the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies but the pack survives. And with that, Nox left Ned on the bridge overlooking the Pike. His words cutting deep into the Warden of the North. How does he know that saying? Ned thought, reflecting on the last bit of Nox's speech. Those words. They were spoken by father just before I was sent off to the air. I thought I knew what they meant, but, could my father have meant something else? Was he trying to tell me something before I headed off to the air? If so, what? With a more than slightly troubled mind, Ned made his way into the Great Hall to join in the celebrations. Though he knew it would not be a joyous occasion for himself. It took far longer than he would have liked after the Ironborn had been brought to heel and Balon Greyjoy forced to once again give his oath of servitude to the Iron Throne. But nearly a month after the end of the Greyjoy Rebellion, Lord Tywin Lannister, head of House Lannister, Warden of the West, and father of the Queen, finally found himself back in his solar in the great castle of Casterly Rock. He'd been received, as decorum required, by the steward he'd left in charge and his son Tyrion at the Lion's Mouth, the cavern that gave entry to the small mountain upon which the ancestral seat of House Lannister sat. During the ride, Tyrion had informed him of any developments that had transpired during his absence, which thankfully there were none truly of note. Truthfully, Tywin cared little for the current goings or the most recent gossip within the castle. There was only one thing Tywin truly wanted to know about. And thankfully Tyrion apparently possessed enough of a mind to wait until they were in private to discuss the matter of the northern sorcerer, Nox. But for what awaited Tywin within his solar, Tyrion's solution was not what Tywin expected. Nor what he wanted to see. I gave you a single task while I was at war with the king putting down the Greyjoy rebellion. Tywin just barely kept himself from growling at his son, who was sitting in the chair across the desk from him in his solar with a smile on his face as if he'd done something incredibly clever. And you present me with these, whores. To their credit, neither woman standing behind his son recoiled at his tone nor the name. They are not meek. A small consolation, all things considered. His son didn't appear to be off-put by his tone either. If anything, that infuriating smirk of his grew only larger. But father, I have done exactly as you requested. These 2 beauties behind me are my answer to the task you assigned to me. And I must say, it was quite a confusing task to say the least. You never cared about the goings-on of the wolves, but now you do. I can't help but wonder why that is. Resting his elbows on his desk, his gaze went from his son to the 2 whores standing behind him. The more he thought about it, the more he realized Tyrion, as galling as it was to admit, might have had a decent idea. Neither whore had the look of a woman from the Westerlands, their hair dark of color, their skin pale and their faces more round instead of angular. Perhaps the idea had some merit. But he was not ready to concede the point just yet. Leave the room. But do not venture beyond sight of the door, he ordered the two whores, who immediately bowed to him and left the room, leaving Tywin alone with Tyrion. Explain your plan. Tywin ordered his son the moment the door shut behind the two. His smirk still in place, Tyrion lounged back in his chair. It's simple, father. I take it that you want information. And whores, if one cares to look, are a wealth of information. For men's lips are often more lax than they normal are after enjoying their services. One of the whores will travel to Torrhen's Square and the other will ply her trade in Wintertown just outside of Winterfell. The two will communicate with one another, with the one in Wintertown passing information to the one in Torrhen's Square. To get the information, we will simply reroute the ship that takes prisoners that VE elected to take the Black to Torrhen's Square, where the whore will deliver the information to the captain of the vessel, a man we trust. That information will then be brought back to us. We may have to increase the number of times we make the trip to deliver prisoners, or perhaps find a reason to trade with the North. But this would be the quickest way to get the information you so desire. Although, it would be beneficial if I could inform the ladies what exactly it is that you are looking for. Leaning back, Tywin thought the plan over in his mind. It was relatively solid. A way to put a spy in Winterfell without putting one in Winterfell. And his son was right, weaker men often had loose lips when it came to whores. And he had even devised a method to pass information to and from the spies. But still, he was not willing to admit Tyrion had completed his assigned task just yet. And what of their loyalty to us? He asked, fixing Tyrion with a look. I need not remind you that a whore's loyalty is to the one who holds the most coin, do I? He could see genuine anger in Tyrion's eyes at the reminder of the whore he'd taken for a wife. A union Tywin had turned into an example and lesson. No, Tyrion replied. You've made that point painfully clear already, father. And we will have their loyalty. Unquestioned loyalty. For not only can we outpay anything the Starks or any northern house could offer, we will be holding something each hold dear. One has a sister and the other a brother, both younger. With your blessing, the brother will be initiated into the guards here at Casterly Rock, and the sister will be sent to the kitchens to work as a scullery maid. Perhaps not the most glamorous of rewards, but each girl does not want what remains of their family to have to follow them into their chosen profession. And they both understand the price of betraying the confidence of House Lannister. Rising from his seat, Tywin passed his son by and went to a shelf next to the window that overlooked the sunset sea. Pulling down a dozen scrolls, he made his way back to his desk and set the dozen scrolls down in front of Tyrion. The whores will be your responsibility. So too shall it fall to you to see our threat followed through upon should they break faith with House Lannister. He stated, taking his seat before motioning towards the scrolls. These are tax reports from some of our lesser lords for last year and the year prior. You will go over each and look for any discrepancy. Should you find one, you will come up with an appropriate action to take and present it to me along with your findings. The cocky smirk faded from Tyrion's face as he looked down at the scrolls. I will see it done, Tyrion swallowed heavily. After a moment, he looked back up to his father with a searching gaze. Although, I feel it would benefit our search for information if I could inform the girls what exactly you are looking for. Folding his hands, he met Tyrion's mismatched eyes. Lord Stark has recently gained the allegiance of a foreigner. I need every scrap of information that the whores can find out about him in order to present him with an offer that will take him away from the wolves and ensure his loyalty to House Lannister alone. Tyrion's eyes narrowed in confusion. All of this because Lord Stark has gained the allegiance of some foreigner? He must be quite the fighter for you to go through all of this just to try and change his allegiance to us. Is he stronger than the mountain? Or perhaps more skilled with a blade than Jaime? Both and neither, Tywin answered. The man is a sorcerer. He didn't have to wait long for the rebuttal that he knew was coming. Forgive me, father, but I think I might have misheard what you just said. No, you didn't. You heard me correctly. The Starks have a sorcerer serving under their banner. A sorcerer that I intend to coax to serve House Lannister. Tyrion merely shook his head. I didn't think you were one for tales of grumpkins and snarks, father. I am not. But I believe what I see with my own eyes. Leaning forward, he made sure he had Tyrion's undivided attention before continuing. I watched as a blind man killed 4 of Ser Armory Lorch's men with his bare hands. I watched as after the last man fell, Ser Lorch was crushed to death in his armor by an invisible force before being beheaded by a blade made of fire. I watched as that same man summoned lightning and thunder from his hands powerful enough to fell the walls of the Pike with a single strike. And I witnessed that same man made his way unscathed through the Pike, killing all in his path, capture the Greyjoys, and then bring them bound and broken before the king. Pausing for a moment, he let his words sink in before continuing. And if his power wasn't enough, he is intelligent. And politically knowledgeable to give even myself a challenge. He managed to arrange events within moments of stepping off the boat so that he could brutally kill 5 Westerland men right in front of me, and there was nothing I could do and no legal way to seek retribution. And he also, without having ever met nor fought against the Ironborn, deciphered a plot they had hatched simply by looking at a map and tracking their movements. A trap he in turn decimated with the aid of Lord Stark, earning the favor of the king. And he also has the look of one born of Valyria, yet he claims not to hail from those cursed lands. Nor does he claim any kinship with the surviving Targaryens. A tale that the king, Stark, Stannis, and I are willing to accept. Now, do I need to explain to you further why this man needs to be securely under our control? No, father, Tyrion replied after sitting in stunned silence. Should we instruct the girl that will be sent to Winterfell to seduce him? She is quite good. She can do this thing with her tongue where she licks the underside of your cock. I do not need to hear tales of your debauchery and shaming of our noble house. Tywin cut in harshly. And no. The whores will not seek the sorcerer out unless he comes to them first. We are working with a very limited amount of information at the moment. And as such, we do not know the full extent of his powers. Until we know more, they will not seek him out. Is that clear? Yes, father, Tyrion nodded before rising to his feet and collecting the tax reports. If that will be all, father, I will send the girls on their way and begin work on this. Good, now go, Tywin responded, waving Tyrion away. And send for the Maester Crelin. I have need of him. As you wish, father, Tyrion bowed awkwardly before shuffling out of the room, scrolls tucked firmly under his arm. He performed far better with the task than I thought, Tywin thought as he sat and waited for the Maester of Casterly Rock. But that still does not mean anything yet. I know there are 3 discrepancies in the tax reports I gave him. We will see if he truly is clever enough to spot them or not. And if he has the ability to do what is necessary to make sure our bannermen do not believe they can keep our due from us. Soon after Tyrion left, Tywin heard a light knocking on his solar door. My lord, you sent for me. Maester Crelin called out, shuffling his old frame into the solar. I need to request a new maester from the citadel. Crelin has served House Lannister since my father's tenure, which is reason enough to get rid of him. Tywin thought as he watched the elderly man slowly make his way towards him. But more so, a lame maester who can barely do his duties is of no use to me. Yes, I did, maester, Tywin nodded. Tell me. You have your link in animal husbandry, do you not? Crelin blinked and nodded. Yes, I have my lord. Why do you ask? Tell me, Tywin said, leaning forward on his elbows once more. From what region would I have to inquire in order to procure a bantha? Making his way into the meeting hall within the uppermost level of the citadel, Archmaester Ebrose took stock of the maester that were seated around the table within the small hall. These 5 men, along with himself, made up less than half of the archmaesters currently in the citadel, but to Ebrose, they were the most important. For each archmaester present was responsible for leading their own sect within the order, quietly known as the Guiding Hand, the true maesters. The men responsible for guiding the land of Westeros into a new age of enlightenment and peace. A goal that had been nearly obtained. Until recently. Taking his seat, Ebrose met the eye of each of his fellow archmaesters one at a time before setting on Riam. Archmaester Riam, do you have word from the Iron Islands? Yes, Riam replied, looking more than slightly uncomfortable. Both the good and the bad. The Ironborn are defeated. And unfortunately, the maester assigned to the Pike was killed during the assault. Good riddance, Archmaster Castos cut in dismissively. The maester we sent there was the very definition of incompetence. That was why he was sent to the Iron Islands in the first place. Yes, but with his death we are now forced to fill his vacant position, Archmaester Agrivane stated. In times past, the islands may have served as a decent location to drop the less desirable of our order. However, with the king's new proclamation and Stark raising the future heir of the Iron Islands, perhaps it is time we rethink that mentality. Perhaps a new initiate in the Guiding Hand should be sent instead of just the dregs of the Maester Order. I agree with Archmaester Agrivance, Archmaester Benedict said. Despite where the children of the Kraken are being raised, we may not have a better chance of bringing enlightenment to the Iron Islands. Such a situation needs to be handled delicately. The status of the Maester within Pike is not why you called this meeting, Archmaester Ebrose, Archmaester Sandu cut in with an impatient glare. It was because of the tales of this so-called Northern Sorcerer. Well, Riam, have your sources been able to disprove this man's supposed abilities? Riam's face scrunched as he shook his head. No, they have not. In fact, they have done the exact opposite. I've received word from over a dozen sources, all with unknown ties to our order, and they have all told the exact same tale. The Starks truly have gained the loyalty of a sorcerer. And a powerful one at that. That was the last thing Ebrose, or indeed any of the archmaesters present, wanted to hear. He was sure that Marwyn the Mage would be overjoyed to hear of such powers still existence. But such powers went against everything the Order of the Guiding Hand stood for. Their predecessors had been working to unify the lands of Westeros into a new age of order since before the doom of Valyria. And after the Targaryens managed to unite the lands, the Order changed their objective. The Targaryens had been useful to unite the lands, but they did so by using dragons and magic. Things that were not in the vision of the future the Order wanted. Despite their misgivings with it, the Maesters, including the Order of the Guiding Hand, didn't hate magic. Not like the Faith did. No, to them, magic represented what they were fighting against. For magic in its basic form was chaos. Pure unadulterated, uncontrollable chaos. And that was not something that was needed nor wanted in their visions for the future. It'd taken years, centuries in fact, but eventually they managed to cripple the dragons through forced encampment in the dragon pit and with the usage of poisons. And once the Targaryens lost the last of their dragons, it wasn't long before the madness that plagued the family took hold and they were ousted from their position. A madness that was easily avoidable if only the fools didn't interbreed so much. The inbreeding of the Targaryens to madness had been one of the more successful endeavors of the Order, almost on par with the ending of the dragons. Through very selective removal of books, the Order managed to paint the illusion that the reasons why the Targaryens couldn't hatch their dragons was because of impure blood, which wasn't the case at all. Incest, according to a few of the more well-secured tomes in the Citadel, was relatively rare in the land of Valyria. And was only done to keep the noble lines free from commoner blood. Much like the practice here in Westeros. But the Targaryens bought the lie and began to attempt to purify their bloodline by breeding exclusively within family, which brought instability into their line. The perfect slow death. The only pity was that it took so long for the nobles and small folk of Westeros to grow tired of the dragon's madness enough to revolt. And even then, the revolt only truly took place because of the carefully whispered words of Grand Maester Pycelle into the ear of the Mad King about who to choose as House Targaryen's champion during Lord Stark's trial by combat. And now, after centuries, the Order of the Guiding Hand were finally free of the Targaryens and their magic and dragons with a new king that was easy to lead around. All they had to do was dangle a jug of wine or provide him with a whore, and he would do whatever they wanted. But now their endgame was threatened by the untimely arrival of this Sorcerer. And in the worst possible location as well. Had he made himself known in the south, the Faith of the Seven would have taken care of him for them. Their hatred of magic was well known to all. But instead, he arrived in the land of the First Men, the land unconquered by the Andals. The only worse scenario would have been if he'd arrived in Dorne and encouraged the Martells to rise against the Baratheons in revenge for the death of Elia and her children. And what has been the king's response according to Pycelle? Ebrose asked, looking towards Agravain, who served as Pycelle's primary contact within the Order of the Guiding Hand. Mixed, Agravain informed them. While he's impressed with what the man managed to accomplish and is in slight awe over his abilities, the fact that the man looks like he is a descendant of the Dragon Lords has made the king wary of the Sorcerer. Not as much as we wanted, but he is still wary. Inform Pycelle that he is to try and encourage these fears, Ebrose commanded. If he can plant the idea that the Sorcerer is poisoning the mind of his dear friend and brother, Eddard Stark, against him and his throne, the king might take care of our problem for us. I will see it done, Agravain nodded. But that will take time. Time we do not have, not when we are so close. Sandu nearly shouted, his anger at having their plans foiled at such late stage clear. Patience, Sandu, Ebrose said, trying to placate the man. Our order has been working for centuries on our designs. We managed to help unify the lands, gotten rid of the dragons, and helped to oust the Targaryens. By comparison, this sorcerer is but a slight hiccup in our plans. One that can be removed easily if we are to be a little bit more patient. Perhaps then, we should begin the next phase of the plan, Castos suggested, drawing attention back to himself. It is far past time for the next part to come to fruition. And if we play it correctly, then we might be able to tie the removal of this sorcerer in with the next phase. And it will also give us the time to bleed some more information from him as well, Benedict nodded, earning some curious stares from his companions. According to a very cryptic raven sent to use by Maester Luwin, apparently the sorcerer has a wealth of knowledge beyond just the mystic arts. He could provide us with some advancements that can be tested out in the north, away from the civilized world. And then possibly integrated if they are proven to work. Ebrose nodded. See to it that it is done. Archmaester Castos, as it was your idea to tie the sorcerer into the next phase, I want to see your altered version on how to do that within the next month. Of course, Castos nodded. Such an alteration to the plan might delay it by a few years as it will require a very specific set of circumstances as well as the careful positioning of a few key players. But I feel that it will be doable. It would be easier if we had one loyal to the guiding hand in Winterfell. Riam lamented. Before his untimely death, Maester Wales had also been a loyal member of the Order during his time in Winterfell. Maester Luwin unfortunately took his vows to the castle of Winterfell too seriously, which was why he was not inducted into the Order of the Guiding Hand. It would make things easier. Ebrose nodded. Removing a Maester of Luwin's age does not have precedence. But from what I know of the man, Luwin will not accept being removed unless Lord Stark specifically orders him out, which is unlikely. Or he dies. Another scenario unlikely to happen, and I will not authorize the removal of such a capable member of our order. So, no, while it will be cumbersome, we will deal with the situation at hand as is. Gentlemen, we have our work cut out of us. Let us begin. Standing on the balcony attached to her room high within the keep of Highgarden, Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns and unofficial ruler of the Reach, watched absent-mindedly as the residents of Highgarden mulled about the castle grounds below her as they worked to return to their normal lives after returning from one of the shortest wars in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. The idiot pirates actually thought they could slap the lions in the face and say piss off to the demon of the trident. Fools, all of them. But useful fools, as their war has given the Reach the chance to confirm our allegiance to the new Baratheon regime. And we have done just that. That was the one thing that Olenna truly feared about the war with the Ironborn. Not that the Ironborn would win, no, there was very little to no chance of that happening. No, what she was truly worried about was that her idiot of a son would do something or say something during the campaign that would once again paint the Reach and House Tyrell specifically in a bad light in front of the new king. But thankfully, despite offending Randyll Tarly yet again with his mouth, her son had actually managed to worm his way into the king's good graces enough to allow the Reach lords to finally make their appearance at the Stag Court. But House Tyrell will not be making an appearance. No, not yet. We cannot leave the Reach just yet. We need to reaffirm our hold over our vassal houses before we start making any plays for the Iron Throne. Walking away from the balcony, she considered the map of the Reach that was held up on the wall of her room. Mace insulted Randyll during the rebellion by claiming a victory that wasn't his. And now he just had to open his fat mouth again and antagonize one of our most powerful and influential lords. Not to mention the most skilled military commander in the Reach. We will have to take some time to strengthen our hold, make the lords realize what a mistake it would be to try and take House Tyrell's rightful place as Wardens of the South. Marriage, of course, was the easiest path to securing their hold. And Willis was old enough to be betrothed. And despite the damn viper crippling her grandson, he still had his looks, a good head on his shoulders, and the prestige of being the future Warden of the South. A fine catch for any noble lady despite his handicap. Garland was another option, and while he was still a few years from being of age, he was starting to prove himself as a true knight of the realm, even if he hadn't been knighted yet. We need to get in good with the Baratheons. That will halt any of our lords from thinking of usurping us. It would be easy enough to simply betroth Margaery to the crown prince, but the boy is still but a boy and Margaery still only a girl. And while that is the future we are aiming towards, we need to approach it carefully. So, no, Margaery will not be brought before the court just yet. She needs to flower, mature, grow strong and beautiful. But then how? Yes. Yes, that could work. Sitting down at her desk, she began to write up a draft to be sent to the king. Loras is of age to be a squire. The king won't take him. And even if he did, it would probably be as little more than a glorified cupbearer. Stannis hates anything and everything to do with our house thanks to how Mace postured and mocked him during the siege of Storm's End. So, that leaves one option, Renly. The boy is only a few years older than Loras, but the age difference is enough that Renly taking Loras as his squire would not be unheard of. Plus, Loras can begin to whisper in Renly's ear about Margaery's beauty and skill as once those tales reach the king, from his brother's own lips, then Margaery will have a leg up on the other noble ladies of the realm. After going through 2 separate drafts of the letter, Olenna was finally satisfied with the letter she'd written to the king. Enough ass-kissing in here to make me want to lose my lunch. But unfortunately, such things cannot be helped. We don't have the clout yet to be blunt with the king. So, ass-kissing it is. For now, at least. Setting the letter aside, her thoughts turned once again as to how to reaffirm the Tyrell's hold on the Reach. And inadvertently, her thoughts drifted northwards. Towards the outlandish tale she'd heard not only from her oaf of a son, but from multiple other men of considerably brighter intellect that had gone to the Iron Islands with her son. Lord Stark has an honest to 7 sorcerer under his control. I'm sure the maesters are just loving that factoid. Their displeasure with magic is well known, especially here in the Reach in conjunction with the faith of the 7. They were perfectly willing to accept that magic died out with the last of the Targaryen dragons. But now, here we are. A sorcerer, alive and well. And in the land of the first men no less. Oh, what I wouldn't give to see some of those knowledgeable men squirm like little girls at the sight of Spider. At first, she hadn't believed her son's tales of the man's capabilities. But after talking to a few more reputable sources, she discovered that her son had undersold the man's capabilities. I may not have the greatest mind for martial matters. But I know keeps. I know what it takes to claim one. And this sorcerer claimed Castle Pike in less than a few hours. Partially on his own to boot. My, if only I were in my youth once more, I'd be ripping my dress off and offering to do whatever he wanted to gain even a fraction of that power. Despite being a daughter of House Redwyne and a lady of the Reach, Olenna was not religious in the slightest. Sure, she went to the September as a good lady of the realm should. But it was more lip service than anything. Religion had its place. but it could also heavily narrow one's viewpoint of the world around them. The Septons will no doubt try to disavow anything to do with the man. But, luckily, he's safe in the north where the Seven have no hold. Well, besides the September in White Harbor and the tiny little thing Lord Stark built for his wife, and what a mistake that was. It'd be like planting a weirwood in the middle of the great September of Baelor and expecting people to come pray before it. Gods only know what was passing through Stark's mind when he made that decision. No doubt Catelyn Tully's tits or cunt. Shaking her head to refocus herself, Olenna forced out thoughts of Stark's marriage and back to the Sorcerer. If House Tyrell could gain the favor of the Sorcerer, then none would dare challenge us. Especially Tarly, as he's seen what the man can do firsthand. But gaining his favor will be the trick. No doubt Tywin is already trying to create a scheme to do just that. There is no way that one like him would ever let an individual as powerful as this Sorcerer slip away from him once he'd laid eyes on him. So, the question remains. How to gain his favor? While she didn't know the man personally, or even at all, she did know the Starks. Or their reputation at least. It is through the Starks that we will gain his favor, Olenna decided, her mind wandering. But how to gain the favor of the Starks then? Betrothal? Lord Stark has a son of similar age, no. I will not give Marjorie's hand to just anyone, even if that anyone is the future Warden of the North. And Stark's daughters are too young to be betrothed just yet. Maybe in a few years perhaps. But not now. Fostering? It has possibilities. But Willis and Garland are both slightly beyond the time of fostering, and Loras will hopefully soon be on his way to Storm's End. And I cannot send Marjorie, I need that girl here so she can be properly raised. Perhaps we could foster one of Stark's daughters here in Highgarden? Yes, that might work. The eldest preferably to encourage a friendship between herself and Marjorie, and even parade Willis in front of the girl like a prized peacock. Yes, that might just work. Pausing in her musing, Olenna stared out at her balcony. But I cannot make the offer just yet. No. So soon after the reveal of the Sorcerer, such a move will seem to be act of desperation for favor. And our bannermen would smell the weakness and begin circling Highgarden like the sharks they are. And the Starks have had little interaction with House Tyrell over the years. Mostly due to the North's preferred isolation to the rest of the land. But perhaps it's time to start bringing that isolation to an end? We'll start by working out new trade deals with the North. Deals that are slightly more favorable for the North but won't hurt the Reach in the slightest. And the Northmen have a fascination with the Wall. Those legends of theirs make it seem like it's more than just the glorified penal colony that it is. Perhaps encouraging more prisoners to take the Black, or even a few second or third sons that have nowhere to go. Yes, yes. But it will require time. Time that I only hope we have. And time that I hope I won't regret wasting. Pushing her correspondence to the king aside, she pulled out another sheet of paper. Left, right. Get in here. The door to her room opened almost immediately as her two personal young guards entered the room. Ah, twin boys, handsome, strong. But unfortunately, not the brightest in the head. But still, if I was only younger, a youth. Left, get me more parchment and ink. She ordered. And right, bring me food and wine. I'm going to be working here all night. So, bring some extra candles as well. Now shoo. Sitting at his desk in the Tower of the Hand in King's Landing, Jon Arryn, Warden of the East, Defender of the Vale, and Hand of the King stared down at a map of the 7 kingdoms that was sprawled out across his desk. Across the map, each kingdom was represented with several figurines depicting each kingdom's potential strength and what they could provide to the royal regime. The map was much more favorable to Robert and the Baratheon royalty now than it had been before the Greyjoy rebellion. A rebellion that had gone exactly as Jon had organized. Especially now after Robert's victorious return to the capital. It took over 2 years while working through proxies of proxies, Jon thought disdainfully as he remembered just what he had had to go through in order to goad the Greyjoys without implicating himself as the one who'd been pulling the strings. But in the end, everything went exactly as planned. The Reach was now firmly back under the control of the Crown, and Robert was even allowing some of the Reach lords back to court. Ned's and Robert's relationship has finally begun to really mend after their falling out over the deaths of Elia and her children and Robert's refusal to seek justice for their murder. The people also now view Robert as a defender of the realm rather than a usurper. Although, there will probably always be a select few who refer to him as such for several years to come, but they are few and far between. But most importantly, the Lion's growing influence within the court will be halted, at least for a few years. Truthfully, Jon did feel sympathetic for the people of Lannisport. Even with his predictions and his careful machinations, he had not fully anticipated the brutality and effectiveness of the Ironborn raid on Lannisport. He sent a prayer for the souls lost, but he took solace in the fact that their sacrifice was not for nothing. It would take years to Tywin Lannister to reclaim the loss of reputation due to the attack on his primary port town. Years during which his eyes and far-reaching influence would be lessened at the royal court. Years during which Jon could begin to weaken the Lion's influence on the Iron Throne. But despite the war turning out exactly how I wanted, not everything went according to plan, Jon thought, his eyes flickering to the Northern Kingdom. And it is all because of one individual. The man who has been dubbed by Robert as the Northern Sorcerer. As an Andal, the very thought of a sorcerer in a position of power made him uneasy. But at the same time, his position as a lord of the realm, and as hand of the king, gave him the perspective to ignore such feelings. The man and his power were becoming a symbol of fear, hope, inspiration, and wonder. Things that were of great use in controlling the masses. Thankfully, the sorcerer had found his home in the north and had all but sworn allegiance to the Starks. He would have preferred that the man was here in King's Landing where he could keep a better eye on him, but the north would suffice, and he would take comfort in the knowledge that he was not under Tywin Lannister's thumb. Gods only knew what the realm would become should the Lions gain the allegiance of a sorcerer. Let alone one as powerful as Robert and the many others he'd questioned who'd been at the Pike claimed he was. And he will not be the last individual with these powers, if Robert's word is to be believed, which I have no reason to doubt. It'd taken a surprisingly large amount of wine, not to mention a lot of gentle prodding and more than a few mentions to his status as an almost father while raising Ned and Robert, but eventually he got Robert to open up more about what Ned planned to do about the sorcerer now under his command. Ned planned on partially using the sorcerer to help train up both his true-born son and heir and his bastard son. Both of whom, according to the sorcerer, had the born ability to command the same magic as he. Jon wasn't sure just when Ned had become as wise in terms of the game, but he was playing his usage of the sorcerer perfectly. His sons would train together and form a bond as strong as any true-born siblings under the tutelage of the sorcerer. And by keeping their abilities quiet, at least for a few years, he could ensure that there was no outside interference in the boys' training. Specifically, if a lord targeted Ned's bastard son and tried to tempt him with lordship of the north in return for something. It also gave Ned time to prepare. Because he had no doubt that the moment the knowledge that the northern sorcerer was training a Lord Paramount's son officially became known to the people as a whole, the other lords of the realm would be sending their heirs and throwing their daughters at the sorcerer in hopes that he will grant their house the prestige of having a sorcerer as their head of house. I will have to keep a close eye on the boys' training, Jon thought, idly tapping his finger on the map as he stared at the northern kingdom. But the boys' abilities make it imperative that the crown keeps a good relationship with the Starks. Just as the dragons served as a deterrent for years under the Targaryen rule, so too can these sorcerers act as a deterrent during the Baratheon rule. Perhaps a fostering, not for years as I don't want to disrupt Ned's careful plans to cultivate a good relationship between his sons. But perhaps when the boys are older, or mayhap I can convince Robert to send Joffrey north. Wait. No. That won't work. The boy may still be young, but the lioness has shown her claws when even the mention of her precious golden son is brought up. Putting thoughts of the sorcerer and fostering aside, Jon allowed his gaze to flicker to the last problematic region of Westeros. And it was this region that truthfully frightened Jon the most. For if Dorne were to want to remove the Baratheons from power, they could not do so through a strength of arms. No, they would simply send assassins, poison the Baratheons, and then they would retreat back into their desert where no foreign army has managed to claim victory. Not even the Targaryens in the height of their power could reign in Dorne through strength alone. It took marriage to bring Dorne into the fold. And perhaps marriage might be the answer again. Doran Martell would not agree to a marriage with any Baratheon, nor any Lannister. And I have no heirs yet to offer him. The Reach will not be willing to marry into Dorne, not with the recent slight delivered upon them with Oberyn Martell wounding Willius Tyrell. Edmure Tully is an option, but I do not believe that would be viable. By Dornish customs, the eldest Arianne Martell is next in line to become the ruler of Dorne. And I doubt that she would be willing to give up such a position to become Lady of the Riverlands. No, Doran will not accept just any lord or lady for his sons or daughter. But, perhaps there is another option. Perhaps, just perhaps, Doran would be willing to accept a son of Dorne for his daughter. One that would not be a threat to the Martells' control of Dorne. Quite the opposite in fact. And one that could help to ensure that the Martells stayed loyal to the crown. And, amusingly enough, the solution to that lies once again in the north. And he is gaining value as we speak. Ned refused to speak of just who the mother of his bastard son was. But Jon was not a fool. And he knew his foster son perhaps better than the man knew himself. And Jon knew that there was only one woman in the whole of Westeros that could make the Honorable Eddard Stark forego his honor. And that woman was Ashura Dane. The timing worked out, the babe was just born slightly on the smaller size. And the story is well known that during the rebellion the Lady Dane grew large with child. House Dane claimed that the child was a stillborn girl, but Jon didn't buy it. No doubt Ned took the boy in the hopes of raising him, which was understandable considering what just happened to his family. And it was Ned taking her son, as well as the loss of her brother that drove the Lady Dane to her sad fate. The Dane family will more than likely deny the claim, especially as they have not come forth with the claim yet. Perhaps they are ashamed of his northern roots. But it doesn't matter. In time when the boy's abilities become known, his value will be elevated to a level that no bastard in history has ever experienced. And the Danes would be foolish to deny Ashura as the mother when that day comes. Doing so would hurt their reputation perhaps to a point of no return. And it is not without precedence for the ruler of Dorne to take a bastard as their consort and gift them with the ruling family's name. He would have to time it carefully. He needed to give the boy time to grow into his powers and prove his worth. And he also needed to give Ned time to reaffirm the boy's allegiances to not only the North and House Stark, but the royal family as well. He would give the boy 5 years, maybe a year more if the knowledge of his powers hadn't spread through Westeros by then. And then he would carefully begin to spread the rumors of who the boy's mother is, making sure that said rumors reached Dorne, especially Doran and Arianne Martell. Yes. That would be for the best. But again, those were plans for years from now. He needed to focus on the here and now. With the lion's gaze off King's Landing, he was free to implement his own people into the court. And he had one candidate specifically in mind. It would solve many of the problems I am having. Specifically, the problem of Robert's extravagant spending habits and my wife's complaints of having no companionship here in the capital. And according to the reports I've seen, he has done an extraordinary job in the Vale so far. Rumor says that he can rub 2 coppers together and produce a gold dragon. An ability which I find difficult to believe, but one that could prove useful as well. Yes. I will offer him the position as Master of Coin and put his skills to the test. But I will have to be careful. I am aware of his history with my wife. I will have to have the two of them watched and make sure they do not spend any prolonged time together outside of what is socially acceptable. Putting such thoughts aside for the moment, Jon pulled out a blank raven scroll, dipped his quill in his inkwell and began to write the summons of Petri Baelish to court in order to assume the position of the Master of Coin. Chapter 7, Winter Years Part 1. Welcome back everyone. Honestly, don't have much to say leading into this one, other than I hope that you enjoy and please feel free to leave a review if you feel so inclined to. And thank you to everyone who has already reviewed, favorited, or add this story to their alerts. You guys are really helping me keep motivated with this one. And another huge shout out to my brainstorm partner / beta reader for this story, Telmicus Sundus. Lastly, standard disclaimer, I do not own Game of Thrones, A Song of Fire and Ice nor Star Wars. Chapter 7. Keeping a tight hold on his horse's reins, Ned Stark had to resist the urge to press his horse into a faster pace as the landscape around them began to become steadily more and more recognizable as they grew closer to Winterfell. In comparison to his time at the Vale or during Robert's rebellion, the Greyjoy rebellion had caused him only to part from Winterfell for only a short duration of time, nearly 2 moons. But even then, it felt like an eternity. Especially with the news that awaited him once they'd returned to northern soil. Cat has given birth. A son. A second son. The second child born of our union that I was not there to witness. And these, Mandalorians, they are able to defeat your kind. Looking over his shoulder, Ned spotted his 2 new charges riding near the Sorcerer that had managed to change so much in such a short period of time. For pretty much the entirety of the boat ride from the Iron Islands back to the north, Ned was fearful that either Theon or Asha especially as she was the eldest, would try to bring some form of harm to Nox. An effort that would no doubt lead to either one or both Ironborn wards to be seriously injured at best, or dead at worst. But to his utmost surprise, not only did that event not come to pass, but the exact opposite seemed to be happening. Both of his wards seemed to be growing somewhat fond of the Sorcerer. Or, more accurately, Asha was relaxing and coming to terms with being in his presence and young Theon was following her lead in the matter. It helped immensely that Nox was so incredibly persuasive. The man had captured the imagination of Asha and young Theon early in their journey by telling them a few tales of his homeland. Whether they were true or not, Ned couldn't tell, and none of the tales revealed details or specifics of his home beyond what had already been discussed. But the tales had done their job in creating a sort of truce between Nox and the wards. Asha seemed especially interested in the tales of these Mandalorians, as Nox called them. As did many of the northern lords and men, namely the Great Jon, who decided to accompany the Starks back north instead of heading south in order to participate in a tournament that Tywin Lannister was organizing on orders from Robert to celebrate the defeat of the Ironborn. These Mandalorians were apparently a warrior sect from his homeland that were dedicated their lives to the art of war and honor. And were, by Nox's own accounts, men and women that were able to match the sorcerers and sorceresses, these Sith and Jedi, of his homeland step for step on the battlefield. Such a group was of great interest to the 2 wards, and to Ned as well. For any group of warriors that held to honor as Nox described, and could go match even the likes of Nox, were a people he was very interested in getting to know. For his part, Nox didn't seem to have any qualms about describing a sect of warriors that were capable of defeating those like him. Sometimes, Nox answered Asha. A fight between a Mandalorian and a Sith or Jedi had no definite outcome. Although there were many who didn't believe it to be so. But just because one is skilled or powerful, does not make them invincible. A single lucky arrow fired when the target is not paying attention can fell even the greatest. So, what does that mean? It means archery is better in combat. Theon answered, to which Asha immediately slapped her brother upside the back of his head. Think first before sprouting off at the mouth, Theon, Asha chided her brother. It means that it doesn't matter how strong or skilled you are, you can still die from an unforeseen attack. Exactly, Nox nodded. One must remain vigilant and not allow their skills to become lax over time. The Mandalorians had that edge. Their entire life was dedicated to art of combat and awe. I see that we have arrived already. Time certainly does pass one by when talking on a subject you enjoy. Ned nearly jumped out of his saddle as he looked ahead and spotted the tall grey walls of Winterfell in the distance. By the gods, I need to stop getting so distracted by Nox and his tales. Ned sighed before feeling his spirits lift at the thought of what awaited them within the walls of his home. Come, Ned commanded, tapping his horse's flanks with his heels to set their pace at a trot. We will be within the walls within an hour at this pace. Let us not delay any longer. None of the men, or women, argued with him as the thought of the end of their long journey renewed their spirits. Within the hour they were passing through the walls of Winterfell, the warmth coming from the hot springs that warmed the keep washing over them. The main road that led through Winterfell and towards the inner castle was lined with all the denizens of Winterfell as they came out of their homes to welcome their lord and loved ones home. As they passed through another small wall and into the inner castle, Ned's joy increased tenfold as he spotted his wife, son, and daughters standing in a line waiting for him along with Maester Luwin and Lord Manderley. His joy was dampened slightly at noticing how Jon had been forced to stand back several paces and in line with the servants of the keep, but he pushed that out of his mind for now. There would be time to deal with his placement. For now, he wanted to hold his family and see the newest addition to the pack. My lord husband, Kat greeted him as he dismounted from his horse, a bundle held firmly in her arms. Welcome home, my love. Kat, Ned smiled, approaching his wife and wrapping her in his arms, being careful not to disrupt the bundle in her arms. Despite the differences they had and no matter what Ned's heart constantly yelled at him, she was his wife, the mother of his children. And he truly did care for her. It is good to be home. Pulling back from him, Kat graced him with a smile that lightened her face. Husband, I present to you your second true son. Her statement wasn't lost on Ned, and he was glad that her words were said quietly enough to barely pass beyond the two of them. Taking the bundle from her arms, he carefully pulled back on the edge of the blanket, revealing a small face beneath. While Sansa and Robb may have taken after their mother in terms of their looks, Arya and the little one in his arms were without a doubt Stark. He's perfect. Ned smiled, looking up at his wife. What is his name? Brandon Stark, Kat said proudly. After your brother and the founder of your house. A good name. Ned nodded, handing his new son back to his wife, but not before leaning in and giving Kat a quick kiss. Thank you, Kat. Kat's eyes shined with happiness and pride as she stepped back and allowed Ned access to the rest of their children. Robb, Sansa, Arya, come here you. He laughed as he gathered up his children, bestowing hugs and kisses between them all before finding himself before Lord Wyman Manderley. The Lord of White Harbor had a smile on his face as he watched Ned disentangle himself from his children. You will forgive me, my lord, if I do not greet you as such. I'm afraid that not only would your arms not reach around me, but I fear my wife would get jealous if she hears the tale of me kissing someone else. I can imagine, Ned nodded, his mood light as he greeted the lord. I thank you, Lord Manderley, on behalf of House Stark for your aid during my absence. And the king sends his regards and thanks along as well. To you and your sons for their repelling of the Ironborn attack on Dragonstone. Manderley's chest puffed out, an impressive feat considering the man's girth, at the praise. I will ensure that my sons hear of the king's regards, my lord. Lastly, Ned made his way through the line and greeted his bastard son. Jon, Ned smiled, squatting down in front of the boy. Jon seemed to be almost surprised at being greeted, but his face split into a wide smile and Ned could almost feel the joy emanating from the young boy. Lord Stark. I am glad to see you. And you, Jon, Ned smiled, ruffling the boy's hair. Did you do as I instructed and support your brother during my absence? Jon's eyes flickered briefly towards the rest of his family. Yes, Lord Stark. As best I could. Good. Ned smiled again, before patting Jon on the shoulder and making his way back towards the line of men and women that had rode with him. Motioning his two new wards forward, Ned introduced them to his family. Wife, children. This is Asha Greyjoy and Theon Greyjoy. From this moment onwards they are wards here at Winterfell and are to be treated as if they are part of the pack. Understand? Yes, father. Yes, Lord Stark, his family and the servants of Winterfell answered as he ushered Asha and Theon forward. Good. Robb, Jon, please see Asha and Theon to their rooms. Maester Luwin, Lord Manderley. I would like to have words with you both before we attend the feast tonight. You as well, Nox. We need to discuss some of the ideas you talked to me about during the voyage home. The courtyard immediately began to disperse as the people of Winterfell began returning to their assigned tasks. Behind him, Ned noticed Knox hanging behind for a moment, talking to the Ironborn woman and young girl that he rescued from Lorch. After a quiet conversation, he watched as Knox handed the two a small coin purse before making his way towards Ned. I wasn't sure if they'd had quarters assigned or not, Knox said, answering Ned's unasked question. So, I gave them some coin to put them up in Winterfell for a week or so until we can iron out the details of what they'll be doing here. That's right, Ned thought as the two made their way through the Great Keep and towards Ned's Solar, followed closely by Luwin and Manderley. Once they'd arrived, Ned had to resist the urge to head straight for his bed, and instead made his way to his desk and sat down. All right, Ned began, looking at Maester Luwin and Lord Manderley especially. Now that formalities have been observed, I want the truth. How did my son perform during my absence? He performed admirably for a boy his age, my lord, Wyman answered after taking a moment. He was as patient as he could be when dealing with the small folk, and he wasn't afraid to ask for advice from either myself or Maester Luwin when dealing with certain matters. And anything that was presented that was too much of a decision for him, he was able to set the matter aside until your return. Hearing how well his son of only 7 name days performed made Ned swell with pride. Robb would be a good lord of Winterfell in the future. And what of Jon? And the mention of his bastard, both Wyman and Luwin looked uneasy. Young Jon did his best to do as you instructed, my lord. Luwin answered tactfully. Which is barely a half-truth, Knox cut in before Ned could. Something or someone was preventing Jon from giving Robb aid. Is that the truth? Again, both men looked uneasy. My lord, Wyman began slowly. It is not my place to question yours or your Lady of Winterfell's authority, especially in your absence. But the Lady Cat all but forbade young Jon from being present during court. The joy that had been steadily building within him turned slightly. Gods, I was hoping I wouldn't have to deal with this so soon. How was she preventing him? Did she outright forbid Jon from attending court at Robb's side? No, Maester Luwin answered quickly. But young Jon did have a fair amount of duties and chores to perform. And those usually prevented him from attending court alongside your heir. Ned could see the truth between the words Luwin was speaking. Cat had assigned Jon extra work to keep him away from court and away from Robb. While not against what he'd commanded, his wife also hadn't abided by his word. It was not a pleasant situation. I will have words with Cat regarding Jon and his future. Ned spoke after a long silence. Truthfully, it didn't matter what potential plans Ned might have had in mind for the boy a few months ago. Jon's future was now tied to Knox. But for now, Knox has plans that we need to discuss the feasibility of achieving. Thank you, Lord Stark, Knox nodded, taking the offered opening. Maester Luwin, how much glass have we managed to produce so far? Enough to add an addition onto our existing glass gardens, but not enough to construct a new glass garden, Luwin answered almost immediately as if he were expecting the question. That is not enough. Knox sighed. The air is growing colder with each passing day. Ideally, we need to construct a new glass garden or two before the snows come. We can still produce during winter, but it will be much harder to assemble the gardens when our men are ass-deep in snow. The issue isn't the production, Master Knox, Wyman added, wiping at his forehead. It's the materials. Then let us solve that issue through trade. Knox countered. I'm sure Dorne would be open to trading with us considering our gift to them. Wyman and Luwin cast one another a brief look of confusion. Gift? Master Knox? A gift. Ned nodded. The hands of Sir Armory Lorch, who was found guilty through a trial by combat after he and his men were found raping a young mother and her daughter. Maester Luwin blanched at the thought, while Wyman merely shook his head. Should have figured that bastard would keep doing what he was doing. A shame the king didn't let us just execute the man after what he did at the end of the rebellion. Who did he fight against? Me, Knox answered. The man was a butcher and a sadist, but in truth had little skill when it came to combat. I crushed him and his men. Literally and figuratively. Not wanting to relieve the fight, Ned moved the discussion forward. Regardless of what happened, Lorch has finally been brought to justice. Wyman, I'm entrusting you to deliver our gift and open trade negotiations with Dorne. You honor me, Lord Stark, Wyman bowed. I will deliver the hands personally and will not return without an agreement between the North and Dorne. I couldn't ask for a better choice to handle this, Wyman, Ned nodded his thanks. We can discuss the details later, but for now, Knox has several more projects for us to start on. Some of which will require your assistance, Maester Luwin. Maester Luwin perked up considerably. After Knox's showing of the glass, Ned knew that the aging Maester was excited to see what other secrets he could learn from the Sorcerer. Of course, my lord. Master Knox, what plans do you? A hand-thick pile of papers dropping onto the surface of Ned's desk cut Maester Luwin off. Gods, where was he hiding all of that? Ned wondered as he stared at the stack of papers of his desk. I swear the man has the ability to make objects appear and disappear at will. Although, considering the powers he showed on Pike, such a thing is probably tedious for him. We can start with some of the simpler projects, Nox began, picking up the first sheet of paper and handing it off to Lewin, who began to eagerly devour whatever was on the paper. However, there is one item that we will need before we can proceed. And that is a steady supply of metal and the ability to make large quantities of high-grade steel as well. Have you managed to complete the blast furnace per the plans that I presented to you before the war began? Taking the offered paper from Maester Lewin, Ned looked down at the strange device that was drawn in surprising detail on the page. It looks like a press of some kind. But for what? The foundation has been laid for both the furnace and the windmill in Wintertown, Maester Lewin answered. But I fear without your unique abilities that construction has been slow. It will take at least another moon's turn or more before your blast furnace can be used. Nox winced at that. Not ideal. At least it will give us time to gather the iron ore that we'll need. But for now, we can begin constructing various parts and pieces that do not require metal. And, while we're on the subject, I would like to ask something of you, Lord Stark. Setting down the paper, Ned picked up another from the stack, this one depicting a strange metal coil of some kind. What is it? I would ask for your permission to begin renovations on the first keep and the broken tower. Setting aside the paper, which Wyman immediately picked up, Ned gave Nox his full attention. To what end? Holding his hands behind his back, Nox spoke slowly as he outlined his plans. The first keep, you well know, is dilapidated and has been left in such a state for decades, if not centuries. During the winter years, it can house citizens of the north, but outside of that it serves little purpose. It is, for all intents and purposes now, a waste of space. I plan to change that for the better. We can transform the keep into a place of ingenuity by using the empty halls and rooms as places to construct many of these items laid out before you. The metal and wood will be shaped and formed in Wintertown, and then shipped into the first keep to be worked into their final purpose. We can also dedicate a section of the keep into a public bathhouse that feeds off the hot spring water that runs through the walls of not only the Great Keep, but also the first keep as well. I see, Ned nodded, thinking the possibility over. There was merit to his words. And he was right in saying that, for now, the first keep did nothing for them. And what of the broken tower? The tower would serve as an extension to the work being done in the first keep, as well as place to house the workers, Nox explained. And I would also seek to convert part of the tower into a college of sorts. A college? Maester Lewin perked up. A place of learning? Do you mean to separate the north from the citadel? No, Nox denied, shaking his head. More like a supplement to the citadel. But unlike your Maester order who only takes on those of nobility, and only men at that. The college would educate the lowborn as well as the highborn people of the north, both men and women who show promise. Lewin frowned. I would not be able to teach so many. My duties in teaching the sons and daughters of the Lord Stark as well as my other duties would not give me the time to do as you suggest. And I'm not suggesting that you teach. At least not to the masses. Nox countered. Bethany and her daughter Hilda, the mother and daughter we brought back from the Iron Islands, are well educated. Their background is their own and I will not discuss it without their leave to do so. But I believe that Bethany is capable of teaching those that wish to learn. And from her, we can identify those who have sufficient skill and who are deserving of furthering their education by aiding and studying with Maester Lewin and even myself if I have the time. The more Ned heard of Nox's plan, the more he wanted to see them come to fruition. The glass alone that Nox had gifted them had the opportunity to change the face of the north. Not only because it would allow them to create more glass gardens and therefore grow more of their own food. But eventually they would be able to start trading the glass with the other regions of the Seven Kingdoms and perhaps even in Essos. And if these devices that Nox was suggesting they make could have the same impact, then Ned was all for them. Maester Lewin, can our coffers support the renovation of the first keep and the broken tower as well as see to the beginnings of these projects? He asked. Lewin scratched at the back of his head, looking off to the side. The coffers are deep, my lord. I would have to spend a few days with Master Nox going over the details for each plan and the cost associated with each. But I believe our coffers could support most of what is being proposed. However, it would heavily cut into the coin set aside to purchase food during the winter years. The coffers of White Harbor are open for your use on these endeavors, Lord Stark. Wyman cut in quickly. With the coffers of White Harbor available to them, there was no question as to whether they would be able to afford most, if not all, of what Nox was proposing. But Ned knew he would have to ration how much he relied on the aid from Wyman. While the man was loyal and a good man, he could see his endgame. Wyman had 2 granddaughters after all, both of whom were near of age with Robb. If they relied too heavily on White Harbor, he would almost have to accept one of Wyman's granddaughters becoming the next Lady of Winterfell. Not an altogether uncomfortable choice, but one that he was not ready to make. Not yet at least. There are ways that we can cut some of the costs as well. Nox continued. If we focus our efforts on creating 1 or 2 glass gardens in Wintertown, I can supply the caretakers of the gardens with seeds from my homeland. That got Ned's attention, as well as the attention of the other two men in the room. What kind of seeds do you have to offer? Ned inquired. And are they capable of growing in the glass gardens during the winter years? They are, Knox nodded before elaborating further. Parts of my homeland are not so unlike the north. It took a long time, but we eventually managed to cultivate plants that can grow in extreme climates such as north. And perhaps even the lands beyond the wall. What kind of plants? Lewin asked, his eyes alight with curiosity. A few grains, a specific type fruit, and a vegetable or two, Knox answered. Nothing exotic, but they can sustain a population if you grow enough of them. Then that will be our first priority. Ned concluded, ending the discussion. Lord Manderley, I invite you to rest the night and join me at the head table at the feast tonight. But I am sorry that I must ask you to return to White Harbor first thing in the morning and head for Dorne straight away. If we are to get the glass gardens built for these new plants before the first snows, we will need the resources to do so soon. Wyman bowed as much as his gut would allow him to. It is no trouble at all, Lord Stark. As you say, I will head out at first light and make for Dorne with all haste. And I won't return without a shipment of sand and a trade agreement with the Dornish. Good, Ned nodded, rising to his feet. Now, gentlemen, I think that is enough for tonight. Let us head to the welcoming feast, and we can talk more while we're there. Waking the next morning was a slightly more painful than normal process for Knox. Despite the shutters to his room being shut, the sun not yet cresting the horizon, and the fact that he was blind, the dim light shining on his unseeing eyes was far too bright. Force, Knox murmured to himself as he slowly sat upright, only to immediately flop back down on his bed as he was hit with a wave of vertigo and nausea. How much did I have to drink last night? I believe the better part of a barrel of ale, Master Knox. It was a testament to his state that he hadn't even realized that he wasn't alone in his room. With reflexes honed during the trials of Korriban and his life after, Knox made to lash out with the force towards the location of the voice in his room. The startled gasp made him pull back, just before the full force of his power could impact the other person in his room. Nyra. He half questioned as he painfully forced himself upright in his bed. Why yes, Master Knox, she answered, her voice shaky. Cursing his reflexes, Knox placed his hand to his head and used the force to purge the lingering effects of the alcohol still in his system. I'm sorry about that, he said, rising to his feet and feeling far better than he had a moment before. I should be the one apologizing, Nyra muttered, her voice still slightly shaking. I shouldn't have snuck into your room while you slept and startled you so, Master Knox. But what was that? It felt so cold. Like I was staring into the darkness of night. I. Reaching out to her, Knox laid a hand on each of her shoulders. Despite having stayed in Winterfell for nearly a month before heading out to the Iron Islands and having her be his unofficial shadow, he hadn't really taken the time to truly see her. She was younger than him, but only by a few years. Her face was narrow, her chin pointed, and her long black hair was tied back behind her head. She may not have been the most beautiful woman physically, but she wasn't unattractive in the slightest. But that was only part of what drew his interest in her. She had a strength within her. She wasn't force-sensitive, but there was still a strength within her that was shouting to be free. And that strength drew her to him. Cupping her jaw with his right hand, Knox carefully let the force flow through him and into her, soothing away her fear and the cold grip of the darkness that had entrapped her. Once he'd felt her free from the grip of the dark side, he broke contact with her and stepped back. Her body shifted forward as if searching for his touch. Gods, she breathed, her breath coming in short rasps as she oriented herself. That was, what did you do? Chased the darkness away, he answered. It was a trick he'd learned with Ashura when he first began to teach her the ways of the Sith. As Ashura was a Jedi, or rather a Padawan, she was heavily versed in the light almost to the point where touching the darkness would leave her a trembling mess. And as he had no use for a quivering apprentice who couldn't touch the dark side, he was left with two options. Ditch her or develop a technique to help drive off the darkness when it became too much for her. And to this day, he didn't regret his decision. It felt. Nyra murmured before shaking her head. Sorry, Master Knox. It wasn't my place to make you. There is nothing to apologize for. Knox countered, giving her a smile. And please stop calling me Master Knox. It's just Knox for you. Nyra's smile brightened not only her face, but her presence in the force to the point where she was almost shining. Knox. She replied, as if testing out the name on her lips. Is there anything you need for your fast? Or anything I can get for you? No, he replied, shaking his head. But thank you for the offer. Right now, I need to get the Godswood well before young Robb and Jon arrive for their first day of training under me. Very well, Mas Knox, Nyra said, bowing slightly to him as she slowly backed up towards the door. If there is anything, and I mean anything, that I can do for you, please ask. It is my honor and privilege to serve you. Watching her leave, Nox couldn't help but notice the slight swing she put into her hips as she walked out of the room. Force, he breathed, calling on his training in self-control to take care of a certain problem that had arisen by her sauntering. How long has it been that is all it takes? Once he'd managed to get his baser urges under control, Nox donned his robes and set out towards the Godswood, which by order of Lord Stark, would be where Jon and Robb would be undergoing their training. Once again, I have to admit that Lord Stark has surprised me. Nox thought as he made his way out of the Great Keep. The cold northern air made him pause momentarily as he adjusted to the slight change in temperature. He is far more cunning than he appears. While the Godswood is open to the citizens of Winterfell, there is only one true way in and one true way out. And that is through a guarded entrance. By training the boys in the Godswood, he can control who knows what exactly their training will entail. And while he announced his intentions last night for Jon and Robb to train under my tutelage, he never specified just what I would be training the boys in. He still needs quite a bit of work, but at least he isn't a fool like many of the southern lords believe him to be. As he made his way past the guards and into the Godswood proper, he began running what he planned to use to teach the boys as he walked amongst the trees. I cannot train them like I was. They are not acolytes of Korriban. If I were to treat them thusly, then at the very least one of the boys would have to die at the hands of the other before their training could be considered complete. Something that I am sure Lord Stark, nor any of the lords in this land, would approve of. Maybe except for Tywin. But no, I can use aspects of the trials of Korriban, but they will not be the central point of the boys' training. In this, Nox considered himself fortunate considering his past apprentices. His first apprentice, and love, Ashura had nearly been a Jedi before he killed her instructors and took her under his tutelage. And as much as he taught her in matters of the dark side, she too taught him much of the light side of the Force. And his second apprentice, Zaluk, was a true Kalaesh warrior who almost had more in common with the Mandalorians than he did with the Sith. Both, along with his own experience coming up through the Sith ranks, had given him a relatively unique appreciation towards how to train an individual. But still, training Robb and Jon would be a far cry than training Ashura or Zaluk, or any of his other underlings he'd collected over the years. Robb and Jon would be the first two who would be becoming his acolytes without any prior experience. Meaning he'd have to start at the very beginning of what the Force was and what it meant to use the light side and the dark side of the Force. By the time he reached the center clearing before the weirwood, he had a general idea about how to begin Jon's and Robb's Force training. But as he stepped through the trees, he found that he wasn't the first one to arrive this morning. Lord Stark was sitting on the large rock facing the weirwood with his back towards Nox. Lord Stark, Nox greeted the man, making the Lord of Winterfell turn his head. I hadn't expected to see you here this early. Nor I you, Stark replied. The sun has barely crested the horizon. Shrugging, Nox stepped up beside Stark. I don't sleep much. And through the Force, one can forego much sleep and still be at their peak. Stark nodded absent-mindedly. I think I shall have need of such a technique if nights like last continue. Reaching out to Stark through the Force, he found that despite being awake, Stark was barely conscious. His body was fatigued and his mind drained. Lady Stark keep you awake all night in her welcoming you home? He asked teasingly. Stark huffed, a wave of unpleasant emotions rolling off him as he did. The most obvious of which was a general sense of self-loathing, which was accompanied with a quick flash of deep violet eyes. Partially. But I found myself, troubled and unable to rest afterwards, for my dreams refused to let me rest. That got Nox's attention. The Force often manifested itself in strange and mysterious ways. But none was more prominent than when it manifests during one's dreams. What kind of dreams, if you do not mind my asking? Stark took his time before answering. You may, and in fact, you might be able to help. I dreamt of the throne room within the Red Keep. At first, I thought I was merely dreaming of the nightmare that was the sacking of King's Landing, but this was something different. It felt so much more real than any previous dream. I could almost command what I was doing in the dream. I'd looked around, and I didn't recognize a single person in the room. And on the throne was a deformed creature wearing an animal skin to try and hide itself. I remember speaking and hearing others speak, but I don't remember a word of what was said. And then, a sense of death and betrayal as a dagger was held to my throat. And then nothing but darkness. Nox knew there and then exactly what it was. Stark had had a Force premonition in his sleep. And what do you think this dream of yours was, Lord Stark? Stark turned towards him, his very essence searching for answers. Starks before I have had such dreams, as have others, Dennis the Dreamer perhaps being the most prominent example in history. My ancestors called them wolf dreams, and some say that King Torrhen Stark had such a dream the night before he decided to bend knee to Aegon the Conqueror. But I take it that, as the wolf's blood is more than it seems, so too are these wolf dreams. And you would be correct. Nox nodded, taking a step past Stark and towards the weirwood. In my culture, they're known as Force visions. They can occur during a deep state of meditation and can be narrowed in scope by a well-practiced individual. Or, in your case, they can come and go during sleep or meditation but with no sense of control to what you are seeing, let alone where or when. But they are the future, are they not? No, Nox denied almost immediately. At least, not entirely. For the future is always in motion, and the only thing certain about the future is uncertainty. And such dreams or visions should be taken with a grain of salt. For if they are taken too literally, then the recipient may inadvertently create the very scenario they witnessed by trying to prevent it. I guess what I'm saying is that while force visions should not be ignored, they shouldn't be considered as an absolute. Stark went silent, the only noise the rustling of the leaves as the wind blew through the god's wood. That is why you have stayed in the north, isn't it? Stark asked seemingly out of nowhere. You had one of these force visions, did you not? Something that showed you that you needed to stay here instead of heading anywhere else. Again, Nox was impressed with the level of insightfulness displayed by the Warden of the North. Those foolish lords in the south think that he oblivious. And while he might be oblivious about some things, he is keen. Very keen. Lying won't work with him, not now. But I doubt he'd appreciate the full vision I received. Or he will overreact to it. Yes, I did, Nox confirmed. The morning of my first day here in Winterfell, I felt a pull from the Force. A pull that led me to this very spot. And when I stood before the weirwood, I was nearly struck blind. For the tree was shining in the Force like a beacon in the dead of night. Next thing I knew, I was thrown into a vision where I watched as a darkness emanating from the far north claimed the land. And just before the darkness was able to claim total victory, the vision started over as a new series of events played out. I do not know just how long I stood here watching countless potential futures flashed before my eyes, but in each one the darkness was able to conquer the land. Until the last vision I had. In this vision, the darkness failed. The specifics are lost to me as to what specifically led to the fall of the darkness, but there is one thing I know for certain. And that is without a strong north, the darkness will win. And the north can only be strong when under the leadership of the wolves of the north. He could feel Stark's curiosity peak. So that is why you are staying? To help House Stark grow strong to fight whatever darkness is approaching? But didn't you just say that these visions show not often be taken as truth? I said the untrained should take force visions with a grain of salt, Lord Stark, Nox corrected, turning back to Stark. But I have been trained, for a long time and have delved deeper into the mystery that is the Force than you can possibly imagine. But having said that, I too am apprehensive on taking some visions too seriously. But this vision, this was something else completely. Something that I'm still trying to figure out. And after seeing so many possibilities, it is a puzzle. But before you start thinking that I'm a selfless man who's doing this to better your house alone, let me quell those thoughts. For I too now live in this land. And if the darkness that I saw consumes this land, I too shall be consumed. And that is not something that I want to have happen. So, you see, by strengthening the North and House Stark specifically, I increase my own odds of surviving what is coming. That is, strangely reassuring, Lord Stark remarked, his words echoing the feelings emanating from him. Do you know what this darkness is? Or when it will attack? Shaking his head, Nox answered honestly. No. And no. The darkness clouded my vision, which is, unusual to say the least. I was unable to see what this darkness was or when it will come. But we have time, that much I know for certain. Time to prepare. Years. Maybe even a decade or two. Rising to his feet, Lord Stark stepped up beside Nox as the two men faced the weirwood. I cannot ask my bannermen to ready for a threat that we don't even know truly exists. But for what it is worth, I believe you. The old gods only know why. But I believe you. And you have my thanks for saying such, Lord Stark. Ned. Turning, Nox faced Stark. Pardon. Ned. Lord Stark said, turning towards him and holding out his hand. My family and those I hold closest to me call me Ned. Taking the offered hand, Nox gave Ned a grin, and as he did, he felt a slight shift in the Force. And judging by the slight tightening of Ned's hand, he felt it as well. You felt that as well, didn't you? He asked, to which Ned nodded. Good. That means that we are on the right path. And our journey forward truly begins today. Ned nodded, letting go of his hand. I guess it does. Rob, Jon. Quit hiding behind that tree and come out. I thought I told you boys it wasn't polite to spy on conversations that were not for your ears. Across the clearing, there was a sudden rustling of leaves and branches as first Rob then Jon sheepishly stepped out from behind the tree they were hiding behind. He's getting better at sensing presences. Remarkable progress for one his age and with such limited education in matters of the Force. If only I had managed to get to him when he was younger. Sorry, father, both boys said almost simultaneously. Accepting their apology, Ned turned to Nox. I leave my sons in your hands, Master Nox. But I expect to be kept appraised of their progress and I want to be informed before their training turns to physical in the future. As you wish, Nox nodded. And by all means, you are welcome to stay as well. I'm sure you will be able to pick up a few tricks if you do. Would that I could, Ned sighed good-naturedly. But someone has to run the north. Boys, listen well to Master Nox and do exactly as he says. Both Robb and Jon nodded vigorously. Yes, father. With his piece said, Ned walked down the path towards the gate, leaving the three of them in the center of the God's Wood. Come boys. Nox said, motioning towards the rock between the reflecting pool and the weirwood. We have much to talk about today. Both boys were almost bursting with excitement as they all but scrambled over one another in order to take a seat first. Master Nox, are we going to learn that lifting trick you do with your hand today? Or that thunder and lightning magic Lord Umber was talking about last night? Or how to see these visions you and father were talking about? Or are you going to teach us how to fight like you do? Ah, youth. Always so eager to learn, Nox thought with a rueful smile. We'll see just how long this youthful eagerness lasts once their training truly begins. Eventually, yes. But not today. Nor tomorrow. No, first I must give you both an understanding of the Force. Which means for the first month at least we will be going over philosophy, history, tactics, and different aspects of the Force before you even begin to learn how to utilize it. Both boys' excitement dampened significantly at that. But that is all boring. Robb complained. To some, perhaps. But it is a necessary step. But if you are unwilling to the time to gain a foundation, then you will never be able to properly utilize the Force. And if so, then it is not worth my time to teach you and the path out is right over there. But if you take it, I must truly question whether or not you are capable of becoming the next Warden of the North after your father and will be informing him as such. Both boys ceased their complaints. Ready to listen now? He asked, to which both boys nodded. Good. Today we will start with the basics. The Force, as it is called, is not so easily defined. It is everything, and nothing. It is all around us. It surrounds us, penetrates us, binds us. Think of it like a river that runs through all things. And you two and I are stones in this river. We can divert the Force and bend it to our will, but only to a certain extent. And there are two aspects to the Force. The light side and the dark side. Both of which can be utilized by those who are capable. Jon's hand tentatively rose. Master Nox, why would anyone want to use something dark? It has to do with philosophy, Jon, Nox answered. I assume then that you two believe that because there are light and dark aspects of the Force that you both immediately categorized them as good and evil respectively, no. Both boys timidly nodded their heads. Then would it surprise you both to learn that I was raised and taught the dark side of the Force almost exclusively until I met my first apprentice? Both boys' eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. But you're not evil. Jon all but shouted. You saved me. You can't be dark. And that is the first thing we must eliminate. Your preconceived notions on what is good and what is evil, Nox lectured. Both the light and dark sides of the Force can be used for good, or evil pending on your point of view. While it is far more complicated than what I'm about to say, the difference between the two can be summarized as thus. The light side focuses on peace and tranquility, while the dark side encourages strong emotions and domination. The true path lies in subscribing to both sides of the Force to a degree. You cannot allow yourself to fall too far into one aspect or the other. Fall too far into the light side, and you will become an emotionless husk of a person who cares for nothing, not even his own kin. I've seen those who've fallen so far into the light that they simply sat there emotionlessly as unspeakable acts of evil were happening around them, and they didn't lift a finger to stop it. On the other hand, the dark side can be just as treacherous. Fall too far into the dark side, and you will become a slave to your emotions, especially the strong emotions like hatred and desire. You will begin lashing out at anything and everything you deem a threat to yourself, even if it is not. And in the end, you will become little more than a malformed monster that cares for nothing but your own power. Pausing, he let his words sink in before continuing. Both sides of the Force have codes of conduct to help emphasize that aspect of the Force. Now listen well and commit these codes to your memory, for we will be going over them and their meaning frequently in the months to come. The light side, or the Jedi code is thus. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the Force. And Sith code of the dark side is thus. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. Now, I hope you two listened well. Because we will be going through each of these codes, one line at a time, and discussing them. Staring out over the city of Sunspare and the bay below from his private chambers within the Tower of the Sun, Doran Martell, Prince of Dorne, quietly pondered the latest oddity that had been presented to him. Namely in the form of the northern vessel that was anchored within the bay. Despite what many may have thought, Dorne did not hate the north nor the wolves. Not like they hated the stags and lions at any rate. If anything, the people of Dorne understood the northerners' reason for rebelling against the crown. And Eddard Stark's actions at the end of the rebellion with his demands that Gregor Clegane and Armory Lorch stand trial for murder and his subsequent leaving when the demand was denied heightened the people of Dorne's opinion of the man. That wasn't to say that they would ever be considered friends. But the North were one of the few people left in the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms that could safely dock at Sunspare without fear of reprisal. My prince, Prince Oberyn has arrived, his ever-faithful bodyguard Areo Hota announced, his deep rumbling voice carrying easily across the distance that separated the two. See him in, he commanded, not turning around from his view of the bay. And then make sure that there are no unwanted ears nearby. I will be having private words with my brother. Yes, my prince, Areo drawled, his heavy feet telling of his quick retreat from the room. What little peace he managed to find was quickly blown away as the doors to his chambers opened forcefully. Brother, I hope that you know that you pulled me away from a most wonderful time I was having with my delightful Elaria and a few of the new girls in the city. Your urges can wait, Oberyn. Doran stated, turning and facing his brother. The pain in his knees flaring slightly but not enough to prevent him from moving. We have matters to discuss. Quirking an eyebrow, Oberyn's gaze flickered towards the port, namely the northern ship anchored in the bay. Yes, I suppose we do. I don't suppose you'll tell me why you haven't demanded that northern ship to leave our shores lest they want to taste our spears. No, I haven't. And neither will you, Oberyn, Doran stated forcefully. While intelligent and skilled beyond belief in combat, subtlety was often lost on his younger brother. And the best way of dealing with him was often by being blunt. That ship brought Wyman Manderley to our shores. And he is staying in the Tower of the Sun until our dealings are done. And you will be civil towards him during his stay. Oberyn didn't bother to hide his look of contempt at the name. While his brother was of the similar mind as the rest of Dorne regarding the North, he still held them responsible for the death of their sister and her children. So, the only man in the whole of the Seven Kingdoms who can rival the Fat Flower in terms of girth has decided to waddle his ass down to Dorne. No doubt at behest of his wolf masters. And you are allowing him to not only stay in Sunspare for a time, but in the Tower of the Sunday. The very same tower where Elia, our sister, was raised alongside us. Why? Because I said so, brother, Doran countered harshly, meeting his brother's cool gaze with a look of his own. And you will respect my decision. Doran held his brother's eyes, unwilling to look away. Shortly enough, Oberyn broke their lock and turned his head away. Very well, brother, he conceded, albeit reluctantly. So then, tell me why the Fat Mermaid has come to Dorne. His purpose is twofold, Doran explained. The first was to deliver a gift to Dorne. The second was to establish a trade agreement between the North and Dorne. Oberyn's face turned quizzical. A gift? What kind of gift could the northern barbarians offer us? Something we have sought after for years, brother, he answered, motioning towards a table along the wall of the room where a lone chest sat. Compliments of the Starks. Frowning, his brother made his way over to the chest and lifted the lid. When he spied what laid inside, he froze, just as Doran had done when he first laid his eyes upon the hands and the signet ring that lay within. That ring has a manticore on it, brother, Oberyn said, his voice low. The sigil of House Lorch. And those are the hands of Armory Lorch, Doran continued, answering his brother's unasked question. His brother stayed unusually quiet as he stared down at the severed hands that had been gifted to them. A small piece of vengeance delivered by a house they had little love for. Who? A new vassal under the command of House Stark who fought against Lorch and several of his men on his own during a trial by combat after Lorch was found raping a mother and her young daughter by the Northerners. Doran replied, taking a seat as his gout began to flare to point where he could no longer ignore it. A new vassal, who just happens to be a sorcerer of no small power. That got Oberyn's attention. If there was one thing that could get his brother's attention outside of carnal delights or a good fight, it was the arcane. A sorcerer. Yes, according to Lord Manderley, and I find that he has little reason to lie. He knew what he was about to say next would not be taken well by his brother, but he had no choice but to withhold the information from his brother to prevent him from doing something rash. For I have also heard a tale of this sorcerer from one of our spies. Predictably, Oberyn spun around to him, his eyes alight with anger. You knew that Lorch was dead. I didn't say that, he replied, skirting around the truth. In truth, he had heard the tale that Lorch had met his demise, but he didn't trust a single source of information with something so vital. But before he could get confirmation, Lord Manderley had arrived with the hands of the man to confirm his death, and everything else that Doran had heard. I heard of this sorcerer. How he has sworn allegiance to House Stark. How this single man stormed Pike by himself and managed to bring the Krakens to heel. Pacified for the moment, Oberyn's posture relaxed. Perhaps I should head north to secure this supposed trade agreement and to see the truth for myself. While Doran was interested in learning more about this sorcerer as well, mostly with how he would affect their long-term plans, he was not about to send his brother to do it. No, you won't. At least not now. Doran said, ending his brother's hopes to learn more of the arcane. I have a different task for you to perform. And what task would that be, brother? Oberyn asked. Adjusting his legs and rubbing his knees, Doran brought up the next piece of information that Manderley had confirmed for him about the sorcerer. Something that I feel you will be well suited for. I need you to travel across the free cities of Essos to try and find any tale of this sorcerer so we might discover his origin. Taking the chair across from him, Oberyn poured himself a glass of wine and took a small drink. And why would you believe he hails from Essos? In the old days, it was not uncommon for those with the blood of the first men to possess magic. Not so unlike our own Rhoynish ancestors and their water magic. Because the man has the look of a pure Valyrian, Doran said, making Oberyn pause mid-sip. A fact which has not endeared him to the usurper, but the fool was unfortunately able to overlook his hatred for all things related to the dragons after he witnessed just what the man was capable of. Setting his glass down, Oberyn peered off into the distance deep in thought. The free cities are vast, brother. It will take me some time to search them all. And while his looks might point towards the free cities, would it not be better to start at Karth or Asai? Perhaps, but for now we will start with what we know about the man, Doran said. While Asai and their red god were a possibility, he doubted the man was from Karth as it was unlikely that a warlock from the House of the Undying would ever leave. We don't need to know his whole history. Just any clue as to his origin will suffice. Nodding, Oberyn finished off the last of his wine. Well then, I guess I will be off on the first ship to leave for Essos. Valyria has wanted to venture through Essos again. And I'm positive that I can find certain things to keep the both of us entertained while searching for any information on this sorcerer. Good, Doran nodded. And there are two more aspects about the sorcerer that might help you narrow this search. While Lord Manderley was vague about the man's potential origins, I can conclude that the man was either a servant or a slave early in his life. And the second, and much more telling aspect about him, is that he is blind. And he wears an ornate cloth to cover his scars. A blind man? Oberyn questioned. A blind sorcerer, who has the martial prowess and arcane power to kill Lorch and his men in a trial by combat, and then lay siege to Pike nearly by himself? This man is becoming more and more interesting with each word you speak, brother. That he is. I will continue to subtly question Lord Manderley about the man during trade talks. And there is one more task I ask of you while you are in the free cities. Pulling out a scroll from the inner lining of his robes, he held it out for his brother to take. This is for your eyes only, brother. Yours and the intended recipient. Picking up the scroll, Oberyn quickly opened it and read its contents, his eyes growing wider with each passing line he read. Are you sure about this? Oberyn asked as he rolled the scroll up and tucked it into the interior of his vest. There is always a chance when you play the Game of Thrones, brother. Doran stated. But with this sorcerer now in the game, we have to be even more cautious with how we play our hand. That is why that is not a full agreement. Not yet at least. Should the sorcerer prove to not be as big a threat or if he can be swayed, then it will become such. I see, Oberyn nodded. Well then, if that is all, brother, I will be off. I wish to say goodbye to my daughters before Valyria and I head out on our adventure. Safe travels, brother. Doran nodded. And may you find success in both of your endeavors. Leaning against the arched window in his room within the renovated broken tower of Winterfell, Nox watched as light flurries of snow slowly drifted down from the sky to the ground below. 2 years, he thought, as the snow fell past the window. 2 years I have been living this new reality of mine. Never in a million years would I have thought that I would find myself stranded on a pre-industrial world. Yet here I am. But even then, this experience has been something else entirely. Reaching out with his senses, he didn't stop the swelling of pride within him as he assessed the ancient stronghold of House Stark below him. Despite the heavy snowfall that had started barely a few months after their return from ending the rebellion on the Iron Islands, many of the projects Nox had been hoping to get started had gone off relatively smoothly. Or perhaps, it was because of the heavy snowfall, that could put even a blizzard on Hoth to shame, that he was able to help the Northerners achieve so much in such a short amount time. After all, what was there to do as the snow drifts climbed more than halfway up the walls of Winterfell? After their return from the war and with the threat of winter weighing upon them, Nox had moved to personally oversee the final phases of construction for additional small glass garden within the walls of Winterfell, at nearly square acre in size secondary glass garden tucked nearby the homes of Wintertown and the windmill and blast furnace situated just beyond the outskirts of Wintertown. Getting the glass gardens finished in time had allowed the farmers and gardeners within the Stark lands to prepare the soil enough that they were able to begin planting seeds before the first snow reached them. While most of what was grown was native to the land, the seeds that Nox had within the small survival bag had proven a huge boon to the people. The fruit, vegetables, and grains that he provided grew faster and larger than anything the Northerners had seen before. When asked about them, he made up a tale about how these plants were the mainstay of the food production of his home and had been chosen as such due to their size and quick germination period. Of course, he didn't tell them that each of those plants had been heavily genetically engineered to grow so large and so quickly, let alone in such harsh conditions. But even if he did, he doubted that anyone would be able to understand the explanation. While the additional glass gardens and the blast furnace were the two primary changes to the land before the first snow, they were not the last. Merely the most important to get the other projects that could be started during the wintertime. But before they could make anything, they needed the raw materials necessary. Primarily iron and other metals to be smelted in the forge to create the steel. The solution to that problem came from perhaps one of the last places Nox expected. An old journal belonging to Lord Rickard Stark, Ned's father, recently discovered by Maester Luwin that had been misplaced in the library by the previous Maester of Winterfell. In it, the former Lord of Winterfell noted the possible discovery of an iron vein in the mountains near Winterfell. But before he could order a crew to scout the area, he received word that his son Brandon had ridden to King's Landing and demanded justice for his kidnapped sister. And that was the last entry in the book. Ned had understandably been furious that the journal belonging to his late father had been misplaced for so long. And when he inquired as to how such a thing happened, Maester Luwin had no answer to give. Not unless they were to bring Maester Whaley's back from the dead and ask him. But regardless of how the book got lost, they now had it. And so, before the snows could set in, Ned had sent out nearly 200 men with mining equipment to not only scout the area noted, but to begin mining as well. The vein the men discovered apparently went deep, and not only was there iron, but they also discovered a copper vein nearby as well. With the blast furnace operational and with a newly discovered vein of iron and other metals that laid within the mountains near to Winterfell, Wintertown was able to supply the smiths and craftsmen of the north with a decent amount of high-grade steel before they were forced to close down the mine due to the snow making such operations near impossible to complete. While he would have preferred more steel to work with, and more raw iron would be arriving via trade vessels in the future, Nox had more than enough to set the smiths of Winterfell to work. The first project thing he had them make were the parts necessary to make a prototype printing press. The theory and makeup behind the press were easy. What was not easy was the careful crating of the individual letter blocks that would then need to be carefully arranged on the printing plate. It'd taken him months into the winter, but eventually he managed to get the press assembled and have enough letter blocks crafted to give Ned and Luwin a demonstration as to what the device was capable of. While Luwin was not necessarily impressed by the speed of which it took to assemble a single printing plate, he quickly changed his tune once he saw just how fast the press could print paper once it was set. The best of scribes could write maybe 2 to 3 pages an hour, whereas the press could print nearly 20 in the same amount of time. The second, a much easier item, that Nox set about making were metal springs. Once again, the blacksmiths were more than a little confused as to why he wanted them to make a coil of thin metal, but after the first few were made Nox showed them how they could be attached to a carriage to create shocks. The smiths immediately stopped questioning whatever he told them to make after that. And with more than a little bit of ingenuity on behalf of the smith Mikan, they were able to create smaller, more compact springs to which Nox showed them how to create the first spring mattress. With those two inventions, the smiths of Winterfell were working almost night and day in order to create as many parts for the press and springs. While they didn't have enough yet to begin trading, there soon would be. And Nox was positive that both would be highly sought after throughout the realm and bring in no small amount of coin. Not that coin was necessarily a problem now, not with the amount of glass they were producing. Lord Manderley had gone above and beyond when he went to Dorne to begin trade negotiations, and now the north was receiving almost more sand than they could process. At first, the glassmakers of Winterfell focused on creating glass panels for future glass gardens. But within a relatively short amount of time they had a stockpile of glass enough to build at least 2 more acre-sized glass gardens with some to spare. With such a surplus, the glassmakers had turned to the excess and started to experiment. And without him even needing to drop the suggestion, one enterprising glassmaker created a glass-blowing technique. And now they were making glassware and ornate glass pieces. The first shipment of which had already headed south to King's Landing with a spring mattress and, judging by the raven they'd received a short time ago from the king, the items were very well received. Especially amongst the nobility. And now orders and promises of gold were flowing into Winterfell with each new raven that landed. Hearing the door to his chambers open, Nox let himself smile as he felt the familiar and comforting presence that had just waltzed into his room. "Nox, I have the reports from the laborers of Wintertown as well as the glassmakers and smiths here in Winterfell. Maester Luwin has passed on a raven from White Harbor about the latest shipment of iron ore and sand. And Lady Bethany has finalized her recommendation for 2 students to enter under advanced tutelage." Pushing away from the window, Nox turned and faced Nyra properly. The woman before him now was almost unrecognizable from herself before his arrival. Over the past 2 years, he'd spent almost as much time with her as he had with Jon and Robb, his acolytes. Under his guidance, she'd learned how to read and write as well as gaining a firm grasp of mathematics. As his projects evolved and became more and more complicated, he started to rely on her to handle some of the more mundane tasks, mostly writing reports and organizing shipments. And she had excelled at every task he'd given her. In a relatively short amount of time, she found herself relieved from her duties as maid in the Great Keep and reassigned to be his personal assistant. A transition that caused no small amount of rumors to begin circulating around Winterfell. "Start with the Raven from White Harbor," Knox said, making his way around his makeshift office and to the desk where numerous books lay open. Nodding, Nyra set down the armload of parchment she was holding onto her own workstation before sorting through them and selecting one. According to Lord Manderley, the ships sent to Essos have returned with 2,000 pounds of raw iron ore. And the ships from Dorne and Dragonstone should be passing by the Vale soon. Each of which should have 1,000 pounds of sand and other ingredients on board. Nodding to himself, Knox began running calculations through his head as to how long the raw materials would need to arrive here at Winterfell. Unfortunately, with the white knife frozen over, the cargo would have to be transported by land, through the snow. Which would more than double the amount of time it would normally take for them to arrive. Send a message to Wintertown and tell them to begin preparing the blast furnace for the arrival of the ore. Lord Stark wants this next batch to be used to craft weapons and armor rather than parts. Picking up a quill from an ink pot, Nyra made a few quick notes before turning to the next missive. The glassmaker's quota for glass panes for the month has been met and they are ready to begin shipping them out. Flipping through his own notes, Knox found his notes from the last meeting he'd had with Ned about the glass gardens. Lord Stark wants this shipment to be sent to White Harbor so that they can begin construction of their own new glass gardens. We'll use the transports that are carrying the iron ore and sand to send the glass to White Harbor. Nyra nodded, making more notes as he talked. How many students has Bethany recommend for further tutelage? 2, Nyra replied, flipping her paper over yet again to read the report from Bethany. A young girl from Wintertown whose mother is well, that's not important. And a glassmaker's son as well. Bethany had validated his trust in her and her daughter several times over since arriving in Winterfell. The ex-noblewoman had taken no time at all in setting up a small schoolroom within the confines of Winterfell and a second in Wintertown. She then began teaching 2 days a week, once in each set-up classroom. At first there were very few children and even fewer adolescents that went to her class. But within a month's turn or two, word of her teaching how to read, write, and how to perform basic math spread and her classes filled to the point where she had to add an additional class in Wintertown just to keep up with all of the students she had. I'll trust in her judgment then, Knox nodded. Set up rooms for both the boy and girl here in the lower levels of the tower, near to Bethany's chambers. And be sure to remind them of the limits here in the tower. And set them to task with creating printing boards. Nyra nodded and quickly began to write out the request to receive the necessary furnishings from Winterfell's steward Vayan Poole. After having completely restored the broken tower to its former glory, Knox had immediately set about carving out sections of the tower for specified uses. The lower levels were to be the future site of the dormitories that would house the students of the Winterfell College, while the middle levels contained a small library and lecture halls. The top 4 layers of the tower, however, were reserved solely for Knox. And the only ones allowed entry were Lord Stark and his family, Maester Luwin, Steward Poole, and whoever else Knox allowed entry to. The topmost layer was Knox's own personal chambers, while the level just below, where he currently was his office. The next level down was a dedicated training and mediation chamber, while the level just below that were to be where Knox would house his future Force acolytes. But as his only acolytes were Jon and Robb at the moment, both of whom had rooms in the Great Keep, the only other occupant in the uppermost levels of the tower was Nyra. Which of course did absolutely nothing to quell the rumors circulating about the two of them. Is there anything else, Knox? No, he replied before holding out his hand and summoning his cloak and lightsaber to him from across the room. Please see to it that the orders are filled out and submitted to Poole for Lord Stark's approval by the evening meal. Of course, Nyra nodded with a smile. When have I ever let you down, Alim? His name leaving her lips brought a smile to his face and a swelling within his chest. Well, he said, walking up to her and slowly wrapping her in his arms. There is a first time for everything. Lightly touching his lips to hers, Knox let himself go as he held her in his arms. Despite what the rumors of Winterfell said, their relationship, at least the physical aspect of their relationship, was still new. And it wasn't quite to the point where they were sharing a room. Not for a lack of her trying though. But the pain of losing Ashura had cut Knox deeply. It'd taken him a long time to heal. And while his heart still ached when thinking of his lost love, it was nowhere near as painful now that Nyra had slowly made her way into his heart. Enough, she breathed, breaking their kiss and forcing him to take a step back. If you keep doing that, then I won't let you leave your room. And you have a training session with Lord Robb and young Jon to attend. Don't want to leave your acolytes on their own. Especially not today. Word is you're going to putting the boys through sparring practice today. And you know how much they have been looking forward to this. I bet they're both already in the Godswood waiting for you. And the Greyjoy lad who's taken to following them around like a lost pup. Pulling back from her, Nox pushed his emotions and wants down and let himself seep back into the pull of the dark side ever so slightly. It would not do to be soft. Not today. I doubt that they will be feeling the same once they realize just what they will be going through. Leaving Nyra to her work, Nox began to descend from his chambers. Her didn't make it very far, however. For as he was passing by his private meditation and training chamber, he felt a very familiar presence coming from within. It wasn't the presence that made him stop, he'd given her permission to use his meditation chambers when needed, but rather the feelings of frustration, anger, and more than a slight amount of amusement that was coming from within. Deciding that whatever had happened needed to be addressed sooner rather than later, Nox ducked into the room. His meditation room was rather Spartan, having only had a short time to set the room to his liking and lacking several things he required. A single window provided the light for the room, which was mostly empty save for the 6 large round stones he'd levitated up into the tower that were arranged in a hexagon pattern in the center of the room. Besides the stones, the only other objects in the room were 3 wooden training dummies of various design made of ironwood along the far back wall. And it was against one of these dummies that he found Asha, practicing a few of the hand-to-hand combat techniques he'd shown her. Standing just within the entrance, he watched the young woman move through the steps he'd shown her, her arms and legs connecting the various limbs that were attached to the dummy as she ran through the kata. Waiting until she'd finished, Nox cleared his throat loudly, making her start slightly as he approached. When I said that you could have access to these rooms, I did not envision that you would abuse the privilege so thoroughly. Asha merely snorted at that. Just needed to hit something after dealing with that woman. Shaking his head, Nox immediately put together the source of her anger. While his relationship might not have been the best with Lady Stark, mostly due to her belief that the Force was magic and therefore a creation from the 7 hells that should be either purged from the lands or avoided like a plague, he at least was able to keep a civil tone with the woman and the Septa Mordain thanks in no small part to his years of practice amongst the Sith. Asha had no such practice. And she had no problem telling the Septa and Lady Stark exactly what she thought of them both and their views on what was proper for a woman. And by that woman, are you referring to Lady Stark or the Septa? Septa, Asha snorted. Although I'm sure by now she's gone and told Lady Stark exactly what I told her. And that cold fish will no doubt want to have words about my unsightly behavior. Shaking his head, Nox stopped a few paces short of her. And what happened exactly? Knowing he wasn't going to let it go, Asha stepped away from the dummy. She made a remark on how if I didn't start behaving properly as a lady of my station should, then she was going to switch my ass raw. And what did you tell her in return? At this, Asha hesitated a moment. I told her that if she comes within 10 paces of me with a switch then I was going to shove my axe up her withered, crusty, unused cunt. Impressive word usage. Nox nodded. But altogether, unwise. We've spoken about this before, have we not? That while your anger does you credit, there is a time and place for it. And that this not here and now. He could almost taste Asha's shame. Yes, master. Yet the lesson has not sunken in apparently. Nox remarked, stepping away from her. Perhaps, I have been too lenient in your training then and I must make my point more, forcefully. Force lightning arched from his fingertips, slamming into Asha and sending the young woman to the ground, crying out in agony. Her screams would have undoubtedly raised an alarm had Nox not been actively using the Force to make the room completely soundproof. Holding her under the torment for a few seconds, Nox ceased his attack, leaving Asha gasping on the floor as she tried to recover. Stand. And remember, you are the one who asked for this. Nodding her head, Asha slowly rose back to her feet and pulled on her slight connection to the Force to fight through the pain coursing through her body. It hadn't taken Asha long to put together the meaning behind his cryptic comments back on Pike when he'd first encountered her. And after witnessing Jon and Robb lifting rocks with the Force, she'd immediately approached him and demanded to be trained as well. Unfortunately for Asha, she had 2 aspects working against her when she was compared against Jon and Robb. The first was that her Force connection was far less potent than the 2 boys, or indeed any of the Stark children. While her tenacity and ruthlessness would have allowed her to survive the trials of Korriban for some time, she would have never been able to become a full Sith. But this wasn't Korriban. And with such limited resources at his disposal in terms of acolytes, he couldn't afford to be picky in who he trained. The second aspect that was working against her was her sex. While the North and the Iron Islands could be more liberal about a woman's place in the world, unfortunately Lord Stark was not of the same mind. Not entirely. Oh, Nox was sure that in time he could convince him, and he would have to do to Arya being potentially just as powerful as Jon. But the shadow of his sister and her reckless ways still weighed heavily on the mind of the Warden of the North. And that was without Lady Stark pressing her views on what a woman's place was. So, in the end, while he had agreed to train her, he was doing it in secret. Away from the eyes of Starks and everyone else. Although he was pretty sure that Ned knew what was happening. The man had honed his ability to sense aspects of people through the Force through the years. And he had to have known that Ash's power was growing steadily. He had intended to train her like he was Jon and Robb, but she had nixed that quickly. She didn't want him to take it easy on her. If she couldn't be as powerful as he, which he had bluntly told her so, then she wanted to be as strong and skilled as a Mandalorian. It was an ambitious goal. And one that confirmed his thoughts on just who should be the one to take over the Iron Islands in the future. So, he'd agreed to her request. And while he was still teaching her both aspects of the Force, he was not taking it easy on her. Good, Nox nodded approvingly as she fought through the pain. While I am teaching the boys, you are to stay here and meditate. Use your anger, your fear, and your drive to grow stronger to help you delve into the Force. And by the time I return, you will be due 3 rotations of the stones. Understood. Ash's eyes widened before flickering to the hexagon of stones in the center of the room. He'd carefully crafted each stone in a rough copy of Muntuur stones. While none were as heavy, they were still a good training tool. Yes, Master. Asha nodded, making her way to the center of the room and kneeling between the stones. Leaving her to her meditation, Nox gave her one last passing glance through the Force before leaving her alone. He had no fear of her not doing exactly as he'd instructed. She'd made that mistake only once before. And he made sure she fully understood what it meant to disrespect her master in the future. And since then, she'd not once failed to do as instructed. Descending through the tower, Nox passed by the empty chambers that would soon belong to the 2 new initiates, as well as the ones belonging to Bethany and her daughter before making his way across a short bridge and entering the first keep. Much like the once broken tower, the first keep had been renovated. Though, granted, less than a third of the keep had been cleaned up and made usable. And that third had been divided up into staging rooms for the printing press, apartments for glassmakers and smiths, as well as a public bath. In time, Nox hoped to renovate the entirety of the first keep so that the upper layers were primarily apartments for the workers, while the lower levels would become production facilities. He was still trying to introduce the idea of somewhat modernized manufacturing to Lord Stark and the rest of the North. But they were starting to come around to his way of thinking. Especially as they began to see just how efficient some of the processes could become. Walking out of the first keep, his ears immediately picked up on the sounds of sparring and loud voices coming just a short distance away. Knowing exactly what was going on, Nox walked towards the commotion. The training grounds of Winterfell were near standing room only as hundreds of men of the North trained under the careful eye of the captain of the guard, Ser Jory. Keeping his distance to not interrupt the training, Nox reached out with his senses to get a better look at how the men were faring. Unfortunately, this was one aspect that Nox had not been completely successful in. While many aspects of his training program were being utilized, it was nowhere near what Nox thought to be enough. He'd wanted Ned to form a professional army that numbered in the tens of thousands. But unfortunately, that just wasn't feasible. Mostly due to the current mindset of Westeros as a whole. Lords had knights that they could call upon and levies that could be raised during times of war. But no lord, not even the king, had a true standing army of professionals. That, and the fact that the North simply couldn't afford to keep such an army paid for a long time all but killed his first outline. But Stark had seen the value in much of what he'd suggested. So, he'd implemented a new order. All men and boys of age that lived on the Stark land would attend military training for 1 month each year. For that month they would live in Winterfell and train day and night under the guidance of Ser Jory, Ser Roderick, and even Nox himself when he had the time. It wasn't perfect, nor anywhere close to what Nox wanted, but it was better than nothing. At least now, when the time came to call the banners to war, the levies would at least know the difference between their poliarm and their cock. But now, with winter fully set in, there were many in Winterfell that had nothing but time on their hands. Which meant more time to train the men. Currently, the men and boys were doing circuits around the obstacle course Nox had designed, and then ran when Jory said that such a course could not be done in any reasonable amount of time. Come on, you lack wits! Ser Jory yelled, picking up a man who'd just fallen to the ground and forcing him to keep moving. You're men of the North. Not some silly southern pussy. Now get your asses moving. Well, at least they're actually managing to complete the course. Although the amount of time it took for them to realize that they would need to help one another to complete the course is more than a little worrying. But, hey, better late than never, I guess. Deciding not to interfere with the drills, Nox quietly made his way away from the first keep and towards the God's Wood. Despite the changes to the once broken tower and the first keep, relatively little else had changed throughout the rest of Winterfell since his arrival over 2 years ago. The only real noticeable difference in the layout of the castle was the extra glass garden behind the main keep, and the expansion of the forges to accommodate the glassmiths and metalsmiths that had begun making their way towards Winterfell looking for work. Passing by the Great Keep and the glass gardens, Nox made his way into the God's Wood, the 2 guards stationed just outside the entrance not even bothering to stop him as he passed them by. Making his way through the trees, Nox wasn't surprised as he made it to the weirwood in the center of the God's Wood and found that he was not the first one to arrive. Jon was already there, dressed in training clothes and holding a weighted training blade in his hands as he moved through the steps of Form 3 Sorcerer, one of Nox's preferred forms due to its ability for defense and to allow him time to utilize the force during combat. Staying out of sight, Nox observed the boy as he went through the motions. Of the 4 he was training now, well 3 really, and only 2 of them officially, as Theon unfortunately had next to no force sensitivity unlike his sister. Jon was without a doubt the most promising pupil he had. Outside of his high force aptitude, which was well more than enough to make him a favored student on Korriban, the boy had a drive to prove himself that far outmatched any of the others. And he knew exactly why that was. He wanted to cast aside the title of bastard that a select few in the castle made sure he was reminded of almost daily. He wanted to prove that he was more than that. And that desire to prove himself and the anger that festered at the title gave him the ability to progress at a rate that was almost astonishing. Left foot forward by 6 inches and angle your right arm down more during that sequence to help maintain your balance. Jon stopped almost immediately, turning on his heel and bowing to him. Master Nox. Stepping out from the trees, Nox made his way towards his most promising acolyte. Again. Nox didn't need to clarify as Jon immediately began running through the form again. As he went though, Nox would periodically make him hold certain positions or ask him questions as to why some moves were performed as they were, testing both the boy's stamina and his knowledge. After running through the entire form twice more, Nox called a stop to the exercise. Enough. Your brother and Theon have arrived as well as the others. Turning his back on Jon, Nox faced towards the lone path that led through the God's Wood. Ned was walking in front of the group with Sir Roderick next to him along with Theon and Robb. And behind them were 15 men-at-arms that were carrying tourney blades and looked more than slightly nervous as to why they'd been allowed access to the God's Wood while Nox was instructing. It was no secret in Winterfell that Nox was instructing the boys, but in the past 2 years, no one had seen the boys use the Force at all. But today, that was going to change. Nox, Ned nodded to him in greeting before taking his customary place near the weirwood with Sir Roderick following close behind him. With the Lord of Winterfell moving away, the Stark men-at-arms awkwardly shifted in their place while Jon joined Robb and Theon in a line before Nox. As he did, he couldn't help but notice the slight spike in resentment that wafted off Theon. It was obvious to all that there was no love lost between Jon and Theon. Theon was older, larger, and the heir to the Iron Islands. And in his mind that made him inherently better than anyone else, especially a bastard. Yet Jon had managed to utterly defeat Theon in everything that the 2 boys competed in. Be it during their studies or in the yard under the watchful eye of Sir Roderick. Today, you 3 will be sparring under my direction, Nox informed the 3, garnering a spike of excitement from each of the boys. And you will be using tourney blades today. Weighted tourney blades. While Sir Roderick was a competent teacher, he tended to almost shelter the boys. At least he did in Nox's opinion. If it were up to him, the boys would be using live steel. But Ned had put a stop to that. It was tourney blades at the most, at least for now. Are we going to be sparring against one another, Master Nox? Robb asked, nearly bouncing in place. Nox's lips twitched upwards as he wondered just how long the boys' excitement would last. He intended today to be much like a training session under the Blade Masters of Korriban. In other words, pushing the boys to their limits and beyond. Not at first. Nox explained, motioning towards the 15 men-at-arms behind them. First, you will have to spar with the men behind you. First, 1-on-1. Then, 2-on-1. Then another round of 2-on-1. The round will be over when you make a killing blow on your adversaries through whatever means you have available to you. After each fight, you will then make 4 laps around the perimeter of the God's Wood before returning to this spot and proceeding to the next fight. Once you have defeated all the men standing behind you, you will then spar against one another until there is only one of you left standing. And as for you men, should I believe that you are hesitating or taking it the slightest bit easy on them, you will face me. And I won't be holding back against you. All 3 boys' eyes widened as they cast passing glances back at the men lined up behind them. That's impossible. Theon almost yelled. Is it? Nox asked, making the 3 boys shift their weight nervously as he pulled on the dark side of the Force and expanded his presence. Then why am I wasting my time training you? Impossible is merely a state of mind. But if you truly believe it, then the way out is that way and quit wasting my time. What's the matter, Greyjoy? Afraid you'll fall behind? Jon taunted. Theon scoffed. You wish, bastard, just concerned you won't be able to keep up with us trueborn heirs is all. Jon began moving towards Theon, nothing more than a slightly shifting of his weight, but he was stopped almost immediately as Robb held his hand out, stopping his brother. Theon, don't call my brother a bastard, Robb, ever the peacekeeper between the 2, said to the elder boy before turning towards Jon. And, Jon, don't taunt him if you can't handle taunting back. You know he's just trying to get under your skin. Well spoken, Robb, Nox congratulated the young man, who immediately preened up the rare compliment that Nox gave out. Now, what are you 3 standing around here for? Get your asses moving before I start using your behinds as target practice. He emphasized his words by raising his right hand and letting a small amount of force lightning dance across his fingertips. While he wasn't as harsh as the overseers on Korriban, mostly since he doubted Ned would approve of such treatment, he wasn't above giving his acolytes some motivation. One that all three had been the recipient of at some point in time. Nothing more than a slight jolt, but enough to not want it to happen again. The three boys nearly kicked up a cloud of dust amongst the snow as they hurried to gather a tourney blade from one of the men-at-arms. As the boys took their positions, the men-at-arms wasted no time in attacking the young boys. None of them wanting to face the prospect of going against himself. Good, Nox nodded, watching as the boys began fighting against their much larger and more skilled opponents. They need to push themselves and reach their limits if they're going to have any hope of surpassing them. Walking out of the small September that had been built for her in Winterfell, Lady Catelyn Tully Stark paused momentarily to tighten her hold on her heavy overcloak as she fought against the chill of the northern air. Even after nearly 10 years and 2 true winters in the north, she had not adjusted to the cold bite of the northern air as it kissed her skin. During these times she usually stayed to her rooms and would throw another log or two on the fire to fight against the cold. But today she couldn't. She'd received joyous news from the maester earlier that day. Joyous. And terrifying. She was with child again. A blessing from the Seven. But at the same time, she was terrified. For while the Seven had blessed her with 4, soon to be 5, strong healthy children, the old gods of the north and the first men had cursed her children with the taint of magic. So now she prayed and prayed to the gods of her family that the Seven would intervene and not allow the newest life growing within her to also be cursed with the taint of magic. As she began her trek back to the Great Keep, she couldn't help but hear the hammering of anvils and the sound bellows blowing as the newly made glass was quenched. While she might despise the sorcerer for his unholy powers and his corruption of her children, even she could admit to his usefulness in helping to aid the North. But that, in and of itself, was another problem altogether. He was becoming too powerful. His influence amongst the northern lords and people was growing by the day. How long would it be before he was more influential than her husband? How long before he usurped her children's place as lords and ladies of the North? She knew in her heart that was exactly why the man was favoring the bastard so much. To give him a puppet to install so he could truly lead the North. But, unfortunately, her wolf husband did not share her concerns. One of frequent points of contention that had been arising between them as of late. But hopefully the child growing in her womb, a child she prayed would not be cursed like her other children, would be able to begin to heal the gap that had been forming between them. Lady Stark, I fear I must have words with you once more. Turning, she found Septa Mordane making her way towards the small September from the direction of the Great Keep. From the time of day, and the look on the Septa's face, Cat knew exactly what the Septa wanted to talk to her about. Very well, she nodded, motioning towards the September. But let us have words inside, out of the cold. The Septa nodded and obediently followed Cat into the September and out of the cold. While she appreciated what her husband did in building her this September so that she might pray to her gods, it was almost insultingly small. Just barely large enough for a handful of people to stand side by side along with the statues of the father, mother, warrior, smith, maiden, crone, and the stranger. The girl has to leave Lady Stark. Septa Mordane nearly shouted the moment the door shut behind the two of them. She is no proper lady and never will be. Honestly, I don't know what the king was thinking sending her here. She should have been sent to the Silent Sisters the moment she stepped foot off those godless islands. There was no need for the Septa to elaborate on just who she spoke of. Asha Greyjoy. The young girl who had become the bane of the Septa, and indeed Cat's, life. The girl absolutely refused to accept what was expected of her as a noble lady of the realm. She outright refused to dress properly, even going as far as burning the dresses Cat had delivered to her. Her manners were atrocious as she proved when she outdrank several guardsmen one night. And instead of performing proper womanly activities like sewing or learning how to manage a household, she instead constantly sought out the training grounds for a fight or she sought out the sorcerer to pester him to teach her. Which, thankfully, he had refused. Under normal circumstances, Cat would have had the girl banished from Winterfell within the first moon of her arrival. And indeed, she had tried, suggesting to her lord husband that the girl would do better in another house, far away. Like the Mormonts, for example. But her husband had refused her request. Stating that it was the king's desire that he raise the 2 Greyjoy children as his wards, and that was what he intended to do. After failing to rid Winterfell of her presence, Cat had done everything in her power to try and lessen the girl's potential to corrupt her 2 young daughters. But in that, she was only partially successful. Sansa, her rapidly growing and beautiful red wolf, was becoming a fine example of a true lady. Her manners were perfect. Her singing was excellent. Her sewing was better than even Cat's. Truly, one day she would make a southern lord a great wife. Perhaps she would even be graced with becoming the next queen. And, indeed, that was a possibility with her husband's close friendship with the king. And, Best of all, despite the sorcerer trying to tempt and corrupt her by saying she had the capability to learn magic like her elder brother and the bastard, she at least had the fortitude to resist the temptation. A fact that she thanked the seven for daily. Arya, however, was the complete opposite of her sister. Arya had a near obsession with Asha and seemed to idolize her, much to Kat's dismay. Her little girl had even taken to trying to forego wearing proper women's clothes, until Kat had put a hard stop to that, which had caused quite the tantrum from her younger daughter. Then there was the fact that, unlike Sansa, Arya was proud and excited with the fact that she had the ability to use magic and was pestering herself and Ned almost daily about when she would be able to join the boys in their training. God's blessed, Ned had refused so far. But she knew that it was only a matter of time before he relented and allowed her to be trained. When that happened and when word got out, she would never be able to attain a marriage to a proper lord. What did Asha do this time, Septa Mordain? Kat asked, bringing herself back to the present and putting the despair she felt with her younger daughter to the side for now. I told her that she needed to start behaving as a proper noble lady of the realm. Or I would punish her accordingly to try and prevent her behavior from affecting young Sansa and Arya. Septa Mordain said, her head held high as she did. And she responded with the most vulgar of insults. Shaking her head, Kat was at a loss. She could discipline the girl, and would do so, but she knew that it would be a fruitless venture. Perhaps if Asha had arrived at Winterfell when she was still Theon's age, she could have molded her into a proper lady. But now it was far too late for the girl. May the new gods watch over her future husband. I will speak to my lord husband about the matter and see to it that the girl apologizes and is properly disciplined for her words. The Septa nodded, seemingly pleased with the decision before moving aside so that Kat could leave. Once outside, she immediately tightened her hold on her cloak to fight against the cold. Looking around the courtyard, Kat noticed the denizens of Winterfell going about their duties, few seemingly bothered by the cold or the wind. Even after all this time, do the gods of the north still reject me? She wondered idly to herself as she shivered. Is this because their curse for not being able to love the bastard? To give him the name I promised them? No. I will not allow the thought. Holding her head high while trying to not to show just how much the cold bothered her, Kat set about to find her husband. Entering the great keep, Kat let out a breath of relief as the warm air of the interior of the keep hit her. Not quite the same as sitting before a warm fire, but better than nothing, she thought, setting off towards her husband's solar. But to her dismay when she arrived, she found the room empty. Where could he be at this hour? Stepping out of the solar, she spotted a servant walking away from her. You, girl. Where is my lord husband? When the servant girl turned around, her arms laden with scrolls, Kat just barely fought back groan at her misfortune. Of course, it would be the sorcerer's whore. Nyra. When she'd first arrived in Winterfell, Kat had initially had high hopes for the girl. Hopes that she would see the light and turn to the seven, a task Kat had set about trying to accomplish with all the servants to very little actual success. But then he arrived. She'd trusted the girl to watch over him, but she underestimated the sorcerer's cunning. He turned the girl against her. Made her no better than the whores who serviced everyone who had 2 coppers to their name out in Wintertown. She'd tried to dismiss the girl, but again the sorcerer proved himself most cunning by taking the girl in and making her his, what was it he called her? A secretary or some such nonsense. A fancy title for a whore, no doubt. Granted, no one has caught the two in the act. But why else would the sorcerer raise a serving girl up so high and take such an interest in her? Apologies, Lady Stark, the girl replied, dipping into a shallow curtsy while keeping hold on the papers in her arms. I have not seen the Lord Stark. But Master Knox has gone to train the boys in sparring today in the God's Wood. Perhaps Lord Stark is overseeing the training as he often does. Kat sniffed at the subtle slight in the girl's tone. Ever since the sorcerer had gotten his hooks into her, he'd turned Nyra against her. 7 be praised, none of the other servants had been corrupted. But that was primarily because she kept a tight rein on those who had the honor of serving a great and noble house. Very well, be on your way, Kat said dismissively before stopping as her curiosity got the better of her. Where are you off to? And what are those you are carrying so closely? Nyra looked her straight in the eye. Another slight. Reports from White Harbor on the status of new shipments of raw materials, as well as reports of progress made by both the glassmakers and the smiths for Steward Vayan and Lord Stark. Kat felt her ire raise. This was even more proof that the sorcerer was going to try and wrest control away from her children in the future. Such important reports and ravens should have been sent directly to her lord husband and herself. Not some upstart sorcerer and his whore. Very well, be on your way. Kat replied, doing her best to keep her expression neutral as the serving girl curtsied again and walked away calmly. The nerve. Kat fumed, turning on her heel and making her way towards the rear entrance of the great keep that led towards the God's Wood. Her and the sorcerer act as if they own Winterfell. They forget who they serve. I need to talk to Ned about this again. But I don't know how to broach the subject. He's already stated that he doesn't share my concerns as to the sorcerer's intention. And last time when I tried to push the issue to the point where he yelled, 7, his eyes. They turned into the eyes of a beast, not a man. And I never want to see those eyes on my wolf again. Or my children. Making her way to the God's Wood, Kat stopped just as she was about to cross the threshold that led into the ancient woods nestled within the great walls of Winterfell. Passing by the guards without giving them a thought, Kat's steps faltered as she walked amongst the ancient trees that belonged to the old gods of the first men. It didn't matter that she'd married into House Stark, nor that she had obediently bore her lord husband 4 healthy children with a 5th now on the way. The old gods were not her gods. And she never felt welcome in the God's Wood. It was almost as if, while walking amongst the trees, the old gods were judging her and finding her wanting. I cannot keep my promise. She thought to herself, fighting back against the unease that was growing within her with each step she took. I cannot give him that hope, that desire for more that those like him are born with. If he is given the Stark name, he will covet his brother's position more than ever. I can't let that come to pass. I won't. Approaching the heart of the God's Wood, Kat could start to hear voices from ahead. Shouting, cheers. And the steady sound of training blades striking one another. Nyra said that Nox was training Robb and the bastard today. I have never seen just how he is manipulating my son. Perhaps this will be a chance to see just what foulness he is teaching him. Slowing her march, she veered slightly off the path and into the trees so that she could watch what was going on, hopefully without being seen. Staying partially behind a tree, she came upon the clearing and immediately frowned at what she saw. Nox was standing with his back towards her, facing the center of the clearing while around him over a dozen men of Winterfell were laying down or sitting while nursing some sort of injury or another. Even the Greyjoy boy was on the side of his face reddened as he clutched at his side in obvious pain. And in the center of the clearing was Robb and her husband's bastard. The two were sparring against one another and, much to her dismay, they were not using wooden blades. No. They had blunted tourney blades. Which they shouldn't be using. They were both far too young. She didn't care much about the possibility of Jon being hurt. But she was concerned about the possibility of Robb being injured. As she watched the two trade blows back and forth, she began noticing things. Robb was favoring one leg over the other, almost limping as he moved, and he was frequently rolling his left arm as if there was something was not quite right with it. They are already hurt, she realized with a start, her eyes narrowing in on Nox. Why has he not stopped this? Where is Ned? There is no way he would allow this to continue. Just as she was about to step out and put an end to the madness, she stopped herself. Jon had slipped slightly on the snow and dropped his guard. And her son had taken advantage and had his tourney blade raised, ready to end the spar in his favor. But just as the blade started to descend, Jon moved. It was impossible. His body was bent backwards nearly all the way to the ground. Yet still, he moved. His body twisting and turning in the unnatural and impossible position as he moved out of the way of the path of the blade just enough, so Robb's strike hit nothing but air. When the boy managed to right himself, Kat was ready to intervene once more, but her eyes widened in fright as the bastard held out his hand, palm out, towards her son. She could hear her first son's grunt of pain as an invisible force struck him and sent him flying almost to the edge of the clearing, as he slid across the snow. Stopping just short of colliding with a tree. Even years later, Kat would never remember crossing the distance that lay between herself and the bastard who dared raise his hand against his father's trueborn son. But cross the distance she did, bypassing the sorcerer and all the men of Winterfell who dared to just sit and watch as the bastard used foul, unholy magic against her son. At the last moment, Jon turned towards her, his eyes widening in fear as she bore down on him. Her full arm slap echoed throughout the now deathly silent God's Wood as Jon was sent to the ground, clutching at his face. How dare you? She screamed, glaring down at the cowering boy at her feet. Her fury was so potent and raw that her innermost thoughts just spilled out of her mouth with no filter as she tore into the bastard. The world fell away from her as she focused completely upon the cowed and recoiling creature below her. You dare use such unholy magic against your betters. I'd always known you were a true bastard and one day would succumb to your bastard instincts to fight against your betters. I will see you thrown out of Winterfell by sunset. You and the sorcerer. Who is no doubt grooming you to take over Winterfell so he can rule the north through you. By the gods, I don't know what I was thinking years ago when I begged the old gods to spare your life from the pox after the seven granted my wish to remove you from my Catelyn. Kat froze. Her words dying on her tongue. She knew that deep voice. The same voice that often spoke to her softly and offered words of comfort and support. But now, she heard none of those things. Only rage. Turning, she prayed to the seven that he wasn't there. That it had only been her imagination or seven-cent spirit within herself yelling at her to bring her back to her senses. But as she turned towards the source of the voice, she realized that the seven appeared to have abandoned her in this moment. It was no doubt the influence of the old gods keeping them away. For standing just a short distance away from her was her lord husband, Ned. His fists held tightly and stiffly to his side and his face set as if he were about to pass judgment on a criminal. But the worst were his eyes. No longer were they the dark grey that she cared for. Instead, they were again that beastly yellow. Swallowing, her eyes flickered from her husband to his bastard, who was staring up at her with wide eyes holding his cheek with tears flowing down his face. Looking around, Kat tried to find some support. All the men were staring at her as if they'd never seen her before. As if she wasn't their Lady Stark but rather some stranger who'd just wandered in. Even Robb, her wonderful firstborn son, was looking at her as if he'd never seen her before. It was in that moment that it truly struck her. She was alone. Ned. She began, only to stop as her husband held up his hand. Training is over for the day, Ned declared, his dark and bestial eyes never leaving her. Knox. Take the boys to the maester and see to their injuries. And the rest of you, you are all sworn to secrecy. Should I hear even a single utterance of what has been spoken today, I will find the worst post imaginable and leave you there for the rest of your lives. Now, go. All of you. The feeling of dread within her swelled as all the men, her son included, gathered themselves and quickly left the God's Wood. Leaving her alone with Ned. Once alone, Ned didn't say a word. He just stood there, staring at her with his beast-like eyes. Ned. Her words died in her throat as Ned held up his hand, the simple gesture silencing her completely. Closing his eyes and turning away from her, Kat could almost see him visibly composing himself. When he turned back to her and opened his eyes once more, his grey eyes that she had started to care for had returned. You spoke of the Seven granting your wish to take Jon away. Ned said, his voice empty and emotionless. And then you made a promise to the old gods when you asked them to heal him. What was your wish to the Seven, and what promise did you make to the old gods? Swallowing hard, Kat tried to think of a way out of this, but nothing came. Her secret was out, her shame. And now she had no choice but to face the consequences. She meant to simply say her piece, but when she opened her mouth the words that left her were completely different than the ones she had planned. You brought your bastard into our home, shaming me, Ned. She started, almost startled by the harshness in her own voice. She tried to stop, but the words kept flowing from her. You took responsibility for the boy, which I can respect. But he should have never been brought here. He should have never been shown what his true-born siblings have because his very nature will compel him to one day take it from them. He should have been sent to be raised by one of your bannermen. Or sent to the wall. But you refused to send him away because you love his mother more than me. So, I prayed to the Seven to take him away. And, they did. Just not in the way I had intended. Ned's face remained completely passive. The pox. Yes, Kat nodded, shame filling her. When I saw him, so sick and so little, I regretted my prayer. I tried to take it back, but the Seven would not listen to me. Each day, he grew weaker and weaker, and my prayers did nothing. So, finally, I prayed to the old gods. I begged them to make him well. I promised them that. What did you promise the old gods, Kat? Ned pressed. Again, it was as if the words were being forced from her. I said that if they healed him that I would make you give the boy the Stark name. That I would love him like a mother should, she said, her shame and past laid bare before her husband. Ned was silent for a long time as the two stood amongst the snow and trees of the God's Wood. You never spoke a word of this to me. Catelyn merely shook her head as her voice failed her. Why did I tell him? I wasn't going to, I didn't plan on deceiving him, but, why? Why did I say exactly what had happened so readily? Letting out a low sigh, Ned turned away from her and faced towards the ancient weirwood that dominated the center of the God's Wood. A promise made to the old gods is not one that should be taken lightly. Nor should it be ignored once made, for bad things often happen to those that did such. And if word gets out that the Lady Stark made a deal with the old gods and then failed to uphold her end of the deal, my own bannermen will begin to question not only my own but my children's right to rule to North. Kat thought that was going a bit far. But nothing she could say now would help her in any way, so she stayed silent as she knew that. And despite my relationship with Robert, I cannot simply ask the King of Westeros to legitimize my bastard son on a whim. He has to earn it, Ned continued, shaking his head. Then there is also where to place him. As a legitimized son of House Stark, he cannot simply be sent away and forgotten about. The snow crunching beneath his boots, Kat stayed still as Ned turned back to her. I will work on finding a reason to legitimize Jon. And while I have never asked for you to be his mother, I do ask that you begin treating the boy as my son. Not as the great offense or threat you think he is. For if you had watched him interact with his brothers and sisters, you would know that he would never want to harm them in any way. I will not force you to apologize to him for today, but there will never be a repeat of these events again, wife. And as for his mother, she is no threat to you, Kat. Nor to our children. She never has been, and she never will be. And that is all I will say on the matter. Swallowing, Kat nodded submissively, she kept her head down as if she suddenly found the ground most entrancing. Not that there was much she could say her in defense. Not right now while Ned was in such a state with her. While her husband was known as the Quiet Wolf and known for his honor, there was a great anger within him that few ever saw. And having now been confronted with it, Kat did not like it at all. Yes, husband. Good, Ned nodded. I will make sure that word of what happened here will not be spoken of. Keeping her head lowered, Kat tried not to flinch as Ned laid a hand on her cheek. Kat, his voice was softer now, soft enough that it made Catelyn look up into his eyes. I am angry at you. Gods know that I'm angry. But I still care for you greatly. You are my wife, the Lady of Winterfell and the mother of my true-born children. And I do love you. Kat felt tears forming in the corners of her eyes as she nodded. I love you, Ned. And I will be nicer to the Bast Jon. That is all I ask, Kat. Catelyn felt herself sag in relief as she felt her husband's comforting arms encircle her and pull her in close. All too soon for her liking, her husband pulled away and let go of her. And then without another word he turned and left her to stand alone amid the gods' wood. I didn't tell him, she thought, her hands going to her midsection. But now was not the right time, not with what happened. Turning her back on the weirwood, Kat made her way back down the path in the snow leading out of the gods' wood. As she walked, she reflected to what just happened. It had to be the sorcerer. It had to have been. I would have never done that. Well, I would have berated the Bast the boy for beating his true-born siblings. But I would not have struck him. It was the sorcerer. It had to have been. Him and his whore. They tricked me somehow. But, how? And why did I say exactly what happened so quickly? It was as if I could say nothing else. Even when I had planned to say something completely different, just what happened? Did the sorcerer cast some sort of spell on me without my knowing? Or was it Ned? No. I can't think like that. Ned wouldn't do that to me, would he? Shaking away the thoughts, she lifted her chin high as she walked past the guards, neither of whom even looked in her direction. It had to have been the sorcerer. He's trying to discredit me. He's already turned his whore against me and now he's starting to turn my own family against me. He set this up, he must have. But I can't just order him gone from Winterfell, as much as I want to. He's too well liked by the people of the north. Kat knew that she wouldn't get any support for this problem here in the north. Maybe she needed to talk to someone else? Her father most definitely. But she needed another. She needed a friend to confide in. Maybe Peter. I heard that he has been made master of coin. Yes, perhaps I will write to him. I could use a friend that understands the threat that a sorcerer poses to my family. And perhaps he'll have an idea on how to help. He always had interesting ideas for games when we were children. Perhaps he will have another now. Chapter 8, Winter Years Part 2. Hey everyone. I'm back. Sorry for the longer than usual delay with this one, but this chapter was fighting me tooth and nail. Filler chapters, while necessary, are often my strong suit. But thankfully, this is the last one, so we will be getting back into the swing of things soon here. Wanted to address a few things from reviews from the last chapter. First and foremost, holy cow. Of all the characters in Azof / got to create a divide amongst the fan base, I was not expecting it to be Catelyn Stark of all people. As for my stance on her, well, I'm not her biggest fan, obviously, but I try not to straight out bash characters if I can. Catelyn has a lot of flaws, but like Cersei she has one major redeeming quality, and that is she loves her children. Although, that can be debated. I will say after talking to my beta reader and going through the books, there is a bit of a difference between book Catelyn and show Catelyn. If you want a good breakdown of her characters and a lot of other Azof lore, check out the YouTube channel Order of the Green Hand. I will warn you though, they are not kind to Catelyn Stark. Second, quite a few people have been asking me about my IATB series or the Song of the Master of Death story. As a blanket explanation, I have learned the hard way to start one story, and don't start another until you finish the one you are working on. It is very easy to get distracted and forget key points or lose interest in a story if you bounce around too much. So, I am going to focus solely on this story for now. And once it's finished I will then more than likely move back to IATB Unification War, the third entry in the series. Lastly, I do not own Azof or SW. If I did, well I wouldn't need to work my ass off 50 plus hours a week lol. And a big thank you to my beta reader and brainstorm partner for this story, Telemachus Sundance. And please feel free to leave a review if you feel so inclined to do so. I know I've been terrible at responding to reviews, but I've got a lot of vacation I need to burn before my rollover date at the company I work for, so I will be spending a lot of time at home over the course of the next month. Chapter 8. Kneeling in the slowly melting snow, 11 named day Jon Snow, bastard son of Lord Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, watched with bated breath as the 20 men he was with slowly moved forward through the lightly snow-covered forest towards their destination. Despite the citadel and the maesters of the south declaring that winter was officially over, and spring was upon them, all the people of the north knew that only really mattered to the people south of the neck. For in the north, snow was an almost constant. And as the words of House Stark stated, winter always came back. Keeping up with us, lad? Can't have you falling behind on us. Turning his head sideways, Jon saw the leader of this group, First Ranger Harwin, the son of Hullen the Horse Master of Winterfell. Nodding, Jon looked around the trees surrounding him and took his time locating each wolf rangers that were accompanying them on this task, which in fact turned out to be all 20 of them. The idea of the wolf rangers came from his brother Robb, soon after the incident in the Godswood with Lady Stark nearly a year past now. Numerous lords of the north and small folk alike had started coming to his lord father claiming bandits had been raiding along the King's Road between Moat Cailin and Winterfell, as well as along the lesser roads that connected the major keeps of the north to one another. The lords of the north had sent out their men to try and hunt them down, but no one had any success. It was as if the bandits were wind, striking hard and disappearing. Many believe that they were just simple bandits that were trying to take advantage of the large terrain of the north and its sudden increase in trade to make a profit. Even his lord father believed it to be so. But Master Knox did not. So, with his lord father's permission, Knox had devised a trap. 4 small trade caravans with a handful of covered wagons each left Winterfell and traveled through the area the bandits were known to frequently strike. Word was then sent out that each caravan would be transporting a different item: glass, food, wool, metal, and other substances. But the truth was the only thing in each of the caravans were dozens of Stark men at arms. Word eventually reached Winterfell that the bandits had indeed struck only a single caravan, the one that was supposed to be carrying glass to White Harbor. After the single attack, Master Knox was convinced that the bandits were no ordinary bandits at all, but rather sellswords from Essos, and that the north needed to retaliate and rout out the bandits to send a message to Myr, the only other known maker of glass in both Essos and Westeros. His lord father wasn't convinced, however, neither about the bandits being sellswords or about Myr's involvement. But he did agree that the bandits were targeting the glass shipments, and therefore ordered the lords of the north to supply more men to help defend the caravans. 4 weeks afterwards, the lords and men of the north searched for the remainder of the bandits, but there was no sight of them. In the end, it was Robb who came up with the idea of creating a special group of men modeled after a combination of the Mandalorians from Master Knox's tales and the Rangers of the Night's Watch. They would be paid soldiers, much like Master Knox wanted, and their duties would be to specifically travel the north and hunt down bandits and others that threatened the peace of the north. With Lord Stark's permission, word was quickly sent out to every nearby settlement that they were looking for volunteers to create this new group of rangers, what their duties would entail, and that they would be compensated accordingly. At first, dozens, maybe even more than 100 men, both old and young, came to Winterfell looking to join this new group. But Jon was sure that almost all were lured in by the promise of coin rather than anything else. Unfortunately for volunteers, it was not Sir Roderick or even Sir Jory that was responsible for training them, but rather Master Knox. Within a few days, over half of the volunteers had left. And by the time that Knox had declared them mostly fit for their first assignment, there were only 20 left. And now Jon was with those 20 men that managed to make it through Master Knox's training, hunting down the remaining bandits and trying to find just where the men had come from in the first place. Jon nodded, breathing deep and calling on the force to try and calm his racing heart like Master Knox had taught him to do. I can keep up. Good, Harwin nodded. Lord Stark and your sorcerer said you'd be an advantage to us in finding these fuckers. Hope they were right. And I hope the sorcerer taught you a few tricks that will be of use to us. 'Cause I have no fucking clue how to find these fuckers that are raiding our lines. Keeping his mouth shut, Jon bit back the retort that he wanted to let loose. While the people of Winterfell overall had treated him better than Lady Stark ever had, in the end, he was still a bastard in their eyes. Something that Master Knox had reminded him of several times. Your name is but a name, Jon Snow, his master had told him. It does not define you, however much people may believe it otherwise. And until such time as you can prove those naysayers wrong, wear your title, embrace it. Take away that which others feel makes them have power over you. And you will find that they will never be able to use your name against you. And in time, you will prove them all for fools. Closing his eyes, Jon knelt and placed the palm of his right hand against the ground. Closing his eyes, Jon let out a low breath as he delved deeply into the force, concentrating the swirling power within him into the ground and then reaching out to feel his surroundings. He could feel the trees, the grass, the animals stirring about the woods as they made themselves scarce. But most of all, he could feel the slight sensation that he'd been searching for. Keeping his eyes closed, Jon kept his right hand firmly pressed against the ground and let the force guide his left hand as he pointed off into the distance. There, that way, he said with conviction. An hour, maybe 2 by foot. He could also feel Harwin's doubt. You sure, boy? Yes, Jon nodded, opening his eyes and standing upright. After all, Master Knox has taught me and my true-born siblings a few tricks. This is one of mine." Even after studying under Master Knox for several years, it still amazed Jon just how versatile the magic, or rather the Force, truly was. Between him, Robb and Arya, as Sansa had rejected any form of instruction from Master Knox, each of them had their strengths and weaknesses when it came to using their newfound powers. Robb almost had an aura about him, as Master Knox described it. He was a natural leader and could think quickly, answering questions during their lessons with Maester Luwin almost as soon as the Maester asked them. Arya's Force abilities had formed in a way that was far different than Robb's or his own. His beloved little sister could hardly lift a stone with the Force. But, instead, she could use the Force to strengthen her small body in a way that made her faster and almost physically stronger than Robb and himself. To be sure, both himself and Robb could do the same. But where they needed to concentrate to achieve a desired result, Arya could do it naturally. And not only that, but she had the uncanny ability to make herself disappear. Not literally, of course, but it was almost as if she could make people momentarily forget her presence. Of course, this had caused more than a few arguments with Lady Stark as Arya frequently used her gifts to skirt her womanly lessons with Septa Mordane. And as for himself, he had developed a skill that Master Knox was most interested in. He could track anyone or anything. Even days after they'd passed by and even if they hadn't left any obvious signs. Master Knox had called it Force tracking, and stated that in time, Jon would be able to track down any individual even if the trail was days or even weeks old. At first, Jon hadn't known what to think of his powers. He wanted to be able to use lightning like Master Knox, but instead the Force had manifested itself within him to give him this ability. To say he'd been disappointed had been an understatement. But after several weeks with Master Knox developing his powers, Jon had begun to see the benefit of such a skill. It wasn't just game or the odd bandit that he could track in the open. But in Winterfell, he could enter a room and, with a decent amount of concentration, could even identify and locate those who'd been in the room recently. And it was because of his tracking skills that he was now with the Wolf Rangers, hunting down the bandits that had been plaguing their trade lines for months. Not that he'd be doing any fighting, of course. Despite being trained by Master Knox for years, his father had yet to gift him a true blade of his own. So instead, all he had to make do with was the small dagger that had been gifted to him by his father on his last name day. Staying a few paces behind the Rangers, Jon did his utmost to keep up with the older, more experienced men of Winterfell. By the time one of the Rangers that was leading the group and was currently standing at the crest of a small hill raised his hand calling for halt, Jon was nearly out of breath and had to lean up against a tree to steady himself while he pulled on the Force to replenish his strength. I understand what Master Knox was talking about now. Jon thought, looking around at the Rangers in sight of himself and noticing that none of them were laboring nearly as hard as him. We may have the Force at our disposal, but there is much to be said for experience and endurance. Sticking close to Harwin, Jon kept himself low to the ground as he followed the first Ranger to the crest of the hill. Once at the top, Jon immediately ducked behind a tree. In a small ravine on the opposite side of the hill was a decently sized house, no doubt a fishmonger's family home as it was stationed so close to the large stream that flowed into the White Knife. But it wasn't the larger-than-average house that had made the lead Ranger call for a halt. But rather the two men Jon could see standing just outside the door talking to one another. Two men who were most decidedly not Northmen. A fact that was confirmed when Jon used the Force to increase his hearing to try and spy on their conversation, only to realize he didn't understand the tongue they were speaking in. Well, lad, looks like you were right, Harwin whispered to him as the two of them observed the homestead. Two men on guard, but last report we had placed their numbers at well over 24. Could be inside, the other Ranger whispered. That homestead is big enough to fit them all. Be a bit tight, but it'd work. Well, this just makes it easier for us then, Harwin nodded. Spread the word to the others. Split into groups of 3. We hit 'em from the north, south, east, and west. Our best archers will stay here with the boy. The signal to move will be when we skewer those two fuckers standing guard. Jon, you stay here. Last thing I need is you getting a big head and getting yourself killed. Gods only know what Lord Stark will do to me if I fail to return with you safe and unharmed. Jon wanted to tell the man that he was ready to prove himself, both to Lord Stark and the people of the north, but he wasn't given the chance as the first Ranger seemingly disappeared into the grasses and trees around them, taking almost all of the Rangers with him shortly afterwards and leaving Jon with the 4 who were considered to be amongst the best archers in the north. Hells, Jon had even seen a few of the men shoot an arrow in a manner that allowed it to bend around an obstacle in order to hit the targets that lay behind. Staying low to the ground, Jon watched, more through the Force than with his eyes, as the Rangers silently made their way into position around the homestead. The two guards standing at the entrance were still talking and not noticing their death slowly approaching. Something isn't right. Jon thought as the Rangers beside him readied their arrows. Shouldn't there be more out on guard? The homestead is big, to be sure. But can it really hold the number of men suspected to be with these bandits? Letting the land around him fade, Jon pulled on the force and reached out with his senses, trying to isolate the uneasy feeling he was getting. Almost immediately he recognized what was wrong, as he felt a dozen presences approaching the few that had been left behind from the opposite direction of the homestead. "They're behind us!" Jon shouted, rising to his feet, as he drew his dagger from his hip, his heart beating rapidly in his chest. The 4 rangers started at his yell, but quickly gathered themselves as war cries came from the trees behind them, followed soon by the dozen bandits Jon had sensed. Holding his dagger in 2 hands, Jon's mind went blank and he froze in place as he watched as the bandits ran at them with weapons drawn. All thoughts of Master Nox's training, his Lord Father's lessons, and Sir Roderick's advice left him as he just stood there. Even as a bandit closed in on him, sword raised ready to cut him down, Jon couldn't move a muscle in his body. Just as the sword was about to come down, the bandit jerked as an arrow appeared in the man's eye. A rough pair of hands grabbed him by the shoulders and threw him off to the side and to the ground. "Get the fuck out of the fight, boy!" Rolling onto his side, Jon watched with wide eyes as the 4 rangers fought against the bandits. It was unlike anything Jon had thought battle would be. It wasn't glorious. It wasn't honorable. It was simply killing. By the time the bandits had managed to close the distance between themselves and the rangers, 4 of their numbers had been done in by the arrows of the rangers. But even with how close they were, the rangers kept to their bows, using them as staves to deflect swords and axes aside even as they tried to notch arrows. He watched as one of the rangers grabbed an arrow by the shaft near the head and used it to stab a bandit in the throat, only to pull the arrow back out, spilling the man's blood all over him and then notch and loose the arrow into another bandit's eye. Only to receive a sword in his back the moment he felled that bandit. Another ranger had dropped his bow and had drawn the short sword, but he was outnumbered and surrounded. He managed to land a single cut before a bandit cut open his thigh, making him stagger before a second cut open his throat. The ranger who'd thrown Jon had drawn his own short sword and stood protectively in front of Jon as he fended off a man who was screaming in a weird tongue. "Get the fuck out of here, boy!" The ranger yelled as he found an opening and cut the bandit down. "We can't fight while trying to protect you at th." His words died as something warm splashed across Jon's face. Bringing a shaking hand to his face, Jon wiped at the warm substance and pulled his hand away. Blood. Looking from his hand to the ranger that had been defending him, Jon's heart raced even faster as he saw the ranger fall to his knees before falling to his side. An arrow in his neck and 2 more in his chest. Looking up, the world around him almost seemed to come to a crawl as he watched a bandit in the distance notch an arrow on his bow and take aim. He could almost see the arrow waver slightly as it left the bow, heading straight for Jon. And yet, even watching the arrow coming at him, Jon still couldn't get his body to move. 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 The last came out as a shout as Jon finally gained control enough to roll to the side. But even then, he was too late as the arrow grazed across his brow above his left eye, leaving a searing pain as he rolled away. Reaching up to his eye, Jon's fingers touched the cut on his brow. "Blood," he thought, pulling his hand away and looking down at it. "My blood. A ranger's blood. So much blood." A new set of rough hands grabbed him and turned him around, forcing him to look up at the sight of one of the bandits looming over him. "Fuck," the man cursed, his accent not of the north. "We didn't sign up to kill no kids." "A job is a job," another said, his accent similar but slightly different. "We get paid. We kill. We don't ask questions. Now finish up before the others reach us." The man above Jon let out a sigh before raising his blade, point aimed down towards Jon's heart. Thoughts of his siblings ran through his head as he stared at the sword ready to take his life. Of Master Nox, of his Lord Father. "No. It can't end like this. It can't. No." Jon shouted, holding his hands before him and gathering the force to him before lashing out with it as he'd done countless times under Master Nox's tutelage. The man standing above him had only a moment to widen his eyes in surprise before he was thrown back away from Jon and into a tree behind him. Spinning up to his feet, Jon held his hands out to his sides, waiting for the next bandit to try and get to him. The rest of the men that had been plaguing the north did little more than stare at Jon as they tried to figure out what had just happened. But before anyone could move, shouts of Winterfell came from the hill behind Jon. He almost sagged in relief as he felt the rangers of the north falling on the bandits. But his relief was short-lived as one of the men regained his wits and charged at Jon with his sword raised. Acting on instinct alone, Jon flung his hands towards the advancing man, lashing out with the force. Just like with the previous man, this one barely had time to figure out what was happening before he was flung back and into another tree with enough force to break the trunk in half as the man impacted it. Turning on his heel, Jon readied himself to fight some more, only to find that there were no enemies to be had. With the rest of the rangers coming to their aid, the remaining bandits had either surrendered, died, or run off. Jon wasn't sure which. But what he did know was that it was over. And with that realization, Jon's blood began to cool as he looked down at his bloodied hands. "Well, I'll be damned, Jon," Harwin muttered, coming up and patting Jon on the back with enough force to make him stumble forward a step. I guess that the sorcerer has been teaching more than just a few tricks at? Fell a man twice or 3 times your size at barely 11 name days. You truly are a son of the north, lad. Blinking, Jon looked from his hands to the 2 bandits he'd thrown away from himself. The one that didn't go through the tree was resting at the base of the trunk. His body bent backwards at an unnatural angle. And the second, the one who had gone through the tree, had splinters the size of Jon's fingers sticking out of his chest, legs, and arms. He barely had time to cough before he felt his stomach betrayed him and he lost his fast and meal from the night before. And then the ground was rushing up to meet him as darkness clouded his sight. Walking into the small council chambers, Jon, hand of the king, let out a frustrated sigh at the sight before him. Of the 7 men that made up the small council, only 2 were currently in attendance. Lord Stannis sat with his back straight, reading over a piece of parchment with a chalice sitting next to him. No doubt a water at the strongest. And the other occupant was Lord Varys, the Master of Whispers. The eunuch was standing next to the open window, staring out over the Blackwater Bay. But besides them, the rest of the small council was absent. Pycelle is no doubt shuffling about, trying to act his age and believing that he has everyone fooled, Jon thought as he spared a quick nod towards Stannis before making his way around the table to his seat. Baelish no doubt is finding a way to make more coin appear out of nothing to appease the king's appetites. And Renly, 7 only know where that boy is. I warned Robert that his younger brother was not yet ready to take on the mantle of Master of Law. But Robert is not one to change his mind once it is set. One need only look at his ongoing opinion of the Targaryens to know that for a fact. And Barristan is no doubt still with the king. Lord Hand, Varys greeted him cordially as the eunuch turned away from the window and made his way towards his seat. Lord Varys, Jon greeted the man back. Of all the members of the small council, Varys was the one that caused the most concern for Jon. Stannis was predictable. Renly was easy to manipulate. Pycelle was easy to anticipate once you saw through his facade. And Baelish cared only for his own self-interests in expanding his coin and influence. But Varys? Varys was an enigma. The man had not only managed to survive his tenure as a member of the Mad King's small council, but he'd managed to seamlessly ingrain himself into Robert's small council as well. And while he could anticipate and predict the other members of the council based on their wants and needs, Varys was a complete mystery. He truly seemed to mean what he said when Jon had first talked to the man. I serve the realm, Lord Hand. Someone has to. But the day he truly believed that would be the same day that he ate his own shoe. If Jon had had his way, Varys would have been excused from the council the moment Robert had been crowned. But the problem was that they needed him. They needed his spy network. He'd been trying for years, ever since his appointment as Hand, to try and subtly find another that could potentially take over Varys's position, but for over 10 years he failed with every attempt. So now, he had no choice but to accept the eunuch out of necessity. Within moments of Varys taking his seat, the doors to the small council chambers opened once more as Baelish and Renly came walking in, the 2 determinedly not looking at one another with a slowly lumbering Pycelle directly behind them. Forgive the tardiness, Lord Hand, Pycelle muttered as he stumbled to his seat, his act growing rather thin on Jon but not enough for him to call him out on it. I ask forgiveness as well, Lord Hand, Baelish smiled, bowing slightly as he took his seat and pulling out his ledger. But there were a few discrepancies that I felt the need to deal with before we begin today. And I believe that now that we are all. We are not all here, Jon cut in quickly. We will wait for Robert before beginning. Looks of doubt crossed the face of each member of the small council, even Stannis looked curious. And why wouldn't they? It was well known that Robert despised these meetings. Counting coppers, he always called them. But Jon knew his former ward and now king. He knew exactly what to say to make the boy do what he wanted him to do. And, sure enough, he only had to wait a few moments longer before the doors to the small council chambers were thrown open again. Your Grace, rising to his feet with the rest of the council, Jon inclined his head as King Robert, cup of wine in hand, entered the council chambers with Sir Selmy and the king's squire Lancel right behind him. Ah, save that shit, Jon, and sit your ass down. All of you. Robert grumbled as he made his way to his seat and flopping down in it while holding out his cup for Lancel to refill. So, I'm here. You said there was news from the north. What is it? Jon could see Stannis's jaw tighten as recognition flashed in his eyes on just how Jon had managed to get the king to attend the meeting. In time, Jon stated, taking his seat as did the rest of the council. First, though, we have several issues we should discuss that concern the realm. Varys, let us start with you. What news from the realm? Jon could see Robert visibly deflate. He cared and loved the man as if he were his own son, to be sure. But after years of dealing with the errant man, Jon found he'd simply given up on caring about Robert's whims. Varys, taking the opening, began to speak. Songs have reached my ears that Oberyn Martell has been making his way through the free cities of Essos with his paramour Ellaria Sand. No doubt looking to sire a few more bastards on a few Essos women, Renly quipped, chuckling slightly at his own joke. Jon, however, did not find it amusing. While the younger Martell brother was known to be a wanderer, his current whereabouts were of concern. Has he made contact with the exiled Targaryens? Robert sat up straight instantly, his eyes gaining that same fire as what always entered them whenever the dragons were brought into the conversation. Mercifully, Varys shook his head. If there was one point of contention between Jon and Robert, it was in the fates of the remaining Targaryen children. The idea of killing them both still made Jon uneasy. Although he did admit that it would solve many problems, it would also create many others. No. The best bet would be to capture the two of them and bring them back to Westeros. Viserys, of course, would have to be sent to the wall. But at least there, once he'd sworn his oaths, he would be unable to legally try and claim the crown. But the girl, Daenerys, she had potential. If she were set to marry the Crown Prince Joffrey, then Robert's reign and the Baratheons' continued hold on the throne would be without question. But Robert didn't agree. He only wanted the two dead. No, he has not, Varys said with a sigh. I fear that after the death of Sir Willem Darry that two remaining Targaryens have disappeared. The two are quite adept at hiding from my little birds. I want them both found, Varys. Robert all but shouted, rising from his seat slightly. I want them found and dead. My little birds are trying their best, Your Grace, Varys nodded. But I believe that they are playing on the few families that are still loyal to the Targaryens in Essos or making promises to others in exchange for protection. The Targaryens and their fate can be discussed at a later date, Jon cut in, ending the discussion with a pointed look at Robert. If Oberyn Martell has not traveled to Essos to seek out the Targaryen exiles, then have your little birds managed to learn why he is there? I have, Lord Hand. Prince Oberyn has not been discreet during his travels, Varys nodded. Apparently, he is asking anyone and everyone for information about a certain man. A blind man with Valyrian features. It didn't take the wisest man in the realm to understand what Varys was alluding to. The Northern Sorcerer, Stannis stated. Why would Dorne be interested in the man? He is sworn to House Stark. But he has said no oaths, neither to House Stark nor to the crown. Pycelle cut in, suddenly energetic as his facade slipped, as it always did when the topic of the Sorcerer was brought up. If Dorne is interested in the man, then perhaps he truly is a Targaryen loyalist who is merely preparing the land for his master's return. Jon could see that same fire return to Robert's eye, and he knew that he needed to cut off that line of thought. He had no idea just why Pycelle seemed to despise the man so much, but the Grand Maester would take every opportunity presented to paint the Sorcerer in a poor light. But he was saved from having to say anything this time as Stannis spoke up. That is unlikely, Stannis stated, fixing the Grand Maester with a glare that shut the old man up. Since his arrival in Westeros, the Sorcerer has only proven to be a benefit. He almost single-handedly brought down the Greyjoys and brought peace back to the realm. And with his work in the north in the creation of glass, the printing press, his gifts of new foods to the north as well as his countless other contributions that have brought more wealth and stability to the realm than we have seen in years. If he truly is trying to upset the balance of the land to make it easier for a Targaryen resurgence, then he is doing a poor job of it. In fact, I would dare say that the Sorcerer has been responsible for more technological and societal advancements in the past few years than the Maesters of the Citadel have in the past few centuries. Stannis wasn't lying. The advancements coming from the north, of all places, far outpaced any advancements that the Maesters had ever achieved in well over a century. The printing press that was in Winterfell was able to turn out books as fast as they were able to supply them with paper. And while the effects were still relatively minor, it didn't take an Archmaester to know what was to come. Literacy in Westeros was common only amongst the nobility, and even then, competent literacy was usually reserved only to those amongst the noble families. And that was primarily because of the scarcity of books due to the time and effort it took to make them. But now, with a single machine, that argument was now null and void. Literature could be made efficiently and cheaply. Soon, many of the small folk all over Westeros would be reading, which in turn would likely force their lords to step up their own lessons in retaliation. The blast furnace was also a technological marvel. A giant bloomery capable of smelting tons of iron ore at once into high-grade steel far better than anything they had before. And, again, it could be done at a rate almost unheard of. It wouldn't surprise Jon that if in a few years, the North managed to surpass the Westerlands as the most well-equipped and armed martial force. Then there was the glass, whose strength somehow managed to surpass anything they could currently purchase from Myr. And while to many in the southern kingdoms it meant little, to the north it was a matter of life and death. Now that they could produce glass of their own, they could create glass gardens that could feed most of the north even in the middle of winter. However, that also created a new problem as many of the southern houses depended on the north to buy their crops, even if it chaffed them to admit that they depended on the north for anything. Then there were the dozens of other little items the north had been creating over the past 5 years. When they weren't producing glass for the glass gardens, the glassmakers were making wine glasses or decorative pieces of art that were becoming very popular amongst the nobility of Westeros and even amongst the rich of the free cities, if Varys's little birds were to be believed. Then there were also the springs that were used to not only create new mattresses, which were far more comfortable and durable than feathered mattresses, but were also being used in larger sizes to stabilize carriages while they traveled. Truly, the North was quickly becoming the height of technological advancement in Westeros, which was a fact that many, including Jon, would have thought impossible just a few short years past. The bloody fucking sorcerer has proven his worth, Robert grumbled, waving his hand dismissively at Pycelle's concerns. And if he does show any allegiance to the fucking dragons, then I'll trust Ned to deal with him. Enough of the snakes, what the fuck is next? Songs from the Reach, Your Grace, Varys informed the council. Lord Tarly has sent his eldest son north to gain the approval of the sorcerer. From the time my birds sung of his departure, he should have arrived at Winterfell by now. And Garland Tyrell has taken the Lord Tarly's second son as his squire. Tarly's boy? Renly questioned. I remember the boy, vaguely. A chubby boy that couldn't even hold a training sword in his hands without shaking. No doubt Lord Tarly hopes that the sorcerer will be able to turn the boy into something resembling a reasonable heir, Baelish sighed dramatically. I do hope Lord Tarly doesn't take offense to the sorcerer shipping his son back south like he has with dozens of others. Baelish spoke the truth of the matter. Ever since the Citadel had declared the end to the 3-year winter Westeros had just endured, dozens of lords from across the realm from Bear Island to Storm's End and across to Highgarden had sent their heirs to the north to try and garner the approval of the sorcerer. And each one had been turned around and sent back home by the sorcerer. Some managed to last longer than others, but in the end, it always ended the same. With the sorcerer informing the heir that they could not be taught the ways of magic, and the heir dejectedly leaving the north. Perhaps the boy will surprise us then and be the first not to be turned away, Jon commented, ready to leave the subject be. Are there any other whispers, Varys? No, good. Lord Stannis, you spoke last time of an increase in pirate activity around the Stepstones, have you any? Oh, for fuck's sake, Jon. Robert groaned, knocking back his wine cup in one go before holding it out to be refilled. Enough with this counting coppers and whispers horseshit. You brought me here because you said you had word from Ned. So, what is it? Barely more than a scant few updates, Jon sighed while just barely managing to suppress his outward groan of annoyance. Sometimes, he truly wished that Ned had claimed the Iron Throne for himself that day when he walked into the Red Keep only to find the Mad King dead at the hands of the Kingslayer. It would have taken a lot of concessions to get the rest of the realm to agree to a reign headed by the wolves, but at least Ned would have been an attentive king. Yes, we have, Jon nodded. Lord Stark reports that the bandit raids that have been plaguing the trade lines near Winterfell for the past few months have finally been. Bandits? Near Winterfell? Robert asked, sitting up straight and his eyes suddenly much clearer than they were a moment before. Why wasn't I informed of this sooner? It was discussed months ago, when Lord Stark sent word to the council informing us of the raids. And was later confirmed by Lord Varys, Stannis informed his brother calmly, although Jon could see the rage lingering behind the man's eyes as he addressed his brother and king. Lord Stark informed us at the time that he had the situation under control. And that he and the Northern Sorcerer were working on a solution to the problem. Robert looked confused, but before he could question further Jon pressed on. In response to the raids, Lord Stark commissioned the creation of a new group of rangers, much like the Night's Watch have that patrol north of the Wall. Only this group would patrol the northern lands. They were specially trained by the Sorcerer and by Winterfell's Master-at-Arms, Sir Roderick. In Lord Stark's latest correspondence, he confirms that the newly formed rangers managed to track down and kill the bandits that were plaguing their trade lines. With the aid of Lord Stark's baseborn son, these new rangers managed to track the bandits back to their hiding place and they wiped them all out. Save for 2 who they brought back to Winterfell for questioning. Jon continued. While being questioned by the sorcerer, it came to light that these bandits were no mere Westerosi men looking to make a quick amount coin. No. These were in fact SSE sellswords, sent to the north specifically to disrupt the trade shipments of northern glass. And while they did not reveal who hired them, as their hiring was done through a proxy and therefore unknown to the 2 men questioned, it is obvious who stands to gain the most from the disruption to the new northern export. Mere, Baelish supplied seamlessly. Curious. I was not aware that the northern glass trade had had such an impact as to attract the attention of the only other glass distributor. Perhaps I need to recheck the northern records to make sure they are paying the crown its true due. Careful, Baelish, Robert growled. You're coming dangerously close to talking ill of my Warden of the North and one of, if not the, most honorable men in the realm. Of course, Your Grace, Baelish smiled politely. I am sure that a man of Lord Stark's caliber would never forego the crown its due. Robert spared one last glare towards Baelish before coming back to Jon. All right, so Ned had some problems with bandits, who turned out not to be bandits but sell swords from Myr. Varys, why haven't your little bird sung that fucking song to you? Varys didn't seem the least bit perturbed by the king's ire. And why would he? This was one of the only men who managed to survive his tenure in the Mad King's small council. My little birds in Essos are spread thin, your grace. Songs take time to travel. And I have but a few birds in Mere, and none in such a spot to overhear such plans as the ones that were used against the north. Get someone in position then, Robert growled. What's to be our response to this then? Mere dares to attack Westeros. We cannot let such a thing go. This time, Jon couldn't help but groan. If there was one thing that Robert longed for, it was war. A good fight. The Greyjoy rebellion had done a fine job of tempering the king's hot blood. But that was years past now, and Robert was once again itching for another fight. If it was a simple uprising in Westeros, perhaps Jon would have entertained the idea, if only to calm Robert's blood once more. But this attack wasn't originating from Westeros. It was from Essos. And even then, they couldn't prove it fully. And if they were to launch an attack against one of the free cities, then the Iron Bank could suddenly start taking an interest in recollecting their due. Which was not something the crown could necessarily shoulder at the moment. There is nothing we can do, Stannis supplied, no doubt his thoughts on the matter akin to Jon's. Perhaps if we had more evidence to prove their involvement, we could demand reconciliation through the Iron Back. But as it stands now, we have no cause to go to war with Mere. And if we launched a seemingly random attack against one of the free cities, the other nations of Essos would turn their attention to us. And that would be even if we managed to convince the lords of the realm to set sail in the first place, your grace. Leaning back, Robert scratched at his beard. Ah, fine. But, Varys, get some of your fucking birds in some fucking corner in Mere so they can actually hear something interesting. Of course, your grace, Varys nodded. But I believe that the end of the bandit raids was not all that Lord Stark had to say. Jon nearly cursed the eunuch. Jon had wanted to approach the matter delicately, but now that option was taken from him. Indeed, Jon nodded, shooting the eunuch a withering glare. During the skirmish with the sellswords, young Jon Snow used magic to kill 2 of the sellswords in front of the other rangers by blowing the men away and breaking their bodies against several nearby trees. The implication of his words took a moment to sink in, and when they did the reaction around the table was about what Jon had expected. Stannis and Robert were not surprised by the fact that the boy had magic. Nor was Varys. Pycelle seemed on the verge of having a fit and Renly looked completely blindsided. And Lord Commander Selmy seemed curious. All which Jon expected. But what he hadn't expected was Baelish's seeming indifference to the news. Almost as if he already knew. Ah, we knew it would only be a matter of time before this news came to light. Robert shrugged, not caring or not realizing the full implications of what was at stake. Your Grace. Pycelle gasped, turning to the king. Is it that you, already knew of the bastard boy's usage of this accursed magic? I fucking knew, Robert shrugged before waving to Jon and Stannis. As did Jon and Stannis here. And it isn't just Ned's bastard that has magic. His trueborn son, Robb, can use that fucking magic well. The sorcerer has been training both the boys since the end of the Greyjoy spat. Glad to see that the fucking sorcerer is keeping to his word. Be that as it may, we will have to prepare for the backlash from word of this development reaching the masses, Jon stated. A foreign man who can use magic was acceptable. If reluctantly to the people and most especially to the faith. But now word will reach of an heir to a great house being able to use the same abilities, it will cause a stir. Let the fat septon bitch and moan all he wants. The Starks are descendants from the first men and do not follow the faith of the seven, Robert shot back, waving off Jon's concerns. So, Ned's bastard was managed to kill a couple of sellswords, Not bad for a boy of, what is he now? 12 name days? Good age for a boy to start bloodying themselves. If only my own fucking son showed such initiative. What else did Ned have to say? The next bit was a subject that Jon didn't really want to broach with Robert, but he knew that he had to. If he held this back and word got back to Robert, it wouldn't be pleasant. Lord Stark has made an official request that, in light of his actions, his bastard son be legitimized as a true son of House Stark. Again, the reactions were predictable. Pycelle was furious. Stannis contemplative. Renly unsure. And Selmy stoic as ever. But again, Baelish proved to be the odd man out as he didn't show any reaction at all. Does he have eyes and ears in Winterfell? He seems to know a lot more about what is happening in the north than he's letting on. Wait. Lisa has mentioned receiving letters from her sister in the north for some time, but I just assumed that they were harmless. And the 3 did grow up together, and then there are the rumors that Baelish claims to have claimed both Tully's sister maidenhoods. Could Lisa be informing Baelish of news from the north? Or worse, could Catelyn be sending the missives directly to Baelish? Either way, I need to keep a better eye on the man in the future. Why not? Robert shrugged. Pycelle, write up the decree and I'll sign it and send. One moment, Your Grace, Jon interrupted quickly. Perhaps we should not be so quick to grant this request. Raising and legitimizing a bastard is not something that can or should be done on a whim. We don't want to set the precedence that all a bastard needs to do is kill a few bandits in order to be legitimized. The problems it would cause with the line of succession within many noble families would be chaotic at least. Bloody, at worst. In truth, Jon wasn't exactly against the idea of legitimizing Ned's baseborn son. If anything, it could reaffirm the boy's allegiance to the Baratheon monarchy. But if the boy were to be legitimized, then Lord Stark would be forced to do one of two things in order to keep the line of succession in Winterfell clear. Either he would have to give the boy a keep of his own, which would then result in the lords of the realm throwing their daughters at him to try and gain the favor of the Starks to breed magic into their house's line. Or he would have to send the boy to the Night's Watch to ensure he didn't pose a threat to his siblings. Neither of which coincided with the part Jon needed the boy to play in stabilizing the realm. It seems I have run out of time, Jon thought sorely. I'll have to start spreading the rumors of the boy's parentage through the realm and Dorne especially. I need word to reach the Martells, and Arianne especially, about the boy's capabilities and parentage. The Lord Hand speaks true, Renly, surprisingly, spoke up. The laws regarding legitimization are muddy, at best. But, still, we can't make it easy for bastards to try and claim legitimization. Robert didn't seem pleased. But, thank the Seven, he didn't seem to have any allies regarding legitimizing the boy on the small council. Fuck. Fine. Robert grumbled. The boy won't be legitimized, yet. But I swear, the moment the boy does anything even remotely noteworthy or if Ned asks again, I'll send the fucking papers on the first raven myself. Very well, Your Grace. Not ideal, but Jon could work with the situation. At least he still had time to put certain pieces into play. There is one last request from the Warden of the North. Due to his exemplary service, not only to the North but to the realm as a whole, Lord Stark requests that the Northern Sorcerer be given a title amongst the nobility and be recognized as the realm's Master of the Arcane. Preposterous. The Grand Maester all but shouted, nearly rising from his chair before catching himself and stumbling back down into his seat. Your Grace, you cannot allow this. To give the man such a title would be to appoint him to the small council. Lord Stark might trust him. But he is Valyrian, Your Grace. See, can we really trust one with such ancestry to the council given what happened with the Targaryens? I must agree with the Grand Maester, Your Grace, Baelish chimed in. The man has done some good, to be sure. But his loyalty is still uncertain, as is his past and even his homeland, if the stories are to be believed. And that is not to mention what the faith would do upon his appointment to such a position. Jon could understand their concerns. The Sorcerer, despite having earned Ned's trust, was still an unknown. His past a mystery to all, even to Ned. The only thing that was known about the man was that he hailed from a region of land that was under an imperium, that he was once a slave, and that he had the look of a Valyrian. Wild rumors stated that he was a remnant from Valyria itself, a man frozen in time by the ancient magics of the Valyrian Empire. And while the tale was outlandish, Jon couldn't banish the thought outright. Too many aspects of the man's tale could be related back to the Valyrian Empire. But that would make him over 300 years old, at least. Jon thought dismissively, trying desperately to fight back against the thoughts and doubts in his mind. To reach such an age should be impossible. Yet, old tales spoke of the children of the forest living for centuries or more. So, perhaps, no, I will not think more on the matter. Despite his unknown past, there is no doubt that the Sorcerer has done much for the realm. Lesser men have been rewarded greatly for doing far less, Jon countered, drawing attention to himself. Granting him the title of Master of the Arcane might be premature, given his loyalty to the throne is still questionable. But he deserves a reward, nonetheless. So, lordship. And the ability to claim land should he be offered it by a great house or the crown. A lord without any land of his own, Renly smiled easily, leaning back in his seat. He'll probably see it as an insult. No, he won't, Stannis countered his brother sharply. You were not at Pike, Renly. You did not speak with the Sorcerer. The boon of lordship, he will appreciate. But should we force him to take a lordship of a plot of land that is not to his liking, then he will not accept. And that will cause greater problems as, while his loyalty may be in question, we do not want to aggravate him and drive him to our enemies. And to be sure, brother, we still have enemies. Enough, Robert commanded. Lordship with the promise of land of his choosing in the future should his loyalty to the crown prove true. Jon, write it up and bring it to me to sign. And that is the end of it. Any more from Ned? No, Jon replied, shaking his head in resignation as he knew what was about to happen. Good, Robert nodded, rising from his seat, prompting the council to follow suit. Then I've had enough counting coppers for today. Baelish, I want that dark-haired whore in my room by sundown. You know the one I like. Baelish merely smiled and inclined his head. Of course, Your Grace. She will be ready and waiting for you. With his piece said, Robert turned on his heel and marched out of the council chambers, leaving the commander of the King's Guard to hurry and catch up. Less than half an hour, Jon bemoaned silently as he took his set once more, rubbing at his forehead in a futile attempt to stop the headache that was now ravaging his mind. Gods, Ned, why couldn't you have just forsaken your honor for a second time and claimed the damn throne for yourself? Lord Stannis, he said out loud. You wish to speak on the pirates around the stepstones. What news do you have? Standing on the newly constructed covered bridge that connected the Great Keep of Winterfell to the First Keep, Lord Eddard Stark stood still as he watched the activity occurring in the courtyard below him. It was strange to think just how much life in the north had changed in the past 5 years, but there was no doubting that it had indeed changed. Despite winter having been officially declared over by the maesters, despite the spring snows that still lingered within the north, Winterfell had not emptied of people as it had in the past. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people now resided within the walls of the ancient keep that Ned's ancestor erected over 8,000 years ago. Men trained daily in the training yards or plied their trade in the smithies or within the manufacturing areas, as Knox called them, within the First Keep. And it wasn't just the men either. Women too worked in both the smithies and within the First Keep. And a few more stubborn women had even begun picking up weapons and joining the men in the yard to train. A sight that made Ned more than slightly uneasy. While the north was more open to the idea of women fighting, primarily in the northernmost houses like Umber and Mormont, it was still a concept that Ned wasn't keen on. Not because he believed that women to be any less than men, but because simply he didn't want the women on the battlefield. He'd seen what happened to men when their blood ran hot and got the better of them. And he would not give them such easy targets to state their battle-induced lust. Moving from away from the railing, he made his way towards the First Keep, keeping an eye on the training grounds below as he walked. He felt no small amount of pride as he watched the men of the North train under the watchful eyes of Sir Jory and his appointed First Ranger Harwin. The men, and few women, were disciplined and skilled. Far more than any levy he'd seen before. He had no doubt that if he were forced to call the banners once more, something he prayed would not happen, that the northern levies of House Stark would be the finest warriors on the field. Through no action of my own however, he thought, pausing to watch the people of the North train. If not for Knox, the North would not be in the shape it is today. Despite the praises the people of the North sing of me and House Stark for leading them into this new age. Continuing on his way, Ned made it only a few dozen more steps before stopping once more. Sitting at the base of the Sorcerer's Tower, as the once broken tower was now named, was a training area specially designed by Knox to assist in the training of those Knox deemed worthy of his personal attention. Or in other words, those who had the same affinity for magic as he. And on one of those training devices, a series of posts that stood taller than a man with an arch standing overhead that held a spiked log that swung freely back and forth over the posts, was none other than his little wolf, Arya. As he watched, his little wolf moved skillfully back and forth across the tops of the flattened posts as she avoided the swinging log with apparent ease. A feat which was not easy, and he could attest to this fact as he himself had been knocked flat on his arse the first time he tried. He didn't regret giving his daughter permission to train like her brothers were. He had never seen his daughter so full of life as he had since giving in and allowing her to train to fight, despite the objections of her mother. But even still, watching her train caused a constant war to rage within Ned. She was so much like his sister, the same fire, the same free spirit. The same drive to prove that she was more than just a lady. But in the end, it was that mentality that led his sister to do what she did and led her to her fate. A fate that he did not want his little wolf to suffer. Shaking his head, Ned forced himself to look away from his daughter and made his way into the First Keep of Winterfell. Despite being the oldest building within the walls of the ancient Stark castle, the First Keep was almost completely unrecognizable from when Ned was a boy, or even from a few years prior. While the exterior of the keep was still the same, the inside was drastically different. No longer was it an abandoned keep that was used only to house citizens of the north during the winter years. No, now it was a bustling keep that was almost as crowded as the Great Keep of Winterfell. Dozens of people wandered the halls, making their way from the rooms that had been set aside for them and their place of work within the keep. It still amazed Ned just how quickly seemingly frivolous items could be made once Knox had introduced Ned and Maester Luwin to a way of working he called an assembly line. It took more people to be sure. But they could produce items far faster than ever before. Plates, bowls, eating utensils, decorative glass pieces, decorative metal pieces, leather works. All were being produced now in the First Keep. And while he was more than slightly unsure about the venture, especially once Knox laid out the startup costs, Ned's worries had been quickly dashed the moment the first trade vessels returned from the south and from Braavos. The single trade venture had garnered the North more coin in the few months of travel that it usually gained during an entire year. Many of the northern lords had shared his concern with the seemingly excessive expenditure of coin, but just like he, once they saw the coin that was suddenly flowing into their coffers, almost all of the complaints dried up. In fact, many of the lords, Lord Manderley in particular, had sent their castellans, stewards, or even their heirs to Winterfell to learn how to recreate this new process of creation that Knox had implemented. Nodding in greeting to the few Northmen and women that bowed respectfully to him as he passed, Ned made his way through the first keep and across the bridge that connected the keep to the Sorcerer's Tower. Making his way up the winding stairway past the first few levels, Ned nearly ran headlong into an individual who suddenly appeared out of one of the rooms nearly halfway up the tower. Lord Stark. Forgive me, milord. I was not looking where I was going. He recognized the young woman immediately, not a very difficult task considering her name was on the tongues of just about every lord and lady in the north, and not necessarily for the best of reasons. There is no need for apologies, Nyra. My mind is wandering as well right now. The young northern woman had her hair pulled back into a simple braid as was custom with almost all the women of the north. And for a moment, Ned had to catch himself as he took a good look at her. She reminded him far too much of his sister. And not just with her looks, but with her strength. Her time with Knox had awoken a fire within her. A fire that, to his shame, Ned had not seen before. If he were being completely honest with himself, after watching her help Knox with his ventures, he was almost positive that this young woman could run Winterfell just as well as his own steward, or even his lady wife for that matter. But despite the fire and strength that had been awoken within her, the girl still remembered her courtesies. Of course, milord. Is there something I can aid you with today? Yes, Ned nodded. Would you happen to know where Knox is at the moment? I need to have words with him. Of course, milord, Nyra nodded as she stepped aside and pointed up the stairway. He is with young Lord Tarly in his, laboratory, milord. Thank you, Ned thanked the young woman before making his way past her and up the stairs another level. Arriving at the door leading to the strange workshop Knox had set up, Ned reached up for the latch. The door is open, Lord Stark, Knox's voice sounded through the door. But I ask that you stay within the entryway for a moment. Lifting the latch, Ned made sure to stay just beyond the entranceway as Knox had requested. While Knox was known to have a rather queer sense of design, at least according to many that knew him, this workshop, or rather laboratory, was without a doubt the strangest. Knox had used his own coin that he'd earned to commission the creation of dozens of different types of glassware from the glassmiths and blowers. Rounded glasses, cups, plates, and dozens of other designs Ned had no head for recognizing were all scattered throughout the room. Along with dozens of clay jars that were filled with many types of different plants and substances that Knox had spent nearly the entire winter years and the spring months collecting, both from the north and from trade with Bravos in the south. But perhaps one of the oddest things Ned noticed during his brief look about the workshop was a single tabletop that had several different types of food that was laid out. Food that was well past being edible going by the rotting and mold growth that was present. And strangely enough, some of the molding food was in one of the clear glass containers, soaking in water with a candle underneath to heat it. Knox is almost impeccably clean. So, why would he keep rotting food so close by? Standing at the far back of the workshop with his back turned towards the door was Knox, although he wasn't alone. The two students, as he called them, that had been recommended by Lady Bethany to undergo further tutelage were standing beside him helping him with whatever task he had at hand. Ned also knew that if not for his duties tending to the ravens or teaching his sons their lessons, Maester Lewin would be right there beside the two youngsters. The old Maester honestly spent almost as much time with Knox as he did with Ned. And standing just off to the side, his eyes wide as he eagerly took notes on a piece of parchment was Lord Tarly's son and heir, Samwell Tarly. If Ned were being entirely truthful, the young lad was the exact opposite of what he'd been expecting when word reached them from Hornhill that Lord Tarly was sending his son north to try and gain the approval of the northern sorcerer. The boy was nearly half as wide as he was tall. And the first time he stepped foot into the yard with Jon, Robb, and Theon, the boy had barely managed to parry a single strike from Jon before he dropped his sword and curled into a ball on the ground. There was no getting around the facts the moment that scene was made. The boy was a fat craven, the exact opposite words that anyone would think to use when describing a son of House Tarly. Ned had fully expected for Knox to dismiss the boy before he could even have his first evening meal in Winterfell. But to Ned and no doubt just about everyone other denizen of Winterfell's collective shock, he had not done that. In fact, he had encouraged the boy to continue learning under both himself and Lady Bethany in the Winterfell College while he worked on his skill at arms. Ned had been, to say the least, dumbfounded. Knox had turned away dozens of fit and skilled heirs and spares over the course of the past year. And yet, the first acolyte he took outside of Ned's own children was perhaps the mostly unlikely choice in the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. After Samwell had accepted Knox's invitation, nearly shaking with glee as he did so, Ned had approached Knox privately and asked if the boy had the same force sensitivity as his children and could use magic as well. Again, to his utmost surprise, Knox merely laughed. The sorcerer had then proceeded to tell Ned that Samwell had about the same force sensitivity as a pile of horseshit. But he then followed it up by saying that, just like horseshit, just because you can't use it in one way doesn't mean that it isn't useful. According to Knox, Samwell had a keen mind, a very keen mind, especially for a boy his age. And while he would more than likely never become the warrior reborn, as Lord Tarly wanted his son to become, Knox was confident that given enough time he could mold the young boy into something just as useful. Need to let this boil for at least 2 hours now, Knox declared, bringing Ned back around as the sorcerer used his powers to flip an hourglass over that was clear across the room. Luca, Rin. Once the time is up, remove the flask from the heat and let it cool. And then add the ingredients in the order and quantity that we discussed. Samuel, keep with them and make sure to keep track of everything, especially any color changes that occur during the addition phase after boiling. Other than that, do not touch anything until I return from talking with Lord Stark. Yes, Master Knox, the 3 youngsters nodded as Knox stepped away from them and over to Ned. For his part, Ned hardly waited for Knox before turning on his heel and making his way further up the tower towards Knox's personal quarters and solar. Marching into the room, Ned barely waited for the door to shut behind the 2 men before starting. I received a raven from King's Landing this morning, he began, marching away from Knox so that he could stand before the open window that peered out over the courtyard of Winterfell. I suspected as much. Given your aura, I take it that news was not all that you hoped it would be. Knox questioned. No, Ned replied, shaking his head. No, it was not. Robert has denied my request for Jon's legitimization. Knox didn't necessarily seem surprised by the announcement. Unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily surprise me. The South, and even most of the North, place a heavy stigma on those given bastard names. It's a shame really. And it comes back to the nature versus nurture as to how they turn out. That wasn't a concept that Ned was familiar with. Nature versus nurture. Yes, Knox continued as he stepped up beside Ned, a glass of dark brown liquid in his hands. It's a philosophical argument that contemplates what determines the being of a person. Are we like we are from birth? Or does our upbringing truly define what we are? Taking the offered glass, a newly constructed form of cup that was roughly the size of a man's fist that Knox called a tumbler, Ned idly swirled the brown contents within. Whiskey, he thought, taking a small sip and letting the liquid warm his throat and stomach. Another gift from Knox. Far more potent than even our most fortified wines and ales. Yet simple to make. Barley, sap, water, yeast and some patience. And you have a drink that, even within only a single shipment having left the north, is in such a high demand amongst the nobility that I doubt we will ever be able to fulfill all the requests sent to us for the drink. Robert in particular seems to have taken a shine to it. Which I am not sure is such a good thing, given the potency and the man's love for drink. There was more, Ned continued, this time turning to face Knox. The king has authorized your ascension into the nobility and has given you the title of lord. Despite this, however, no lands have been conferred unto you. Knox knocked back the drink in one go with hardly seeing to even notice its strong bite. Lord, hey? Well, it's been some time since I've held such a title. I've gotten quite used to just being Master Knox or plain old Knox. The title of Lord once more, that will take some getting used to. Ned nodded. Despite the fact that the king has not bestowed any lands upon you, I'm sure I can find you a suitable keep should you wish it. In truth, Ned didn't necessarily want to see the sorcerer out of his sight. While he was in Winterfell, Ned could keep an eye on both him and how he went about training his children. Not only that, but should Knox ever turn against the realm, Ned would be able to hopefully stop him before he could cause too much damage. But those were just the logical arguments. In truth, Ned had come to consider the foreign sorcerer his friend and perhaps even his closest advisor. But still, now that Knox was considered a lord of the realm and considering everything that he'd done for the realm and the north in particular, it would have been rude of him not to at least offer the man a keep of his own. Knox appeared contemplative as the man scratched at the slight growth on his chin and jaw. Unlike other men of the north, the sorcerer seemed to prefer to keep his beard close cut instead of letting it grow. A trend that had actually started to spread slightly as many of the men throughout Winterfell began to imitate the sorcerer, especially once word began to spread of how the woman of the land apparently found the look refined and attractive. The offer is appreciated, Lord Stark. But I am quite comfortable here in Winterfell for now. Unless, of course, you would rather see me gone from your halls. Not at all, my friend, Ned replied, letting out a sigh of relief. Your presence and advice has been a boon to myself, my children, and the north, and I would see you stay as long as you so choose to do so. Then I'll stay, my friend, Knox smiled back to him. Although, I suppose with my new status, I can be expecting quite a few ravens from various lords across the land trying to throw their daughters at me in hopes of tempting me away from the north. Not that any of them could hope to tempt me away from Nyra, of course. Perhaps I'll let her use them as kindling for the fire. At that, Ned unwillingly frowned. I would be careful on ignoring some of the lord's letters, Knox. Many will know that gaining your favor to be a, how did you put it? A long shot? But some more prominent lords will not take refusal well and may seek retaliation. And not necessarily on your person. His meaning was not lost on Nox, and Ned just barely managed to suppress the shiver that ran down his spine as he could feel the unmistakable coldness that was associated with one drawing heavily on the dark side of the Force. They harm a hair on Nyra's head, and they will learn the wrath of a Sith is the most terrifying thing to ever evoke. I believe that. Ned nodded as the warmth slowly returned to their surroundings. Now, on to other matters. As well as the ravens from King's Landing, I also received a letter from White Harbor. Lord Wyman Manderley has begun construction on the vessel you, Maester Lewin, Asha Greyjoy, and Wendell Manderley collaborated on. While the cost will be within your projections, unfortunately Lord Manderley estimates that it will take a year at best to complete construction of the vessel and to make sure it's seaworthy. A year passed. Wyman had sent his second son Wendell to Winterfell to try and garner the approval of both Knox and himself, much the same as many of the other lords of the realm had done since the declaration of spring by the Maesters. And like almost all who came before him, Wendell was met with disappointment as Knox informed him that he did not have the means to learn the Force. But unlike many of the other second sons and heirs who immediately turned tail and left, Wendell stayed and sought to learn whatever he could from Knox. It was during his stay at Winterfell that he, Knox, Lewin, and Asha of all people began creating the designs for a new ship. A ship that, once completed, would without a doubt be the power to best on the water. The ship was a galleon in design, but that classification almost did it an injustice when compared to the few galleons in the south. The ship, once completed, would measure at least 90 paces long and nearly 30 across. Including the main deck, the ship would have 3 lower decks beneath it. Multiple cabins would be scattered throughout the lower decks, and side slots in the hull above the water level would be able to be opened, creating an opening for scorpions to fire from. And to help with protection of the ship, the inner workings were reinforced with iron plates to reinforce the ship from breaching. The top deck would have 4 masts and the second to lowest level would have the ability to run out oars as well. And due to the ship's sheer size, it would take hundreds of men to properly man the vessel. When the proposal had first been brought to him, Ned had nearly laughed the men, and woman, out of his solar when he saw the sheer scope of the project. Not only would it cost a substantial amount of coin to build, but to keep the sailors on board and the ship properly maintained would cost a small fortune. But Knox, like always, had a counter to his argument. As well as laying out the designs, the four had also laid out a plan to pay for the vessel without putting a dent in the coffers of the north, as well as to how to keep it manned. And if their plans worked out, not only would the vessel hardly cost them anything, but in a decade or less it would be bringing in a substantial amount of coin from trade. A year will be fine. It will give us time to prepare. Knox responded almost immediately. That is, of course, if you still plan on allowing the expedition I requested to come to fruition. Ned felt his head start to ache as Knox brought up his wish once more. Your request is not one that is so easily granted, Knox, Ned sighed. Many have tried to navigate the ruins of Valyria and the Smoking Sea. Jaerion Lannister, the youngest brother of Tywin, set out himself no more than a few years past. And he, like all the others who have attempted the venture, have yet to return home. All those others were missing one key aspect that we will have, Ned. Me. Knox responded, sounding incredibly sure of himself. My lack of eyesight is exactly what will allow me to help to navigate the Smoking Sea and venture deep into the ruins of Valyria. And once there, perhaps I can locate the strange darkness I felt emanating from the east. The darkness, Ned thought, his eyes wandering to the east. Over the years, Knox had been able to help him hone his abilities with the Force. He wasn't nearly as well versed in the Force as Knox, nor even his own children at this point. But he was able to at least meditate and reach out with the Force, and at times even receive visions as Knox called them. Although deciphering the cryptic messages from the old gods and Force was still something that mostly eluded Ned. But during one of their meditation sessions, Ned had sensed what Knox had. A great darkness to the east, an almost, hunger. An insatiable hunger to devour. It was a strange sensation to say the least. And one that Ned had no desire to ever encounter at its source. Is this darkness you speak of the one you saw in your vision when you first arrived? No, Knox answered almost immediately. It is, similar, almost kindred if you will. But it is not the darkness that I sensed that threatens to devour the land. However, should this darkness in the east not be quelled, then it will aid the other darkness that is to come. And that is what it always came back to. This darkness that Knox claimed will devour the land unless it is stopped. Even after years of knowing him, Ned still wasn't completely convinced of the darkness that Knox spoke of. It sounded too much like the myth of the others and the White Walkers to his liking. But in the end, Knox believed in his vision, and that belief led to Knox aiding and strengthening the North to almost unheard of levels. And Ned knew, that if he didn't aid Knox in combating what he perceived as a threat, that the man would go off and do it himself. Very well, Ned nodded. But the lords of the North will be most anxious. As I have said, few have dared to traverse those lands since the Doom. And if you should find any spoils of Valyria, they will want something as well. Then send out ravens a moon's turn or so before the ship is ready to depart, Nox counter-argued. Offer a spot on the vessel to the northern houses. And whatever spoils that are collected from Valyria will be given out accordingly. Scratching his chin, Ned nodded. I'm not sure if allowing their heirs or vassals to travel with you will ease their anxiety or increase it. But the thoughts of scavenging the ruins of Valyria will most definitely be worth the risk to many, I think. Then it's decided. Nox declared with a note of finality. But there is one more thing we need to discuss, Ned. A rather personal matter regarding the expedition. I've been meditating long on what might happen, and most is still uncertain. But there is one factor that I know must occur. Jon must accompany me on this voyage. I am unsure as to the exact nature of what will happen, but something will occur during the voyage. And Jon must be present for it. Maybe it has something to do with his ancestry and where we are heading. Ned felt his blood run colder than the wall and his heart cease in his chest. Jon, why? Ned asked nervously. Truthfully, he didn't want Jon within 100 leagues of the home of the Dragon Lords. He is but a boy or not even 12 name days. And despite his actions of late and the fact that he has been bloodied in battle, he is not yet a man. And his blood, Jon is my son, a son of the North. Nothing more. Turning his back on him, Nox waved his hand towards the door. The door closed abruptly as the latch clicked shut. A gentle wave of the force pulsed from Nox, settling around Ned and the Sorcerer. A silencing dome, Ned recalled Nox calling such a technique, his anxiety growing with each passing moment. A useful technique to ensure there are no unwanted ears to a conversation. But what could he say that is so pressing that, no. He can't know. Can he? His hopes of Nox not knowing the secret of Jon's birth were quickly dashed as Nox faced him once more. His eyeless face completely devoid of all emotion. I am not a fool, Lord Stark. So please do not take me for one. Think back, my friend. I have been here for nearly 5 years, and in all that time have I once called Jon your son. Ned felt like he'd been punched in the gut by the great Jon while wearing a steel gauntlet. How long? Since the first moment you two stood side by side, Nox answered. I will admit, it is a good ruse, and you're lucky the boy takes after his Stark heritage. I doubt that any who simply look at the boy would mistake him for anything but your son. Especially given your reputation as the most honorable man in the realm. But to someone like me, someone who can see beyond the surface, I can tell that is not the case. There is a familial connection between the two of you, to be sure, but it is not the connection that is held between a parent and their biological child. So, at the start, I knew he was not yours. Which left 3 options. He's not Ben's, as he would have no need to hide it. Your elder brother was a well-known skirt chaser, so that was a possibility, but it was unlikely that you would dishonor your brother's name by denying him the knowledge of who his true parents were. Which left 1 option. And the mostly likely candidate for the father became obvious when I read the history of what happened. Which even goes to explain your motivations in naming him your bastard and keeping him, and indeed the rest of the realm, in ignorance. If he had a dagger on his person, Ned would have been gripping its hilt by the time Nox had finished speaking. There were only 2 people who knew the truth of Jon, himself and Howland Reed. And now Nox. While 2 people could keep a secret, especially as one preferred to stay isolated in his keep in the neck, 3 people increased the odds of others finding out. And how long until more pieced it together? And what would Robert's reaction be once he learned of Jon's parentage? Would his love for Ned's sister overrule his hatred for the dragon blood that ran through his veins? Or would the fact that his sister had a child and with her last breath begged Ned to keep him safe finally push his friend over the proverbial edge? You are worried that I will spread this secret, or that I have plans to put Jon on the Iron Throne to usurp your friend, Robert, Nox stated, giving voice to Ned's thought, which made him immediately pull back on himself as he tried to form the mental walls around his mind as Nox had shown him. I don't need to read your mind to know your thoughts, Ned. Your feelings are practically screaming them. And to ease your mind, I have no plans to place Jon Snow on the Iron Throne or to usurp your friend. You have my word and oath on that. And seeing as how I haven't brought up Jon's true parentage in the past 5 years, I hope that I've earned your respect enough to acknowledge that I can keep this a secret. No one, and I mean no one, will learn about Jon's true ancestry from me. Ned felt himself relax at the oath. He speaks the truth. He thought, trying to calm his racing heart. By his own admission, he has known of Jon's true parentage for nearly his entire time here in the north. And no one knew, not even myself. He's proven he can keep a secret, especially one that is as dangerous as this. If word got out of Jon's parentage, combined with the spreading knowledge of Nox training him, many would assume that, given Nox's appearance, that he was indeed trying to put the dragons back on the Iron Throne. And while his word and oath are enough to ease my mind, Nox's sense of self-preservation does so in equal measure. And what purpose will Jon serve on the expedition that another man cannot? Ned pressed, trying to see if there was anything nefarious in Nox's request. Truthfully? I don't know. Nox shrugged, surprisingly Ned. All that the Force has shown me is that if we are to survive the coming darkness, then certain things need to happen. Some of which will occur on this voyage. And Jon must be there to experience them. But don't worry, Ned. I don't plan on putting Jon in a situation I don't believe he can handle. I've grown quite fond of the boy over the years. Breathing deep, Ned closed his eyes. Lyanna, what would you want for your son? It was a silly question, and he knew that the moment he asked it of his sister. He knew what she would want for her son. She would want him to live free. Live a life of adventure and excitement. The life that was denied to her. Very well, Knox. Ned nodded. Jon will accompany you on this voyage. Thank you. And there is one more topic regarding this voyage that we need to discuss. Asha. She will be coming along as well. Now Ned wanted to ram his head against the stone wall of the tower. Another Force prediction, Knox. No. Just saying, Asha helped to design the ship we'll be using to get there. And honestly, from what I've seen and heard, the Northmen are not the greatest sailors. And even at a young age, the girl probably has more time on the water than most of the sailors in White Harbor. Her knowledge will be vital. That, and I doubt you'd be able to keep her from going even if you wanted to. The sorcerer had a point. The girl was even more headstrong than Lyanna. And that was saying something. And although she was still a ward of House Stark, for the king's command she would be free to return to the Iron Islands in a little over a year, roughly the same time during which the expedition would be taking place. Staying silent, he began weighing the decision in his mind should anything come to happen to her during the voyage. He could argue that he did not have a say in her decision should anything come to pass during the voyage. But still, he doubted that Lord Greyjoy would be so understanding should his only daughter come to harm during her stay as his ward. On the other hand, he was sure that the possibility of having his daughter on a voyage to the heart of Valyria would be something Balon would want. Especially if she was able to replicate the voyage under the banner of the Ironborn. And he wasn't so sure he wanted the Greyjoys to have a map laid out to them that would lead into the heart of Valyria. There was no telling what a man like Balon or his brothers would do if they managed to get their hands on such knowledge. But then again, allowing her to go could reaffirm her loyalty to the crown and help to influence the Iron Islands back into the true fold of the Seven Kingdoms. Something that Ned knew Knox was working on. Should she request it of me, I will not deny her request, Ned spoke, coming to a decision that he truly hoped he wouldn't come to regret. I take it that you will be continuing her training in her Force abilities during the expedition as well. Ned had hoped to have caught Knox off guard with his comment, but to his surprise, Knox only shrugged. Of course. She's not as Force sensitive as your children or Jon. But she does have certain skills that can be honed. Much like your own. Turning to his friend, Ned stared at cloth covering the man's ruined eyes. You don't sound surprised that I know of your secret training of Asha. To this, Knox scoffed. Please, Ned. Winterfell is your keep. The seat of House Stark. Plus, while your powers have not been able to be refined like the young ones, your powers are still developing. Enough so that you should be able to sense an individual's Force sensitivity and be able to identify if they've had training or not. At this point, I'd be more disappointed and surprised if you didn't know that I was training her. And as you have not stopped her from learning, you must obviously know what I'm trying to accomplish. And tell me the truth, Ned, if you had to choose, who would you rather see on the sea stone chair leading the Ironborn? Theon or Asha? The choice wasn't a difficult one. Or at least it wouldn't have been had both been men. Asha is a lady of the realm, Ned countered. She cannot inherit her father's seat in front of her brother. To this, Knox merely shook his head. Why? Because her reproductive organs are inside rather than swinging between her legs? Cause she bleeds once a month in a biological cycle that? How does that make her unfit to rule a land? She is far smarter, more skilled, more powerful, and most importantly older than her brother. Why should she not rule the Iron Islands? Lady Dustin rules her lands in the absence of a husband and son, does she not? And if the tales are true, Lady Orlena rules the Reach through her puppet of a son. And in Dorne, the eldest regardless of gender takes the mantle of rulership when the time comes. Why should Asha be any different? The lords of the Iron Islands will never accept a woman to lead them. Ned tried to argue, trying to make Knox understand. He'd grown to care for the girl. He saw his sister in Asha almost as much as he saw her in Arya. The lords of the Iron Islands would tear her apart should she try and stake a claim to her father's seat. Asha knows full well the uphill battle that she will have to fight, should she wish to claim the sea stone chair. And she more than willing, and capable, of fighting and winning such a fight. Especially if she has the backing of highly influential individuals in the mainland kingdoms. Ned was losing the argument, both to Knox and to himself as he began to see the benefits of having Asha controlling the Ironborn. As much as it pained him to say, as he did not like to favor one child above the other, if he had to choose between the Theon and Asha, he would choose Asha. The young woman had a good head on her shoulders. And she seemed to genuinely want the Ironborn to abandon the old way. Something that Ned was highly in favor of. And what of Theon? To that, Nox merely shrugged. That would be up to Asha. She will be his head of house if all goes well. What position he will hold will be up to her. Looking down at the clear glass in his hand, Ned finished off the small amount of whiskey within. Very well, Ned sighed. Should Asha manage to have herself named as heir to the Iron Islands, then she will have the backing of the Starks in the north. Your backing will help her keep hold on the islands after she's managed to take it for herself, to be sure. Nox nodded, taking the empty glass from Ned. Now that those unpleasant rides are out of the way, shall we start discussing the specific details of the expedition to Valyria? Even with a year wait, I'm sure it will take some time to gather enough volunteers for the voyage. And the more details we can give your Bannerman, the better odds of getting those volunteers quickly and getting them trained to sail. Walking across the smooth deck surface of the newly christened Sea Wolf, Nox took his time to examine every inch of the large sea vessel that had quite literally just been put into the water less than a month prior. I have to give credit where it is due, Nox thought as he finished his examination of the vessel, finding no faults in the construction of the ship that would serve to ferry the Northman and himself across the narrow sea into Valyria. While primitive, the natives of this world can truly build some wondrous constructs when they put their minds to it. The ship was impressive to say the least. And the builders had managed to follow the designs that he, Asha, Luwin, and Wendell had collaborated on. Although, truth be told, his contribution was less in the actual designing of the ship and more along the lines of potential ways to improve it, while the other three worked his ideas into something that was functional. It was humbling, to say the least. His time as a slave and amongst the Sith had forced him to learn an extremely wide range of subjects, from anatomy, to medicine, to ship mechanics, to politics, to agriculture, and just about everything else in between. But one thing that he had spent very little time on was seafaring wooden ships, understandably given the primitive nature of such a vessel. Stopping near the bow of the ship, Nox heard the voice of Lord Manderley as he led Lord Stark around the deck. The man had puffed up like a prized winning bird when Lord Stark had arrived and congratulated the Lord and his men on their construction of the ship. And now, it looked like the man was trying to capitalize on the praise to integrate himself even more so into the good graces of Lord Stark. His ambition shining like the suns of Tatooine. Which is reassuring, Nox thought silently with a smile as he sensed the two men wander away from him. I wouldn't be able to trust the man if he'd gone through all of this for nothing. Leaning against the railing of the ship and breathing in the sea air, he let his mind wander as he took stock of those of import that had decided to join on with the expedition. He'd been pleasantly pleased with the response that Ned had received from his bannerman when he'd announced the expedition to Valyria to his bannerman. Within a mere 2 weeks of having sent the initial ravens, dozens were flying back from the various keeps littered across the north, promising their backing in the forms of men, coin, or even in a few cases heirs or spares of the lords themselves. Although what was even more telling were the houses that had not offered men or coin and had merely offered their well wishes. House Bolton, Dustin, and Riswell, Nox repeated in his head for the 100th time since the ravens had returned to Winterfell all those moons ago. To give up the chance to explore Valyria and take a share in the riches of the land. Even if they truly believed the voyage was doomed to fail, the chance was well worth the price. So why would they snub the chance? Does their hatred of House Stark truly run so deep? To that, Nox almost laughed at his own naivety. He'd sensed the pure hatred and loathing almost rolling off Lady Dustin the first time he'd met her before heading to the Iron Islands. And Lord Bolton, while he didn't outright hate Lord Stark and was able to keep control of himself at least visibly, was clearly lusting after the power that came with the title of Warden of the North. Be it the Sith Empire, the Galactic Senate, or here in this backwater world. Politics and the desire for more power, no matter the definition, never ceases. Chasing away such thoughts, he went back to those who were on the ship with them. Asha Greyjoy was near the helm of the ship and was, unsurprisingly, grilling 3 shifts of helmsmen on the controlling of the ship. No doubt the young woman was intending to take the ship designs back with her to the Iron Islands when she left the north to return home, something that Ned had brought up with no small amount of concern. Which was understandable to a point. Should those who wished to continue the old way get their hands on this ship, it would take an armada to stop it. Especially if it was under the control of such seafaring people like the Ironborn. But Nox had faith in Asha. Or rather in her ambition at any rate. She was smart enough to see the path of destruction that her people were on. They needed to change. And she had the spine to do it. And if a ship akin to the Sea Wolf could help further her plans, then Nox and a begrudging Ned were willing to accept it. Near the gangplank were Jon, Robb, and Theon. The 3 boys, or rather almost young men according to this land's sense of appropriate age, were laughing good-naturedly with one another. But despite their good-natured barbs, Nox could sense the underlying feelings within each of them as clearly as if they were shouting them at the top of their lungs. Jon was excited and nervous, understandable considering the voyage ahead of them. Robb was more complicated. He was excited, but at the same time extremely jealous that his brother was going, and he was being forced to stay behind. The boy had gone so far as to get down on his hands and knees and beg his father to let him go as well. But Lord Stark had been resilient. Which was understandable, Robb was his heir. The boy couldn't risk himself on a potentially dangerous voyage like this one. Not when he was still so young. And as for Theon, well, the Ironborn boy was a whirlwind of emotions. Depression at being left behind. Anger by the fact his sister was allowed passage over him. And mixed in was a sort of relief that Jon and Nox would be away from Winterfell for a time. A sentiment that Nox mildly shared with the boy. Whereas Jon, Robb, Asha, and even Arya had begun to excel and grow substantially under his tutelage, Theon had stuttered and basically failed. The boy had very little force potential, and his sense of entitlement, which was still prevalent even after several years, was still a major hurdle that the boy was unable, or willing, to overcome. Letting the three have their moment to themselves, Nox scanned the other lords and ladies that were giving last-minute instructions to those who would be accompanying Nox. The Great Jon had his son Small Jon, which was an ironic title as the young man was just a fist-width shorter than his father, firmly by the shoulders. A fair distance away, the Lord Karstark has his second son Eddard Karstark in a fierce hug. And a small distance away from the Karstarks stood Maege Mormont and her daughter Daisy Mormont, the latter of whom would be accompanying Nox. While many were joining the expedition for the chance at fame and glory, the Mormonts' reason for joining was not as grand. It was no secret in the north that Yoram Mormont had recently been draining the coffers of Bear Islands in order to keep his new wife, a noblewoman from the Hightower house from the Reach, pleased. No doubt the She-Bears thought that this voyage would be their best, and potentially only, way of refueling their coffers without having to resort to anything drastic. All in all, the diversity of northern houses that were represented was impressive. But it was who would not be joining Nox that he felt most keenly. Nyra. The young native northern woman that had managed to work her way into his hardened heart so thoroughly that even now the thought of leaving her for months on end caused a pain in his chest. He hadn't intended for their relationship to develop to this point when he'd first met her, nor even when he'd returned from the Iron Islands and had taken her under his wing. At best, he figured that she would be a nice little distraction when he needed it. But as time passed, he found himself drawn to the young woman. She reminded him so much of Ashura that it was almost painful. Not physically of course, he doubted he would be able to find any Togrutas here on this world. But all the same, she had the same fire, the same drive within her that had attracted him to Ashura in the first place. Nyra hadn't been pleased to be left behind either. Their argument at his decision was unpleasant, and had left him with a very cold bed for nearly a month. But in the end, she relented and saw his point of view. It wasn't because he thought her incapable. Quite the opposite in fact. He needed her to stay behind because she was capable. She was the only one he trusted to continue overseeing the various projects and business ventures he had set up, both for himself and of the North. The night before they left Winterfell, she had proceeded to give him a farewell that had sent more than a few tongues wagging in Winterfell. Despite his not-so-inconsequential stamina that came from years of Sith training, Nyra had nearly worn him out to the point where his body almost refused to move. "I wanted to give you a reason to come back to me," she had said the next morning, "and to make sure you were sated enough not to search for the company of whores when the ship inevitably makes port." Well, she had certainly marked her territory as the nail marks on his back and chest that had still not healed completely were any indication. He was so caught up in his memories of Nyra's parting night, that he didn't even realize Ned and Manderley were approaching him until the two were nearly on top of him. "Lord Stark, Lord Manderley," he greeted properly, turning to the two. "Nox," Ned acknowledged back. "The last of the supplies are loaded and all of those who volunteered are on board." "Good." Nox nodded. "Well then, I guess that this is it." It is," Ned nodded before turning to Lord Manderley. "Lord Manderley, let the men know that everyone who isn't going should disembark. Once everyone is off, the ship is to cast off." "As you wish, Lord Stark." Manderley nodded, bowing once to Stark before bowing to Nox and making his way away from the two. Once alone, the two men stood in silence as Ned's grey eyes met Nox's ruined eyes. "I need your word, Nox, Alim," Ned began. "He may not have my name, but he is my blood and my son. Your word that you will make sure he will return." "He will, Ned," Nox nodded. "I give you my word on that." Ned's presence in the Force relaxed ever so slightly. "Then, I will hold you to it," the Lord of the North said, holding out his hand. "May your gods watch over you, my friend." Clasping Ned's forearm, Nox nodded. "And may the Force be with you, my friend."